The story opens with the image of a genetically blessed individual, possessing both exquisite beauty and acting talent. An avid award collector, she's praised for her breathtaking beauty. This is top star, Seo Jin-ha, currently smiling for the camera. A reporter calls out, "Look this way, please. I'm that kind of person, but how did things end up like this?" It's nighttime, the dead of winter, and the wind is howling. Jin-ha lies on the cold snow, shivering. "Ugh, my whole body aches. It's so cold. Wait, cold." She sits up abruptly and looks around. Mountains. A forest. 2 hours ago, the film crew was on a cliff. Her worried assistant advises, "Yuni, let's use a stunt double. If you want to win an award this year, you have to work hard, but it's dangerous here. Especially, they never find the people who go missing." Jin-ha crosses her arms and smiles calmly. "Where did you hear such strange rumors?" The cameraman calls out, "Ready to roll?" Jin-ha replies immediately yes. The safety equipment was all in place and checked several times. "Even if I'm scared, it'll be safe as long as nothing goes wrong." On the cliff face, the wind howls. The rope connecting her harness suddenly snaps. Jin-ha plunges into the depths below as her assistant cries out in alarm. "Seo Jin-ha." Back in the present, she thinks to herself in a daze. "I fell from a cliff into the sea, so why am I in a forest? It was clearly summer. This weather, what is this? Is this a live broadcast? But there's no way a live broadcast would have such a dangerous situation. Or did I pass out from the impact of the fall? And I'm dreaming?" Just then, she hears footsteps approaching. Jin-ha's eyes widen as she sees something running towards her. It's a giant monster, roaring as it charges. Its tail swipes past Jin-ha. She covers her face with her hands in terror. "Da! What is this? What is that thing?" The monster continues to charge at her. A sword flashes through the air. Jin-ha's eyes widen in surprise. The monster is sliced clean in two. It screams in pain and collapses to the ground. The blood-stained sword is lowered in front of her. The person who struck down the monster is Kalshin. He looks at her with a cold, indifferent gaze. My legs won't move." By now, Kalshin has reached her and looks down. He opens his mouth, speaking in a language Jin-ha doesn't understand. She stares blankly, thinking, "I don't understand a word he's saying." No, wait, more than not understanding what he's saying, this is the first time I've ever heard a language like this. The weather and location suddenly change, too. And that giant monster. Could it be? I've been transported to another world. Is transmigration real? Don't things like that only happen in novels and comics? In novels, if you're transported, the language automatically updates, right? Suddenly, she sees Kalshin extend his hand. Selena watched Kalshin waving his hand at her. She cautiously thought, is he telling me to give him my hand? I'll cooperate for now. She placed her hand in Kalshin's. Immediately, a shining gold bracelet appeared on her wrist. Ha-Jin stammered in alarm. What is this? What is this?" Kalshin calmly remarked, "It seems to be working fine." Ha-Jin stared at him. "Mouth agape, huh?" Kalshin explained, "It can't translate exclamations." Ha-Jin fumbled. "Not that, Kalshin reminded her, "Calm down now and collect yourself." Ha-Jin was still panicked. You're telling me to calm down?" Kalshin abruptly turned his head, giving her a sharp look. "I've confirmed it's working, so you don't need to repeat yourself." Ha-Jin thought in bewilderment. Well, if I've been transported to another world, a translation device is certainly possible. With newfound courage, she asked, "So where's this, and who am I?" She was met with Kalshin's exasperated silence. He retorted, "If I told you where this is, would you know?" Ha-Jin was dumbfounded. Of course not. Kalshin coldly reminded her, "You should be able to answer who you are yourself." Ha-Jin chuckled awkwardly. "That's true." Kalshin offered his deduction. "Based on the circumstances, I presume you're from another world." Ha-Jin replied, "Probably." She furrowed her brow. Suspicious. He doesn't seem surprised about the world hopping. Or the translator. He must be used to situations like this. Ha-Jin asked, "Have there been others who've crossed over like me?" Kalshin replied, "You could say that. Every few years, we find bodies or bones, but this is the first time I've seen someone alive." Ha-Jin felt a jolt. She thought frantically, what? Why is he saying this now? He's just doing his job, right? Ha-Jin felt like she was superfluous here. She inwardly lamented, "What a jerk. Still, until I'm safe, I need to stick with him." Ha-Jin stood up. "So, over there, are you by any chance a knight or, someone who fights monsters?" Kalshin gave a dry chuckle, his expression grim. Ha-Jin paled. Why does his laughter feel so scary? Isn't this the ingenuity of the cold-hearted North Duke? Oh, The male lead of this story is the North Duke, isn't he? Perfect match. With Ha Jin's basic knowledge, as a romance novel reader, let's see. What kind of person is the North Duke here? An icy expression devoid of any friendliness. A cold exterior like sculpted ice. Masterful skills capable of slaying monsters in the blink of an eye. A fair personality regardless of race, gender, or age. Possessing all of this is the template for a male lead in the fantasy romance genre, just like the man standing before me. At that moment, Calcian introduced himself. I am Corian Lambert, head of the Lambert family and the North Duke of the Acclaimed Kingdom. Ha Jin was taken aback. He really is the North Duke? She smiled and extended her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sioha, Selena. Ha Jin reasoned internally. My real name is too recognizable, so I'll give him my stage name. Calcian murmured her name, Selena. He tilted his head and asked, what's with the other hand? Selena explained, it's a greeting. She silently judged him. Even this needs explaining? Isn't it common courtesy here? Just then, Calcian reached out and took her hand. He lightly kissed the back of her hand. The air around them instantly turned pink. Even Selena was flustered by Calcian's action. She pressed her lips together, eyes wide, cheeks flushed. Calcian said, welcome to this place, foreigner. Selena's face burned. He kissed my hand? That usually only happens on set or at award shows. The Northern Duke, who only knows how to swing a sword, just kissed my hand so naturally? That's a bit surprising. Calcian coolly released her hand. Although your appearance is like a commoner's, your gestures are no different from a noble's daughter. Selena reluctantly explained, where I lived, there's no distinction between nobles and commoners, just ordinary people. The outfit is from a filming set. Calcian lowered his hand. I see. Selena immediately asked back, did you think I was a noble? Calcian replied, well, it would have been somewhat useful. Selena was speechless. Useful? He just called the person he saved useful? I suddenly feel uneasy. She had to ask, if I'm not a noble, I'm not useful. Calcian answered, it depends on what you do. You'll probably be less useful. Selena continued to question him. What happens if I'm not useful? This time, Calcian scoffed. He lifted her chin. Then you'll have to make yourself useful, no matter what it takes. If you want to survive and descend this mountain. Watching Calcian's actions, Selena thought, he really is the Northern Duke. She stared blankly at the man before her. She hesitantly spoke, actually, I'm very useful. My very existence is an indispensable shining light in this world, and I'm sure it's the same here. I'm willing to dedicate this body of mine. Calcian coldly withdrew his hand, that if you want to live and remain on our land, of course, you must dedicate yourself fully. Selena stammered, suggesting, so besides my body, could you consider something else? But Calcian cut her off. Stop with the pointless talk. I'm merely inquiring about what you can offer that would be beneficial to Lambert's development. Selena suddenly realized, this is a surprisingly standard approach. If that's the case, then for now, I'll give it my all. She clenched her fists and declared, I'm not sure if I can contribute anything to the development of arts and culture, but look at me. Where I used to live, I was such a famous actress that there wasn't a single person who didn't know me. I'm good at doing all sorts of things with my body, especially acting. Calcian immediately tested her. Is that so? Then show me. Selena, taken aback by the sudden request, blurted out what? Calcian sat down on a nearby log. Acting. Show me. Selena wondered, suddenly like right here. Calcian frowned impatiently. What? Can't you act? Selena forced a smile. But what should I act? Internally, she was crying. What in the world is this situation? Calcian crossed his arms thoughtfully. Anything will do. A villainess? Selena's mind reeled at the word. Why a villainess all of a sudden? He didn't even bother explaining further, as if she was supposed to just know how to act. Selena took a deep breath. Fine, she'd act. Compared to dying, anything was better, right? She took a step towards Calcian. Selena reached out as if to grab his shirt. Gripping his hair, she leaned in close. Hey, who do you think you are, ordering me around like this? Do you think saving me makes me your slave? What? Calcian looked surprised. Selena continued. Just because you're the North Duke, you think you can do whatever you want? Don't just mutter to yourself and come to your own conclusions. Inwardly, Selena trembled with anxiety. Would he play along? Surely he wasn't the type to get offended by a few harsh words and kill her. After a moment, Calcian said, I see. Relieved, Selena thought, okay, finally. Why are you smirking to yourself? She asked. Don't you see me standing right here? This time, Calcian remained silent, making her worry. Did I overdo it? Just then he said approved. Overjoyed, Selena threw her hands up. Yes. Tears of happiness welled in her eyes. For now, I'm alive. From behind her, Kalshin spoke again. If you can be so defiant with me, then you should be able to handle the role I have in mind. Selena froze. Role? She thought in a panic. What does he want me to do now? Kalshin rested his chin on his hand. Yes. You will pretend to be my lover and enter high society. After that, accept that your life will be in danger. Selena was stunned. What? My life in danger? Is he asking me to walk into a death trap? But if I don't obey, he won't take me with him. Then I'll be all alone in this forest. But something strange. Why me? Enter high society and wait to be threatened? Is this some political thing? He's giving me this task after just meeting me. It means he has no one trustworthy around him, so no one else can handle this. Someone he can bargain with. Hesitantly, she asked, I understand. In that case, what about compensation? Kalshin seemed to consider this. Compensation, He asked your life. Selena frowned. Excuse me, but that's already mine, isn't it? Kalshin reminded her. If I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead. Selena began to argue. Well, even so, this is a matter of life and death. I need some motivation. I suddenly fell into this place, and now you're giving me this task. You won't find anyone who can act as well as I can. Don't you feel bad for me? And for a long time, I'll have to keep this secret to infiltrate the upper class. I need compensation to stay loyal and not betray you. Kalshin silently watched Selena's tightly clenched, trembling hands. Kalshin silently observed Selena's hand, clenched so tightly it trembled. Finally, he offered, all right, you have to pretend to be my lover, so you'll live in Lambert City, and I'll provide you with a separate allowance. After this is over, I'll provide everything you need to settle down. I'll let you enjoy a life of luxury here. You might even be able to return to where you came from, but don't get your hopes up. Selena was stunned that I can go back. Kanchan replied, though uncertain, there must be a way. However, it's a dangerous magical land. Aside from the Grand Mage, there are no records of anyone else succeeding. If this works, no matter how dangerous it is, I'll personally take you to that magical land. However, I can't guarantee you'll be able to return, because we're not the Grand Mage, just ordinary people, so hope is uncertain. But even so, it would be a great motivation for you, wouldn't it? Selena remained silent, her heart pounding loudly, as if expressing her current feelings. The novels she had read all had endings where the characters settled down there, but he offered a way for her to return. Here, I have nothing, no family, no friends, no memories, not even a job. If I can go back, I can do anything. Selena resolutely said, I'll do my best. Kanchan smiled with satisfaction. He said, good, then let's end our conversation here and return to the city. Yes. By the time they reached the city gates, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Two guarding knights noticed them. Kanchan stepped forward. Dion hurriedly said, welcome, sir. Are you uninjured? The other knight was surprised. Oh, this person. Kanchan, who was carrying Selena in his arms, said, I'm not injured. I found her attacked by a magical beast and rescued her. I was delayed because I had to bring her back here. Dion asked again, you said it was in the forest. The other knight also wondered, how on earth did she get all the way there? We understand. First, we'll send word to the city. Dion stepped forward and offered to help. It must be heavy. Let me. Kanchan hugged Selena tightly. No, Dion. Seeing this, the two knights gaped, your grace, stammering, your grace. Selena also stared at Kanchan. What? That foolish way of talking isn't like you at all. Can't you speak properly? Your subordinates are suspicious. We already planned everything out. Do you want to be discovered? Recalling earlier, Selena had said, wait a minute. Before we return to the city, we need to plan this out carefully. I don't know why I have to play the role of your lover, but for the act to go smoothly, your grace must do one thing. Kanchan asked, what is it? Selena explained, one day, a girl suddenly appears and announces everywhere that she's your grace's lover. There needs to be a backstory that fits such a girl. Kanchan listened and then pondered. I didn't think about this part. It's quite troublesome, isn't it? Selena suggested. The simplest way is to say that you saved me while I was facing danger and fell in love with my beauty at first sight. Convincing, right? At this moment, Selena clung tightly to Kanchan and acted coyly. I don't like that. I want your grace to personally bring me in. Everyone there fell silent. Even she blushed. Looks like I have to step in. There's no other way. Kanchan beside her was frozen stiff. The Duke is completely rigid. He can't even breathe. I saw him practicing earlier. How could I not step in? A few hours earlier, in the gloomy, cold, snowy forest, Selena knelt in the snow while Kalshin sat opposite her, seemingly interrogating her. His icy gaze was fixed on her. She offered a small smile despite the cold wind blowing past. Selina whispered, "Oh, help me." He spoke, "My loving gaze. Is it that unsettling?" She honestly admitted, "I feel like I've become prey." She suggested something else. "Why don't you try smiling? Maybe it's that expression." Calcian considered it thoughtfully. Smiling." He smirked, a truly terrifying smile. Selina exclaimed, "Exactly. That's the face of a duke excited by the thought of having to kill me." He threatened, "Or should I really kill you?" That made her quickly retract her statement. "Sorry, I'm not joking anymore." They returned to the main issue. "Anyway, I have to become your wicked lover, so we need to create a believable backstory. You say you love me, but with a face like you want to kill me, how can we fool anyone?" Calcian held his head and sighed. "This is difficult." Just then, the person before him had an idea. There's no other way. She winked playfully at him. "I'll seduce you, Your Grace." Calcian was surprised how. She then proactively explained, "Not for real, of course. I'll just help you get into character. A little story. I purposely snuck into the forest to seduce the Duke and then relentlessly pursued him. How about that scenario?" But Calcian was doubtful. "I think it will be less believable if I accept that." She added, "But compared to the Duke falling in love with me at first sight with that expression, this is much more believable. Of course, you're satisfied with this, right?" Calcian remained silent for a moment to think. I really can't argue with that. They continued to discuss their secret plan if you understand, then let's carefully construct the backstory. Even if it can't be shown through expressions or words, it should at least be evident in actions, right? He was curious. What do you suggest I do?" Selina was very confident. "Just do as I say, especially in front of others. No matter how crazy the things I ask you to do are." He was apprehensive. "Just how crazy are we talking?" She winked cheerfully. "Honestly, Your Grace, love is inherently crazy. Didn't you know? Whether it's picking flowers or plucking stars from the sky, you'll do anything I want without hesitation. That's love." Selina suddenly asked, but his expression made her understand. "Your Grace, have you never been in love?" "Yes, I suppose that's the case, isn't it?" She continued to instruct him. "With your personality, it has to be that crazy for people to believe you truly love me. And since acting is difficult, I'll take care of everything, but Your Grace also needs to say something to play along." Selina emphasized, "You have to appear completely bewitched to easily deceive others." He still replied indifferently. "So, what should I say?" She rubbed her chin. How about this woman is mine?" Calcian understood it differently, like a slave. She shared the same concern. "If it's you, Your Grace, that's also possible." Another line came to mind immediately. "How about, I won't let anyone else have her?" The innocent Duke asked back, "Why can't anyone touch her?" This made the girl freeze. Let me think about it again. A completely new idea popped into Selina's head. "What's the easiest way?" I've got it. At this level, you'll be able to do it 100% for sure." Selina's eyes sparkled with pride. "This is perfect for the Duke's style. This line is easy, incredibly so." An hour passed with her face full of frustration. She held her face and cried out, "No, why isn't this working? How is it that even after practicing dozens of times, the expression, 'I will kill you,' still hasn't changed?" Ken also covered his face in despair. "You should know the reason better than I do, since you're the actress." Despite trembling with anger, Selina still tried to reassure herself. "This is like crying thief after being caught red-handed. All right, let's take it slowly, and rehearse from the beginning again." Her voice and the Duke's made the whole forest noisy again. "I can't hear you. Louder. Pronounce it clearly one more time." Back to the present situation, she lamented inwardly. "So how can I not show my face?" Selina's hand gripped his shoulder tighter. She whispered forcefully, "Say the line quietly. Quickly say the line. Shouldn't you be angry with your subordinates? Shouldn't you be angry with your subordinates? We've had special training." The soldiers there were annoyed. "Why are you whispering? How dare you talk to the Duke like that?" Following her lead, Ken tried to open his mouth. Selina tried to encourage him. "You can do it. Follow the line. It's only 3 words." Ken held Selina in his arms and addressed them. "Leave me." All the knights were taken aback. Surprised, they asked, "Well, what, sir?" Ken turned around and ordered them, "Return to the castle. Prepare to leave." Selina tapped her head and looked over the knights, wondering, what's going on? Could he be under some kind of spell? Selina peeked at them over Can's shoulder. She turned to Can with a smile. "Look how surprised everyone is. You did great." He might look dignified on the outside, but around Selina, he was a completely different person. His face flushed red after just a few words of praise. He softly reminded her, "Be quiet." Seeing his reaction, she giggled. but she had to stifle it. Ken saw her smiling and asked, What's with that reaction? Selena immediately denied it. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking you'll do well in the future. Let's go quickly. He didn't say anything, but felt quite annoyed. As dusk approached, Ken carried Selena outside and returned to his private room. The maids there bowed their heads as he carried Selena past. Your Grace, please come in. I have prepared the bath and dinner. Do you need anything else? He ordered them to prepare for one more person, and they immediately obeyed. Yes, understood. He then brought her into the room and closed the door. Can put Selena down. She looked exhausted that I already feel drained. You're even more impressive than I thought. This castle is magnificent too. Ken said, it must have been difficult to achieve this. Selena picked up a towel and walked toward the chair. We should prepare more thoroughly for the important council meeting. Ken agreed, yes. Selena was a little curious. But why do I have to play the role of the Duke's wicked lover? Ken sat down and sipped some tea. Why future fiancé died. There are rumors among the nobles that the culprit is a wicked woman. Selena was a little surprised. You must be heartbroken. Inwardly, she thought, he speaks so indifferently. Calcian showed no reaction when I brought this up. How frustrating. I'm furious. Who would dare touch my personally chosen fiancé? Selena felt like she was in a high-stakes job interview. Sweating profusely, she asked, chosen? I got chosen. Not for love or a political marriage, but chosen? This man's way of thinking was truly worthy of a North Duke. Her words made Calcian stare. He lifted his teacup and replied, that title, North Duke, doesn't sound like a compliment. Selena tried to recover. No, I meant you're very handsome. Uncomfortable with the compliment, Calcian continued to stare at her. Feeling intimidated, Selena averted her gaze. Trying to salvage the conversation, she said, anyway, that's not important. Your future fiancée, she passed away. Calcian's expression darkened. The North was far from the center of power and largely ignored. That is, until they discovered the gold mines. After that, of course, marriage proposals came flooding in. I chose a baron's daughter, demure and reserved. Selena brought him back to reality, but she's dead. He suddenly crossed his arms. Yes. The night before the wedding, inside my manor, it was a challenge to the Lembus family. A demonstration that they could kill someone as easily as flipping a hand, even within my own walls. A veiled threat. Don't marry unless you align with their power. His voice grew colder, laced with anger. Threaten me? They must be prepared to lose their heads. His icy demeanor made Selena shiver inwardly. I'm freezing. Calcian continued. They tried to make it look like a suicide, but the wound was too clean. It doesn't make sense. Selena asked, is that all it took for you to be certain? He replied flatly, very few people can inflict such a precise wound upon themselves. Furthermore, that young lady never handled a blade sharper than a dinner knife. Selena was confused. Did you tell the Baron? He finally informed her. The investigation is closed. The Baron doesn't want to pursue it further. She grew wary. You want to investigate within the nobility. You need someone who can act to blend in naturally. Calcian replied, precisely. A servant called from outside. My lord, the bath is ready. Shall I send the maids in? Calcian paused. Selena's eyes widened. Maids. Her heart pounded. I'm a noble. Of course there will be maids to help with bathing. Why didn't I think of this? This is bad. My clothes are from modern times. They'll be so strange. Should I wear the cloak again? Calcian stroked his chin. Would you like to remove your attire and enter the bath now? Selena blurted. They'll discover my clothes when they clean up. Calcian realized the issue. He then asked, who would enter fully clothed? She stopped him. No. They'll still see my clothes. Then, Selena suddenly gasped. Selena had an idea. I have a great idea. But if my acting is a little strange, please don't be too surprised. He didn't refuse the idea, but it's all right. Do as you please. Selena grinned. Prepare yourself. I'll show you what real acting is. Janet waited outside, growing anxious when no one came out. Why isn't there any reaction? She knocked on the door. Your Grace? Both people inside the room nervously looked towards the door. He turned and gave her a desperate look. Selena reassured him. Your Grace, please don't worry. She also tried to control her own emotions, reassuring herself first. This is just a play with an audience, and I happen to choose an audience member who doesn't know how to improvise. She put a hand to her neck to feel more at ease, focusing her energy in her abdomen so her voice would carry. Selena told herself, but it's okay. This isn't a big deal. I can handle this on my own. Because I'm Selena, the world-famous actress. Immediately after, her scream echoed everywhere that I don't like it. I hate it when people touch me. Tell everyone to go away. Immediately after that came Calcian's voice. They are my servants. Then Selena's voice, even louder, that I don't like it. The Duke's servants can't come in either. I also don't like it when people touch your Grace's body. The butler and the servants outside also grew anxious. The servants outside began to murmur amongst themselves. Your Grace, what's going on in there? After that, the two inside fell silent for a moment, not saying a word, just staring at each other. Selena apologized silently. Please understand. You must have goosebumps, but please bear with me a little longer. The servants outside couldn't help but whisper to each other. Selena reminded him, hurry up, tell them to go away. He froze for a moment, but then quickly gave the order, I don't need any servants. Leave. The servants outside were a little surprised upon hearing the order. What? Ah, yes, we understand, Your Grace. After that, they quickly left, leaving only the two of them in the room. Selena immediately relaxed. They're all gone. I was so nervous. That was hard on you, Your Grace. Calcian was a little surprised by her 180-degree change in demeanor. She got up and stood in front of him. Now I can go take a bath in peace. Where's the bathroom? He was a little stunned, then pointed that way. She replied, thank you. She sighed in relief. After everything. Finally, I can rest for a bit. But what should I do with these clothes? Do I really have to burn them? She opened the bathroom door, lost in thought. There are so many things to worry about. This is the bathroom, right? Opening the door fully, she saw that the inside was very spacious. The bathtub was also beautiful and luxurious. The sight surprised her. Looking to the side, she saw two bathrobes. Suddenly, Selena yelled for Calcian. Wait, Your Grace. I just thought of a great idea. Come here quickly and see. He hurried in to find her wearing a bathrobe. She was wearing the robe without fastening it properly, and her legs were exposed. Then she handed him her clothes. Here, now tear this up. He looked back and forth at her curiously. She was wearing the robe open, revealing her legs. Then Calcian suddenly turned around, leaving her a little confused. Selena turned and teased him to, oh my, what's wrong? Are you turning away because I'm only wearing a robe? She couldn't help but find his expression adorable. Calcian shyly turned away. At this rate, but she still spoke comfortably. Your Grace, please feel free to rip it like ripping paper. Calcian raised his hand to tear it, but hesitated. He suddenly looked up, and she asked, what's wrong? Can't you rip it? Then, Calcian suddenly embraced her slender waist and covered her mouth, whispering quiet. Selena whispered back, what is it? He softly murmured, someone's eavesdropping. She was also surprised. Huh? Like an assassin or a spy? He replied, exactly. Seeing Calcian's swift and decisive actions, she had a hunch that it seems like you're not surprised. Does this happen often? So, how do you plan to handle this? He was currently thinking of a solution that I'm thinking whether to kill them or spare their lives. No, how to kill them. His words made Selena almost choke. It felt like she was in a spy movie. She cursed under her breath. He's crazy. How can he talk about killing so casually? Suddenly, Selena had an idea. Wait, Your Grace, why don't we take advantage of this? He asked, take advantage? She began to explain. Now, we'll trick them by creating a realistic situation here. This is much better than awkward acting in front of others. But Calcian informed her, they can only hear us, so even if we act, acting skills aren't necessary. She thought, did he just admit his acting is terrible? Calcian suddenly changed his mind, or should we really do it? She was startled, unsure what to do. Oh, this man. How did things turn out like this? Then Selena pushed him away. Selena turned around and sighed. Your Grace, you look the part, but your acting is terrible. He was startled and asked himself, what? Terrible? Me? Selena assigned him a role. Ahem, I'll handle the acting, so you just need to stand by and clap. No, rip your clothes. Calcian still didn't quite understand. But Selena continued, occasionally call my name, and smile too. Selena suddenly changed her mind again. Actually, never mind. Don't do anything weird. Having said that, she pulled Calcian's hand towards her and then pushed him down onto the floor. Selena spoke. You saw my acting just now, right? Calcian was a little taken aback. Selena smiled confidently. This, leave it to the expert. Pieces of clothing floated and sank in the bath water. Selena sighed. She and Calcian were in the bathtub in an intimate position. Selena knelt, leaning close to Calcian. Calcian also sighed and exclaimed, phew, you're really good. He rubbed his head, recalling the scene from earlier. Your Grace, what am I supposed to do if you keep ripping my clothes like that? That tickles. He asked her in astonishment. How can you act so embarrassed without actually doing anything? Selena replied, all actors have to learn this. She asked him, "Is the eavesdropper gone?" Calshin answered, "Probably. He probably thinks there's nothing more to hear. Your acting was so convincing, I couldn't stop myself." She teased him playfully, "Oh really? Is that why your face is so red? Before the water gets cold, you should quickly wash up and call the maids. We have to make it look like the deed is done." She winked at him and asked mischievously, "Aren't you curious about the maids' reactions?" A maid, summoned after seeing the two of them, was shocked by the intimate scene. Her jaw dropped, eyes wide with disbelief. Frozen in the doorway, she dropped her towel. She was astonished. The Duke and the girl he brought back? They were in the same room. Had they even done something scandalous? Unbelievable. Calshin, seeing the maid's arrival, sternly ordered her, "What are you standing there gawking at?" Flustered, the maid stammered, "I apologize, Miss Selina. Allow me to escort you to the bathroom to freshen up." Selina, hearing this, became incredibly excited. Freshen up? Try on some gorgeous clothes? Sounds exciting. She stood up to leave and, with a wink, said to Calshin, "I'll go get pretty and be right back." Perfect reaction, right? She and the maid left the room, leaving Calshin behind in a state of turmoil. Selina was adorned in splendid attire. The maid placed an elaborate hair clip in her intricately styled hair. After a while, the maid announced, "We're finished." Selina, now elegantly adorned, emerged, radiating a noble and refined aura, like a true aristocratic lady. Looking at the precious jewels adorning her, she mused, "Gold, silver, jewels. Aren't these cultural heritage items? These clothes for me? Did the Duke order this?" Nearby, the two maids couldn't help but admire her breathtaking beauty. "Oh, you're so beautiful." The maid beside her added, "I was so confused when Janet told me to bring this outfit, but now I understand why. It truly suits you." It was the late Duchess's. Selina was surprised. The Duchess, Calshin's mother? Is it all right for a guest like me to wear her belongings? But instead of dwelling on it, she excitedly expressed her wish to show Calshin that, "I want the Duke to see me like this. Can I show him?" With that, she headed to Calshin's room. Throwing open the door, she cheerfully announced, "He's right next door. No need to wait." The maid, startled, cried out, "Oh, Miss Selina." Entering the room, Selina saw Calshin already dressed and waiting, looking dapper. She called out, "Your Grace, what do you think? It suits me, right?" She eagerly awaited Calshin's praise, but he simply looked at her, speechless. Calshin coldly glared at her attire, his expression showing clear displeasure. Seeing his reaction, Selina froze. She wondered, what kind of reaction is that? Is it because I'm wearing his mother's clothes? The maid, standing timidly behind her, quickly bowed her head and apologized. "I apologize, Your Grace. I was only following orders." He began to ask, "Who is responsible for this?" "Summon them immediately." Before he could finish, Selina tugged at his cravat. She moved closer, sitting on his lap and bringing her face close to his. Pulling his cravat, she tilted his head up to meet her gaze. The distance between them was minimal, a thin veil of air separating them, just enough to feel each other's warmth. Selina, looking at him, spoke with a playful pout. "You're distracted while you're with me? Something else? Do I not look good in this?" Although she acted like that on the outside, she thought to herself, "Right, I know you're very dissatisfied. You must be furious that I wore your mother's clothes without permission. But it's not my fault. Don't drag me into this. Discipline the servants later, and let's rest for now." She whispered to Calshin, "If Your Grace doesn't like it, then there's no point in me dressing up. Am I pretty? Tell me I'm pretty." She looked at him with loving eyes. "We're both so tired today." Calshin lowered his head and reluctantly muttered a single word, "Pretty." Selina felt it was truly difficult to convince him. Calshin, it's not easy to hear you say I'm pretty." As the two were being affectionate, Janet arrived. She spoke, "Your Grace, please forgive me. I had this dress prepared, thinking it was the only one you wouldn't find too familiar." Calshin turned to look at her and scolded, "Janet, there's no reason for you to think that way." She bowed her head, examining herself. "If you desired familiar attire, it was my fault for not understanding your intentions. Please forgive me." Selina, seeing this, wondered how a simple task could stir up such a hornet's nest. Calshin asked her, "Are there no other dresses in the castle?" Janet replied, "Besides the late Duchess's belongings, there are only the maid's clothes, and the clothes of the woman you personally brought here. How could she wear a maid's outfit?" Selina looked at her judgmentally, not missing a word. She was silently evaluating the woman her master had brought home. Then she looked up to gauge Calshin's reaction. With his personality, he surely wouldn't let this go. He said to Janet, "I've interfered enough. I always remember your hard work and loyalty in managing the castle." Selena listened to him and pondered. Even though she had taken the liberty of touching the relics, and even dared to retort to her master, he just let it go that this really Calcian? Why is he so lenient with Janet? Janet affirmed to Calcian, "I will always be faithful to my role." Calcian subtly dismissed Janet. "It's late. Just a simple meal is needed, so you should rest." She obeyed. "Yes, your grace." Selena watched her back as she left. Janet glanced at her and smirked. Selena was taken aback by her disdainful attitude. She wondered in astonishment, what? Did she just smirk at me? Soon, a small feast was laid out before them. Selena exclaimed, "Wow, what is all this? It must be delicious." She scooped up a bite of food and offered it to Calcian. "Your grace, eat." He didn't play along, but instead gestured towards Dion to introduce him to her. "This is my close knight, Dion, and also the person closest to me. I've already told him the scenario." Selena, hearing this, relaxed her guard. She put the spoonful of food in her mouth and said comfortably, "So I don't need to act anymore. Let's help each other out from now on." But Dion wasn't reassured about their acting. He voiced his concern. "Is this all right?" Selena replied casually, "Haha, it's all been an act from the beginning. It'll be the same from now on, so don't worry." He continued to question suspiciously, "Isn't this also acting?" Selena, feeling her pride pricked, retorted sarcastically, "Do I have to act even when I'm greeting someone? There's no script for this. Even though we always have to act, we need to have moments of rest like this." Dion saw her resolute reply, but still couldn't help but beat around the bush, saying that even if she didn't like him now, there was no guarantee she wouldn't fall for the Duke later. Who wouldn't desire someone with the Duke's status? Selena reassured him, saying, "Don't worry, I value my life very much, so I won't be greedy for trivial things." Dion, still uneasy, continued to question her, "But if your life is safe, couldn't greed arise?" Seeing his persistence, she became irritated and snapped, "Why are you being so harsh? Don't worry about that. Even if I were greedy for money, I wouldn't covet the Duke's. The Duke is the type of person I hate." Calcian, overhearing her insult, suddenly got a nosebleed, freezing for a few seconds. Selena explained, "Looks and money are important, of course. Who doesn't like them? But I prefer someone with a gentle personality and good communication skills. If they're not like that, I won't date them no matter how handsome they are. So I'm telling you again, don't worry, absolutely not. Even if anything happens, I definitely won't fall for the Duke. Even if the closest person who knows this plan is suspicious, it means my acting is on point, right? So, let's help each other out from now on. Don't be surprised if I act impulsively." Dion still seemed unconvinced. He asked suspiciously, "No rehearsal or prior notice?" She retorted challengingly, "If we prepare beforehand, are you confident we could act in sync?" She thought to herself, "I know that feeling, the feeling of not being able to speak." Calcian ended the tense greeting by ordering Dion, "All right, let's have dinner. Dion, you may leave." He obeyed, replying, "By your command." He turned to Selena, "Then I'll let you know a few things to keep in mind." She replied, "Yes." He outlined the precautions. First, spies can appear anywhere and anytime, like in the bathroom, for example. So you have to be careful even when you're alone. She confidently assured him, "That's not a problem. My life is always under scrutiny, so these spies are nothing." He continued, "Is that so?" Second, there's no need to act when it's just the two of us. Selena immediately rejected the second point. "No way. If you want to act lovey-dovey naturally, we still have to practice, even when we're alone. If you're dissatisfied, try your best to act well. It's too late to back out now." Seeing her stubbornness, Calcian helplessly covered his face and thought about giving up. "Should we just drop this?" She told him, "From the moment I set foot in Lindbergh, I had to deal with Janet, with whom I had no prior conflict. It even caused such a commotion that spies appeared. Moreover, what should we do if the Duke's influence among the nobles declines? Or do you think we can ignite greed?" Calcian, defeated, agreed with her, "You're absolutely right." Seeing him acknowledge her opinion, she said excitedly, "So stop thinking uselessly and let's plan our strategy. Please tell me who we have to deal with." Calcian thought for a moment, then hesitantly said, "The person we have to deal with? Yes, there is. Someone who makes me shudder." Selena looked at him in confusion and wondered, "Someone Calcian hates so much that he shudders? What kind of person is that? A fierce young lady or a sinister noblewoman?" Before she had time to think, the next day, Selena's voice echoed through the castle. "Your Grace." "Is it her?" Calcian played along, saying precisely, "She's the one who gives me goosebumps." The image of a bubbly young woman appeared, a bright smile blooming on her lips. She cheerfully introduced herself. Fion's here. The first suspect has arrived. Not a fierce lady, nor a sinister noblewoman, but a young lady who drives a dump truck straight ahead. Just thinking about it made Selena dumbfounded. She was utterly bewildered. She imagined Fion calling Cancian coquettishly, "Your Grace. Are you at the castle?" "It's Fion. I was worried you'd be heartbroken, so I came to Lindbergh." Selena felt a bit annoyed, thinking, coming because she's worried? It looks more like she's determined to snag a date. She asked Cancian, "Is it her?" He confirmed, "Yes, the one who gives me goosebumps." She hesitantly expressed, "I see. She's a bit different from what I imagined." It had been about a month since Cancian's previous fiancé, Ariel, had been murdered. Considering the time for the funeral and travel, it seemed she had followed Cancian to Lindbergh almost immediately after the funeral. Even if she wanted to take the position by Cancian's side, why? Isn't it too dangerous? It hasn't even been a month since Ariel was murdered. Anyone who becomes Cancian's fiancé could. Selena looked at Fion and speculated, and yet she's clinging to him like this. Is she a fool who doesn't consider that she could also be killed? Or is she the murderer? If there's even a slight possibility that she's the murderer, I can't take her lightly. Cancian stood before Fion and coldly said, "I don't recall inviting you here." She immediately offered an excuse. "How could you think of inviting anyone when you're so heartbroken?" "I decided to come as an uninvited guest to comfort you. You understand my feelings, don't you, Your Grace?" He bowed his head in contemplation without answering. The urge to escape kept welling up inside him. Get out, get out." Thinking this, he turned and pulled Selena away, leaving Fion stamping her foot and calling out, "Your Grace. Your Grace, wait. Let's go together." If you walk so fast, Fion can't keep up. He froze for a few seconds, as if struck by lightning. Then he and Selena picked up their pace and hurried away. Fion remained behind, whimpering, "Your Grace." Cancian thought as he walked, run. With this situation, walking is out of the question. I have to run at a speed that young lady can't follow. Fion seemed to have noticed Selena's presence beside him. She loudly questioned, "Your Grace, why are you with that woman? Who is she?" He answered without much thought, "I picked her up on the road." Selena felt a wave of disappointment at his reply. He can't say anything helpful. Fion, seeing this, boasted, "I really had to travel a very long way to get here. 7 days from the capital." He immediately retorted, "This woman came from even farther away." Selena thought helplessly, "He only knows how to tell the truth, doesn't he?" Fion suddenly ran forward and grabbed the hem of Cancian's robe. She widened her sparkling eyes at him and acted coquettishly. "Even so, Your Grace, don't you think Fion is also very tired?" Selena saw her stubbornness and gave up. "She finally caught up with us. What a leech-like young lady. If Cancian just let her stand at the finish line, she could probably win an Olympic gold medal." Fion continued to whine at Cancian. "Your Grace, Fion is so tired. I've been sitting in the carriage for so long that my bottom hurts. Let me hold your arm." He flatly refused her, "No," but she stubbornly clung to his arm and pressed him. "Why not? Is something wrong with this?" Just like that, having acted sweetly with Cancian, Fion changed her face as quickly as flipping a pancake. She shot Selena a sharp look, wanting to chase her away. Get lost now. But annoyed, she looked at the shameless two-faced girl and couldn't help but think, "Not bad. Look at this girl. Look at her pretending and hiding behind him, glaring at me. For a child like this, only this medicine is enough." Selena quickly touched Cancian's arm, surprising him. "This is called." She pouted, pretending to be fragile. Oops. Inwardly, she was triumphant, fighting poison with poison. She put on a cute expression and complained to Cancian, "Selena is hungry. Let's go rest. Waiting for this young lady, my feet hurt." "It's the shoes." Fion, seeing her top-notch acting, was immediately stunned. Selena, seeing Fion's bewildered expression, felt extremely satisfied, similar to your skill. "Ah, no, even higher level. Do you think you're my rival? What do you think you are with those cutesy, whiny acts? Please, I'm an actress from Korea, the land of Kiyomi. This is nothing to me." She looked up at Cancian with a cute expression and pleaded, "Oh, come on." She secretly admired herself. A-list actress Selena, indeed. Fion, unwilling to be outdone, glared at Selena. "That sly girl, daring to act innocent in front of me? I can't lose." She continued to lean on Cancian and weakly complained, "Your Grace, Fion is very tired, about to faint." Yes, your grace. This way, Mississippi. Fionn, rejected, angrily shouted for him. Your grace. Your grace. Selena, walking arm in arm with Cancian, suddenly turned back to look at Fionn. She stuck her tongue out to provoke her. Fionn, furious, yelled, "Hey!" Selena, on the other hand, was delighted. Azio Empire, Republic of Korea wins. What an arrogant girl. Inside the dining room, Selena spoke to Cancian. Well, she's really a strong opponent. There's no one like that in the entertainment industry. Are all nobles like this? Cancian denied it. Not all of them. Just Fionn is special. She agreed. That's true. You don't often see such a bold person. Is that girl the strongest among the nobles? He dismissed that thought and explained, no, although they're not like that. You'll meet people who are strong in different ways. Hearing this, Selena felt the difficulty level increase and suggested, if it's like that, shouldn't we renegotiate the payment? The difficulty seems higher than I thought. He didn't hesitate to reply immediately. As you wish. Seeing him agree so easily, she hesitated for a moment. Then she suggested, what about 100 times what I got last time? Before she could finish, Cancian interrupted, let's pretend I didn't hear that. Realizing she had offended him, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I was just joking. She thought I was only half joking. But if he agreed to negotiate the fee to that extent so readily, waving her hand dismissively, she soothed him. I was just kidding. He said coldly, it wasn't funny. The work ahead will probably be quite tiring. Selena pondered political infighting, staring contests, numerous factions, and aristocratic rules. I don't know. A disgusting battlefield where everyone but me is an enemy. No time limit, and I have to confront everyone. Until I find a culprit, even I won't know who it is. I could be harmed by someone, and just die like that. Losing her appetite, she put her knife and fork down and thought, just like basic training. Do I have to do that again? Cancian, seeing she had stopped eating, asked, are you finished? She calmly replied, thinking about what I have to do has ruined my appetite. He simply said, I see. Cancian didn't seem too concerned. He continued cutting his steak. Selena watched him thoughtfully. Her eyes held a troubled look, no longer as carefree as usual. She spoke. Your Grace, give me a piece. Cancian said indifferently, eat yours. She rested her arms on the table and teased him. Your Grace's steak looks tastier. I need to eat well to have the energy to work, but I don't want anything else. He pushed his plate towards her here. She made excuses. Oh, it's so big. How can I eat it? She pushed the plate back and suggested, cut it for me. If you want to use another knife, you'll have to call someone. Will you cut it for me? Cancian looked at her silently, without replying. He quietly bent down and cut the steak. Then he pushed the cut steak back towards her here. But Selena said, he looked surprised. She wheedled, I can't eat with my hands. Feed me. Come on, he said in exasperation. Give an inch, and you take a mile. She chuckled. Just feed me. She opened her mouth and leaned towards him. Cancian looked at her impassively. He picked up a piece of meat with his fork. He told himself, because there are people watching, I have to play along. That must be why I'm doing this, right? He brought the juicy, fragrant piece of beef to her mouth. She took it with a satisfied expression. Chewing, she praised the taste. Delicious. My appetite is back. Bring me some dessert. Cancian looked at the fork in his hand, puzzled. Strange, I just used it to feed Selena. His cheeks flushed, but now I don't dare use it anymore. Selena frowned, looking at Cancian with annoyance. He blushed, and yet I don't dare use it anymore. Selena frowned, looking at Cancian with annoyance. She recalled how he'd awkwardly excused himself earlier. I'll go ahead. He left her sitting there, watching him go. He's so clumsy. Now she sighed, wondering, he just left me here like that? What am I supposed to do? I don't know what to do about this whole romance thing. Why is he so flustered, like a puppy who needs to pee? Maybe he really does. Honestly, I don't know. If so, shouldn't I learn more so I can act better? She closed her eyes and thought, how do I teach him about romantic feelings for another person? Suddenly, an idea popped in her head. I've got it. Of course there's a way. Selena turned to ask the maid, I've finished my meal. Do you know where His Grace the Duke is? The maid replied, he should be in his study now. Hearing this, Selena said, thank you. At that moment, Cancian was standing in his study when he heard a knock at the window, just like in a romance novel. He went to open it. As the window opened, he saw Selena standing there, holding a beautiful, vibrant bouquet, as radiant as the woman holding it. Selena tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiled brightly, and greeted him. Hello there. Kanchan asked in surprise. What are you doing? Seeing his lack of reaction, she wondered, what's wrong? Aren't you moved? A girl comes to her lover's window and knocks, bringing flowers as a gift, a scene as beautiful as a painting. He invited her in. Come inside first. She smiled and said, all right. But suddenly, Selena ducked under his arm. Her feet left the ground. Kanchan tried to help her in, but she bent down, slipping past his arm to jump into the room. Seeing her strange behavior, Kanchan asked helplessly, you wanted it like a painting, and that's how you do it. She laughed awkwardly, embarrassed. Haha, right? My reflexes are just too good. She winked and asked, so what do you think? Am I charming enough yet? A bit different from the seemingly frail lover you imagined. Huh? Kanchan gave her a cold look and reminded her, didn't we agree not to fall for each other? She scratched her head sheepishly and said dismissively, oh, right. I'm just wholeheartedly showing you how to act in a romantic scene. He ignored her words and asked coldly, so what brings you here? She handed him the bouquet and replied, well, nothing special. I just wanted to give you a sense of romance. So, I planned this myself. He retorted sarcastically, romance? And yet you refused my hand at the window. Selena, caught in her lie, quickly justified herself. Well, that's because I was being impulsive. Just accept the flowers. Have a good day, Your Grace. He crossed his arms, looking at her with bewilderment. I'm speechless. She argued, compared to surviving in the entertainment industry. You can't just kick me out, can you? That would make the whole picture look strange. What if the servants spread false rumors about us? Kanchan. Seeing her reasoning, he felt a headache coming on. He put a hand to his forehead and reluctantly told her, fine, you can stay. In return, just stay there and do nothing. Just breathe. She teased him, so I can't even blink? Just kidding, just kidding. Kanchan was extremely annoyed, but couldn't do anything about it. Selena quickly sat down and promised him, you don't have to worry. I just need to be helpful, right? Have I ever hindered you? I'll sit here quietly and read or watch something. You just work, go ahead. I'll keep my mouth shut now. Kanchan glared at her, annoyed. He sighed, composing himself, and told her, then get some rest. Then he glanced at the bouquet she had brought. He softly said, you went through so much trouble this early in the morning. Surprised that he seemed to have softened, she said, what's this about? But she relaxed and smiled, adding, don't say that, it's just the beginning. The two of them each went about their own work throughout the afternoon. The atmosphere was warm and peaceful. By the time evening arrived, Selena had fallen asleep from exhaustion. She opened her eyes drowsily, waking up. She sat up and saw Kanchan's robe on her. Oh my, I fell asleep. What time is it? What's this? The Duke's robe. How cute. She stretched languidly, thinking, sleeping on the sofa like this made my whole body stiff. I should probably get some exercise. After changing her clothes, Selena wandered around the castle and asked a maid, excuse me, where is the Duke now? The maid looked her up and down, assessing Selena from her feet to her head. After a moment, she curtly replied, he's at the training grounds. Selena crossed her arms, displeased. What was that? Is that how you speak to your master's guest? She wondered if the maid was looking down on her, because she was the girl the Duke had brought back. How dare she scrutinize me from head to toe? Should I show her the charm of a villainess here? Selena fixed the maid with a cold stare and asked in a sharp voice, so, where are the training grounds? Seeing that she couldn't bully Selena, the maid became frightened, sweating profusely. Pointing outside, she stammered, over there, Mississippi past the garden, near the outer wall. Seeing the maid change in attitude, Selena turned and headed in the direction she had indicated, scared stiff after I gave her some attitude back. Without asking for clearer directions, she had stormed off. She reached the middle of the garden and stopped. She was lost. What a complicated garden. How can I get lost in my own house? Ah, it's cold. Is there no one around? I need someone to pass by so I can ask for directions. Suddenly, she saw a light emanating from a bush in the distance that, oh, is someone there? She approached and called out, hello, is anyone there? Oh my God. Fionn loomed before her. Fionn. Fionn looked at Selena and speculated. Why does she look like this? She must have been wandering around for a while. Could she also be looking for the Duke? Fionn asked her, hey, where are you going? Surprised by Fionn's rude attitude, Selena asked, what? Is she serious? It's laughable to put on an act when there's no chance. She's delusional. Selena replied to Fionn, me? I'm meeting His Grace the Duke. Don't tell me you're trying to meet him too? Looking like that. Fionn, enraged at Selena's comment about her appearance, yelled, what? What's wrong with how I look? This is my natural look. Selena, pleased with herself for provoking Fionn, covered her mouth and said, if you're going for the eco-friendly look, you're nailing it. The question is, will His Grace appreciate it? Fionn shrieked. Don't you dare threaten me. Selena mimicked Fionn's whiny tone. Don't you dare tetriate me. Fionn yelled, stop copying me. Selena calmly provoked her further. You think shouting scares me? I could take you down with one hand. Fionn flew into a rage and screamed. Hey. Selena, refusing to back down, yelled back. What? I can yell too. Fionn indignantly criticized Selena. Are you even a noble? Selena crossed her arms defiantly. So what if I'm not? What if I'm a commoner? Fionn continued to berate her. A commoner dares to speak to me like that? Selena calmly reasoned. We're both guests of His Grace the Duke. Why pick a fight you know you can't win? Fionn, having exhausted herself trying to outdo Selena, was now panting heavily. She asked Selena curiously, Hey, are you loaded? Or do you have some powerful backing? Selena asked, confused. What are you talking about? You're going to get yourself killed acting like that. Hearing this, a wave of unease washed over Selena, and her expression changed. She looked anxiously at Fionn standing before her and wondered, What? Get myself killed? Does Fionn? Fionn said with a serious expression, You seem clueless. Someone's already been murdered. Someone insignificant like you, fawning over the Duke. Selena thought. Her tone is completely different now. In this deserted, maze-like garden, I don't have any weapons on me, and in front of me is a potential murderer. Fionn's face has become terrifying. She hesitated. I can't just leave. One wrong move, and I could be killed, really killed. Does she have a weapon? Selena started to reason in her head. The only weapon she could be carrying under that elaborate dress is probably a small knife. There's a significant difference in our physiques. I'll learn some self-defense in the modern world. I could probably overpower a novice like Fionn, but what if she's not alone? What if Fionn has subordinates hiding somewhere in this garden? If that's the case, I'm surrounded. As Selena thought, her heart pounded with anxiety. She and Fionn stared at each other. Selena's heart still racing. Suddenly, a voice startled her, and she turned to see Cancian. Selena, Your Grace, Selena exclaimed, running towards him. Just like that, she ran and hugged Cancian tightly. Selena held on without letting go for a long time, saying, I'm alive. Where have you been? I was so scared. Cancian looked at her in confusion. Selena. He turned around and saw Fionn behind her, his gaze making her flinch. Cancian asked, Miss Fionn, what is the meaning of this? She became flustered and replied, At this moment, Selena was overjoyed. I'm saved. This person is definitely on my side. Being all alone scared me to death. Sniff. That's the scent of a strong person. Enough to feel at ease. Now, I should quickly regain my composure and start my part. I don't need to be afraid anymore, because I have a strong backing. Azio Power Mode is enough to knock out the opponent's level. On. Selena released her embrace and adjusted her voice. This made Cancian very confused. Then, in a saccharine sweet voice, she said, Oh, Your Grace, I almost died. Fionn said she would kill me if I clung to you any longer. Fionn immediately retorted, What? When did I say that? Fionn and Selena, each on one side, clung to Cancian. Fionn said, Your Grace, this is so unfair to your Fionn. Selena wouldn't stay quiet either. I just want to be by Your Grace's side, but that could cost me my life. This girl coming near me scared me so much. Fionn wasn't backing down. Don't listen to her nonsense. A few unpleasant things happened, so I was worried and just reminded her to be careful. Cancian had to listen to the saccharine, sweet words of the two. Oh, Your Grace, it was truly terrifying. Fionn isn't like that at all. I'm a gentle angel. How could she slander me like this? Why? Don't listen to her. Both of them, exhausted from their sugary act, started panting. Poison X. Hearing this, Cancian collapsed to the ground. Ketchup flowed freely from his ear. Selena thought to herself, At this rate, this won't end. It seems like player Cancian has been eliminated. Should I use my ultimate move? She placed her hand on his chest and said sweetly, Your Grace, I'm so tired and cold. To meet you, I went looking for the training grounds and got lost, wandering around for a long time. Please carry me. Selena wrapped her arms around Cancian's neck. His face was expressionless, but right after, he picked Selena up in a princess carry. Fionn spoke up from behind. Your Grace, what about me? Cancian said as he walked. Miss should also go and rest. Take her to her room. A servant replied, Yes, Your Grace. Fionn, refusing to be outdone, kept yelling, Your Grace, Your Grace. Selena stuck her tongue out at her, thinking 2 wins out of 2. You arrogant brat. The girl, provoked, yelled angrily, Look at that cunning little thing, Your Grace. In a certain room, I received a death threat. Cancian asked, How did she threaten you? Selena recounted. She said if I didn't have anything, I shouldn't put on airs or I would die. Calcian asked her, so you think she was going to kill you? Selena explained, in case of need, perhaps. It seems if she were stronger, she probably would have killed me already. It's just that I'm stronger. Calcian curiously continued, is the difference in strength between you and Fionn that significant? Selena immediately replied, of course. We grew up in different environments. Just look at our heights. I'm taller by a handspan. Think about it. My life is all weightlifting and performing stunts, while Fionn's is all about being a delicate, well-mannered lady. Calcian looked at her and said, but you both look petite. Selena awkwardly replied, petite? Well, compared to your grace, who wouldn't be? Anyway, the point is, even if Fionn is the culprit, I doubt she could have done alone. She must have ordered someone to do it. Calcian simply replied, perhaps. Selena, unfazed, continued, besides, it was terrifying. How could I know if someone was lurking in that maze-like garden? I seriously thought I was going to die. The white-haired man said, you've been through a lot. Selena instinctively looked up at him. She said, that's it? Just a simple inquiry? I almost died. Calcian said, puzzled. That's quite normal. What more do you want? Selena stood up. She said, what more could I want from your grace? Just prepare plenty of jewels for me. He replied, you don't have to worry about that. She agreed, right, certainly. If there's nothing else, I'll return to my room. She suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Calcian asked, what's wrong? Selena, still facing away from him, said, your grace. I just panicked and asked you to carry me back. It will be strange to go back to my own room to sleep now. He replied, that's true, isn't it? Selena, sweating profusely, slowly turned around. She said, so, we'll have to sleep together then. As soon as she finished speaking, Calcian froze. Meanwhile, outside, the moonlight bathed the castle, making it appear both romantic and eerie. The two suddenly fell into a tense silence. Then the servants arrived to help them prepare. I shall prepare for Lady Selena. As will I. The preparations for a perfect night's sleep began. The servants even thoughtfully bathed her. Selena thought to herself, I didn't expect there to be preparations like this. A servant prepared a rather revealing nightgown for her. Selena, embarrassed, refused. I'm not wearing that. The servant continued to persuade her. Why not? I went through so much trouble to bring this dress here. It's the ultimate battle dress from Lindbergh, designed to captivate his grace. Looking at the gossamer nightgown, Selena said, what kind of battle dress exposes all the vital points like that? The maid, still smiling, said, there's nothing to be ashamed of. With such a beautiful body, it's only right to show it off. The maid beside her chimed in, exactly. Don't hold back. Selena gently refused. Oh my, it's all right. Just give me some regular sleepwear. The maid said, oh, could it be that you're so confident you don't need a dress like this? That's right. Someone as beautiful as you makes us feel flushed just by walking past. She could only listen helplessly. Selena said, it's really just for sleeping. The maid replied with a bright smile, that's true, isn't it? You must sleep well in His Grace's arms. She thought to herself, these people interpret everything in that direction. Something feels off. All right, go ahead and think whatever you want. It's still better than sleeping alone and getting strangled by Fionn. Selena wondered aloud to the maids. Why are you all acting like it's the Duke's first time doing this? A maid replied, it is his first time. Selena exclaimed in shock. What, isn't it supposed to be like? Don't nobles live with like 3,000 concubines at the same time? The maid explained, there are cases like that, but the Duke is known for his austere and aloof personality, you know? He treats women like they're rocks. For someone like him to bring a lover back, it's a huge surprise for us, the staff. So we absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip by. This is a wonderful chance to produce an heir to the Duke of Lindbergh. So as your maid, I will do my utmost to assist you. First, please change into this dress. Selena yelled. I said no. Finally, she managed to grab a normal nightgown. Selena, suppressing her anger, muttered, oh my God, you're all so annoying. She wearily entered the room. I'm sorry. Am I late? Their minds were all in a strange place, so I had to fight them off over that indecent dress. Wait, what is this? What are you doing? Before her, Calcian was sprawled on the bed, which was covered in glittering rose petals. He held a glass of wine in his hand, looking incredibly seductive. Calcian said, even if it's just for one night, I have to be courteous to a lady, don't I? Selena, standing beside the bed, said, you don't mean that, do you? Calcian replied, going to bed and want to go to bed are two things I'm serious about. Selena pulled back the covers, preparing to get into bed. Thank goodness, I was thinking the same thing. That's the literal definition of sleep, right? Calcian replied, of course. She continued, I know, don't look at me like that. Do you think I've been brainwashed by the maids? He reminded her to stay still. Selena obediently replied yes. She got into bed, pulled up the covers, and blew out the candle. Although they were sharing a bed, they seemed very distant. Selena spoke up, Your Grace. Calcian, with his eyes closed, replied, what? She said, do you want me to sleep on the left or the right? He answered indifferently, it doesn't really matter which side you sleep on. Selena sat up. She said, then I'll sleep on the left. I have a habit of rolling over to the left in my sleep. Calcian said, go to sleep. Selena obediently lay back down. But after a moment of silence, Selena spoke up again, Your Grace. He responded, what is it now? Selena said, can I use another pillow? Calcian remained indifferent, as you wish. Selena reached behind her and grabbed another pillow. She didn't forget to say, thank you. I have a habit of hugging a pillow to sleep well. Calcian said, you slept soundly in the study without one. She quickly explained, well, I can usually fall asleep anywhere I lay down. Because of the nature of my work, I have to be able to sleep well anywhere. Calcian said, then go to sleep quickly. Selena said, I'm trying to, but I can't. How can anyone fall asleep when they're this tense? Calcian asked her, because you're sleeping next to the strongest duke in the north. Selena smiled and replied, wow, are you praising yourself? He said again, it's the truth. At that, Selena burst out laughing. Actually, I'm more nervous now than I was during my first shoot. Calcian wondered why. She hesitated, then replied, well, is it because it's my first time sharing a bed with a man? Calcian asked in surprise. Your first time? Selena burst out laughing at this. She even teased him. What was it you just said? You sound like a thug. Calcian immediately sat up. What? Selena, still laughing, replied, no, that's not what I meant. Calcian said, I spoke carelessly and was disrespectful. I apologize. Selena continued to smile. She replied, it's all right, don't worry about it. But it is true that this is my first time sharing a bed with a man. He said, whether it's true or not, I was still disrespectful. Selena waved her hand dismissively. I'm used to it anyway. A lot of people misunderstand. It's kind of the price I pay. Calcian asked, do you regret it? She replied, it's just a surge of emotions. I'll accept your sincere apology. Suddenly, Selena sat up. She said, but do you think I look like someone who sleeps with every man I meet? Calcian quickly explained, no, not at all. If I need to offer an explanation, it's because your acting is so convincing. Even though I know it's just acting, sometimes I feel truly captivated. Selena looked at him with gentle eyes. Then she lay back down and said with a touch of vanity, is that so? It seems I acted too well. I'm happy to receive such praise. She patted the mattress, gesturing for him to lie down. She said, I'll continue to do my best. I can't collapse before the final curtain. Calcian reminded her, you have to be careful. Then he lay down beside her. The room fell silent again. Suddenly, Selena spoke. Calcian beside her said, don't just say it. Selena said, I was just going to wish you good night. Calcian closed his eyes and said, all right. And so, the two of them lay side by side and slept. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight began to stream in. Selena stirred awake, murmuring. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide in disbelief. She thought, oh my goodness, this is why I should sleep on the left side. Selena was currently being held in Calcian's arms. He was still fast asleep while she was blushing crimson. Selena was flustered at, what do I do? I'm hugging Calcian, not a pillow, but hugging him like this feels nice. His body is so muscular. Snap out of it. Selena. She calmly thought of a way to roll out. Before Calcian wakes up, I have to roll out and then pretend like I don't know anything. Suddenly, Calcian chuckled. Selena looked up at him. Embarrassed, she thought, he noticed. Selena rolled away and pretended to still be asleep. But when she heard Calcian say, I knew you were awake, she immediately sat up without hesitation. Selena said sheepishly, that's why I said I should sleep on the left. Calcian chuckled, from now on, I'll remember that. After getting ready, the two went to the gate to wait for their guest. Selena whispered, I heard Lady Rosalyn is coming soon. This time, it's the young lady from the Theolon Marquise. Compared to Fian, how difficult is she? Calcian calmly replied, not any easier. We'll probably have to change our strategy. Selena continued, the young lady who made you work. The Duke personally welcoming me at the gate. You're making me nervous. There's no compensation for Fian at all. She's being completely ignored by you. Calcian continued, for any visitor, this is basic courtesy, but for Fian, it requires a bit more special treatment. Selena muttered, like a burden, huh? Suddenly, a sweet voice called out, Your Grace. Fine said cheerfully. Fine also came to welcome the guest. Hearing that, Selena muttered, "This girl really can't be from high society. A noble." Fine ran to hug Kanchan. "That you'll be with me this morning, right?" Kanchan's face darkened. "All right." Selena chuckled to herself. He must really hate her. The announcer's voice rang out. "Lady Rosalyn has arrived." Selena looked towards the carriage that had just stopped. Ta-da! There she is. Rosalyn stepped out of the carriage. She gave a friendly smile. "Your Grace, I apologize for arriving unannounced." Kanchan stepped forward to greet her. "It's been a while, my lady." Rosalyn replied cheerfully. "I was so eager that I came right away. Please forgive me." Fine said with annoyance, "Honestly, did you also leave immediately after hearing from me?" Rosalyn's smile faded at those words. She looked directly at Fine and said, "Lady Fine." She put on a hurt expression. "Your sudden departure surprised everyone." "Me too, especially Lady Helen. You didn't say a word and were absent from the tea party." But inwardly, she cursed. "You were absent from someone's party without a word? Were your manners eaten by a dog?" Selena watched the drama unfold from the side. Whoa, is this the veiled speech of high society? She's cornering her for not attending someone else's party. "It's only now that I get to enjoy the speaking techniques of the nobility." Fine is the straightforward type, so it seems easy to crush her. Fine ignored her words. "That we're not close enough to travel a long distance out of worry, are we?" Rosalyn smirked. "Lady Fine, of course, I'm not just worried about you. I'm also here on behalf of the nobles of the capital to offer condolences to His Grace." Although on the surface, both of them remained calm, inwardly, the two young ladies were giving each other the middle finger so hard their fingers might break. Selena was still enjoying the show from the sidelines. Top-tier backhanded skills. There's a limit to misunderstanding. Really? Is this really happening? Rosalyn maintained her composure. Perhaps Lady Fine doesn't know, but usually people can do two things at once. Fine retorted, "Someone like you would ruin both." Rosalyn smiled brightly. "How could that be? I'm not Lady Fine." Neither side yielded. Rosalyn spoke gently. "Well then, Your Grace, I've finished my greetings. May I come in?" Selena complained internally. "Oh my God. Look at her. Finished her greetings? Can't she see me? Are her eyes just for decoration? Can't she see I'm standing right next to Kanchan?" Fine retorted, "How impressive. Are you trying to say I can't compete with you?" Selena started leaning closer to Sin. In a wonder, Kanchan said, "We need to change strategies. First, I'll make you notice and be wary of me." Selena spoke up. "Shall we have breakfast now?" Selena smiled brightly. Rosalyn glared at her. Rosalyn snapped her fan shut and asked cheerfully, "Oh my, and who is this?" Kanchan replied calmly, "I picked her up." Selena thought to herself, here we go again with this question, and that Kanchan still isn't helping at all. Can't he say anything else? Selena cheerfully introduced herself. "I'm Selena. Pleased to meet you, Mississippi." Rosalyn replied, "Ah, Miss Selena. Forgive me. This is the first time I've heard your name. I don't believe I know which family you belong to." Selena inwardly complained. She's being so vague. She replied, "Is family so important? Shouldn't a person's character matter more?" Rosalyn's eyes turned cold. She turned back with a friendly smile and asked, "What's this all about?" "Before, you wouldn't even bother to pick up a dropped handkerchief for any other lady." Kanchan calmly stated, "She's more useful than the others." Rosalyn cheerfully replied, "Useful? A few years ago, you refused me in the same way when we discussed marriage. You said if marriage was as useful as a hunting dog, you'd have married 100 times. Selena frowned. "Useful as a hunting dog," she says. Rosalyn continued, "However, if you want to use it as a hunting dog, you have to train it a bit. Since it's not just any ordinary person's hunting dog, but the hunting dog of Duke Lebeau." Selena glared at Rosalyn. "Look at this woman's nasty way of talking. You've chosen the wrong opponent. With a year of experience in the entertainment industry, I'm more than familiar with these political games." Selena smiled brightly and took Kanchan's arm. "Such a beautiful dog shouldn't be trained for hunting. It should be kept from touching a single drop of water, and its beauty should be admired." Rosalyn smiled and muttered to herself, "Interesting." She tapped her fan against her hand and said with a smile, "Well then, shall we have breakfast now?" Kanchan replied, "Let's do that." Rosalyn said, "Oh no, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Miss Selena here." Selena said cheerfully, "Oh, is this a challenge?" She replied, "I'd like that. I feel like I've been a part of the Duke's world for a long time now." Kanchan agreed. "Let's decide on that then." "I'm busy." Fine said cheerfully, "Ah, it's just us then. Your Grace, I've had the servants prepare a few dishes, so let's have a cozy breakfast together." Kanchan declined. "I won't be having breakfast this morning." "Enjoy your breakfast, everyone. I'll see you at dinner." Fine called out, Your Grace. She paused, glanced back at Rosalyn, then yelled, Oh, this is so frustrating. I'm so annoyed. I was really looking forward to it since yesterday, and now I have to wait until dinner. Selena chuckled to herself. Look at the flowers falling from her head. How cute. Rosalyn approached, and Selena looked at her. Good, the obstacles are gone. Now it's just this sarcastic madam. I wonder what kind of attack she'll launch now that it's just the two of us. What's she going to do? Rosalyn kicked Selena. Selena thought, Ow, that hurt. Just now she... Rosalyn pressed Selena against the wall. Her voice was ice cold. How much do you want? Selena was taken aback. Hey. Rosalyn bluntly asked, How much do you want to leave the Duke alone? Selena was taken aback. What? This little? Is this your typical approach? Do I look like some tycoon you could just throw money at? However, an amount so large a commoner like you couldn't even fathom is mere pocket change to me. So name your price. How much do you want? Selena scowled. She looks down on me that much? Her manners have truly gone to the dogs. Well, I can't do anything but respond in kind. She was about to slap Selena, but Selena stopped her. She smiled. How much can you pay? Rosalyn was surprised. What? Selena repeated. Oh my, did you grow up so sheltered you don't know? In this kind of deal, you're supposed to name the price first. So, how much have you looked into it? Have you prepared about 100 times the value of this dress? Selena thought, this dress was custom made by the Duchess herself. It's practically a cultural artifact. No matter how rich she is, this isn't a price that's easily met. Rosalyn was furious. She said, Fine, have it your way. Selena was surprised. She accepted? No. I said I wanted to go back to my world. Go away, greedy thoughts. Rosalyn continued, Money or jewels? Which do you want? Take it and disappear immediately. Selena calmly replied, Oh my, is that all I get? It'd be a shame to back down now. Rosalyn was about to lose her composure. I thought you were just a pet, but you're a filthy gold digger. You're saying you need something more than money? Selena smiled out, of course. Human greed is bottomless, but this is really hard to find. I wonder if you can get it for me. Rosalyn pressed, Don't beat around the bush. Just say it. Selena put on a thoughtful expression. The Duke's heart. Selena spoke seriously. Oh, I look like I'm joking? What I need most is his love. You were the one who tried to settle this with money in the first place. Shouldn't you accept my terms now? Rosalyn sighed. I don't know where you crawled out from. The position of Duchess Lambert is one you could risk your life for. Someone like you died before. Are you so greedy you want to go to hell? Do you think you can be this greedy and survive? Selena thought she must be talking about Ariel. She calls me greedy, but she's also aiming for the Duke regardless of the danger. She's certainly not as foolish as Fionn. She believes she'll be safe. So the reason must be that she thinks she has enough power to protect herself, even from such danger. She's the murderer. In conclusion, Rosalyn is also a potential suspect. Selena gave up. I just shouldn't be greedy, right? I don't need things like money. What we need is the Duke's heart. Isn't that one the greedy one? All of it. She was serious. If you want, I can even give you more power than that. Selena was bewildered. I don't understand. What is her goal? Her objective was different from Fionn, who only desired Canchan's love. But she didn't seem to want money, status, or Canchan's love either. So why is she targeting Kanzian? Rosalyn turned away. I've warned you. If you don't value your life, then your death will be your own fault. Selena watched Rosalyn leave with a suspicious gaze. I don't understand. I really don't understand anymore. The morning passed by. While the welcoming feast appeared joyful and peaceful on the surface, the reality was quite different. Selena looked bewildered. I know how to eat, but how do I eat this? Selena ignored her confusion and picked up a piece of bread. Oh well, I don't need to follow table manners. Delicious. Fionn stared blankly as Selena ate. She glanced at Rosalyn, who gave a knowing nod. Fionn spoke up loudly. Oh ho, these table manners are quite interesting. Selena glared at her. Rosalyn sneered. Are those the table manners of some particular region? Or perhaps the eating habits of the wild beasts in northern Lambert? You know, the dense forest where one careless moment can get you torn to shreds. Selena retorted without missing a beat. Oh my, are there beasts that eat bread as their main course? I had no idea. Rosalyn smiled. I don't know what they eat, but if they don't eat like humans, they're no different from animals. Like Lady Fionn's little dog, Momo. He'd happily eat breadcrumbs off the floor. Fionn interjected, he's a cat. A maid chimed in, that's right, a little cat. Fionn spoke seriously. Although I adore my Momo, dining areas are different. If we ate together, I'd get sick, so it's impossible. I imagine it's quite a unique experience. Selina smiled and said, "Oh ho, I suppose Lady Rosalyn doesn't understand. If I were a beast, I don't think I'd eat breadcrumbs off the ground." Selina picked up a knife and stabbed it into a leg of meat on the table. The maid looked on in fear. Selina firmly gripped the knife and the meat and lifted it, declaring, "I'd gnaw on Lady Rosalyn's head. I have a taste for flesh, you see." Fionn was frightened that, "Oh my goodness." Selina said calmly, "Oh dear, Lady Fionn, don't worry. I wouldn't dream of eating that. I don't have a taste for bones." Selina chuckled inwardly. "Look at her cowering. How cute. There's no room for chihuahuas here. Just watch us big dogs fight, darling." Rosalyn calmly wiped her mouth with a napkin. "Honestly, you're all acting like a bunch of momos. I don't want this banquet disrupted like this." She then taunted Selina that it's not just Lady Selina's actions that resemble an animal, but her perspective as well, isn't it? Selina cheerfully replied, "That's why the Duke brought me here. Perhaps Lady Rosalyn should try it too. Maybe you'll get a little bit of his attention." Rosalyn fumed. "That insolent girl." She retorted, "I know the Duke likes a bit of wildness, but it's difficult for me to act that way. Titles are titles, and abandoning my status isn't easy." Hearing this, Selina thought, "So she doesn't want to be a dog like me? Thinks she's so high and mighty." Suddenly, Kanzian spoke up. "The Thailand family status is quite high, isn't it?" Selina was surprised. "What? The strongest one here is finally stepping in." Kanzian spoke seriously. "Didn't you all criticize Lindbert for lowering himself to the Thailand's level before? You thought our status was unworthy, so you coldly rejected Limbert's proposal, didn't you?" Rosalind's voice was tinged with sadness. "Although I was young at the time, refusing him was indeed a mistake. My father was blinded by greed and acted so rudely." Selina stifled a laugh, thinking they dared to reject Kanchan's proposal because they thought their status was insufficient. Rosalind's cornered now. This is getting exciting. With her apologizing like that, it's like I've already taken a bite out of her. Kanzian said calmly, "Well, it's good that you think that way now. Your ladyship status makes me uncomfortable as well. You're from the north, the type who enjoys sleeping on the ground with animals, living in harmony with nature, aren't you?" Selina was thrilled. A critical hit. He just demolished the wall Rosalind built by claiming she and he weren't compatible. Rosalind's voice dropped. If my words earlier offended you, then please fork." Before she could finish, Selina interrupted, "Oh my, you're a perfect match for the Duke. You'd be perfectly comfortable here, since you're also very close to nature and animals." Inwardly, she thought Big Cat Alliance assemble. "Take that, Rosalind." This is true street-style sarcasm. Kanzian chuckled. He said, "This is Limbert's actual status, and I have no intention of making it match the Thailand's." "What will you do, Lady Rosalyn?" Rosalind frowned. She sighed. "How could I possibly discuss the Duke's status? I didn't come here to argue with you about such things." Kanzian said, "Is there anything else besides this matter?" Rosalind waved her hand. "Although my primary reason was to see you, as I said this morning, I came here to relay the concerns of the other nobles in the capital." Seeing the pile of gifts on the table, Garion asked, What is this?" He looked bewildered at the items on the table. Rosalind replied, "These are letters from those in the capital who miss you. I was asked to deliver them. Will you diligently respond to each and every one?" Selina thought in surprise. For someone like Garion, who always finds interacting with people from the capital dreadful, to actually handle such a mountain of correspondence? This is practically even the king of the jungle would have a hard time surviving against a stampede of rhinos. Damn it, I thought I had the upper hand. I didn't expect her to have such a hidden card up her sleeve. We lost this round completely. Night fell, and Garion was still sitting there, answering each letter one by one and arranging them neatly. He leaned back in his chair, exhausted. "What time is it? And I'm not even halfway done." It seems like she included letters from ordinary families I've never even heard of. My eyes are getting tired. Suddenly, it became noisy outside. He grew curious. Why is it so loud out there? Is something happening outside the door? The servants outside seem to be teasing someone. Why are you all making so much noise? Wait a moment, I'll definitely come out. They giggled outside. His Grace must be tired. You should go and cheer him up. Isn't this a sweet gesture? We'll excuse ourselves then. Lady Selina, please do your best. Have a pleasant evening. Selina entered. "I apologize," she said. "Were we being too loud?" He replied, "What's all the commotion in the middle of the night?" Then he suddenly looked up and saw her. Selina asked shyly, "This is a bit awkward, isn't it? Please understand. The maids kept urging me." Well, it's to be expected. If they didn't do this when a lady comes to spend the night, they'd get nagged endlessly. You must have been pestered by the maids. I don't mind, so come and sit here. Selina replied cheerfully. All right. She thought, am I the only one who finds this embarrassing? Stop being shy and just finish today's task. She approached him, sitting beside Garion. She glanced at him and thought, this guy, he just said he didn't mind. He says he doesn't mind, but his ears are so red. They sat side by side, but neither spoke, the atmosphere between them growing increasingly awkward. Selina was about to lose it in this embarrassing atmosphere. She told herself, stop it, I need to steer the conversation back. Then, she broke the silence. I didn't expect you to go on the offensive today. You were so flustered with Fian, but you were so enthusiastic with Rosalyn. At this point, Garion's initial awkwardness subsided, and he replied softly, Rosalyn's subordinates are easy to deal with. Or rather, very easy. Selina then brought up another topic. Oh, what about the broken engagement? She asked. He replied, right, because my mother is very ambitious. She arranged for me to marry a noble from the central region to gain entry into high society. Although Lindbergh is from the outskirts, he's incredibly wealthy, so my mother thought he would be suitable for Thielen's beautiful and high-status daughter. She continued to question, but it seems they rejected you because you weren't of the same social standing. He immediately replied, exactly. Hearing this, she exclaimed in exasperation, wow, you still remember that and are getting revenge for it. He agreed with her assessment. I hold grudges. After Garion's remark, she pondered for a moment. Then she chuckled softly and said, I wonder, is it not that you hold grudges, but rather that you regret, you say? Calshin sounded almost furious at Selina's casual remark. What basis do you have to associate the word regret with me? Seeing Garion react so strongly, she wondered, what? Why are you getting so angry? After a moment of thought, she explained, because you said you held a grudge over the broken engagement, so I thought it might be that. You said she was well off and beautiful, didn't you? Still slightly irritated, he curtly replied, that was just my mother's assessment. Selina, curious, pressed further. Then what's your assessment? Garion then gave a rather vague description of Rosalyn. She's a scary, easily angered woman. Hearing this, Selina pictured Rosalyn's icy glare and thought, ah, I see. As if finding a kindred spirit, Selina joined Garion in disparaging Rosalyn. In no wonder, she always puts on that gentle, noble act. But when she threatens someone, she's really intense. Hearing this, he asked with a puzzled tone, threaten? You said threaten? What did she say? Selina recounted Rosalyn's offense. She asked how much it would take for me to leave you. Garion, intrigued, asked, and what did you say? She began to narrate the events to Garion calmly. I quoted her 100 times the price of the dress I was wearing. I didn't know the market value, but if I had the chance to go back, I should have demanded everything she owns, shouldn't I? Keep it up, Your Grace. Your Grace, why do you look so serious? His expression had stiffened. Garion stammered that her assets are equivalent to about 20 years of Lindbergh's national budget. As if struck by lightning, Selina thought, doesn't that mean I missed out on a huge fortune? No. I'm supposed to go back to my own world. Away with you, greed, she thought, composing herself, silently using reason to suppress her avarice. After this train of thought, a question popped into Selina's mind. Is the position of Duchess so valuable? Garion seemed to share her suspicion. Even if they were after all the mines, there was no reason to go that far, making it all the more suspicious, especially since Theolon was no less wealthy than Lindbergh. She then voiced her suspicion, and oh wonder she said something like this. She said she wanted the position of Duchess without any money or power. What could the real reason be? Selina, as if realizing something, glanced at the Duke beside her. Garion, noticing her unusual gaze, asked, what is it? Under his puzzled gaze, it seemed she had just realized the man before her was incredibly handsome, radiating an almost dazzling beauty. As if explaining her previous odd behavior, Selina ventured, is it because of your face? Garion, seemingly incredulous at the suggestion of his own attractiveness, retorted, how could that be? She then offered another possibility, giving Garion pause. Or could it be your physique? After a moment of silence, he confidently replied, that's a possibility. Selina chuckled at his self-assuredness. Goodness, you're so thick-skinned. Are you praising yourself? Garion grumbled, well, you brought it up. She laughed heartily and continued, you're quite aware of your own. Oh wait, what's that letter? It's unusually ornate. Following Selina's voice, he also noticed the letter. Found it. This is the most important one. She noticed the sender's name on the letter and read it aloud. What? Crown Prince Lurson. Hearing that, Kalshin caringly inquired about Selena. Can you read it? She cheerfully praised, yes. This translation bracelet is amazing. Then, she expressed some confusion about Garion's previous statement. But why is this the most important thing? It's about the royal family, and you're going to ignore it? Before she could finish, Selena saw Kalshin staring at her, so she reluctantly swallowed the rest of her sentence that I apologize. Hearing Selena's somewhat naive words, Kalshin seriously explained the situation to her. How can we disregard it? Lursen is aiming for the throne. As the most promising candidate for the throne, Lindbergh is both an eyesore and a desirable asset to him, so we must always be vigilant. Because Lindbergh is practically an autonomous region, the Crown Prince's influence doesn't reach far. Lindbergh's wealth and power are on par with a nation, so it's worth the effort, but as a vassal, I can't say anything, which is quite bothersome. She replied, if you do anything wrong, you'll definitely be caught immediately. Kalshin rubbed his head, unsure what to do, as if he'd found a kindred spirit to confide. I don't want to meet him, but all the noble families are invited to the 300th anniversary celebration of the nation's founding. It's unavoidable. Despite Selena's comforting words, he sighed. If you can't avoid it, just enjoy it, right? After all, to investigate the nobility, you need to go to the capital, so I think it's a good thing. That being said, I'm also quite worried. You have to act well to investigate smoothly, right? Is that what you want? Hearing this, Kalshin cleared his throat a few times. An idea seemed to pop into Selena's head, and she glanced at Kalshin. Suddenly, Selena stood up gracefully, and Kalshin instinctively noticed her movement. Then, she suddenly gave a triumphant smile and sat on Kalshin's lap, taking him completely by surprise. Selena began to act coquettishly, utilizing her acting skills. Your Grace, Selena wants to go to the capital. The Duke, seemingly unaccustomed to such close contact with women, broke out in a cold sweat. Kalshin stammered, why are you suddenly doing this? Ignoring his flustered expression, she continued to act spoiled. Selena wants to go to the capital. I want to go too. Take me with you. Kalshin, seemingly quite flustered, stammered, of course you have to come along. She persisted. Selena's actions became more daring as she touched Kalshin's chest and said in a Wai-Chi tone, don't say it like that. Selena doesn't like going along as if I'm some kind of bonus item. Say you want to go with me. He seemed to realize she was acting and said as if wanted her to stop. There's no one watching, so why? Selena, with a sulky and then indifferent tone, replied, that's because your acting is so bad. Selena stood up and began to scold Kalshin. Who could you possibly fool with acting like that? You should practice every day, honestly. With each of her words, Kalshin's face darkened, but he couldn't say anything, so he continued to listen to Selena's reprimand. Since you can't lie to save your life, I'm being whiny and demanding to go along so I could do the acting for you. Oh my, when will you stop being so flustered? Anyway, you have to remember about going to the capital together. I'm going to sleep now. Then, as if she were at home, she familiarly pulled the covers and got into Kalshin's bed, continuing to instruct, I'll sleep first. You finish your work and then go to sleep. See you tomorrow. Somewhere Selena couldn't see, Kalshin sat holding his face, thinking about what had just happened. It turned out that he'd been covering his face this whole time because it was now as red as a tomato. He muttered to himself, I'm going crazy. The next morning, when the maids informed her, Selena asked in surprise, Lady Rosalyn invited me for tea. The maids respectfully replied, yes, Mississippi. Selena seemed to be busy with something. She asked the maids around her, are there any other dresses in the other rooms I could wear? I can't wear the same dress as yesterday. One of the nearby maids answered, since there were no orders from His Grace the Duke, I haven't prepared any, Mississippi. Selena unconsciously said, is that so? Then tell her I can't go. The maid, surprised, hesitantly reminded Selena of an unspoken rule, but miss, as a rule, one cannot refuse an invitation from a higher-ranking family. Selena remained calm, sipping her tea. Even if I wanted to go, I can't. Didn't you hear? I said I don't have any other clothes. The maid began to speak with a slightly threatening tone. Even if that weren't the reason, miss, it's still in order. Then, another maid nervously reported Rosalyn's words to Selena, which caught her attention. Apparently, Rosalyn had said that even if Selena wore an old or shabby dress, she wouldn't consider it rude and would still welcome her. Selena set down her teacup and began to consider the situation. Rude? Is she saying I'm being rude? This girl. Selena kindly inquired further, if they can invite me, then they can't, right? You'll get scolded, won't you? The maid stammered, unable to form a proper response. Well, Seeing her discomfort, Selina didn't press further. Handing what she had just written to another maid, she said, "All right, I understand. I'll go. You may leave. I don't want you to get scolded, so I'll overlook this. Deliver this to the Duke." The maid, overjoyed that Selina agreed to go, said, "Thank you, Mississippi." Selina thought irritably, threatening even the servants. How nasty. If she's this bothered by me coming, I feel exactly the same way. Meanwhile, on the castle terrace, the sun was shining warmly. Selina's sudden appearance caught Rosalyn's attention. Rosalyn gasped, "And Miss Selina, you're here for tea?" Selina stopped and replied, "Well, you insisted I come even though I said I had no clothes." It turned out Rosalyn's surprise stemmed from Selina arriving in her nightclothes. Selina smiled brightly and continued, "This looks better than something shabby, doesn't it?" Rosalyn covered her mouth with her fan, her tone dripping with disdain. "Even so, this attire, there's a limit to how rude you can be." Selina shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't have anything else to wear, so what can I do?" Rosalyn continued irritably, "I said I wouldn't mind if you wore the dress from before." Selina noted her wording, thinking, "Look at her, dropping the word shabby." Then she sighed and delivered a critical blow, but that dress. His Grace the Duke tore it to shreds last night. She was speechless, unable to say anything more. Selina wore a triumphant expression, a slightly mocking thought crossing her mind. Her expression strange. "Go ahead and imagine all you want, girl." She didn't believe a word she said. "You definitely wore this here to show off to me, didn't you? You think your pathetic, obvious lies can fool me." Selina continued, saying things to irritate Rosalyn, regardless of whether she believed her or not. "Since coming here in tattered clothes wouldn't be very elegant, I dressed according to your low standards." Rosalyn gripped her fan tightly and replied, "All that's needed is common courtesy. What I care about is your inconsiderate behavior. I didn't expect you to be unable to understand such a simple concept. That was my oversight." Selina, not backing down, chuckled and continued, "You need to consider the other person when you care. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful." Neither of them would yield. Rosalyn thought to herself, truly a pauper, so poor she can't even afford to mend her clothes. Her voice, however, feigned friendliness. "Because of our current relationship, I'm not yet fully aware of Miss Selina's circumstances. In the future, I will pay attention to the state of your attire." How could she lose to her? Selina, smugly poking at Rosalyn's sore spot, said, "Of course you should. Even if official matters fall apart. Isn't it a bit strange that you know nothing about the girl the Duke personally brought back?" She continued with a sentence that caught Rosalyn's attention. "We'll be seeing each other often from now on, so please be mindful." Rosalyn, seeming to grasp something in that sentence, asked, "Seeing each other often? How could that be? I have a lot to do in the capital, so I'll only be here a short while before leaving. Seeing each other often will be difficult." Rosalyn scoffed internally. Look at her, just a commoner from the countryside, while I'm a noble from the capital. Selina, understanding the implication in her words, gently retorted, "I mean it just like you said. We'll meet in the capital. I'll be accompanying His Grace the Duke to the National Foundation Day celebration. Why wouldn't we meet? Have you withdrawn from noble society to live a life of leisure?" Rosalyn thought in surprise. "What?" she asked incredulously. "You're saying you're going to the capital with him?" Selina affirmed, "That's right. What about it? You'll have to take care of me then." I begged him to take me, and he agreed immediately. Rosalyn still couldn't believe it, stammering while Selina just smiled faintly. "I don't believe it. He abandoned his decorum and allowed you to accompany him." Selina giggled, delivering a line that was like a dagger to Rosalyn's heart. "He doesn't stand on ceremony with the woman he shares his bed with, our dear Duke." Rosalyn gritted her teeth in anger but couldn't do anything. Selina, with a startled expression, Rosalyn whipped around to look in the direction of the voice. Seeing that the newcomer was Calcian, she stammered, "Your Grace." Rosalyn was flustered, not knowing what to do, lost in chaotic thoughts. Why now? If he sees this, he'll think I'm bullying her. Selina must have told him I invited her to tea to humiliate her. Suddenly, her face was awash with tears, as if she, Selina, had suffered a great injustice. Rosalyn was flustered, speechless in the face of this situation. She thought, "She's crying? She's crying, so I don't have time to defend myself." Calcian, seeing Selina cry, rushed towards her, calling out, "Selina!" He embraced her, then took off his coat to wrap around her, the perfect image of a prince protecting his little princess. Outwardly, she appeared utterly Wei Chu, wronged/distressed, but inwardly, she desperately wanted to run over and taunt Rosalyn to death. She called out, "Your Grace." She thought, I knew this would happen, so I sent word to Calcian earlier. He gritted his teeth, as if incredibly angry. Calcian coldly called out to her, Rosalyn, as if knowing she had lost. Rosalyn didn't argue, but respectfully replied, Yes, your grace. In Rosalyn's eyes now was the image of the Duke speaking cold yet gentle words, protecting the woman he loved. This isn't the place to flaunt your noble authority. Rosalyn, unable to do anything, could only purse her lips in anger. Finally, she managed to say, I understand. Calcian was still holding Selena. Calcian thought angrily, It's thanks to Selena sending me a message that I caught this in the act. If I hadn't received prior notice, who knows what would have happened here, where I wouldn't have known. How dare these girls? Selena peeked at the situation. She thought happily, Good, the situation is in my favor. If it ends here, only Calcian will be remembered, so I have to do something more impressive. Here we go, she thought, seizing the moment, acting vaguely. Following that thought, Selena began to tremble and said, Your Grace, I'm so cold. I want to go inside. Please carry me. Seeing her incredibly realistic acting, he felt immense heartache. Calcian lifted her up and announced, The tea party is over. You're dismissed. He then coldly turned and walked away. In his arms, she thought triumphantly, Perfect victory. Should I add a final blow? A classic romantic scene. Then, she looked back at Rosalyn. Seeing Rosalyn's gloomy expression, as if she wanted to devour her alive, Selena raised her middle finger provocatively. She didn't even bother to look at Rosalyn for another moment before turning away. Haha, karma's a bitch. On the other side, having failed to achieve her goal, Rosalyn angrily clutched a corner of her dress, as if signaling that she was about to do something even more terrible. Her eyes glared at the two of them like sharp knives. Meanwhile, Selena was profusely praising Calcian's actions. You did great, absolutely brilliant. I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted. Selena touched Calcian's cheek while praising him lavishly. You came as soon as I called, you put Rosalyn in her place, and you've been holding me this whole time. Everything was perfect. I was really worried you wouldn't be perceptive at all. But after the performance, Calcian's demeanor changed instantly. He cut her off with cold words. Watch your words. I was worried when you were getting heated during the act, but you did well this time. He smiled gently. Then, he set her down and announced, Enough celebrating our victory. We have preparations to make, as I've already called the dressmaker. She replied in surprise, So soon? I only mentioned it this morning. He replied, Right, I told you to get ready as quickly as possible. You can't keep dressing like this. She looked at him with admiration. Oh, how thoughtful of you. He continued, his tone serious. There's something I wanted to talk to you about before that. She asked curiously, What is it? Calcian then sat down in the chair opposite her and began to inform Selena. Just like today, later, you'll have to face many other nobles, so we may have to deal with various types of people. Even though you're acting very well now, there will be times when you encounter someone beyond your current capabilities, and your weapons alone won't be enough. Therefore, I'll give you a new weapon. She asked inquisitively, What will you give me? Calcian, quite pleased with her reaction, smiled. He said concisely, Knowledge. There are 20 days left until we depart for the capital. During that time, you must become as proficient as possible in manners, communication, and basic knowledge. You will become a true noble. A surprise cry then rang out. Become a noble? Selena pushed herself back, looking at Calcian quizzically. Aren't I supposed to be following the concept of a rude commoner with no known origins? Why the sudden change in direction? Calcian replied calmly, I never said we'd stick with that concept until the end. If you want to infiltrate the nobility, you have to know how to use their secret language. She said softly, so that's what this is about. It's true. If I don't know how to use their secret language, even gathering information for gossip would be difficult, wouldn't it? Calcian continued, and more than that, I find it very irritating. Selena chuckled softly. Oh ho, is that so? You're concerned about Lindbergh's reputation, aren't you? Calcian replied, Lindbergh's reputation is certainly affected, but that's not why I'm doing this. I simply don't want to see you looked down upon by others anymore. Hearing this, Selena was momentarily stunned. She couldn't help but think dreamily, goodness, this person, he could be thoughtful too? That's why they say carrion. She glanced at him and clicked her tongue. Well, whatever. Expecting anything from Carrion is pointless. I'm just annoyed that I got swept up in his one-sided story. Despite her annoyance, she maintained a cheerful expression as she asked Calcian, Have you, Your Grace, learned this secret language of the upper class? Calcian replied, I don't need it, so I haven't learned it. Selena asked again, Is that so? She proposed, Let's learn it together. Calcian bluntly refused, I don't like it. It's too much trouble. Selena put her hands on her hips and lectured him. Don't ignore me. Up until now, a noble like your grace hasn't needed to learn that sort of thing for witty banter, right? But times have changed. You said I need to familiarize myself with the language of the nobles. We're entering enemy territory, so we need to be prepared for various situations, right? Then I can even send you signals using noble code, can't I? Selena's persistent murmuring made Calcian break out in a cold sweat. He could only obediently reply, I suppose so. Selena cleared her throat. We have to learn it together. Do you understand? Calcian gulped. All right. She glanced at him. Oof. Selena crossed her arms magnanimously and made another suggestion. But it seems your grace really dislikes this. So how about we do something more interesting? She stood up abruptly and pointed directly at him, her voice firm. Let's have a challenge. Calcian raised an eyebrow. A challenge? In his mind, a challenge meant a duel, a life-or-death wager. Selena, noticing his unusual look, quickly explained, oh no, not that kind of serious challenge. It's just to motivate our studies. Like getting a sticker for good work. Calcian asked, puzzled, what's a sticker for good work? Selena covered her mouth, chuckling, you've never received a sticker for good work? My goodness, what a bad student. Hearing her assessment, Calcian felt his temper flare. He glared at her. A bad student? How can that be? I'm the son of Duke Lenbird. Selena closed her eyes dismissively and shrugged. I'll have to see it to believe it. I used to be very good, always at the top of my class. So, later, show me you're a model student. Let's make a small wager. Calcian responded wearily. Oh dear, what kind of wager do you have in mind? Selena thought for a few seconds, then pointed and said, well, the loser has to grant the winner's wish once they've mastered the secret communication method. Calcian crossed his arms and smirked. Fine, there's nothing I can't do. It's not that difficult anyway. Haven't you made a proposal that's disadvantageous to yourself? Selena retorted, I'm confident in anything that requires diligence, your grace. Are you still so confident, even though you've never shown any intention of learning until now? I wonder who will end up with egg on their face. Calcian replied confidently, there's a big difference between someone who's lived and interacted with nobles for decades and you, who just arrived in this world a few days ago. Selena smiled faintly. We'll see when we compete. Sparks seemed to fly between them with just words and glances. Remember, we'll study together, and the loser has to grant the winner's wish. Outside the mansion, the sky was both sunny and rainy, creating a completely contrasting scene. Selena stretched and turned to Calcian. If you're done, I'll go rest for a bit before the tailor arrives. I sent for one this morning, so they'll probably arrive before dinner at the earliest, right? He turned to look at her. What are you talking about? I gave an urgent order. Suddenly, Selena heard a loud noise echoing from outside, and she wondered. What was that? A young man burst through the door, panting and covered in sweat. Who would dare not come quickly? He shouted, Greetings, your grace. He introduced himself between gasps. Huff, Taylor, Huff, Huff, Davin, reporting for duty. I greet you, Huff, your grace, Huff, the Duke, Huff. I Huff, heard, Huff, you needed me, Huff, urgently. Selena was so touched that tears streamed down her face. She thought to herself, he must have suffered greatly to keep his life because of the Duke's urgent order. Calcian ordered, start immediately. Davin replied seriously, as you command. He quickly regained his professional composure and pulled out a measuring tape. The tape measure quickly wrapped around Calcian. He was still bewildered. Davin read out a long list of measurements. Chest size so-and-so, waist size so-and-so, arm length so-and-so, leg length so-and-so. To protect Master Calcian's privacy, the specific measurements are confidential. Davin couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, you have a wonderful physique. Calcian paid little attention to Davin's flattery. His face darkened as he lowered his voice. What are you doing? Davin, still oblivious to Calcian's displeasure, replied with a smile, I'm taking your measurements, your grace. Before he could finish, Calcian grabbed Davin's face. Startled, Davin let out a yelp back. Calcian glared furiously at Davin, radiating anger. Didn't you hear? I ordered a dress, not a suit. Davin, now trembling, still managed to reply, the trend these days is gender neutral, your grace. Calcian threatened in a low voice, I'll chop your head off. Davin quickly responded, I apologize. Selena, standing nearby, thought to herself, good heavens, at this rate, someone's going to get killed. She chuckled, trying to mediate. All right, there's no need to get so upset, your grace. You're a magnanimous person. A little bit of craziness is what makes an artist, so why not see what he comes up with? As you said, you don't want me to wear this outfit forever, right? Calcian frowned, silently looking at Selena with a calculating gaze. He turned away and ordered Davin begin. Selina sighed, watching him. Davin quickly obeyed. Yes, yes, I understand, your grace. My lady, please change into the fitting garment so I can take your measurements. Davin covered his mouth, looking at her gratefully. Thank you, my lady. Suddenly, Kalshin's voice boomed. What did you say? Davin jumped, stammering, Hick, I apologize, your grace. Selina looked at him helplessly. Just relax. Inside the luxurious room, Selina closed her eyes and thought, even though I told the tailor to relax, I'm the one who's not relaxed at all. She looked at Kalshin, sitting in the distance, staring at her with eyes that seemed to be burning. How long does he plan to sit there and stare? Does he think he can fool me by bringing paperwork and pretending to work? Selina spoke, breaking the silence. Don't you have work to do in your study? You seem to have a lot of paperwork. Kalshin simply replied, She sighed inwardly. I'm telling you to leave for a bit. She smiled at him and said, I can handle the dress fitting on my own. Kalshin immediately replied, I might be able to help somehow. Selina couldn't help but feel irritated. You don't know anything about design. What are you talking about? A moment later, Davin's voice rang out. My lady, I've finished taking your measurements. Would you like to look at some dress samples now? Selina replied amiably. To uphold the honor of House Lambert, you must give it your all. Davin replied confidently, Of course, my lady. He placed his hand under his chin and said with utmost confidence, This Davin has 10 magic fingers, you see. I will make Lady Selina the most beautiful woman in Lambert. Selina laughed. You're certainly confident, but... She walked over and placed her hand on Kalshin's shoulder. The Duke said I look best wearing nothing at all. Kalshin was momentarily stunned, thinking, when did I say that? Selina smiled inwardly. This is payback for skipping your study and coming here to disrupt things. Davin cleared his throat, ahem. Excuse me, you two, aren't you hot? I promise I won't speak out of turn again. Oh dear, oh dear. Davin continued seriously. In that case, I will make the most beautiful dress, one that won't hide Lady Selina's beauty at all. By now, Kalshin was speechless. Selina, standing beside him, smiled and replied, Haha, your service is truly top-notch. Why are you in Lambert and not in the capital with skills like yours? Davin answered frankly, while the capital has its advantages, the number of orders can't compare to Lambert. Just making dresses for the Duchess alone. Selina said awkwardly, financially that's a wise choice. She smiled at Davin. So, let's see the design from the talented tailor who charmed the Duchess. It would be even better if it's a dress that's currently trending in the capital. Davin looked down at his sketch. The capital, you say? So, you'll be meeting high society. He presented his drawing to her. Then how about this design, miss? It's modern and sophisticated, perfectly suited to your image. Selina looked at the drawing with interest. Oh, it's beautiful. What do you think, your grace? He replied to her question. It's all right. Davin made a suggestion. If you're satisfied, I can make this design in 5 different colors. Selina was surprised. 5 colors? Even if the colors are different, wouldn't it be a bit odd to wear the same design repeatedly? Davin scratched his head and chuckled nervously. Well, that's what the Duchess does. Selina asked curiously, why? Does the Duchess like to dress in a series? Davin quickly explained, it's not like that. She just chooses the one that suits her mood best and discards the rest. Selina thought to herself, the bourgeoisie are truly insane. She closed her eyes, lost in thought. In this class-based society, do the nobles live so extravagantly? It's beyond imagination. No, this isn't even extravagance anymore. This is environmental pollution. In this hemisphere, people are suffering because of overflowing closets. Even if you have a lot of money, is it okay to do this? She stretched. Protect the earth and the environment, people. Davin was still awkwardly explaining. I thought you would do the same, or should I just make one dress with this design? Carrion spoke sternly. What are you saying? Are you looking down on Lambert? Davin quickly replied, Oh my, I didn't mean it like that, your grace. Carrion ordered, make it in 7 colors. Davin respectfully replied. He read out a list of colors for Selina to choose from. Yes, your grace. Red, yellow, orange, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, white, gold. How about 10 colors like these? Carrion replied, that's fine. Selina felt pressured listening to their conversation. She was startled and wanted to object. What do you mean? That's fine. She smiled gently at Davin. No, don't do that. I think each design suits a different color, don't you? Making so many would be mass production. Davin looked at her with admiration. Miss, I'm so grateful that you recognize the true value of my designs. She held up a finger and told him, so just make one. Carrion frowned and reminded her, Selena, that level of luxury is the basic standard for nobles. She frowned at him, covering her mouth and raising an eyebrow as she thought to herself, is there a way to handle this reasonably while still saving face for Carrion? Suddenly, an idea popped in her head. I've got it. She turned to Carrion. If you say so, then I'll be extravagant in a different way. Selena pointed and winked at him. I think this is a very aristocratic way, too. Carrion tilted his head, looking at Selena quizzically. An aristocratic way? What way is that? Selena closed her eyes, searching for a reason. She thought to herself, well, this is just a quick idea in case I need to improvise. I'm not sure about the techniques here, but let's just try it. Suddenly, an idea came to her. Selena pointed. Since ancient times, haven't nobles always worn haute couture, not mass-produced items? Don't make too many, just craft one piece, but pour all your heart and soul into it. For example, making a fabric unlike any other in the world, crushing small jewels and weaving them with thread. The threads are coated with gold and silver for the patterns on the fabric. A new idea for that kind of fabric. She scratched her head and laughed shyly. I guess that wouldn't work, would it? Davin called out to her. My lady. He looked at her with admiration. My lady, you're a genius. As expected, someone beautiful also knows how to create beauty. That way, the fabric could shimmer with many vibrant colors. Selena was dumbfounded. Really? Can I believe this? Davin approached her hesitantly. However, this work requires a lot of manpower. So the cost. Carrion crossed his arms and replied generously. I will spare no expense to invest. Davin said excitedly, Yes, your grace. Carrion ordered Davin. Lambert will provide you with the gold, silver, and jewels. In 20 days, I will depart for the capital. So from now until then, prepare 100 sets, all with different designs. Hearing this, Selena was stunned. She screamed internally. 100 sets in just 20 days? Is he trying to kill someone? Or is there some kind of factory system here that only I don't know about? Selena reached out to stop him. Hey, are you all right? If you're tired, just say something. She hadn't finished her sentence when Carrion waved his hand. At that moment, a servant came in from outside carrying a large bag. The bag was placed on the table, and the gold coins inside spilled out, sparkling brightly enough to blind anyone. Carrion calmly said, This is the down payment. Davin's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold coins, his mouth agape as if it were about to fall off. Davin winked and gave him a thumbs up. Enough, your grace. Selena was stunned for the second time. Oh yes, she thought frantically, crazy, this is crazy. Everyone in this region, from the nobles to the tailors, is crazy. In Carrion's study, a knock came from outside. Knock, knock. A voice called out, It's Janet, your grace. Carrion said, Come in. He sat at his desk, facing Janet, who had just entered. Carrion asked Janet. Today was Selena's first etiquette lesson, wasn't it? How'd it go? He looked at the silent Janet and thought to himself, that reaction probably means it wasn't good. Carrion frowned slightly. I was prepared for it to be difficult to adjust in such a short time, but surviving the ridicule of the nobility will be tough. He said gravely, Was it that bad? Was she truly awful? Before Carrion could finish, Janet spoke. She's a genius, your grace. Carrion was surprised. What? A genius? Janet affirmed confidently. I'm certain she's never had etiquette lessons before. She has no habits or basic knowledge, but she absorbed every word I taught her, even those complex and subtle etiquettes. Going back a few hours earlier. In the room, Selena sat upright with her arms crossed. She spoke to the person opposite her. Why are there only the two of us? Janet quickly replied. That's because I will be teaching Miss Selena all the basic knowledge and etiquette of the nobility. Selena looked at Janet. What about his grace? We agreed to study together. Janet explained. That will happen after Miss Selena's basic education is complete. Selena raised an eyebrow. Is that so? She thought, why does it have to be Janet? Even though she hasn't insulted me or made things difficult, still, Selena felt Janet's gaze on her. That gaze, I can sense her contempt for me through her eyes. She thought, why does it have to be Janet? Even though she hasn't insulted me or made things difficult, still, Selena felt Janet's gaze on her. That gaze. I could sense her looking down on me. Selena frowned, recalling Janet's gaze from their first meeting. She still hasn't let go of her animosity since that first day, has she? If I'm truly a candidate for Duchess, shouldn't she be slowly swallowing her pride? She raised her voice. I didn't expect you, Janet, to come as my etiquette instructor. Janet replied indifferently. It was His Grace's order. I was born the second daughter of Baron Merlin, so I have experience with the nobles in the capital. Janet looked at her sternly, her tone a clear admonition. After that, I took care of the late Duchess and participated in countless social gatherings. The etiquette I've acquired is sufficient to instruct you, Mississippi. Therefore, to avoid damaging the reputation of the Lindbergh ducal family, please do your best. Selena rested her chin on her hand, a secret smile playing on her lips. Well, compared to dismissing her outright, intimidation is better, isn't it? Even if she spent her whole life learning etiquette, she's bound to make mistakes. I just need to find those weaknesses and exploit them. But what if, despite my best efforts, I still can't learn? Selena asked. Janet maintained her tone that I will do my utmost to prevent that from happening. Selena pressed further, but what if it still doesn't work? Janet hesitated slightly, if that's the case. Her face hardened, her eyes turning sharp. I will do my best to handle it in my own way. Selena feigned worry, her mind racing. Do your best to handle it. What does that even mean? More rigorous lessons? A change in teaching methods? Or maybe she'll just abandon me like some forgotten bird or mouse. She lowered her head, chuckling softly. All right, I'll leave it to you then. She returned to her serious demeanor. This is exciting. It's been a while since I've felt this tense. I should enjoy it. Me, an actress who's lived dozens of lives I've never actually experienced. Etiquette like this is just like chewing gum. Janet quickly moved to the main topic. Then, I shall begin the lesson. From now on, I will show you each etiquette point one by one, repeating each 5 times. It seems you will have difficulty memorizing unfamiliar etiquette. Selena interrupted her. There's no need for that. She propped her chin on her hand, looking at Janet with a smile. You wouldn't want to waste both our time, would you? So, just show me everything I need to remember all at once. That will be enough. Janet spoke in an even tone, but her words couldn't hide her disdain. Normal noble etiquette isn't overly complicated. But even someone like me, raised from birth in a noble family, is not immune to making mistakes. As a commoner, Miss Selena, do you think you can memorize it all in just one go? Selena's expression remained unchanged, of course. If I wasn't confident, why would I say such a thing? Janet was momentarily speechless. She looked at Selena. Very well. Her face darkened, her voice threatening. However, if you cannot do it properly, you will pay a heavy price for wasting the head maid of Lindbergh's time. Selena replied brightly, as you wish. A while later, Janet furrowed her brow in astonishment. How could she be like this? I actually did, as she said, demonstrating 50 actions, all in one go. Is she really that brilliant? Selena held a glass in one hand and gracefully poured tea from a teapot held in the other. I asked this correct. Janet's expression shifted momentarily. She couldn't believe it. The posture, the breathing control, the angle of the forearm. Even the fingers exuded an air of refinement. Selena had even perfected the parts she hadn't been taught. Janet became flustered. There's nothing to correct. This is almost royal standard. Selena elegantly lifted her teacup, her gaze fixed on Janet. Well, Janet pursed her lips. Flawless, Janet exclaimed. Speaking of Selena, she's so perfect, even the gods couldn't say she's a commoner. She grasped such complicated etiquette after only one demonstration. Carrion crossed his arms. Is that so? Janet bowed her head slightly. That's why I have doubts about whether she has another identity. Carrion looked surprised at this, then quickly dismissed the thought. That's impossible. I can vouch for her identity. Carrion raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips as he thought to himself. She said she was good at everything related to the body, and it seems she really is. Carrion posed a question. So, do you think we'll have enough time to finish her training before we arrive in the capital? Janet answered seriously. I believe so, Your Grace, Carrion announced. Then I shall join the lessons starting tomorrow. Since I haven't properly learned noble etiquette myself, it wouldn't hurt to learn when the opportunity presents itself. Janet replied, Understood. I'll see you tomorrow, Your Grace. Carrion dismissed her. Very well, you are dismissed. Janet bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Grace. Carrion turned to look out the window. He stood and walked towards the window, looking down at Selena laughing and talking with the maids. He couldn't help but think, she mastered such complex etiquette in just a day. It's highly likely I'll lose this bet. A small smile curved his lips, tinged with anticipation. I wonder what her wish will be. By now, night had fallen. A maid's gentle voice rang out. "Welcome back, Miss Selena. You worked hard today. You just returned from Lady Janet's lesson, haven't you?" Selena quickly replied, has the rumor spread already?" The maid, holding a teacup, responded, "Yes, miss. Everyone is very interested in you." Selena smiled at this. "Ha, is that so? What are they saying?" The maid thought for a moment. "Nothing in particular, miss." Then she recounted the flowery compliments people were giving Selena. Things like, "Miss Selena is so beautiful. I understand why His Grace is captivated by her." Things like that, miss. Selena rested her chin on her hand, looking pleased. "Oh my, is that so? Thank you." Inwardly, however, Selena was thinking, so it's not just one or two servants who look down on me, huh? She looked at the maid before her, feigning friendliness, but suspicion lingered. This maid is a bit strange. Servants are usually cautious in their relationships. Flattering someone with unclear origins like me doesn't benefit her at all. Does she have some ulterior motive? I'll have to keep an eye on her. Selena sighed dramatically, confiding in the maid. "It's a relief that everyone likes me, but it seems Lady Janet doesn't quite trust me." The maid gasped, covering her mouth. "Oh dear, why is that?" Selena proceeded to mimic Janet's words and actions. "I won't let you off easily if you tarnish the Lindbert family name." She glared at me just like that. The maid giggled at this. "Oh, she does that to even you, Miss Selena? She's like this with maids every day. Janet complains about everything, always going on about reputation. I don't know how the late Duchess put up with having her around." Selena asked, "The late Duchess?" The maid crossed her arms and explained, "Even though the Duchess came from a noble family, in Janet's eyes, the late Duchess seemed to have many flaws. I heard Janet would follow the late Duchess around, nagging and even hitting her sometimes." Selena gasped. "Really? That bad? How much nagging could she have done?" Selena wondered. Many questions arose in her mind. Is it normal to treat a superior like that? It's strange. So, no one here escapes Janet's nagging. The maid thought of the cold Duke and said hesitantly, "No, there is one person. Compared to Janet, this person is even more frightening." Selena had already guessed who it was. Him. But the Duke wouldn't argue about pointless things like Janet, right? The maid strongly agreed. "That's right. If he managed things directly, it wouldn't have come to this." That's a secret." Selena chuckled in response. "Of course." She lifted her teacup and took a few sips. Meanwhile, Selena looked at the maid and thought, I wonder if she's doing this on purpose, or if it's in her nature to be so talkative. I can learn a lot from her. I need to keep her close. Selena made friendly conversation. "By the way, what's your name? Since we're the same age, I hope you'll help me out from now on." The maid clasped her hands together joyfully. "I'm Zuna. If you need anything, please let me know, even if it's just a chat." Selena smiled brightly. "Thank you. I feel reassured. If that's the case, could I ask you something else?" Zuna asked curiously. "What is it?" Selena hesitated, feigning shyness. "Well, don't think I'm strange, but it's a bit of a delicate matter." Zuna giggled. "Don't worry, just tell me." Selena got straight to the point. The other ladies say things like, being rude is death, being greedy is death, but who actually died? I hear it so often that it doesn't seem like an empty threat. I was thinking of asking someone, so I might as well ask you. Zuna looked worried. About that, she paused for a long moment. Then, anxiously, she said, "You mustn't tell anyone, not even Janet or the Duke." Selena nodded repeatedly. Okay. Zuna touched her chin thoughtfully. Actually, a month ago, the Duke's prospective fiancée passed away at the mansion in the capital. Selena asked in surprise, the Duke had a fiancée? Zuna waved her hand dismissively. No, not a fiancée, just a prospective one. It was a political marriage, not a love match. Don't worry, it's probably because she was cute that she was envied. Selena responded slowly. Did you see her yourself? Zuna said proudly. Of course, I was brought to the capital to take care of her. Selena continued to probe. I see. What was she like? Was she beautiful? Zuna replied. She wasn't exactly beautiful, just average looking, and she seemed gloomy, didn't speak much, and had a melancholic expression. Selena was surprised by this. She thought to herself, it's unbelievable how different people's assessments of the same person can be. One person said she was a modest and quiet girl. The other said the opposite, that she was gloomy and somber. Though the general idea is similar, the nuances are completely different. Selena probed a little. It seems like Juna doesn't like her very much. Juna anxiously replied, yes, I absolutely don't like her. Selena continued, why is that? Juna adopted a cautious air. Well, this is a really big secret. That girl from the capital is quite promiscuous. As snow drifted outside the castle, a conversation between Selena and Khan unfolded. Ugh, I'm here. Your Grace, you look exhausted. Don't even mention it. I've been busy working hard today, too. Khan sat on the sofa, reviewing documents. He paused to look at her. Are your lessons with Lady Janet that tiring? Selena sprawled dramatically, groaning. Oh, it's no joke. I even have to control my breathing. It's insane. If I do anything wrong, she looks at me like I'm some kind of insect. He calmly replied, is that so? Lady Janet actually praised you. Selena immediately sat up to retort. She praised me to you? Is she out of her mind? If I so much as roll my eyes the wrong way, she looks at me like I'm a pile of dung. Khan said indifferently, is it really that bad? She exclaimed indignantly, of course, I'm exaggerating a bit, but does she treat you, your Grace, the same way? He answered while looking at his documents. She wouldn't dare treat me that way. Lady Janet has never directly taught me. She stared at him, unconvinced, but it's not like other maids have these etiquette lessons. Even so, does she act like a cat chasing a mouse? Would she even behave that way towards the late Duchess? Khan looked at her seriously. Toward my mother, too? She recounted everything honestly. Yes, I talked to Junera today to get some information. She said Lady Janet constantly follows people around and interferes with everything. She frequently asserts her authority. TSK, how dare you disobey me? I even heard she hit someone. He didn't seem too concerned, downplaying the situation. Isn't she just offering advice on proper conduct? The loyal head maid of the Lambert family is entitled to do that. She crossed her arms thoughtfully. I suppose you could see it that way, but I think differently. Khan turned to her curiously. What do you mean? Selena pondered for a moment. She looked at him and spoke at length. Don't forget that according to the contract, I have to return to my world. And listen carefully. Looking back at everything I've experienced so far, I think we should follow the original terms of the contract. I mean about Ariel. What if she actually committed suicide? I'm sorry to bring this up now, but I need to be certain. If we break the contract, your Grace's pride will be hurt. But if we don't, I won't be able to return to my world. He considered for a moment before replying, all right, I understand what you're saying. So, why do you think she wasn't murdered? Selena voiced her deduction. I believe enemies aren't necessarily only external. Khan grasped the main point. Are you suggesting that due to the excessive threats from Lady Janet and those around her, the Baron's daughter took her own life? She replied, yes. Khan, I'd like to delve deeper into this. Could you elaborate? Selena looked at him and thought to herself, thank goodness. He's not angry, even if it's Lady Janet. If she's no longer useful, he'll probably dismiss her. He'll do the same to me, won't he? It's heartbreaking. I want to go back quickly. Anxious, she fidgeted with the tip of her shoe. First, let's organize everything from the beginning. If she decided to commit suicide, but it was due to being pressured with no other way out, could that be considered murder? Khan remained silent. She watched him tap his fingers thoughtfully, sympathizing inwardly. He must be struggling. If he says no, the culprit disappears. On the other hand, if he says yes, he has to directly retaliate against someone who didn't physically commit the act. It's a dilemma. As a duke, if he selfishly seeks revenge against another family just for reputation, it could lead to war. Khan stopped tapping his fingers. He looked at her and said, I consider it murder. She breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's good. Then, naturally, I'll choose those who bullied her to the point of abandoning her position as Duchess and dying as the culprits. He crossed his arms and replied, and one of them is Lady Janet, correct? Selena raised a hand, analyzing, yes, and the second are the maids who served her in the capital. Lady Janet said she would deal with her if she harmed the Lambert reputation. The maids gossiped terribly behind her back. At first glance, neither seems particularly significant. She looked at him and argued. From the Duke's perspective, that's true, because you've never lived paying attention like Iroh did. He asked, puzzled, paying attention. Selena continued with a series of questions. Yes, paying attention. Does the Duke waver when judged by others? No. If people say you're unlikable, do you feel inconvenienced? No. What if someone calls you rude and greedy and threatens to kick you out of Lambert? Nothing. She concluded, that's the difference. Because you have power, you don't need to care, but what about me or Iroh? Khan questioned, but the Deer and Baron family also has such power. She immediately refuted, that's just what you think. From Iroh's perspective, she was constantly living under threat. Even the smallest scandal could get her dismissed instantly. Selena's words made him fall into deep thought. Feeling Iroh's pain, she spoke indignantly on her behalf. If dismissed, what about the Baron family's reputation? She would believe she shattered her family's name. When people face ostracization, they all think that way. She thought of her original world, how someone's words had labeled her as promiscuous. They always whispered behind her back. See, Eugenia went drinking alone with that director before. She remembered the hurt, thinking, I said it wasn't true. That baseless rumor had ruined her career. Business partners canceled contracts because of false rumors. Selena has damaged the image of the production. She should be grateful we haven't made her compensate for the damages. Jinho was extremely distraught at the time. What? Everything is messed up because of things that aren't even my fault. If it keeps happening, it'll drive a person crazy. Just when I want to give up on everything, someone reached out to me. But what could Iroh do? She was controlled by bad people and couldn't speak up. Is there really no one trustworthy in this place? Selena angrily pursed her lips. Khan silently watched her reaction for a long time. He began to speak. What kind of words could possibly make her want to die that much? She hugged her knees, lost in thought. I don't know, because we're not Iroh. The important thing is that she felt threatened when they said she would be fired. Khan replied, no matter what rumors there are, I don't care. The deal with Baron Deern is very simple. I give them money, they provide me with a duchess as if she never existed. Selena gently analyzed, then it's not difficult. What would happen if she did have a sense of existence? She pondered, for example, remembering the information Juna mentioned. That girl in the capital is quite promiscuous. Selena looked at him and concluded, like she's so promiscuous that in the capital, there isn't a man she hasn't flirted with, for example. Khan was silent for a long time. He slowly said, so what? What's the problem? Everyone lives like that. 1 or 2 scandals for the Duchess of Lambert. What does it matter? Selena felt a headache coming on. I've said it many times, the Duke can be like that. She said heavily, but because of someone's words, she isn't welcomed by anyone. The servants whispering behind Iroh's back. Society's slander against her, facing oppression everywhere she goes. The end result is being kicked out, even her own family abandoning her. The circumstances were extremely similar between her and Iroh. Selena stood up, overwhelmed with emotion, and shouted, without a place to belong, it's absolutely possible she thought she'd be better off dead. After calming down, she stood before Khan. He was very surprised by her outburst. Selena, aware of her impropriety, bowed her head. I apologize. Thinking back, I got a little carried away. She thought to herself, I'm being too emotional. I need to calm down. Suddenly, a hand lightly touched her shoulder. He stood up and grasped Selena's shoulder, surprising her. Your Grace. Khan softly reassured her, even if rumors spread, whether they're true or false, I won't pay attention to them. She blushed as he continued. It's the same with you. So no matter what anyone says, don't lose your confidence. Unless you run away first, I won't break the contract. Remember that. Khan looked at her and assured her, I won't abandon you. Selena was still dazed. Yes. Suddenly, he thought for a moment. Whoosh. Khan slowly released his hand. However, standing opposite her, he proposed, while you're under contract with me, you can't have scandals with any other men. On an energetic morning, Rosalyn and Fionn said their goodbyes. Well, I'll see you in the capital, Your Grace. Duke, I'll see you in the capital. Fionn was overjoyed, clasping her hands and exclaiming. To be seen off by the Duke himself, Fionn was very grateful for Khan's kindness. She was so moved that she started to cry as she spoke. Khan responded curtly, saying it was just a coincidence that they met while strolling. Junera whispered into Selena's ear. Since she heard Lady Selena was also coming to the capital, she probably left early to prepare, spreading rumors, preparing jewelry, and such. Selena replied with a feigned sadness. Well, I'll have to work hard too then. Selena said goodbye. Safe travels, Lady Fionn. Fionn didn't reply, ignoring her and turning away. Selena chuckled inwardly. How cute. Selena also gave a friendly farewell to Rosalyn. Safe travels, Lady Rosalyn. See you in the capital. Rosalyn glanced at her for a moment, then slowly replied, if that happens. Then she lowered the carriage curtain and ordered her servant, let's go. The two of them watched the carriage slowly move away. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Selena thought about Rosalyn's words and gulped nervously. She said, if that happens, is that a threat to eliminate me before I reach the capital? She clung tightly to Kalshin's arm. Teasingly, she said, "Oh, how scary. From today onwards, I'll have to stick to you even more." Calcian responded wearily, "Yes." Outside the room, a voice rang out, "Finally studying together." I felt so lonely studying alone before. Lady Janet, Selena, and Calcian were sitting together. Lady Janet spoke up, "There aren't many things your grace needs to master. If you want to know, I will focus on the easier things." Selena, sitting opposite them, quipped, what a difference in attitude." Lady Janet began to reprimand her. "I've told you, miss, that even when you have a complaint, you must show others that you are speaking politely." Selena retorted provocatively, "This isn't a real situation, so why are you being so rigid? I'd actually do better in a real-life scenario. I was so bored in class before, but I pretended not to know anything." Lady Janet wasn't about to back down. "Even if it's not a real situation, you must pay attention and make a habit." Suddenly, she stopped and looked anxiously at Calcian. She bowed her head and said, "Your Grace." He replied in disbelief, "You're stricter than I thought." Lady Janet searched for an excuse. "The etiquette for a lady and the etiquette you need to know are different, so I can't help it, Your Grace." He asked why. She struggled to cover up, "Well, that's inherently." Selena thought to herself, "Inherently what? Isn't it that you don't know the reason either, yet you go on and on about it? It's beyond words." She suddenly spoke up, "Now then, Lady Janet." Selena rested her chin on her hand and said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you that I don't care about the position of Duchess?" Lady Janet responded anxiously, "Pardon?" Selena continued, "I said I don't care about that. I don't intend to live here for the rest of my life. I'm just living like this until I return, so you only need to be moderately concerned." She laughed freely. "There's no need to mold me into a duchess. I don't know if you do this with others, but even if nobles maintain their image, they can make mistakes like ordinary people. They can forget things, and they can get overloaded from learning too much. If all of those things are criticized, how can they breathe freely?" Calcian mused, "So that's how it feels, the mounting pressure. Since she's right in front of me, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg." He sighed and said, "Just teach me enough so I don't severely damage the Lambert name." Lady Janet readily agreed, "Understood." Selena inwardly scoffed. Look at her, obeying Calcian without question. "What's the reason? Is it because I'm a woman?" He suggested. "I heard Selena learns quickly, as I've also learned by observing others since I was young. So, even without being too strict, it should end quickly." She replied, "Yes, Your Grace." From the moment sunlight streamed into the room until nightfall, Selena burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. What do you mean end quickly? Your Grace is wrong again." She pointed at Calcian, still laughing. "Even after hours of lessons, when I signaled a meeting on the rooftop, you replied with a challenge to a duel? Where do you get the confidence to accept such a wager?" Lady Janet sighed and told her to be serious. "Miss Selena, please behave yourself." Calcian, embarrassed by her teasing, broke out in a sweat. "The one Lady Janet needs to discipline is you." "Ha ha ha." He wearily rubbed his forehead. "This is difficult. You're saying everyone has to master this." She respectfully replied, "Of course, for ladies. Among men, there are occasionally those who haven't mastered it." Calcian asked, bewildered, "So, if that's the case, those people must have freely mocked me behind my back, right?" He imagined a group of noble women huddled together, laughing at him. Words he couldn't utter, words that would cost him his head if spoken aloud. "Fortunately, you know now, Your Grace," Lady Janet replied frankly. Selena joked, "What a pity. No more chances to tease Duke Lambert. I guess I can only do this." She suddenly grabbed his hand and flicked his pinky finger. "Pooh, Duke, you're a dummy." Calcian frowned and retorted, "I know that one now." She cheerfully asked, "Oh, really? What about this?" She rapidly wiggled her fingers. "We choose a room." He grimaced, thinking for a moment. The two of them rapidly signed to each other. "There are many rooms. Choose whichever satisfies you." Not satisfies, but comfortable. Choose whichever room is comfortable. Just one person? Then it's lonely. Then exercise to be less lonely. Exercise in bed. "Miss Selena," she quickly retorted, "What? Among the nobility, this sort of thing could be a secret, right? I'm teaching the Duke as an expert." He sighed in defeat. "The wager, you win." Calcian, exasperated, said, "I'll listen to your request. So can you stop?" Selena replied innocently, "Of course you have to listen to my wishes. If you don't learn more, how will you understand when I send tactical signals?" She continued to nimbly sign, the woman in the red dress, glaring in that direction. Calcian haltingly translated, woman wearing dress red, in that direction, looks like a banana tree. As he spoke, he imagined a terrifying octopus-like ghost. She yelled in frustration, that's not what I meant. He covered his face in misery. Ha. Can't you do this on your own? Selena quickly persuaded him. Don't say that. If you don't come with me and solidify my position, how can I infiltrate the nobility? Calcian sighed, too. You're not hesitating at all to push me. I know you hate to death, but you have to practice. Here, look, he urged as they continued practicing the hand movements that don't look at anyone else. Just look at me. All right. You're lying. Let me prove it to you. Not prove it, but show you. Let me show you. Ow! Selena asked. Her attention caught as Calcian suddenly stood up. He extended his hand, using his handsome face to persuade her. With my body, Selena blushed, staring blankly at him, while Lady Janet beside them was completely lost. He turned to Lady Janet. Lady Janet, the etiquette lesson is over. Can we start the dance lesson? I'm quite confident in this. Selena blushed, touched, and silently praised him. Oh my, so assertive. Why is he suddenly so proactive? Calcian extended his hand to help her up. Have you learned to dance? Selena slowly stood up. I know a little pop. He lifted his chin proudly. Then this time, it's my turn to teach you. They stood facing each other, and he gently bowed politely. If you were escorted to the middle of the hall like this, you must greet each other first. Selena nervously held her skirt. The beautiful woman grasped both sides of her dress and curtsied. Like this? He gently replied, that's right. Calcian took her hand. He gently placed a kiss on Selena's hand, then looked at her with deep affection. Seeing this, Selena was extremely shy, her face turning bright red. Mortified, she silently battled her inner thoughts. Why is he suddenly so incredibly handsome? Oh my, this room is hot. Stop thinking. If I keep this up, he'll know I'm embarrassed. Does he realize it already? He smiled, watching her reactions as she thought to herself. He realizes it. I get teased so much, but I'm still not immune. Please don't say anything and just let it go. Let it go. Flustered, Selena spoke. What should I do next? Calcian silently tried to suppress his laughter. Ahem. He thoughtfully took her hand and guided her step by step. The basic steps are like this. You don't have to memorize the pattern, just follow the lead of the man. Selena sighed in relief. Phew, he let it go. Thank goodness. She softly replied, yes, like this. They moved slightly, and Calcian said, let's try it again. He put his hand around Selena's small waist. His hand gently lifted hers. Together, they took the first steps of a dance. Suddenly, Calcian asked in confusion, aren't you moving? Selena responded blankly, oh, yes, of course. Calcian said nothing but took small steps, trying to lead her. Selena followed his body, gently turning and moving. In a luxurious room, she couldn't help but admire him. He's so handsome. Big eyes, high nose, even his forehead is high, and his eye color is beautiful and clear too. And of course, she only thought to herself, oh no, what am I thinking? I've been looking at him for too long. Get a grip, Selena. First, change the subject. She stammered, so, I'll tell you my wish. He softly hummed in agreement. Selena honestly said, actually, it's nothing too serious. I want to call you by a nickname. We're in a relationship, so being a little more affectionate is... Calcian naturally indulged her. Before Selena could finish, he interjected, as you wish. Selena seemed not to have considered him agreeing. Surprised, she said, huh? Really? Calcian reiterated, yes. She asked, bewildered, you don't care what I call you? Even super cute name is okay? Caxion? That's okay too. Calcian was speechless at this, but having started down this path, he had to continue. He reluctantly replied, since it's your wish, I'll accept it. He thought to himself, hesitate? I already promised. How can I hesitate? Seeing this, Selena inwardly celebrated that he kept his promise to me. Even if he does it reluctantly, no one would dare say anything. Unexpectedly, the more I get to know him, the more puzzling he becomes. I thought all men were the same. Upright instead of rude, polite instead of cowardly, and incredibly careful with his behavior toward the woman he doesn't know. He's better than I thought. After dancing for a while, Calcian suddenly stopped. The two unconsciously looked at each other for a long moment, slowly moving closer. At this moment, Selena suddenly asked, so we're done, right? Calcian was startled. Oh, right. She stretched comfortably. To his surprise, that we did well, even without music. Your Grace is a surprisingly good dancer. So it was fun. He paused, then asked, you said it was fun? Selena replied casually, yes, why? Don't people find it fun? Oh, I guess it's just me then. Seeing her smile as bright as the sun, Kalshin's body felt cold, as if he had fallen into an icy pit. Dark memories returned. A cold woman's voice said to him, "So you dance like him too?" Well, like a wooden doll. It's not fun at all. But then her image overwhelmed the darkness. I guess it's just me then. Selena, seeing his long silence, called out, "Your Grace?" Kalshin startled. Huh? She cheerfully asked, "What do you think of me? I dance pretty well, right?" But now, all he could see was her smile and a myriad of questions. I guess it's just me then. He held his head in his hands, frustrated. What's wrong with me? I'm not thinking straight anymore. Selena still insisted on feedback. She asked again, did I not dance well? What do you think, Lady Janet? I've never heard anyone say I dance badly. Lady Janet chimed in, yes, miss, you did very well. Meanwhile, Kalshin felt even more troubled. Yes, this is just because Selena is good at everything. It's just me who finds it strange because she learned and danced in one go and was already proficient. He turned and left dejectedly. Today's lesson ends here. I'll go inside and rest. Selena waved cheerfully. Good work, Your Grace. Janet bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Grace. Please take your leave. Before he left, Selena teased him with a bright smile. It was fun today, Caxion. Caxion turned back, stunned, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifting into a small smile. He murmured, yes, you did well too. A few days later, warm sunlight gently shone through the window. Selena folded her arms, looking around. Good, she thought. The etiquette lessons for dealing with the nobility are over, and I've finished all my shopping. Devine actually managed to make 100 dresses in 20 days and deliver them. She muttered, I guess I'm just as inhumane as the lord of this region. Despite the ups and downs, the preparations are finally complete. Tomorrow is the day we leave for the capital. Selena exclaimed, but before I go, there's still something I need to take care of today. She called out, Juna. The maid replied, yes, my lady. You called for me. Selena smiled apologetically. Packing my luggage must have been hard on you. There's so many jewels and dresses. But the maid cheerfully replied, oh no, my lady. This is my duty. You must be stressed about going to the capital, so let me make you some tea. Selena agreed, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Juna turned to go and prepare the tea, while Selena watched her carefully. Selena thought to herself, indeed, Juna, her skills in subtly getting close are not ordinary at all. We haven't known each other long, but she's acting unusually familiar, taking the initiative with all the chores as if she's become my manager. The maid returned with the tea. Selena smiled warmly. Thank you. But inwardly, she analyzed, Juna is also one of the maids accompanying Iroh to the capital, right? Perhaps she was also close to Iroh, just like she's trying to be with me now. Even though Iroh is a noble, she's from a minor family that needs financial support, so she couldn't have been comfortable in the castle of the Northern Duke, Cancian. In a situation where Cancian, my future husband, ignored her and Lady Janet nitpicked at everything she did, what would it be like to have a maid by her side in such a mentally oppressive environment? Iroh must have shared everything with that maid. Yet, later, she spoke so bitterly about Iroh. Indeed, Juna is also a suspicious individual indirectly involved in Iroh's death. Even if there are things she didn't do directly to cause Iroh's death, there's a high possibility she contributed to it without even knowing. But outwardly, she asked the maid, Juna, are the arrangements for the servants finalized? Juna honestly replied, no, I haven't heard anything about that. Lady Janet is in charge of the servant arrangements. Selena feigned surprise. Oh, really? You said you went before. Juna replied, that was because Lady Iroh made special arrangements. Taking a sip of tea, Selena analyzed the maid's answer. Juna isn't on the list to go to the capital. This at least shows she's not one of Lady Janet's subordinates. But first, I need to get Juna to the capital. Even if I can't tail her, I can still use her for other things. Thinking this, Selena excitedly suggested, I'll ask Lady Janet. Will you come with me? Juna looked pleased. Really? Thank you. I'm so excited. Selena responded enthusiastically. Me too. Let's go to the capital together. Juna smiled brightly. Then I'll go pack my things. Selena gave permission for the maid to leave. All right. She laughed inwardly to ha ha ha. Once we're there, you'll definitely do the things you've done before. If you betray me, it seems I'll catch a big lead. Night fell, and Selena slowly walked to the window. She stood silently, gazing at the quiet night scene outside. Finally, tomorrow, we depart for the battlefield. The next morning, A line of carriages followed one another. The rhythmic clopping of hooves echoed from outside. Inside the carriage, Selena and Cancian sat facing each other, but neither spoke a word. Selena propped her chin on her hand and stared out the window. So boring, she thought. Hours have passed, and the scenery hasn't changed a bit. And Cancian isn't one to start a conversation. It's like I'm traveling alone. This is so tedious. Cancian closed his eyes, the sunlight illuminating his handsome face. The rustle of turning pages broke the silence. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Selena spoke first. Your Grace, what are you reading? Cancian replied, statistics and analytical research on the current state of overpopulation in urban areas and policies for population distribution to local areas. He offered nothing more and looked at another document. Selena awkwardly responded, oh, I see. Silence descended again, punctuated only by the rustling of paper. When he turned another page, she asked, and now what's that? Cancian curtly replied, a research report on minimizing heat loss in the hot spring water pipe system. Selena could only say, oh, I see. After a moment, she managed another question. What kind of research is that about? This time, he looked up at her and asked, are you curious? Seeing him finally engage in conversation, her eyes sparkled. Yes, extremely curious. If I weren't so stiff right now, I'd be curious about how many hairs you have on your head. Cancian looked at her, a pause hanging in the air. I can't help you with that, but it's strange. You're curious about research reports? Selena said enthusiastically. So what is it about? He pointed to a spot on the map, right? And in the upper territory, the Sadak Mountain Range cuts across, and it's the land of magical beasts where humans can't go. It's close to where we found you. Selena, remembering the frightening experience where the most dangerous being was him, slowly replied, there are a lot of dangerous magical beasts there, right? Cancian pointed to another spot. The only place where humans can live is below that mountain range. Among them, the best land to live on is the Silenka region in the north because it has a hot spring flowing through it. Selena understood so that's why it's still warm here in winter. He explained calmly, beneath all of that area in Silenka, there's a hot water pipe system, and the hot water is piped to every house. She teased, so the capital is like a giant boiler? Is it even habitable? He repeated, confused, a boiler. Cancian looked back down at his documents. That's how it is where we live. Anyway, up until now, we've lived well, and the population is increasing. Silenka's borders are also expanding, so we need policies to ensure the water maintains its temperature even when piped far away. Selena understood. It's like running a country. Cancian corrected her slightly. It's similar to a country, but the central government doesn't have complete control. She asked in surprise, hey, what about tariffs? He patiently replied, Lemberg is a special territory of the kingdom, so it's tax exempt. She continued, if it's that big, why don't you just become an independent country? Cancian countered, however, there are many other issues. The military is also divided. And also, seeing him hesitate, she prompted, and the Duke replied, another hassle. Selena choked back a laugh before responding, well, for you, Your Grace, it might be. Didn't any of the previous dukes work diligently? Cancian sighed. Among all the dukes, I'm recognized as the most hardworking. Selena, exasperated, thought so. This arrogance is hereditary, huh? I wish it had been diluted a bit. Cancian continued, even once a year is a hassle now. If we become a nation, there will be so much more work. And before the crown prince was appointed, there weren't these kinds of bothersome matters. Selena asked, puzzled, why does the crown prince cause such a fuss every year? He thought for a moment, then replied, it's because Crown Prince Larson feels insecure about his position. Every year, on this occasion, he tries to rally the nobles to his side. Selena could only exclaim, oh, while inwardly judging, so there's palace intrigue going on here too? Selena exclaimed, what a pain. He must really covet Your Grace's power. Cancian responded casually, as long as the sky doesn't fall and I don't lose my influence, he can keep attacking. We'll just keep thwarting him. Suddenly, Selena realized something. Wait a minute, now that I think about it, from the Crown Prince's perspective, Cancian dying would be better than Cancian losing influence. No siblings, no heir. If Cancian dies, he'd gain a huge territory and fortune. Could it be that he killed your fiancée to prevent you from having an heir, and is now taking steps to do the same to you? If that's true, aren't we walking right into a lion's den? Selena voiced her suspicion. Could the crown prince also be a suspect? The Duke tacitly agreed. Even if he didn't directly do it, I doubt he's completely uninvolved. Selena thought, pursing her lips. Looks like Kanchan isn't just clashing with the nobility, but with the political world. I wish it were just a misunderstanding, but it doesn't seem like it is. Selena sighed. Well, I guess we need to renegotiate my fee again. He readily agreed. All right, whatever you want. After talking for a while, they passed through the forest and buildings came into view. At a tall building, their carriage stopped, and someone came out to greet them. Your Grace, we've arrived at Damphio. Kanchan called out from inside. Yes, wait a moment. But then a series of loud noises came from within the carriage. A thud, a crash, a bang. Then silence. The person outside, confused, called out hesitantly, Your Grace. A startled cry. The person outside immediately sensed something was wrong. Dion hurriedly threw open the door. Is something the matter, Your Grace? The two inside froze. Selena was underneath Kanchan, their clothes disheveled, beads of sweat on their faces. Flustered, she stammered softly, well, that is hello. Sorry, but the door. Could you close it, please? Rewind 30 minutes. Selena exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, are we out of the forest already? Where are we? The Duke replied, this is a stopping point. We'll eat, drink, and stay the night here. The carriage made a clip-clop sound. She looked out with interest. I thought we'd be eating and sleeping in the carriage. That's not the case. Thank goodness. He reassured her. If there's an inn along the way, we'll stop. So don't worry. She tumbled out of the carriage. I'm not worried at all. I can sleep anywhere, so I don't really mind. Then she exclaimed, someone's watching. She scrambled back to her seat and asked Kanchan, wait, someone's there? Are they here to greet Your Grace? He murmured yes. She frantically adjusted her hair and clothes. That you're telling me this now. When we're almost there, how am I supposed to fix myself? I'm not even wearing any makeup. Let's see, some powder and tie my hair back. Kanchan watched her, looking somewhat bewildered. Selena looked at her dress and wailed, I can't put this on by myself. Your Grace. What are you standing there for? Help me a little. Pull it up there like this. He followed her instructions. Like this. A voice called from outside. Your Grace, we've arrived. He replied, wait a moment. Kanchan's clumsiness made her panic. No, not that side. You're supposed to tie it on this side. Oh my goodness. You can't even do this, right? You're making it even more tangled. Selena rummaged through her belongings. Let's see. Where's the hair tie? Unfazed by her scolding, he replied, I haven't exactly had many opportunities to dress a woman. She pouted. Oh, what an honor. She instructed, that's not it. Tighten it a bit more. Hearing this, he tightened the sash, causing Selena to stumble and cry out in pain. Ow. A series of loud noises followed, a crash and a thud. She had fallen to the floor, with Kanchan sprawled on top of her. Dion froze, his mouth agape. Selena, flustered and sweating, stammered, hello. I apologize, but could you please close the door? And, if possible, could you send a maid to help me with my dress? The knight, equally embarrassed, was speechless. He quickly slammed the door shut, making Selena flinch. After finally making it into the inn, they sat down to eat. Selena focused on her food, and neither of them spoke. As she ate, she felt the maid staring at her, internally screaming, oh, this is so embarrassing. Selena glumly thought, we've barely started, and I've already encountered such a mortifying incident. Even though everyone implicitly understands the relationship between me and His Grace, it's still incredibly embarrassing. She told herself, no, I can't be shy. I'm a professional. I have to turn this around. They've already seen me in this embarrassing state, so I might as well commit. I need to be bolder. Selena. She glanced at the maids. Good. It seems there aren't any spies from the nobility here. Selena winked at Kanchan. Get ready. He looked confused. Suddenly, she lay down on Kanchan's lap, creating a very intimate pose. He looked at her, bewildered, unsure what she was doing. The beautiful actress winked and let out a coquettish oops. Everyone was stunned by her actions and the sound she made. She began to play her role, her eyes sparkling, her lips puckered in a cute, pouty expression. In a sweet, almost saccharine voice, she said, Kione Caccione. Selena wants that. Kanchan was taken aback by the nickname. Kione. He scowled and gestured with his hand. What are you doing? She gestured back, communicating silently. I told you beforehand, didn't I? No matter what crazy things I say or do, you have to play along. She whined, drawing out her words. Hurry up, I'm starving. Kanchan suppressed a smile, watching her helplessly as he picked up some food with his fork for her. Fed by him, she smiled brightly, praising him and them. So delicious. Being fed by Kanchan makes it taste even better. Seeing him play along, she got more into character. Why, Lord, cut that piece of steak for me. No, not that one. Not that one either. That's the one. No, a little smaller. He followed her every request. I know. The shocked servants couldn't believe their eyes. Thinking in a panic, she dares to order the Duke around like that? Noticing their fear, Selena laughed inwardly. Things are going perfectly according to plan. I have to surprise them even more, make their jaws drop. The more surprised they are, the better it is for me. She recalled the moment the Duke that I am the woman who made Kanchan this way. When the servants had all left, he asked, "Why did you suddenly act like that just now?" I told you that within Lindbergh territory, you don't need to go that far. She crossed her arms, dissatisfied. Well, before we leave the territory, we have to practice acting, right? If we get to the capital, I won't be able to cue you with noble dialogue anymore. Do you understand? Kanchan pouted. Even so, didn't I react very well this time? You said you wanted to eat something, and I quickly fed it to you. She acknowledged that's true. After that, Selena complained, but your expression was like you'd just eaten something disgusting. If you do that in front of the nobles, won't rumors immediately start that I'm about to be kicked out of Lindbergh? He felt a pang of guilt that I'll do better next time. She poked him while nagging. Oh my goodness, you must be doing so well that I've only had to act with you once or twice, and you're already slipping up. With the current situation like this, do you think your acting skills will improve when we get to the capital? Do you think acting is easy? You have to practice regularly. Just think, in reality, you haven't even reached 50% of the requirement yet. Kanchan sighed helplessly. I don't have the ability to improvise like you. How can I practice that? Selena crossed her arms and said, if talking is too difficult, you too can practice actions. It's also possible that the actions speak louder than words type might suit the Duke better. He asked hesitantly, so what action should I do? She continued, it's simple. You, the Duke, just stand next to me and let everyone see your expression that says, she's drop-dead gorgeous. He asked, confused, an expression that shows you're drop-dead gorgeous. Selena smiled brightly. Think about how a normal person reacts when they see something beautiful. And, conveniently, there's a beautiful person like me right here for you to practice on. How do you feel when you look at me? Seeing her like this, the taciturn Duke said, beautiful. Hearing that, she patiently asked, anything else? Anything else? He began to analyze. You have a full forehead, well-proportioned eyebrows, large eyes. Selena excitedly asked further, yes, what else? Kanchan seriously listed each detail. A high nose, a slender and long neck, beautiful nails too, with large, dark eyes, and because of your fair skin, they stand out even more. She smiled, her eyes crinkling. Yes, and how do you feel? In her head, she thought, being praised like this to my face is making me so shy. The Duke replied succinctly, beautiful. The female lead, internally fuming, yelled in her head. After all this, you're back to square one. She scolded. Beautiful isn't a feeling. It's an acknowledgement of a fact. So, through this beauty, what do you feel? He calmly interrupted her. It's beautiful. He spoke the true words from his heart, leaving her stunned. You're beautiful. You're very beautiful. I can't think of anything else besides that. Selena opened her mouth to say something, but then lowered her head and covered her face. Oh, really? Seeing her reaction, he asked cautiously, did I do something wrong? She replied, oh no, it's just, her hands covered her face, but her bright red ears betrayed her. If you could do this exactly the same in reality, it would be great. At that moment, a servant knocked on the door. Your Grace, the bath is ready. She thought to herself, oh, thank goodness. Just when the atmosphere was getting awkward. Then, seizing the opportunity, she said, the bath is ready. Shall we stop practicing and go bathe? He replied, all right. They both put on bathrobes and went to another room. The door opened. The scene before her eyes made her freeze. She thought, oh no, what is this? Are you all crazy? I just felt relieved to have escaped that embarrassing situation, and now there's more. Selena wiped away the sweat, silently screaming. We're sharing a bath? Seriously? Yuna winked. I went through a lot of trouble for this, miss. Two maids held her hands and led her away as if escorting a prisoner. Miss Selena this way. Selena, helpless, forced a smile. This is crazy. Why go through all this trouble for something so pointless? I can't show my displeasure. I'm sure Carry On will say something. Behind the screen, Cashin had begun to undress. At this moment, Selena's face changed, 1,000 question marks appearing in her mind. What? Why is he taking off his clothes like it's nothing? Am I the only one who feels awkward? I'm standing right here, and the screen is so thin, yet he doesn't seem to care at all. She gasped. Doesn't he realize we're a man and a woman? This is so frustrating. Selena was angry, but couldn't say anything. A maid spoke up. Shall I begin the shoulder massage? Selena quickly stopped her. Wait. The maid was confused. Yes? Did you call me miss? Selena stood on the other side of the screen, feigning annoyance and reproach. Clearly, my lover is standing right here. I don't like other women touching the Duke's body, where I can hear everything so clearly. Everyone get out. The maid, hearing this, became flustered. Then Selena poked her head around the screen, her voice dark. She emphasized each word. No need for attending. Leave. Now. Duke. Cashin, as if threatened, immediately ordered everyone out. The maids filed out, and the door to the room closed. Well, now what am I supposed to do? Cashin sighed. Selena tightened her robe sash. Calmly, she said, I'll help you. He looked at her incredulously. You? Selena checked with him, but her feet were already moving to his side. Yes, I'm coming over, okay? From Cashin's side, the splashing sounds of water continued. He was flustered, trying to stop her. Wait a minute. Selena saw something. Stunned, she froze. Cashin was sitting in the bathtub, the water cascading over his body, accentuating his toned muscles. Selena silently admired him, thinking, his physique truly is magnificent. Cashin, embarrassed, stammered, I told you to wait a moment, seemingly oblivious to her gaze. I chuckled, Your Grace. He replied, yes. Selena's hand gently stroked his shoulder as she complained. I'm standing right here beside this flimsy partition, and you're letting another woman touch your body? That's just too much. Cashin looked at her with a slightly apprehensive and strange expression. He closed his eyes, asking suspiciously, You're not planning anything weird, are you? Selena picked up a towel and replied casually, I wasn't planning on doing anything strange. He flinched in surprise as she placed the towel on his shoulder. Selena's face softened as she gently turned her back to him. He tensed, unable to stop himself from swallowing. Really, why are you so stiff? You acted like I didn't exist while you took off all your clothes earlier. What will the maids think if you ignore me like this? Selena teased, sensing his nervousness. It seems like Your Grace doesn't see me as a woman. She suddenly leaned down and whispered close to his ear, catching Cashin off guard and making him blush. Flustered, he quickly pushed her away. All right, I was wrong earlier. Selena, having successfully teased him, chuckled inwardly. You've finally come to your senses. I should stop teasing him. If I go too far, it'll look like I'm threatening him instead of seducing him. She cheerfully suggested, I know, I won't say any more. But we need to stage things, so we have an explanation for the maids we just dismissed. Selena reached out to Cashin, her voice full of mischief. Bear with me for a little longer. Seeing her like this, he panicked. What are you planning to do now? Outside the bathroom, the maid stood on either side of the door, maintaining a respectful posture. Suddenly, loud and peculiar sounds emerged from the room, surprising them. Selena's voice rang out. How is it, Your Grace? Do you like it here? We're here. Cashin, breathing heavily, replied, I like it all. The maid closest to the door scowled, embarrassed. They can hear everything out here. These two lovebirds. Contrary to their assumptions, the scene inside was perfectly innocent. Selena was massaging Cashin, her eyes sparkling. Am I doing a good job? He lay on the floor, praising her. Yes, very good. Let's go back to the room and continue, shall we? Are you all right? Selena acted coyly. You have to carry me back to the room. I'm all soft and weak now. Cashin confidently replied, That's no problem at all. The maid's face darkened. Those two. The bathroom door opened, revealing a sturdy figure amidst the swirling steam. Cashin carried Selena in a princess hold, both their faces flushed, creating a misunderstanding. He asked, Which way is my room? The maid bowed her head. Yes. Your Grace's room is to the left, and Miss Selena's room is the last one on the right. Cashin pondered. Our rooms are in completely opposite directions? Did Lady Janet arrange this? Selena looked at him with pleading, sparkling eyes, and whined. Selena's tired. How about we just go to Your Grace's room? The maid hurriedly tried to stop Cashin from agreeing. Since the room is a bit small, Lady Janet has. Before she could finish, Cashin brushed past her, carrying Selena towards his room. The maids gaped, watching the departing couple. They didn't react in time, still frozen even though the two of them had already walked out of sight. A moment later, they came to their senses and started chattering excitedly. Amazing. She totally brushed Lady Janet aside. It seems like His Grace didn't even realize he'd unintentionally pushed her away. Well, he's on her side, so that's why he did it. What's going on? What's the deal? It's nothing. Isn't it that their relationship hasn't been good? Up until now, all the girls close to His Grace have been treated terribly by her. But this time it's different, isn't it? She's amazing, truly. Selena turned her head, watching him tremble, and smiled smugly. A moment later, in Cashin's bedroom, Selena's excited voice rang out, "Oh my, wonderful. Good job, Cashin." He looked at her suspiciously. "I did well." Selena, enthusiastic and beaming, replied yes. "From now on, let's just do it this way. As long as you know it's a lie, it's fine." "Right, because we just need to make everyone misunderstand. Later, I'll help you get into character along these lines." "Well, let's see. I'll give you a strong massage. A little stronger. Then, tomorrow morning when I wake up, I'll complain. Because of your grace, my whole body aches everywhere. Then what will you say?" She put her hand on her forehead, feigning fatigue. Cashin played along, tenderly supporting her waist with a love-struck expression that "I'm so sorry. I told you not to overdo it. I'll answer like that." Selena was satisfied with this answer, raising her hand in delight. Exactly. The two of them practiced stretching exercises. He struggled a bit, unable to touch his toes. So, "Before we go to sleep, shall we stretch a little?" In contrast to him, Selena performed the stretches easily. "I already showed you this exercise, and you didn't know it. Let's do it together." She blew a kiss. "Next question. If I say last night was so passionate, wasn't it? You'll..." Cashin rested his chin on his hand. Staying in character, he replied, "Thanks to you, I got to experience that unfamiliar position." "Can I say that?" Selena cheered joyfully. "Perfect. Amazing. From now on, we'll do it like this. Do you understand?" She clasped her hands tightly, looking at him expectantly. Cashin chuckled, amused by her enthusiasm. Are you that happy?" Selena rubbed her head, turning away to avoid his intense gaze. "Of course. Your Grace is a bad actor. No, it's just guiding you in acting is a little difficult. Anyway, now we can see the way forward, because we've found the perfect way to fool everyone. Therefore, from now on, we're invincible." She clenched her fist, full of determination, as if a fire were burning within her. The next afternoon, at the second rest stop, Janet showed no emotion, her face stern. She bowed slightly, asking Cashin's permission. "Your Grace, may I speak with Miss Selena for a moment?" Selena, overhearing this, glanced over. Selena gulped, forcing a smile, worried inwardly that "I thought we were invincible. Can I really stand against this person?" She felt a flicker of doubt in her own abilities. Selena crossed her arms, frowning in annoyance. "I'm right here in front of you, and you're asking His Grace?" Janet paid her no mind, replying casually, "It wasn't convenient." Selena looked at her, but then nodded to Cashin. Receiving her signal, he closed his eyes and sighed. "Go ahead." She turned and walked away. "I'll be back later." It's finally happening. She must have heard something from the maids yesterday. Today, I definitely won't lose. She walked away determined. The two of them stopped in the hallway, facing each other. Janet maintained her stern expression. "I sincerely hope that from today onward, the two of you will use separate rooms." Selena thought, bullseye. Putting on a domineering air, she asked, "Did you consult with His Grace before forbidding us from sharing a room?" Even an etiquette instructor doesn't have the authority to interfere to this extent, does she? Janet remained calm. "I'm only considering the honor of the Laneburg dukedom as a member of the household." Selena scoffed. "You're not just thinking it, you're saying it. And if necessary, you'd probably even act on it, wouldn't you?" Janet's words held a veiled threat. I said before, in necessary circumstances, I can employ my own methods." Selena's voice was challenging. "And what methods do you intend to use with me?" Janet replied, "That depends on Lady Selena's actions." Selena thought, just like how you treat a child. Though she was deliberately provoking Janet, she feigned innocence. "Even if I'm acting out, do you have the right to treat me like a child?" Selena asked nonchalantly. "What gives you that right?" Janet was falling in her trap. "Am I not Lady Selena's etiquette instructor?" Selena reminded her of her limitations. "Then just teach. Don't interfere in everything like this." Janet reaffirmed her role that if you cannot follow what you have learned, then I will instruct you until you can. Selena covered her mouth, feigning amusement. "Oh my, How ridiculous. Until when do you intend to teach me? Janet closed her eyes, her head bowing slightly, until Lady Selena's words and actions no longer harmed the honor of the Lanebert dukedom. Selena placed a hand on her hip, a mocking expression flitting across her face. I'm not asking about the time frame, but the scope. How far do you intend to instruct my actions? My sleeping posture? How I use the restroom? Or even how I conduct myself with His Grace in bed? Do you intend to teach me each and every single thing? Janet's hand, clenched at her side, trembled. I remind you, you should at least refrain from spreading such rumors. Selena laid bare the meaning behind Janet's words. So? Is that really just a reminder? You said you'd use other methods if I didn't listen. Isn't that a threat? Janet sighed that I regret that you interpret it that way, but I believe you should not have engaged in such behavior from the beginning. Selena smiled brightly, her voice firm that I don't like it. You want me to stop being intimate with His Grace, don't you? To keep my distance, to sleep separately. But I don't like that. Selena had exposed all of Janet's thoughts. Janet trembled with anger. Her usually stern face contorted that you're by His Grace's side, yet you don't consider His honor? Unbelievable. Selena feigned disappointment. Now I'm not so sure about your judgment anymore. Should I thank you for overestimating me? Do people only judge His Grace based on what I say, or do you take His Grace for a child? If I cause trouble, He'll know and reprimand me Himself. Why is the head maid overreacting so much? Janet reiterated her duty. My duty is to manage the matters that His Grace cannot handle. Selena found a loophole in Janet's words and immediately retorted. What does that even mean? Our positions are completely different. Lady Janet, you manage the maids His Grace pays to work. I'm not one of them. Janet looked doubtful, though. Selena wrapped her arms around herself, as if to emphasize her position as the Duke's lover. Isn't that right? I'm not a maid. I'm a guest. Have you forgotten? His Grace brought me here Himself. He does everything to please His guests. If you want to argue with His Grace, not me. Scolding His Grace's guest for displeasing the head maid. Since when did that become protecting the honor of the Duke's family? Janet was flustered and hastily countered, her words no longer as fluent as before. Even if you are a guest, anyone who affects His Grace's honor, I will remind them. Selena feigned surprise, her words laced with sarcasm. Wow, the head maid of the Lanebert dukedom is that impressive? Able to lecture guests on how to behave. But you don't do that with other noble guests, do you? That Fion girl isn't exactly a model of etiquette either. Well, why are you so quiet? A mocking expression flickered across Selena's face, each word a jab at Janet's weak points. The Lanebert honor? It doesn't seem so special that you have to discriminate before taking care of someone. If that's the case, then you could just give me perfunctory care from now on. With that, she brushed past Janet, leaving her speechless. Janet frowned, thinking I miscalculated. Because of Selena's background and His Grace's unusual actions, I underestimated her. But for the Lanebert honor and future descendants, managing the potential candidates for Duchess is my duty. I absolutely won't let her do as she pleases. Absolutely not. Late at night, the entire castle was brightly lit. Selena smiled smugly. I won. Luna, beside her, asked anxiously, Are you all right, my lady? Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I'm still worried. Selena replied calmly, I'm fine. It's nothing. She repeats honor and etiquette every day. She thinks I'll just cower and give in if she says it enough. Luna sighed. Could it be because you two slept in the same room last night? Oh my, she's so strict. Selena remained indifferent. Well, she'll figure it out. Because we said we'd get along. Luna smiled that you've really been through a lot. Now you should relax. I prepared the warm water, so please go in. All right, Selena replied, walking towards the window to close it. She thought to herself, it's cold. I should close the window. Finished, she turned and stepped into the bath. Luna noticed her long hair and exclaimed, Oh dear, there's no hair tie. I'll have to go out. Do you need anything else, my lady? I can bring it while I get the hair tie. Selena replied casually. Ah, then could you bring me something to drink? Luna readily agreed. Yes, I'll be right back. Luna went out and closed the door, leaving Selena alone in the bathroom. She wearily slid down into the warm bath water. Selena sighed in relief, feeling wonderfully comfortable and relaxed being alone. Here, she didn't need to worry about other things. It was so nice to be able to soak in the bathtub like this every day. She didn't have to earn money and was even taken care of. In her previous world, even though she had money, she didn't have any free time. This current life was so peaceful, wasn't it? When this was all over, would she be able to live such a leisurely life forever? The culprit wasn't a knife-wielding robber, but a nobleman fanning himself with a fan. Had she been worrying too much? As she thought, she slid further down into the water. Selina lay back and sighed, this is so nice. Time to relax. Suddenly, the lights around her went out. In the darkness, Selina blinked, trying to find a light source. She sat up and softly called out, "Luna, are you back?" She thought, what's going on? Why did the lights suddenly go out? Could it be? Suddenly, she felt a cold draft of air. The door opened. Selina muttered to herself, "It must be the wind that blew out the candles." She told herself she'd have to tell Luna to close it properly when she returned. Suddenly, she froze. Wait a minute, didn't I close the door earlier? There's no way it could have opened on its own. She suddenly remembered her conversation with Rosalyn. "Have a safe trip, Lady Rosalyn. See you in the capital." At the time, Rosalyn had replied with an unusually strange expression. If that happens, Selina felt a pang of fear as she thought about it. Could it be? A figure suddenly appeared beside her. Selina felt cold sweat break out on her face. She turned in terror to look at the person. The dark figure lunged forward, reaching out to touch her face. A scream suddenly echoed through the castle, loud enough for Cashin to hear it from his room. Selina squeezed her eyes shut and dodged the attacker's hand. Panic seized her, her heart pounding like a drum. If I'm caught in the bathtub, he'll drown me. Thinking this, Selina quickly scrambled out of the tub, the assassin right behind her. Just as her wet feet touched the floor, she slipped on the water. Selina, in her panic, fell. He had her in a chokehold from behind, making it impossible for her to scream. However, Selina bit down hard on his finger, making him cry out, In that instant, she elbowed him in the chest, struggling free, making him groan, ugh. The moment she escaped his grasp, Selina cried out for help. "Someone, help me, help me." Hearing the sounds of people approaching, the assassin clicked his tongue in frustration. He then climbed out the window, leaving Selina in shock, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Just as he left, Cashin and others burst into the room. Selina, still trembling, managed to point towards the window. "Your Grace, the window." He went that way. Cashin immediately ordered, "Dion, go after him. You're the fastest." "Yes, Your Grace." The knights started to leave, leaving Cashin and Selina alone. Her ragged breaths filled the room. Gradually, she began to calm down. "It's Cashin. I'm alive." Cashin asked gravely, "When did he get in?" Selina, her voice still shaky, replied, "Just now, after the maid left." He responded succinctly, "I see." Selina thought to herself, his expression isn't good. He's definitely angry. Isn't this the second time something like Ariel's incident has happened? And it's within his own territory, too. His pride must be deeply wounded. Worried, she still felt a little resentful. "You should at least ask if I'm all right." Sitting on the ground, Selina said weakly, "Please help me up, Your Grace. I don't have any strength left." As soon as she finished speaking, Cashin scooped her up in a princess carry, making her cry out involuntarily, "Oh my." Half resigned, half pleased, Selina thought, I didn't ask him to carry me, but not bad. Suddenly, someone rushed in, panicked, asking what happened. Cashin calmly replied, "An assassin." Janet exclaimed, "Are you all right, Your Grace? Are you hurt?" He answered, "Not me, Selina." Janet's panic immediately vanished, replaced by something resembling disappointment. Selina thought, look at her reaction. She doesn't seem the least bit remorseful for arriving so late. Well, Cashin broke the silence. "I'll take her to her room first. Bring dry clothes and a first aid kit." Janet replied, "Yes, Your Grace." Scene changed to bedroom. Cashin was examining Selina's foot, that it's bruised. Selina replied, "I think it happened when I was fighting back. It really hurts." Knowing this, he still pressed on it, making her cry out. He continued, "Are you hurt anywhere else?" She answered, "Here too." After finishing his examination, Cashin concluded, "Your toe is sprained, and your toenail needs to be filed." Selina mumbled, "Oh yes, that just needs to be disinfected, and someone can be called for the toenail." Before she could finish, Cashin interrupted, "It's fine." He didn't call for anyone else. Instead, he was now personally cleaning Selina's foot. Surprised, she thought, he's doing it himself? How surprising. Not only did he not call anyone else, but it's my foot too. He's showing his concern in his own way. It's not anyone else, but Cashin himself. What's going on? Selina blushed, the atmosphere suddenly awkward. She immediately shook her head, dispelling the illusion. Oh no, what am I thinking about this nobleman? Selena composed herself. Get a grip. You have work to do. Having thought this, she called out, Your Grace. Cashin replied with a single word, yes. Selena asked him about what you said, that I could die. Were you talking about something like this? Cashin calmly answered, yes, because there will often be assassins, but I didn't expect them to target someone close to me. Selena worried, if this will happen often, how am I supposed to live? Cashin firmly replied, no, today was just an oversight. We're in the Northern Territory, and I didn't expect them to directly target you, so I was lax about the guards. It won't happen again, don't worry. Despite this, Selena remained uneasy whether there are guards or not. Someone really wants me dead. Knowing that, how can I not be worried? Cashin continued to reassure her. Let me put it this way. Just by looking at the situation, you can deduce the culprit's intentions. Knowing that, you can be thoroughly prepared, so you can rest easy, right? Selena wondered, how can I deduce that? Cashin explained further, we can tell by the method of the attempted murder, the timing of his intrusion. Can you tell me about the situation at the time? Selena recalled, the maid said she was going to get bath supplies, and while she was gone, the lights were suddenly blown out, and then someone jumped in. I thought I'd be done for if I was caught in the bathtub, so I jumped out. While I was escaping, I was caught again. Cashin seemed to have already reached a conclusion, probably because he's experienced with this sort of thing. Since no weapon was used, he must have been trying to disguise it as an accident or suicide. In that situation, the only option would be to make it look like drowning. So you escaping the bathtub was an excellent judgment call. Hearing his reasoning, Selena saw the connection. A murder disguised as a suicide? The culprit is just like in Ariel's case. She asked directly, could it be the same perpetrator? No. Somehow, Cashin understood immediately. It's highly likely. Selena half-jokingly asked about that before I took a bath. I had a fight with Lady Janet. Surely she wouldn't send someone to assassinate me, right? Cashin replied, if it were truly Lady Janet, she wouldn't arrange something so sloppily. Selena shifted her suspicion. So it's Finner or Rosalyn then? He couldn't be certain. It could be them, or it could be someone else. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Your Grace, it's Dion. Cashin replied, come in. He asked him, did you catch the assassin? Dion replied, we lost him, Your Grace. Judging by his escape speed and route planning, he wasn't an amateur. As soon as he realized he couldn't escape, he committed suicide. Cashin continued, did he blend in with the servants? Dion answered seriously, no, Your Grace. The soldiers only pursued him halfway, and I haven't found any particular clues either. Selena sat listening to Cashin handle the situation. All right, there are no suspects in the investigation, so take care of the body first. Then contact Silent and have him send an investigator here. Dion replied, understood. After a while, Selena sighed. In the end, we learned nothing, back to square one. Cashin thought differently, not necessarily. There aren't many families who can send such a skilled assassin. Selena saw a glimmer of hope. What's the scope of suspects? Cashin replied, about 30 families. Selena paused for a moment, and that's not a lot. About how many families are there in the capital? He answered bluntly, around 300. Selena was speechless for a moment. At that scale, I probably can't handle it. After that, Selena rolled onto the bed. Oh my, all right, further discussion won't solve anything. How about I go to sleep? She had just experienced an assassination attempt, so he couldn't help but ask, can you sleep? Selena drawled, I struggled quite a bit, so I think I'll sleep well. Cashin conceded, all right. That night, Cashin held a candle and sat beside Selena, watching her sleep. Selena's face was pale, and she was drenched in sweat. In her dream, she recalled the scene of the assassin trying to take her life. Selena instinctively pulled the blanket over her head, as if to protect herself. Seeing this, Cashin was worried. He called out, Selena. His voice startled her awake. Yes. Cashin moved closer and asked gently, are you all right? Selena sat up, embarrassed, and pushed Cashin away. It's just a little hard to sleep. Her mind was still reeling, startled. You're too close. Cashin listened and thought for a moment. He sat up properly. I'm awake too now, and since we're both up, would you like to try some training? Selena asked training. Cashin said, you have excellent physical condition and talent, so would you like to learn swordsmanship? I wanted to teach you anyway, so it's convenient. Before he could finish, Selena excitedly interrupted him. Wonderful. She was so thrilled she woke up completely. If you'll teach me, that would be amazing. Can we start right now? It will be a good way for me to defend myself and get some exercise to help me sleep. Cashin seemed quite pleased with her enthusiasm. Good. I like your attitude. Stand up. He handed her a sword. Take this. Selena, excited, exclaimed, "Oh, this is a real battle sword." She swung it around haphazardly. "It's heavier than I thought." Cashin looked a little surprised. "Very good." Selena couldn't help but ask, "Hey, I was just swinging it around. I haven't done anything yet." Cashin explained, "This sword is specially made for fighting magical beasts. Compared to a normal sword, it's quite heavy. For an average person, just being able to swing it freely is impressive. Can you lift the sword over your head and stop it just before it touches the ground?" Selena swung the sword smoothly as instructed. "Like this?" Cashin was astonished. Excellent. He couldn't hide his excitement. Exactly. Stable balance. No trembling hands either. Not everyone has this kind of talent. With proper instruction, you'll be very valuable. Selena was a little wary of Cashin's enthusiasm. What's this? His eyes have changed. I've never seen that look before. She imagined an old, eccentric man with incredibly suspicious eyes. How should I put it? It's like the look of a professor who's found the perfect successor at school. "Hey you, aren't you interested in research?" Selena finally understood. This guy, he really doesn't think of me as a girl at all. The scene shifted to morning, with a carriage traveling through a forest. Selena groaned from inside the carriage. "How, Your Grace, my shoulders are so sore." Cashin replied, "Training for several nights in a row will do that. You don't want to train anymore? Can we take a break today?" He then responded coldly, "Sir, muscles need to be moved to recover." Selena cursed under her breath. This crazy man. Cashin calmly announced, "Starting tomorrow, we'll be intensifying the training, increasing the intensity, so hang in there." Selena was startled. "What? Why? I've barely learned the basic movements." Cashin replied, "About that. We've arrived at the Mayan capital, so we have to train even harder." Selena paused, looking at the breathtaking scenery outside the window. She seemed a little dazed. "That we're almost at the capital?" Cashin replied, "Yes." He offered her his coat to ward off the chill. "Training, the operation plan, everything is about to begin, so get some sleep now." Cashin leaned in solicitously from behind, "Because tonight is the last night you can sleep soundly without worrying too much." The scene now shifted to nighttime at Cashin's estate. He gently carried the sleeping Selena out of the carriage. The butler spoke, "Welcome, Your Grace." Cashin immediately interrupted him. "Shoo, keep your voice down. She just fell asleep as we arrived in the capital, and she hasn't been asleep long, so she'll probably wake up soon." "Where's the room?" the butler asked. "The guest room is that way, sir." Cashin stated firmly, "Not the guest room, my room. Lead the way." The butler seemed surprised that, "Oh yes, this way, sir." Once inside the room, he gently laid Selena down. The bed. Cashin walked out the door. "Have someone help her change. I'll take a walk around the mansion." The butler inquired, "I've already arranged for guards, Your Grace. Are you going to patrol personally as well?" It turned out he was still worried about Selena. The assassination attempt had made Selena very uneasy. The butler replied, "I see. I understand." The door to Selena's room closed. Cashin stood before the mansion's servants. "Are all the servants here?" The butler answered, "Yes, Your Grace." Cashin asked, "Have you heard the news?" The butler carefully reported, "You mean about the assassination attempt?" Immediately after receiving the news, I had every corner of the mansion searched. Any hired help with unclear backgrounds were dismissed, and the security system was put on high alert. Cashin strode off. "Good. Inform Dion of all changes in position and direction of movement. Selena's room must be guarded even more thoroughly." The butler obeyed. "Yes, Your Grace." Cashin continued to check the doors, and here, repair this lock immediately. There can't be even the smallest gap. Even a needle could easily unlock it, no matter how secure the residence. We must be extremely cautious. The butler replied, "Yes, Your Grace." Finally, he finished giving his instructions. "The patrol is complete, so I'll return inside." The butler said respectfully, "Yes, Your Grace. Please rest." Cashin gently opened the door and entered the room. Selena was still sound asleep in the middle of his bed. Cashin pondered which side to lie on. Left or right? He finally chose to lie facing her, the left side. It'll be safer if she sleeps in my arms. Cashin held Selena close. Anyone looking on would know he was enjoying it. But in his mind, Cashin justified it. It's all for safety. Just for safety. The scene shifted to the following afternoon. Selena opened her eyes and yawned long and deep. Looking outside, she mistakenly thought, "Did I wake up too early? The sun hasn't fully risen yet." Cashin entered that you're awake. Selena said innocently, "Oh, good morning, Your Grace. Cashin replied, "It's hardly morning anymore." Selina was confused. What? She looked outside and noticed the sun was setting, not rising. Selina was surprised. "I slept for over 24 hours? It's already afternoon." Cashin replied, "You catch on quick." Selina said sheepishly, "I'm a bit disoriented because I was so tired." Just then, her stomach growled like a blue whale, making Cashin slightly uncomfortable. Selina continued, "And hungry too." Cashin offered, "Haha, shall I have someone bring up some food?" Selina stopped him and, "Oh, it'll make the bedroom smell. I'll go to the dining hall and eat quickly, then come right back." Cashin replied, "All right, go with the guards outside." The wooden door opened gently. Selina stepped inside, followed by 2 castle guards. Selina greeted them cheerfully. "Hello." A dark-haired maid saw her enter and glanced at her a few times. Then, she turned away irritably. Selina, seeing this haughty attitude, couldn't help but think, what's going on? What's with the hostility? She didn't even greet me, and she glared at me, too. But outwardly, she forced a smile and asked, "Could I have something to eat, please?" When she was met with silence, she conceded and pulled up a chair, not bothering to respond further. The maid maintained her aloof demeanor, calmly carrying a bowl over. Selina accepted this. At least she was bringing her food. The maid set the bowl down. "Here you are." Selina looked at the bowl of pitch-black soup in disbelief. She furrowed her brows, sneering inwardly. Even if they hated her at Lindbergh, they would never do this. This is even worse. This is why I was going to try and pry some more information about living well out of her, but I guess that's not happening. I'll have to teach her a lesson. Thinking this, she spoke up. "Excuse me." The inattentive maid, who had been picking her ear, glanced at Selina. "I'm going to eat with His Grace, the Duke. Should I take this?" The maid's expression turned to one of alarm. "Why yes, with His Grace." Selina stood up, making sure to take the bowl of soup with her. "Whatever, I'll take this inedible thing. You've worked hard. I'll be going now." She started to walk away briskly. Wait a moment. I didn't know you two were eating together. So, this is a portion for one person. I'll prepare a portion for 2. She reached out to take the dreadful soup, but Selina quickly hid it behind her back. She put on an understanding expression that it's all right. Even if it's a small portion, it's still enough. Just bring this as it is. Inwardly, she was triumphant. "You think I'll let you take back my exhibit, eh?" The maid turned away, flustered. "Oh, yes, well, please wait a moment, just a moment." "You must wait, don't go." Seeing the maid hurry off, Selina placed the bowl of soup back on the table, lost in thought. After a while, a cart laden with delicious-looking food arrived. The maid offered it with an ingratiating smile. Here you are. I just made this so it's still hot and delicious. You must eat it right away, you absolutely must." Faced with this blatantly fake excuse, Selina could only offer a faint smile. Compared to the single serving of pig slop from earlier, the maid had quickly prepared a much larger portion for 2. "She wants me to fill up on this, so I won't have room for that couple's meal, doesn't she?" I see right through her. Feigning curiosity, she asked, "The portions for 1 and 2 people are quite different, aren't they?" The maid stammered. "Why you should take it back and eat." Selina sat down and waved her hand dismissively. "His Grace is bathing, so I'll eat here." At this, the maid, fighting back tears, stammered, "Oh yes." She lamented inwardly. Just now she acted like she had to take it away immediately, and now she's sitting here? Selina reached for the dessert, a small dish of ice cream. "Why don't you sit and eat with me while I eat? After all, I'm not some noble lady." The maid, startled by Selina's demeanor, sat down, her face covered in a cold sweat. She stared down at her lap. Her hand trembled as she reached for the delicious food in front of her. "Well then, I'll eat well." Before she could finish, Selina stopped her. She asked sternly, "What are you doing? Why are you eating this? Do maids eat the same food as His Grace here?" The maid, surprised, asked, She cursed inwardly. "You told me to eat." Selina replied calmly, "Well, you should eat what was prepared for the commoner, and I'll eat this. It would be a waste to throw it away after all that effort." She pushed the bowl of black soup towards the maid. "So you eat this?" The maid stared blankly, stammering, "Yes." Selina chuckled, feigning confusion. She innocently asked, "Why are you hesitating? It's not like it's inedible, is it? Go on, eat it." The maid's face paled. "It's not." But halfway through her sentence, she fell silent, not daring to say another word. The bowl of soup sitting on the table emitted a terrible smell. It was obviously inedible. The maid paled and lowered her head. She cautiously scooped up a spoonful of soup and brought it up, nervously swallowing. Then, the maid resignedly put the spoonful of soup into her mouth. She swallowed and immediately vomited. Selena, on the other side, was still seriously observing. She smirked. "You're throwing up after eating the food you intended for me? What did you put in it?" The maid panicked. I apologize." But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by another wave of nausea. Selena crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "You know how to apologize? But what can be done? Tampering with food is absolutely unforgivable. Who knows if it's poisoned or not? I'm very sensitive to these things because I've experienced it before. Call the butler immediately." A moment later, the butler arrived. He respectfully asked, "You summoned me?" Selena leaned forward and asked, "You're the butler?" The man bowed. "Yes, that is correct. I manage everything in this residence. So please tell me, is there something the matter?" Selena raised an eyebrow. "Can't you tell just by looking?" The butler glanced at the bowl of dark soup spilled on the table, coupled with the maid miserably clutching her mouth. The butler could guess even with his eyes closed. It seemed she had done something. Selena didn't hide anything. She chuckled and recounted, "I asked her to make me food, and she brought out that. Just looking at it, you can tell it's not fit for human consumption. So I told her to eat it, and well, this is the result." Hearing this, the butler tried to mediate. He calmly replied, "There must have been a problem with the ingredients. I'll have someone prepare a new meal for you with fresh ingredients." Faced with this attitude, Selena couldn't help but raise her guard internally. He's deliberately avoiding the main point, isn't he? She maintained a pleasant expression and replied, "No, the food I ordered was meant to be taken to the Duke immediately after, and there's nothing wrong with that food. It seems the problem lies with the cook rather than the ingredients." Despite this, the butler still tried to make excuses. "Oh dear, these maids who aren't used to cooking can only prepare dishes they're familiar with, can they? She must have made a mistake trying to prepare a special meal for you." After a while of this roundabout conversation, Selena lost her patience. She mused internally, "This man." She frowned at the man before her. A pleasant-looking, middle-aged man. He must be the one who acts with impunity in this residence, while its master, Cashin, is absent. She had a general idea of what kind of person he was. She sighed heavily and said sternly, "Everyone at Lindbergh has their assigned duties. Is it different here because it's smaller? It feels like a family affair." The butler anxiously raised his head and asked, "What do you mean?" Selena gave him a cold look. She pointedly addressed the issue. "No matter how much I may seem like a country bumpkin, I am a guest personally invited by your master. Covering up for a maid's mistake like this in front of a guest. Only family would do such a thing." Faced with her unwavering expression, the butler remained unmoved. He feigned a bow. "I apologize for making you think that way, but I cannot believe experienced maids could make such a mistake." Hearing this, Selena could only sigh deeply. "You saw it with your own eyes and still don't believe me. So what do I have to do to make you believe me?" The butler inwardly cursed her stubbornness, but he maintained a calm expression as he replied, "I will rectify this in the future." Selena was waiting for this. She eagerly asked, "How do you plan to rectify it?" The butler stiffened and said sternly, "This is an internal matter, so I have no obligation to report it to you." "Do I?" Selena was officially speechless at this display. She stood up, pushing her chair back slightly as she walked out. In the end, he still wouldn't admit his mistake, and even made her out to be the overly sensitive one. Perhaps he was deliberately trying to blow this out of proportion. She walked towards the door, not forgetting to turn back and say to the butler, "I understand. It's getting late, so I'll return to my room." The butler bowed respectfully, but added, "You must be oversensitive from the long journey. I won't make you uncomfortable again, so please sleep well." Outwardly polite, he gloated inwardly, "She's nothing special." Selena replied softly, "All right, I'll see you tomorrow." She thought to herself, "Fine, tomorrow I'll show you." The door closed, and both the butler and the maid breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the maid, carefully reminding her, "Pranks should have their limits. She's sharper than she looks." The maid, having tasted the bitter consequences, darkened and replied remorsefully, "I apologize. Will we be all right?" The butler, seemingly unconcerned, maintained his composure. "It's fine. We'll be summoned by her tomorrow, and that will be the end of it. Have you ever seen His Grace care about these matters? Don't worry. Even if she is his lover, what can she do? Trust me." The next day, all the servants were summoned. Cashin and Selena sat on chairs. He sternly questioned the butler. I heard something unpleasant happened yesterday. Upon hearing this, the butler bowed his head, feigning remorse. I failed to handle the matter properly and allowed it to reach your ears. This is a grave offense. Hearing this, Selena couldn't help but move closer to Cashin, whispering he didn't handle anything at all. Cashin asked thoughtfully, "So, how did you handle it?" The butler respectfully replied, "I reprimanded and instructed the maid who made the mistake yesterday to be retrained. Furthermore, for 1 month, she is not allowed near the pantry and will be assigned to clean the drawing room." Selena thought angrily, still playing dumb. He must be anxious because he hasn't recovered and can't be cornered yet. She pouted and muttered, "Cleaning the drawing room? How surprising." Cashin rested his chin on his hand and asked coldly, "Giving my guests spoiled food to the point of vomiting and only a reprimand and a change of work location is the punishment?" The butler, hearing his tone, broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered, "Your Grace, that's not the case. Such a punishment is not light." Before he could finish, Cashin interrupted him, "I think it's still light. And does your opinion matter?" Hearing this, the butler fell silent. He bowed, "No, Your Grace." At this moment, the butler was terrified. He hadn't expected Cashin to be more concerned than he'd thought. He'd assumed he could avoid the issue, but unexpectedly, the matter had become this serious. Cashin lifted his chin, scrutinizing him. "So, how do you intend to handle this?" The butler was forced to harden his heart. "I will dismiss her immediately." The maid from yesterday, upon hearing this, was scared stiff. "What?" he thought to himself. "I apologize, but I have to survive. You caused this, not me." Cashin still seemed dissatisfied. He glanced over and gave a slight humph. The butler, seeing this, was already sweating profusely. "Your Grace, is that still not enough?" He cautiously added, "I will also deduct from her allowance and wages to compensate for the damages she caused this guest." The maid, upon hearing this, couldn't hold back any longer. She anxiously cried out, "No, what is this?" The butler immediately gestured for her to be silent. Cashin glanced at Selena questioningly, as if to ask if she was satisfied. She softly replied, Yes, but the butler also hurt me, both just now and yesterday. He kept saying I was mistaken and insisted on blaming me." Cashin echoed her, asking, "So what would satisfy you?" Selena smiled brightly. She said, "A wound caused by a person can only heal if you stay away from that person, right? So that the butler who hurt me can be out of my sight forever. Please fire him." The butler's face darkened at her words, stunned by what she said. He froze, his whole body turning ice cold as if he'd fallen into an icy pit. The other maids, overhearing this decision, turned to each other and began whispering. The butler hastily prostrated himself, panicked. "Your Grace, I apologize. I deeply apologize for my clumsy words that offended the young lady. I truly didn't mean to blame her. It was because of the other maids and my own family that I was powerless to defend her. Please understand my heart." His face was pale with worry. He couldn't lose his position as head butler of the entire Lindbergh estate just because of this girl. Only here could he freely manage the finances and personnel as he pleased. If he just turned a blind eye this time and sacrificed his pride, he could definitely return. "Please forgive me just this once, Your Grace. Please." Selena coldly retorted, "Really? Is that so? Then why did you embezzle the wages of the people you consider your siblings and children? What kind of criminal den did you grow up in?" This accusation was completely unexpected by the butler. He scrambled up in alarm. What are you talking about?" Selena immediately presented her evidence. "I saw everything last night. You ordered a maid to bring funds meant for the estate and then took that money to spend the night out with a woman." Everyone else in the mansion, hearing this truth, was shocked. "Heavens, he did that last night? He caused such a commotion? We had a guest arrive, and he wasn't even behaving himself." The butler was sweating profusely with fear and hastily made excuses. "That's not true. You've wronged me. Just ask anyone. I couldn't step foot outside the mansion last night. Didn't anyone see me return to my room?" Selena retorted calmly. "Who would see in the middle of the night while they're asleep?" The butler hastily replied, "Of course, Your Grace. That's why I tried to handle everything as quietly as possible." Cashin countered, dissatisfied. "But hasn't it blown up into a huge mess now? I've learned about your private life, which I had no desire to know, and even about embezzlement." The butler looked up innocently that I've been falsely accused of that. He was immediately cut off. More excuses? "If you had handled this properly from the start, Selena wouldn't have had to beg me to intervene, and we wouldn't have wasted our time since this morning. Everyone involved in this will be dismissed. I'll have someone investigate this. If you dare utter another lie, your punishment will be doubled, so you'd better be honest. The butler sat stunned, muttering in disbelief, impossible. Cashin and Selina, having settled the matter, turned and walked away. Selina didn't forget to turn back and sneer. She gloated inwardly. How does it feel, old man, to be wrongly dismissed and unable to do anything about it? Looking at her expression, the butler finally realized, so she deliberately wanted to get rid of me by taking revenge in the same way. I've truly been defeated. Whispers of praise echoed through the castle. You did well. It's fortunate that things turned out as you predicted. Selina replied cheerfully. A normal butler wearing high-end clothes he couldn't possibly afford? I just made a guess. I didn't expect him to actually be embezzling. Judging by the servants' reactions, I'm sure that wasn't his only misdeed. Cashin crossed his arms, deep in thought. I wasn't aware of that. But he was a despicable fellow from the start. Selina softly replied. Some people act like obedient puppies in front of their superiors, but behind their backs, they behave like. He suddenly asked, did they do this to Iroh as well? At this, Selina's expression darkened. That it's possible. Iroh didn't even have the courage to tell you. She probably didn't believe you would help her. Cashin ran a hand over his face in frustration. Thinking about it only makes me angrier. This is the second time something like this has happened where I couldn't see it. Selina chuckled wryly. Anyway, it's good because thanks to that, I've solidified my position. Because in everyone's eyes, me almost being in danger is the same as seeing your grace furious. And this also helped uncover some unknown aspects of the previous investigation. Cashin seriously recounted her accomplishments. Your contribution is significant. You investigated Lady Janet's overbearing behavior, the fact that there's a force targeting you, not me, and the power struggle within a mansion. Selina beamed, pleased with herself. Though I've said it several times, just show your appreciation with money. He nodded in satisfaction, generously replying, you can have as much as you want. After a moment, Selina leaned in and asked, so your grace, what are you going to do today? He thought seriously for a moment. First, morning training. Selina guessed, swordsmanship. Right, Selina said, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Then, can I come along? I usually just practice inside, so I'd like to train outdoors today. Cashin responded, no problem, as long as you were something comfortable to move in. Selina turned excitedly, yes. I'll go change then. I'll see you at the training grounds. All right, Cashin replied. Inside a room filled with exquisite clothes, a gentle voice called out, please come in, Mississippi. Juna, upon seeing her, immediately reproached, oh my, what was that about this morning? If you were hungry last night, you should have called me. Selina laughed it off. I told you to rest, didn't I? How could I call you to the Duke's room? Despite this, Juna still seemed a little dissatisfied. Well, from now on, please call me anytime. No matter what, I'll come to you. That will absolutely never happen again. Selina smiled brightly. Thank you. But a flicker of displeasure arose within her. She's doing it again, being overly protective. During the journey here, most of the maids who accompanied me returned to Lambert, so the only close maid I have is Juna. From Juna's perspective, the only person she can rely on is herself. How can I expose her true colors? Meanwhile, Juna was busy choosing clothes. Let's see. You said you wanted to wear training clothes, right? What should I choose? A dress for horseback riding or a pants set for playing ball? Oh no, that's too simple. Selina wouldn't care for that. She quickly decided, give me the pants. Juna expressed some disagreement, but pants aren't glamorous at all. They'll completely overshadow your beautiful features. Selina patiently explained, just watching the training will be boring, so I'll probably ask His Grace to teach me something. Juna wailed dramatically. Oh, dear, swordsmanship? No, that's not suitable for a lady. Selina felt a surge of annoyance. She's already started doing things her own way, hasn't she? This subtly insulting, hurtful tactic. How desperate was Iroh to leave someone like this by her side? Could she really be so naive as not to notice this? It's because I know that I'm not being fooled. If I didn't, who knows how long this would continue. My self-esteem would be shattered in an instant. But outwardly, she feigned innocence, snatching the pants and saying pointedly, oh my Juna, you're just like my mother. Can't I wear what I want? Juna immediately defended herself. I'm just worried about Miss Selina, that's all. The capital is a very scary place. Selina flipped through the clothes in front of her, seemingly unconcerned. Ha ha, Is that so? It probably is scary, but I can't bring myself to encourage her because she's just instilling fear in me. She's exaggerating everything to this extent. She must be aiming for something. I'll just wait until I catch her red-handed. Honestly, it's tiring having to constantly be aware of her. She sighed and muttered, "The people in the capital seem awfully strange. Even the maids in this mansion are the same. It's really unsettling." Juna seized this opportunity to further influence her. Everyone in the capital is like that. The maids are one thing, but the nobles are even worse. At least in this mansion, you must stay by my side. I'll handle everything I can for you. Selena responded sweetly, "Hee hee, you're so reliable." Inwardly, she groaned, "Oh my God, you're so annoying. Just a little longer, and when I catch you, I won't spare you." Outside, the knights were diligently practicing their swordsmanship. Wow, wow, wow. Scary, Selena muttered to herself, sitting on the porch steps. From the side, Cashin said coldly to everyone, "All right, training ends here." The others snapped to attention and replied loudly, "Yes, Your Grace. Thank you for your guidance." Then they filed away. Seeing him free, Selena turned to him and started a conversation. "Wow, they've already mastered such skillful maneuvers? That's no joke. Is that why you're so confident about protecting me?" Cashin confidently replied, "Yes, we all train to this standard every morning." But she interrupted him, "But that assassination attempt almost got me killed." He stammered, "My apologies about that." Seeing his embarrassed expression, Selena laughed, "I'm just kidding. Do you think there are too many soldiers? 20 of them, right?" He pondered for a moment, then replied, "That many couldn't breach the palace gates." "Oh no, enough to get through the gates." Selena couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you're so confident. Now that the training ground is empty, can I practice?" One of the men near Cashin asked in bewilderment, "Practice? What kind of practice will my lady do?" Cashin immediately cut him off, "Swordsmanship." The man asked again, dumbfounded, "You study swordsmanship?" Selena confidently raised her hand. "That's right, it's me." He was even more surprised. "With those slender hands?" She chuckled, "Ho ho ho, I may look like this." She stepped forward to demonstrate. Selena eagerly drew her sword. She swiftly pointed the tip of her sword at the knight's throat. Selena playfully winked, finishing her sentence, "But my muscles are all packed in tight." The knight, witnessing this display, broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly drew another sword and charged forward, to Cashin's confusion. The knight anxiously told him, "Your Grace, please be careful. With a body like that, able to wield a sword as she pleases, she's not human, but a monster in disguise. Sooner or later, she'll reveal her true form. Just you wait and see." Cashin was utterly bewildered. He anxiously reassured the knight, I've occasionally taught her some basic skills, that's all." But the knight remained highly suspicious, and just a few days of teaching, and she's this strong? Selena chuckled smugly, "Ho ho, you're exaggerating. I must be a genius." Just then, someone appeared, interrupting their conversation. "Your Grace, you have a letter. It seems urgent." Cashin asked in surprise, "Urgent? From where?" The person replied cautiously, It's from the royal palace." Hearing this, Selena couldn't help but speculate. If it's from the palace, could it be from that sinister person the Duke mentioned in the carriage, the Crown Prince? Cashin, hearing the steward say the letter was from the royal palace, asked curiously, "You say it's from the royal palace?" He quickly replied, "It's a letter from Her Majesty, the Empress." Selena, hearing it was from the Empress, thought in surprise, "The Empress? Not the Crown Prince." Cashin sighed and took the letter, beginning to read. "I hear you've arrived in the capital. During this time, both the princess and I have been very worried about you. I plan to visit you tomorrow to chat. Your friend, Empress Marrow." Cashin finished reading the letter, only to feel weary and exasperated. He tossed the letter to the steward, turned his back, and said, "Tell them I'm ill and must decline." The steward, hearing this, stammered in fear, "But Your Grace, that won't do. You've never been ill before." Selena, who had been listening the whole time, silently cursed him. That heartless man. Dion, seeing the steward's anxiety, asked, "Did they say he'd die if he refused?" The steward hurriedly explained, "Even if they didn't, I can't say that, Your Grace. He usually declines by saying he's too busy. If he suddenly claims illness, the Empress might think he's lying to cover up losing the invitation." Dion, seeing the steward's point, closed his eyes and thought, "That's a valid concern, especially if it's the Duke. How about this? Say he was injured during training, perhaps due to improper technique." The steward, hearing this, looked bewildered and hesitantly asked, "Injured, Your Grace?" Dion then turned and gestured to Cashin, who quickly nodded in understanding. Cashin quickly grabbed his sword and lunged toward Selena. Selena, luckily, managed to parry his blow, her hand trembling slightly as she said with a nervous laugh, "You scared me. What if I hadn't blocked that? What then?" He chuckled and replied, "Because it's you. I figured you could handle it." Dion, seeing the steward still hesitating, said, "Relaying what you witnessed isn't a crime, is it?" The steward sighed, "I still don't know what to do." "Do I really have to say that?" Dion reassured him, "Don't worry. Just go." The steward, hearing this, scowled and dejectedly turned to leave. Dion remained, arms crossed, watching the two spar. As they fought, Selena asked, "We're continuing this even with a summons?" Cashin calmly replied, "Yes. Even without it, I planned on some sparring practice today." She responded with dissatisfaction, "Sparring? With someone who's just learned the basics?" Cashin smiled at her words, "That you're doing well. So why the excuses? Do even better. Once you land a hit on me, I'll let you rest." Selena retorted angrily, "How can a novice like me defeat a monster like you?" The two swords continued to clash, the sharp sounds echoing in the space. Selena, still unable to land a hit, frowned and thought, "How many attacks has it been? I haven't even touched him." Suddenly, Cashin pressed his attack, a flurry of blows aimed at her. "That you're doing great." While dodging, "Try to predict my next move." Selena, overwhelmed, could only cry inwardly, "How can I predict anything when you're constantly attacking?" Cashin replied nonchalantly, "True, but difficulty is the point of training, isn't it?" Selena, gripping her sword tightly, said, "Not a shred of mercy. I'm exhausted." She swallowed, thinking, "But I'm getting used to it. I can almost see his movements now. I found an opening. There." She quickly thrust her sword into the opening, catching him off guard and forcing him to lean back. Cashin quickly dodged to the side, avoiding her blow and causing Selena to lose her balance, stumbling and nearly falling. "Whoa, my balance. I'm falling." But Cashin caught her just in time. He chuckled softly. "Falling for a feint is no good, Selena." But she smirked slightly. Selena took the opportunity to tap the tip of her sword against Cashin's head. She laughed brightly. "Haha, finally got you. Letting your guard down like that is no good, Your Grace." Cashin paused, then responded thoughtfully, "Ha, true. If this were real, I'd be dead already." "You're excellent. You understood how to attack, found an opening, and even reversed the technique. You're a talent many would envy. Want another round?" Hearing this, Selena quickly dodged back, nervously retreating. "What? Didn't you say if I landed a hit, we'd be done?" Cashin replied reasonably, "You just started to get the feel for it. You need more practice." Selena wailed, "That's different from what you promised." Dion, watching their sparring, sighed involuntarily. He mused, "It seems like Miss Selena hasn't noticed, but ever since she arrived, His Grace's demeanor has been changing little by little. Could there really be something between them?" After another round of swordplay, Selena collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Her face pale, she muttered, "That crazy man. He's worse than my fitness trainer." Recalling the past, her trainer, upon seeing her lift weights, would always cheerfully coax, "One last rep, trainee." Cashin replied calmly, "You'll thank me later." Selena cried, "How can you say that? At least don't expect me to thank you tomorrow. I'm gonna be so sore." "Oh, by the way, did a letter from the Empress arrive? You seem to hate that. A few days of feigning illness won't work." Cashin, who had been troubled for a while, sighed softly. Selena asked curiously, "Is she a rival too?" He replied, "Yes, you'll meet her eventually. Even though I refuse today, I'm sure they'll come up with another excuse soon enough." Selena, at a loss for words, sighed sympathetically. "They're persistent, huh? Are they as troublesome as Rosalyn?" He thought for a moment, then concluded, "They're both equally terrifying." She asked curiously, "Compared to Finn?" Cashin considered the other woman, then replied indifferently, "Finn is easier to deal with." She agreed, right? Because she has that puppy dog look. At this point, Cashin's voice turned serious, that we must be thoroughly prepared. Empress Marrow, on the surface, seems very friendly, but once you start conversing with her, you'll be swept along before you know it. Selena, having heard this, guessed, "Oh, just from hearing about her, it sounds like she's the prime suspect, right?" He stiffened, having been hit where it hurt. "However, don't let the Empress pressure you too much. Even though I've informed them I'm engaged, they still frequently suggest I marry the princess. It's not a simple problem." Selena's eyes widened. That point further fits the suspect profile. "Wait a minute, aren't you on bad terms with the royal family?" Why would they want you to marry the princess? Cashin carefully answered her question. Not the entire royal family. I'm only on bad terms with the crown prince. To be more precise, I don't want to bother with him anymore. But the crown prince is very impatient because he can't control me. Selena became even more eager. You're saying the empress would let her daughter marry someone the crown prince's family hates so much? Cashin crossed his arms and explained, like the crown prince, the empress is also the type of person who worries about her position, being a concubine. Besides, she only has one daughter, girl. The day the crown prince ascends the throne, she'll become the lowest of the low. So, to ensure her survival after the crown prince's ascension, she needs to marry the princess off to a noble powerful enough to oppose him. And that target is me. Selena's head throbbed at this. The marquis's daughter, the count's daughter, and now the princess? Even though she was dating a super famous guy, this was exhausting. She swallowed hard and asked, the rumors about me must have reached the empress by now, right? She must be gnashing her teeth. In that case, I'll be going now. Since I don't know when the empress will come barging in, I need to prepare. She bowed to leave, but he asked, prepare? Prepare for what? Selena gave a mysterious smile. Prepare for what, you ask? Instead of giving a clearer answer, she proceeded with her plan to visit a women's clothing store Juna had recommended, where two male employees stood guard outside. The intricately designed door was currently closed, and the two attendants, following prior instructions, stood on either side, ensuring no one disturbed the shop at this time. Wearing a rather daring and alluring dress, Selena confidently posed in front of the mirror and smiled to herself that, of course, I'm preparing to become society's newest darling. Consider this outfit chosen. Selena then left with her maid, Juna, and headed towards the carriage. Sitting in the gently swaying carriage, Juna couldn't hide her excitement that, oh, I'm so excited to go shopping. I've carefully selected some famous shops. Let's browse around and have some snacks. After you visit Raitha, you'll have tea at Grange. Listening to her chatter, Selena couldn't help but chuckle that why goodness, you know a lot. Did you go out often with Lady Ariel? Juna waved her hand dismissively. Don't joke about that. At first, she was very shy about these things, but after experiencing it a bit, who knew she'd become addicted to shopping? She knows what's good for her and only browses the famous shops. That's how I know them. After hearing this seemingly explanatory response, Selena sighed and smiled wryly to herself. Ariel would be crying in the afterlife. She took her to such nice and expensive places, and now she's being slandered. Then, covering her mouth, she said, so that's the reason. I was shocked. You sounded like you were from Mion. Your information skills are amazing. Thinking it was just a probe, Selena was surprised when Juna readily admitted, well, it's true, I am from Mion. However, I didn't visit any shops that noble women frequented because I didn't have much money. I only learned about them while working as a maid. Selena asked curiously, oh my, so you really are from Mion? But how did you end up in Lambus? This question clearly made Juna uneasy. She hesitated before answering, oh, about that. Well, while I was looking for work, a friend told me about an opening in Lambus. Selena nodded. Yes, that's so. You're amazing. Just thinking about you traveling so far just to find work. Although she praised Juna outwardly, Selena was filled with suspicion. Suspicious. Even her laugh was suspicious. She said she was looking for a job in Lambus, a place so far away it could be considered a foreign country, unless it was a story she was told to tell. It was a shame Juna couldn't read minds. With her simple nature, she laughed heartily and continued, I know. At that time, I really needed the money. Well, thanks to that, I met Lady Selena, so it's all good. It's all about smooth talking. Selena feigned a laugh along with her, oh my, such lovely words. Seeing Juna turn to look out the window, Selena's eyes instantly changed, becoming cold. She knew, even back in Lambus, Juna had gone too far, determined to ingratiate herself, using words and actions that destroyed her self-respect, speaking ill of Ariel. A flustered expression and averted gaze when met with unexpected questions, an unbelievable alibi about job searching. No matter how she looked at it, Juna hadn't come to her by chance. If that were the case, the most logical explanation was that someone was watching her. And to keep her and Cashin apart, it was likely someone planted by her side without her knowledge. And it would be convenient if she were killed along the way, riding with a hidden assassin. It made her feel truly uneasy. While Selena was lost in her thoughts and feeling agitated, Juna's voice interrupted her. "Here we are, Lady Selena." Selena asked with a smile. "Oh, so it's here? Shall we get off?" Watching Juna's back as she tried to affect the graceful demeanor of a wealthy lady, Selena scoffed inwardly. I have to be strong. Because an assassin wouldn't recommend an ordinary shop to me. Just as Selena was about to step inside the shop, an employee stopped her, hand outstretched. He said seriously, "I apologize, but we are at capacity. You cannot enter at this time." Not expecting to be stopped at the door, Selena asked back with some displeasure, "What did you just say?" She also didn't believe that ridiculous excuse. He was saying that even at this hour, the shop was so crowded that no one could enter. Just then, a young lady in a purple dress with purple hair walked up and stood beside her. Both of them turned to look at each other at the same time. Then the young lady spoke, her tone mocking. "Oh my, is this your first time here?" She only uttered that sarcastic question before turning and walking arrogantly inside without being stopped by anyone. Selena suppressed her annoyance. I don't know what to say. They call this a shop, but they don't let just anyone in." She sighed as if to regain her composure and asked frankly, "You said it's full, but those people just went in." The employee explained, "They made reservations for today, so there are designated spots for them." Selena raised an eyebrow, challenging him. "Spots in a clothing store? This isn't a restaurant." But the employee only replied with a curt, "I'm very sorry, but that's correct." Crossing her arms, Selena frowned and continued to question him. To get a spot, does one need to pay more than a certain amount or be recommended by another customer? Or is there a whole set of internal standards? Perhaps because she was asking questions outside the scope of his permitted responses, the employee became so nervous he started sweating. He stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Selena couldn't help but feel contempt. He can't even say no. She really felt a headache coming on. Oh dear, my head. There are always places like this. Arrogant places that act like not everyone can afford their products. I want to resolve this by calling Kansia, but I can't because we're pretending he's sick. Well, it's not hard to deal with this. I can just treat them the way they treat their customers. Having resolved herself, she adopted a cold tone. How could a mere guard judge a customer's standards? The employee, momentarily confused, stammered. What? She didn't repeat herself, but simply demanded, "Call your owner. You should have someone of equal standing to me come out here." Perhaps it was Selena's undeniable aura, combined with her aristocratic, wealthy appearance, that made the employee hesitate not a moment longer. He immediately obeyed, running off to call the owner. Not even a few minutes later, the door opened once again. The owner, a blue-haired woman, appeared. Politely and cautiously, she placed a hand on her chest and bowed her head. "You wish to see me?" Selena, arms still crossed, looked her up and down, then asked, "I wouldn't know, as you haven't introduced yourself." "Who are you?" The blue-haired woman replied, "I am the representative of Thek." Having said that, she raised her head and her eyes began to assess Selena. With her experience in judging people, she quickly came to several conclusions about Selena. She was on the list of Myeong nobles, so her style differed from the Myeong trend. Beautiful, young, and with a great deal of pride. Conclusion: a noble from the countryside, someone new to social circles and unaware of the rules of the shops. Thinking this, she sighed wearily and thought, understandable. Nobles from the countryside always cause a fuss when they first arrive. Still, they'll come to like it once we welcome them after they meet the criteria. I wonder how she'll react if she's refused. Will she yell or tremble until her face turns red? Quite curious about Selena, she began her probing. "I heard you were uncomfortable with your reception." Selena's eyes curved into a smile as she frankly admitted, "Yes, it seems this isn't a shop for everyone. It's not a matter of timing, because every time I come, there's no space for me." This positive reaction was far from what the blue-haired woman had anticipated, leaving her surprised, unexpected. I thought she would get angry. Despite her inner thoughts, she maintained a respectful demeanor as she explained, "I apologize, but as our shop is also a beauty salon, we prioritize those we know. Please understand." So after all that, They still wanted to turn her away? Selina feigned acceptance, nodding as she replied, "Is that so? What a pity. I was planning to attend the celebratory banquet as the Duchess of Lambeth. So, as not to disgrace the Duke of Lambeth, I came to the most renowned shop in Myong to learn the latest trends. Well then, we'll go elsewhere." With that, she turned decisively, intending to leave. Of course, it was all a pretense, because just as her intuition had suggested, the words Duchess of Lambeth were more than enough to make the woman reach out and grab her arm. Wait a moment." Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Are you the wife of the Duke of Lambeth, that guest?" Selina smiled brightly and replied with a single word, "Yes." The woman pursed her lips hesitantly. Then her attitude did a complete 180, nervously explaining as if afraid of being reprimanded, "I didn't know about your circumstances. Normally, we don't let guests in if there's no room, but we really want to help you with this matter." Selina smiled pleasantly and said, "Oh my, is that so? As expected, our Gigione name is useful everywhere." What a relief, as expected from famous shop. You have a flexible policy. Seeing that Selina didn't seem angry, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and carefully asked, "I'll lead you inside. However, there are no empty seats for you. Is that all right?" Selina agreed. "All right, because I'm only here to look at clothes." Feck, understanding her intention, stepped aside to make way for her. Selina then strode in on her high heels. Selina had barely stepped through the door when unkind whispers and gossip broke out. "Oh my, what's with that person? Who is she? I've never seen her before. Don't tell me that's. Oh my, so it's that woman." Thinking about it, she's just like the rumors described. To think she'd come here as soon as she arrived in the capital. Has she already started using her fortune? I think so, that's why she's here. Selina listened, feeling annoyed. I'm surprised they're so blunt. Truly the capital. I suddenly need to practice my social skills. After offering her a seat, Feck brought out a book. "Here, this is the design book." Flipping through the pages one by one, Selina commented, "It's truly exquisite and beautiful. It's certainly different from the north, I like it." At the same time, she was thinking, I really want to smack them while pulling their hair, but since today isn't the main stage, I'll just handle this lightly. After that, Selina only flipped through a few more pages for appearances, because that wasn't the main reason she came here. Then she lifted the book filled with designs of luxurious and expensive dresses before the curious and bewildered gaze of the blue-haired woman, as well as all the young ladies present. She calmly declared, "Every dress in this book. I'll buy them all." Her firm tone left no doubt. Although Thek was the owner of the shop, it was safe to say this was the first time she had received a request from a customer to buy every single dress in the design book. She was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. The young ladies around who overheard the conversation were also astonished. She just bought what? Those expensive things? All of them. Thek quickly regained her composure, her demeanor fawning as she rubbed her hands together and said, "But we haven't given you the prices yet." Selina waved her hand dismissively. "No need, just send it to Duke Lenbert." Not only that, she boldly added, make 10 of each design. All 7 colors of the rainbow, white, black, and gray would be good too, right? You can also combine multiple detailed colors. I'll have to see the final products to choose the best. Although deep down she felt a bit guilty. I didn't know I'd be contributing to environmental pollution because I have to act impulsively now. Sorry, Earth. The shop owner was, needless to say, overjoyed. Before her stood a true high roller, a design that made well-off women tremble at the thought of buying just one. And this woman wanted 10. What a windfall. To reciprocate Selina's lavish spending, the owner naturally provided the most attentive service. She quickly pushed a ball gown in front of Selina and cheerfully offered, "Of course, dear customer, we have a finished piece of this design. Would you like to try it on now?" Selina clapped her hands in admiration. "Oh my, it's beautiful." "Certainly," the owner replied, thinking to herself, "Good, at least there's going to be a quick payment." She enthusiastically led Selina to a spacious fitting room and asked, "You can change here. Would you like one of our staff members to assist you?" Selina agreed. "Yes, please. Thank you." Thanks to the staff member's assistance, Selina only needed to move her limbs slightly without having to touch a single thread. "I'll help you into it," the attendant said. But this also made her realize a harsh reality. Oh dear, a world where everything can be solved with money. Dirty as it is, it's easy. It's easier to work with people who move with money, rather than those who do good work only after being swayed. After the final step of fastening the clasp at the back, the staff member stepped back and respectfully announced, "It's done, Mississippi." Selina nodded. "Thank you." The moment she stepped out of the fitting room, she smiled and asked, "I've tried it on. How does it look?" The purple dress, made from the most expensive materials, further enhanced Selena's beauty. It made her shine, causing almost all the young ladies in the hall at that moment, even those who disliked her, especially the shop owner, to blush in admiration. "You look stunning." Selena smiled, closing her eyes briefly, and savored the admiring gazes and gasps around her. "Okay, the reaction is good. Letting them know my presence with just this is enough. A wicked woman with lots of money, beauty, and a bad attitude has appeared in dead. Let the word spread." She herself quite liked the dress, so she quickly made a request. "I like this. I want to buy it. Can you alter it today?" The owner enthusiastically agreed. "Of course, ma'am. It will be ready before lunch." Selena smiled. "Thank you." However, neither of them noticed a brown-haired girl whispering something to a red-haired staff member not far away. Having some free time, Selena continued, "I'll go to other places first and come back for it later." The shop owner bowed respectfully. "Certainly. Please take care." Selena had just turned and walked towards the main door when the red-haired staff member from earlier ran up to her with a panicked expression. Wait, please excuse me." His sudden appearance startled Selena. Selena breathed. The red-haired man began to introduce himself. "I am Smith, the second son of the Baron Chade family. I happened to meet you today, Mississippi." Selena covered her mouth with her fan and chuckled, replying with a simple yes, while trying to recall the Chade family name. "Chade, that's a name I've never heard of from Kanchan." Smith pointed towards a table where a man and a woman were sitting and said, "I took the liberty of speaking to you because it seems you're having trouble finding an empty table. If you'd like, you could join us at that table." Selena didn't answer immediately, but closed her eyes and thought. According to the information she'd gathered beforehand, the people sitting at the table in the corner were much simpler than those at the center tables, weren't they? They couldn't claim to have any social influence, even if they were bluffing. "I apologize for judging, but if I sit there now, I'll be seen as being on the same level as them," she thought. Clearly, she would refuse. "Thank you, but I've decided to visit other shops, perhaps another time." Despite this, Smith still fumbled, as if wanting to hold on to something. Wait, just tell me your name." This made Selena quite tired. So they were trying to keep her there even without knowing her name? They were truly social novices. How would they survive in this dangerous society? "If I get involved with someone like this, I'll be dragged into another scandal. I have to leave here and quickly." Selena had no other choice but to use her partner as an excuse. She painted a picture for him of a disapproving Kanchan, then forced a smile to, "Oh dear, I apologize. My Kanchan is a very jealous man. He doesn't like me telling other men my name. Let's greet each other properly when we meet again, along with my partner." And this method was indeed very effective. Smith immediately backed down. Kanchan, is that so? I beg your pardon." Selena nodded as a farewell. "Yes, let's do that." Then she and Juna walked out of the shop. As soon as they were outside, Juna excitedly hopped around. "Everyone recognizes a beautiful person. If you become this famous every time you go out, people will be lining up for parties." But Selena wasn't that enthusiastic. Was this a time for her to be happy? If the other person wasn't beautiful, she would have had to draw the line beforehand. Figuring she might as well engage with Juna to alleviate the boredom, she asked, "So, is it like that for Ariel too?" Juna shrugged. "There are people who approach her first. But even so, how can it be the same?" Another contradiction in Juna's words. Selena pursed her lips, thinking. She had said Ariel was gloomy. Now she was saying she often flirted with men. Weren't there too many contradictions about one person? She suddenly asked, "Juna, was it like this with Ariel too?" Which Juna couldn't process for a moment. "What do you mean?" Then Selena abruptly changed her demeanor, smiling and speaking as before to tea first. "They said they wouldn't let me in if we didn't meet their requirements. I wondered if they were giving me special treatment because Ariel was once a fiancé. She's different from me. Shouldn't she have received different treatment?" Juna, though slightly surprised, explained that Ariel was also rejected at first. After she asked for help and ordered 5 dresses at once, she could enter freely. "After that, I didn't pay attention anymore." "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Selena smirked. "Haha, so that means you knew Ariel was once rejected." Seeing that Selena wasn't angry, but simply said no, "I'm glad it worked out well." Juna was relieved. "So, shall we go to the next shop? What about Simeon?" Selena shook her head. "No. Trying on one dress is tiring enough. I want to rest. I'll go to the flower shop over there." "Juna, you should get on the carriage and see if there are any other places with openings." Juna's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Me alone?" Selena replied indifferently. "Yes, Juna, you alone. It's cumbersome and difficult for me to get in as it is now. Juna looked reluctant. Even so, you should go yourself. So Selena resorted to a veiled threat. It's a shop you personally know, right? Please, go while I'm still being nice. A dark aura emanated invisibly, compelling Juna to obey that. Yes. Juna turned and climbed back into the carriage with a look of resentment. The wheels quickly began to move. An hour later, Juna returned, hurrying to inform Selena of the good news. Miss Selena, I found a shop with an open seat. Selena stood up and asked, really? Where? Juna replied, it's a shop called La Mera. Since it's a place I've never been to, I didn't recommend it to you, but when I passed by and asked, they said there was one seat available. Selena's eyes curved into a smile. Oh, so all the shops you told me to go to were fully booked. Sensing that Selena was imagining pulling her hair and feeling a pang of guilt, Juna averted her gaze and responded shakily, yes. Hearing this admission, Selena still felt annoyed that I knew it, but after confirming it, I feel even worse. It's ridiculous. She must have done the same to Ariel. With me, I know she's doing it to frustrate me, so it doesn't affect me much, but with Ariel, she would definitely be scared. For what I've heard, she was a sacrificial lamb, not a malicious girl. What could have driven such a timid person to be killed? Regarding this puzzle, Selena had her own speculations. If we arrange the clues we've found so far, firstly, it's possible it happened because of Final's jealousy. Secondly, it's possible it happened because of the way Rosalyn removes obstacles at all costs. Thirdly, it's possible it happened because the Empress wanted an obstacle removed. Fourthly, it's possible it's because the Crown Prince is wary of Lenberth. Fifthly, it's possible there was a random crime due to conflict among the Duke's staff. Sixthly, it's possible there's an unknown factor in society. Actually, she was a fragile person who could be dealt with at any time without needing to kill her. Why? Why was it so convenient? Seeing her standing dazed and lost in thought, the attendant called out worriedly, Mississippi. Selena snapped out of her chaotic thoughts. Assuming they wanted her to leave, she said with a slightly embarrassed look, oh, yes, I was thinking about something else. Let's go to La Mera. But the attendant mentioned something different. That's not it. There's an urgent message from him. Looking at the paper tied to the leg of a black raven, Selena understood immediately. Instead of letting the attendant retrieve it, she untied the paper herself and opened it. The moment Selena read the words written there, a look of astonishment appeared on her beautiful face. And the words written there were, in any case, I think you should return quickly. The Empress has arrived. After receiving the urgent message from the messenger raven, Selena immediately ran to find Kalshin. The Duke, what are you doing? He said the Empress will be here soon. How can a sick person exercise? It's obvious. He couldn't look any healthier. At this moment, Kalshin is doing one-armed push-ups on the floor, while Selena looks flustered. But he himself remains strangely calm. Well, it's just an excuse anyway. Watching the man she shares a bed with get up and wipe his sweat, acting like nothing happened, Selena became even more furious. She pounced on him, hitting and yelling. Even if it doesn't mean much to you, you said it was the Empress. The Empress. Even if you can't fool her, at least pretend for the sake of courtesy. I can't believe you'd act like this. I've worked and eaten with makeup artists for decades. I won't accept this. I'll make you look like a patient right now. After such a grand declaration, she clapped her hands a few times, signaling the official start of Kalshin's transformation. What followed was, of course, a series of extremely professional and clearly sequenced changes. A patient's gown will make anyone wearing it look sick. A wet towel is a must-have for someone with a fever. Flowers from hospital visitors, a bit of cold sweat from the fever. And finally, the tired, slightly leaning posture of a patient. Throughout the process, Kalshin was incredibly cooperative. After Selena finished the last step, Kalshin even asked with interest, how do I look? He even managed to act with a hoarse, tired voice, unfocused eyes, and a face full of sweat dripping down his chiseled chest. This image made it difficult for Selena to look away, as well as to suppress inappropriate thoughts. How should I put this? You look very alluring. Kalshin was so shocked that he sat up straight, dropping the towel on his head. What? Selena awkwardly changed the subject. Instead of a problem with my direction, the main problem is that you're too healthy. You've never been sick. Kalshin let out a few arrogant chuckles and replied, in the end, it's my fault. Even though I've been sick before, I've never taken the time to lie in bed. Selena asked in surprise, really? Calcian honestly told her the reason that I had to work hard because I had many burdens on my shoulders for the future. I realized that a leader must be strong, even with a fever or a broken arm. I often endured pain without rest, even though I didn't know much back then. Hearing him share this for the first time, Selena couldn't help but feel heartbroken. I thought nobles were all raised delicately. So you grew up having a hard time. Seemingly unable to hold back, she placed her hand on Calcian's fluffy silver hair, gently stroking it as she softly continued, "Oh dear, I think the child grew up without having time to be a child. That's so pitiful." A little unaccustomed to this action, Calcian leaned away slightly. "W, what are you doing?" Selena smiled in response. "Comforting you, of course. It's like a heartfelt letter to little Gigione, who had a difficult life." Because the person in front of him was none other than Selena, Calcian naturally wouldn't be angry. He just looked at her for a long moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, if you were someone who traveled between worlds, you could probably travel through time too." Selena smiled in response, also feeling quite surprised by Calcian's attitude. "Oh my, what's this? He knows how to react to those lines? His acting has improved." She continued to pat his head and praise him nonstop. "Hee, our Duke now knows how to sweet talk. I'm proud of you, very proud." When Calcian protested, "Can you stop treating me like a child?" she just laughed and replied, "Why are you refusing when you like it? No need to be shy." Suddenly, a wave of sleepiness washed over Selena, causing her to stretch and yawn repeatedly. Seeing this, Calcian asked worriedly, "Are you tired?" Selena honestly replied, "Yes, because I've been out of bed since this morning." Calcian sighed and said, "If you're tired, you can sleep for a bit. The Empress won't open the door and come in herself. I'll wake you up if there's news of her arrival." It sounded reasonable enough, so Selena agreed immediately. Really? Then move over a bit. Hey, you're not really a patient, you're so fussy." Calcian's mouth said, "Officially, you're just going to steal a sick person's bed like that." But he consciously moved aside to make room for her. Selena comfortably laid down on the bed, closed her eyes, and said with a smile, "We should rest properly when the time is right. Please wake me up after 5 minutes. I'll get up immediately." She then quickly fell into a deep sleep. It was evident she was very tired. Gazing at his wife's relaxed, sleeping face, Calcian thought to himself, "It's amusing to see her fall asleep so quickly as always. It's amazing. Why don't I find it bothersome when she tells me to do so many things? Have I gotten used to Selena?" But as he thought about getting used to her, Calcian's heart suddenly beat unusually fast. He parted his lips to say something, but was interrupted by an attendant. "Your Grace, the Empress has arrived." "So soon?" Selena just fell asleep. Calcian sighed dejectedly. He intended to shake her awake, but stopped immediately. For some reason, looking at her peaceful sleeping face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. His arm, outstretched in midair, retreated. Then, Calcian nonchalantly plopped down onto the bed, ignoring the attendant's bewildered expression. After a moment of trying to understand his intentions, the attendant hesitantly asked, "Your Grace?" But Calcian simply replied indifferently, "Tell her I'm sleeping, because I'm very ill." As soon as he finished speaking, he proactively wrapped his arm around Selena, pulling her close to his chest, and fell asleep with her. Time passed by quickly. Finally, Selena woke up with a start after a long, deep sleep. She sat up in a panic. "I'm going crazy. What time is it?" Calcian, who had woken up at some point, was sitting next to her, leaning against the headboard and reading a book that you've been asleep for about an hour and a half. Selena was shocked. "Oh my God, I can't believe it. Why didn't you wake me up? He's a good actor. Oh my, this is a big problem. My dress is wrinkled, and my hair is a mess." Yet, Calcian simply comforted her with, "It's all right, just like usual." This made Selena feel rather annoyed. He should have said something more believable. "The Empress said she would come with the princess, right?" Calcian's weary reply, "Yeah, I'm already tired enough," partially built up an image of the Empress in her mind. A woman in her 60s with short, bright red hair, bright red lips, and an extremely strict demeanor. She was truly curious. Just how stern of an old woman was she? To verify, it was best to meet face to face. Therefore, Selena quickly got out of bed, brushed off some dust from her skirt, fixed her hair and clothes, and said with a smile, "Forget it. We're ready now." Seeing this, Calcian called for an attendant and ordered, "Good. Invite the Empress in." The attendant bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, Your Grace," then immediately carried out the order. Not even 10 minutes later, the door to the room was opened by someone, and the first person to enter was the Empress. "Greetings, Duke. It's been a while." The petite Princess Ariel, who was walking behind her, was pushed forward by the Empress. This was the first time Selena met the legendary Empress, and her image was far different from what she had imagined. This was enough to leave her speechless. Oh, the Empress and the Princess, not Princess 1 and Princess 2. No matter how she looked at it, the Empress seemed younger than herself. To someone who had seen enough of it, like Calcian, he was naturally very calm. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress and Princess." The Empress nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "All right, Duke, I came to visit you because you said you were ill, but you don't look sick at all, do you?" Saying this, she turned to look at Selena and spoke with a somewhat mocking tone. "Ah, so you avoided me because you were with the woman you brought back?" Calcian didn't answer but politely said, "Because I wasn't feeling well, I couldn't greet you properly. Please forgive me." The Empress didn't make things difficult. "All right, I forgive you. It's my fault for coming uninvited when you said you were ill. I came to see if you were truly sick because until now, there's never been this kind of excuse." "I'm glad it's not true." After a short period of listening and observing, Selena couldn't help but feel a little incredulous as she silently assessed this Empress. She truly was a special person. Which Empress was this honest? No, is she really being honest? I can't see what she's thinking. I suffered so much because of Rosalyn that I'm not used to this quick change of pace. Although a little apprehensive of the Empress, she couldn't just be treated like a potted plant and ignored. So, Selena took the initiative to greet her according to proper etiquette. "My name is Selena. Greetings, Your Majesty." The Empress glanced over with a meaningful look. Then, she smiled brightly and praised, "You're absolutely stunning. I've never seen such beauty." Although she respectfully replied with, "Thank you," Selena was still very worried. I don't know how to deal with her. Perhaps the Empress saw through Selena's nervousness because she suddenly burst out laughing. It's so obvious you're on guard. Why are you so afraid?" Asked so directly, Selena was momentarily at a loss for words. As if she hadn't been intimidating enough, the Empress added a critical question. "Are you afraid I might kill you?" The Empress's blunt question stunned Selena for a moment, and she couldn't believe her ears. Yes. Yet the Empress's fake smile didn't falter. Instead, she kindly reassured Selena, "Oh my, look at that cute expression. It's wonderful to be entertained by such a beauty before the wedding. Don't worry, I would never kill you just for that." Selena thought tensely, "I'm caught up in this baffling conversation." She not only started abruptly, but also went straight to murder. Does she have anything to do with Ariel's death? Then, forcing a smile, she asked, "Wedding? What wedding?" The Empress turned Ariel around and replied, "Isn't the Duke going to get married someday? It would be wonderful if he married my Ariel." Looking at the small princess, who only came up to her chest, Selena was doubtful. Good heavens, how could she talk about marriage with a child like that? It's embarrassing. Doesn't she feel sorry for her own child? She expressed her disapproval, "But I'm going to live with the Duke forever." The Empress covered her mouth, letting out a few chuckles before nodding and saying, "Right, because you two are in the honeymoon phase." The Duke doesn't agree. Calcian, annoyed, dismissed her. "We'll figure that out later. I'm not going to kick her out and find someone to marry immediately." The Empress feigned sadness, saying, "Oh dear, you don't understand people's hearts." But Calcian retorted firmly, "Even so, my heart is clear now." Seeing this, the Empress became even more smug, saying, "Is that so? Even so, everything will still go according to plan. You said your name was Selena, right? You too shouldn't put too much faith in others." Called out by name, Selena frowned and retorted, "I don't. Isn't that why I'm trying my best?" The Empress shook her head slightly, looking exasperated, like an adult talking to a stubborn child. "Oh dear, how cute. But you need to know the difference between love and marriage. Marriage is for adults." Selena calmly crossed her arms, glancing at her with disdain. "If so, isn't the princess too young?" After a sigh, the Empress replied, "One can be mature even when young, and I was once like that too." Selena tilted her head and continued, "Don't you need the princess's opinion?" Ignoring Ariel, who was trembling slightly in her arms, the Empress calmly said, "Oh, the princess likes it too." "Ariel, you want to marry the Duke, right?" Looking at Ariel's timid and frightened appearance, Selena felt pity for her. Goodness, if she pressures her like this, how can a 10-year-old say no? It's a good thing she hasn't run away yet. But contrary to her worries, Ariel suddenly replied, yes, I want to marry the Duke. Even more surprising was the blush on her face, looking just like a girl in love, not at all like an innocent princess. This sight left Selena dumbfounded. Thinking that Ariel was being forced by the Empress, she hurriedly knelt in front of Ariel and tried to persuade her to change her mind. You want to? You just said you want to? Princess, think carefully. The Duke is twice your age. Do you like that? He's old and cold, knows nothing about love, and you don't know what he'll do when he's angry. He's a scary old man with zero dating experience. Selena's enthusiastic criticism of Calcian amused the Empress. Oh dear, so many things. Even the villain in Selena's story is unacceptable. So whose side are you on? After Selena's impassioned Chagall left her horse, Ariel blushed and shyly replied, but he's handsome. A predictable answer. This, she's sincere. It's true love. No one can stop her, especially since Ariel started to become even more fervent. Have you seen him train? He's so cool when he's drenched in sweat. And also when he attends official events. That uniform, Selena was speechless. It was the unique passion of a teenager, the intense love for an idol. I know it because I'm an artist myself. There was a whiff of perfect obsession from Princess Ariel. She couldn't help but imagine Ariel attending an idol concert and excitedly screaming, "My Duke is the best. Marry me." Selena felt a headache coming on. Oh, my head. I'd be more comfortable with a gloomy empress than an obsessive princess. They both have their surprising qualities. Thinking this, she gently rubbed Ariel's shoulders and said, well then, Princess, there's one important thing you should consider. Ariel asked curiously, what is it? Selena posed two questions. Love isn't just one-sided, is it? As the Duke said he likes you. It seemed like this was the first time Ariel had been asked and considered this question, so she froze for a moment. Then, biting her lip, she replied, no, not really. He hasn't answered, even though I've told him I love him many times. He'll like me soon. By now. From the first moment we met, he said it felt like destiny. Ariel asked in surprise, Destiny? Selena nodded, continuing, like a prince and princess in a novel, or the main characters in a musical. At this point, Ariel had to turn directly to Calcian, asking, did you feel it was destiny, Duke? Playing along was crucial, so Calcian had to admit, oh yes. Of course, he said this under Selena's threatening glare, which implied, say it's true. Ariel slumped to the floor in disappointment. How can this be? Then she wailed, you're lying, and tearfully ran out of the room. It seems the naive princess's side is settled, but the queen still holds her original opinion. Our princess is too timid. Even so, life with her would be fun because she's cute. Calcian truly feels helpless against her, so please find someone better than me. The queen said with a hint of sadness, do you think it's easy to find a family that can protect us after the crown prince ascends the throne? Moreover, hasn't the princess already developed feelings for you? How can the Duke refuse? It's time to stop joking and find a proper bride. Calcian wearily pleaded, please stop the princess. Seeing the two of them going back and forth like this, Selena thought to herself, at this rate it won't stop. I have to stop them. But before she could speak, Calcian interrupted with a firm statement, I will not marry just because it's necessary. How could she stop them now? Selena was exasperated, thought, oh dear. The queen covered her mouth, chuckling. Did you suddenly hit puberty, Duke? Why do you suddenly want to live life to the fullest? Calcian replied, I'm just being cautious. As if a thought had just occurred to her, the queen smirked mischievously. Then she said sarcastically, to think that something only someone deeply in love would say came out of your mouth. It's something you can see if you live long enough. For a moment, Selena was stunned. Then she tried to suppress her rising laughter, thinking, does she think he's deeply in love after hearing those words? If she listened to him carefully, he was talking about the mundane aspects of marriage. Didn't he say he doesn't want to get married? Love? That northern Duke? Noticing Selena stifling her laughter, the queen glanced at her. Then she quickly returned to her bright smile and continued, I don't like it very much. Isn't love fleeting? Duke, is this young lady your dance partner from the ceremony? Calcian admitted without hesitation, yes. Knowing she couldn't sway Calcian, the queen turned to Selena and subtly warned her, Miss, don't do that in public. If you keep doing that, you might actually get killed. The queen's menacing aura sent a chill down Selena's spine. Someone would kill me? The queen burst out laughing. I wouldn't do that. Selena asked nervously. Then who would? The queen shrugged. Who knows? Don't you think there would be more than one person who'd want to do that? After her remark, the atmosphere in the room became noticeably quiet and cold. I've spent enough time here today. The important things have been said. So, the queen took out her pocket watch and said, "Oh my, it's getting late. It seems I've bothered the patient long enough. I'll come again when I hear you're feeling better." Kanchan nodded. Safe travels. The moment the door clicked shut, signaling the queen's departure, Selena breathed a sigh of relief. She sat down on the chair beside Kanchan's bed and asked, "Does that mean she knows something?" Kanchan didn't hide it. "Yes," Selena speculated. "It seems the queen isn't the culprit. More. I'm sure everyone will compare her to Kanchan. What would Ariel think if she received such an offer? Even though we don't know the truth, one thing's for sure. The queen's presence is a significant burden on Ariel. If Ariel's death was a suicide, then the queen would also be the culprit." Seeing Selena hesitate over the issue of Ariel's death clearly being a murder, Kanchan wearily replied in a hoarse voice, "I already told you. The wound was too deep, so it definitely was a murder." Selena worriedly shared, "Even though I'm not actively involved in society, I don't feel very good because I think it's just a case about someone being killed because she angered someone." Kanchan asked suspiciously, "Are you saying it could be a suicide?" Selena didn't dare confirm, so she just said, "Well, it just bothers me." Perhaps because Kanchan didn't want her to worry so much, he suddenly stood up and suggested, "Then let's go see Ariel's room while we discuss this. There might be clues if we go to the scene." Looking at his rough hand extended before her, Selena couldn't help but feel surprised now. Kanchan seriously replied now. For some reason, when she thought about the victim's room, Selena hesitated. But then she changed her mind, right? "Instead of being deceived by this case, I should go take a look. That way, I can quickly finish this tedious job." Making her final decision, she took Kanchan's hand and agreed to his suggestion. "All right, let's go to the scene." Looking at Kanchan's tall back as he led the way, Selena couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, "The atmosphere in the East Building is really different from the West Building. It seems warmer and more elegant." Kanchan replied, "Because the West Wing is usually used by the Duchess, of course. My mother would be influenced a bit. According to the Duke's manor architecture, the Duchess's study in the West Wing is frequently used, and the Duke's workspace in the East Wing is also frequently used." Selena nodded, "In understanding that I see. These stairs must also be designed according to your mother's later aesthetic. They look like a bridge connecting the second floor to the garden. So romantic." However, the truth wasn't so simple. Kanchan hesitated slightly and said, "Well, about that. When needing to meet with people who shouldn't be known, it's a secret path to utilize for those kinds of things." Hearing this, Selena quickly pictured images of shameful encounters. So what I'm thinking is correct. As possible. He seemed to accept this very easily. Selena, a little incredulous, asked, "Isn't that a big deal? Isn't it something worth mentioning? Most nobles live like that." At this thought, Selena laughed. "Now I understand why you're so dry." Just then, they arrived at their destination. Looking at the closed door in front of them, Kanchan said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. We're here." The two pushed open the doors and stepped inside the room. The smell of money wafting from within made Selena gasp in awe. So this was the atmosphere at the top of the West Tower. It was bright and luxurious, clearly reflecting the Duchess's personality. "Did Ariel use this room too?" Selena asked, glancing around. Kanchan nodded. "Yes, she used it and nothing has been changed." Hearing Selena then ask, "What about that door?" Kanchan turned to follow her gaze. "That's a small room, mostly used by the maids, especially Mrs. Janet." As if grasping a keyword, Selena asked, "So, she used it that day too?" Understanding her suspicion, Kanchan nodded. "Yes, she said she was sleeping soundly and didn't hear anything." Selena raised an eyebrow. "I asked that so?" Recalling that time, Kanchan's face contorted slightly. He continued, "Moreover, that day, Ariel was lying on the floor while wearing the dress for the engagement. The next day, a deep cut stretched from her arm to her elbow. Because there was so much blood there, it was hard to tell, but just like that, the window was closed and locked from the inside. If someone wanted to enter without being let in, it could only be done by going through Mrs. Janet's room. But since Mrs. Janet was clearly asleep after locking her door that day, the possibility of an intruder from the next room is very low." Selena asked suspiciously, "Doesn't that make Mrs. Janet the culprit?" This wasn't a scenario Kanchan hadn't considered. He countered, "Is there any reason for Mrs. Janet to kill her?" Selena brought a hand to her chin, pondering. Perhaps she thought Ariel wasn't worthy of a Lambert name. Perhaps the murder would tarnish the Lambert reputation. There's no reason to disgrace the Lambert name. Cashin agreed. Exactly. Besides, Mrs. Janet isn't foolish enough to admit to murder when she's clearly the biggest suspect. Selina hesitantly asked, I agree, but I don't know. Should we consider this a suicide? Cashin replied wearily. I've said it many times. That wound couldn't have been self-inflicted by someone who's never used a sword. But Selina persisted with the theory. What if she was so desperate, so suddenly driven? I believe there's nothing a person can't do if they're determined enough. She seemed quite convinced about the power of determination, of pressure so great it could drive someone to suicide, a burden heavy enough to cause self-harm even without prior experience with a blade. After a few seconds of hesitation, Selina spoke. Duke, what if things were truly unbearable for her, and she was determined to hurt herself? Like that. If it was suicide, and someone pressured her to die, wouldn't that person be a suspect? Understanding who she was implying by suspect, Cashin affirmed, yes, they would be a suspect. Their conversation continued, a question from her, an answer from him, even though it wasn't one person, but rather everyone Ariel met in this world. Yes, those who stood by and did nothing to help her. They're also suspects. The moment Selina looked up and asked, even you, for not noticing the anomalies at the time, Cashin suddenly saw Ariel's image, reflected in her. He froze, as if stunned by the stark reality. His mouth quiet like that. Then, Cashin covered his face with his hand, his voice hoarse as he asked, am I a sinner too? I was only angry that Lambert attacked a day before the engagement ceremony, not because Ariel was killed. She wasn't a stranger. She was my bride-to-be. I was so careless, how could you think so far ahead? Selina forced a laugh, replying, well, I guess I was too immersed and didn't notice. Cashin asked suspiciously, have you experienced something similar? Although a hint of sadness flickered across her face, Selina shook her head. No, it's just something everyone goes through once. Something similar. Like when the whole world hates you, like you don't belong in this world. Cashin frowned and asked, who made you think that way? Selina lowered her head, responding, wasn't anyone in particular. There were rumors and gossip about people I'd never even met, fighting and struggling to find a place in this world. Maybe some chaotic situation made it all happen. At this point, she turned her head and smiled at Cashin. Her smile made Cashin's heart clench. Selina continued cheerfully, it's all in the past. I've endured and stayed calm through it all. It's me, the great actress Selina, After a moment of silence, Cashin leaned slightly towards her and said cryptically, in this place, in this world, don't just endure and stay calm. Selina looked surprised, but quickly understood, her eyes curving into a knowing smile. Selina asked curiously, so what should I do? Should I do something about Israel too? But Cashin didn't answer immediately, instead requesting, tell me, you don't need to endure such trivial matters. Selina laughed, a few times, then playfully teased, if I tell you, will you put them into an eternal sleep? Cashin nodded, sleep? Is that enough? His question combined with his sinister, frightening expression obviously sent shivers down Selina's spine and made her break out in a cold sweat. She quickly grabbed his collar, shaking him as she scolded, what else? Don't tell me you're going to kill them. Oh my God, look at you. Will you really kill them? Will you kill them for doing wrong? Like that assassin the other day? Cashin replied calmly, I'll consider it. I've never killed anyone for personal reasons, but when there's a conflict involving territorial disputes, killing is a given. Selina wiped her forehead to remove the sweat, sighing in relief. Should I be relieved that it's not illegal? Cashin smiled. Even so, with this power, with all those trying to infiltrate my inner circle, threatening them a little is also a way. That's why you don't need to endure anything. Because in this world, you have me. Cashin's demeanor, from his eyes to his expression, was utterly serious and sincere as he expressed this. Feeling the stirring emotions rising within her heart, Selina gave a gentle, loving smile, her face filled with happiness. She said, thank you, The next day, at the Duke's mansion, Selena received a letter that read, I sincerely apologize. I made a mistake yesterday. That is why we cannot proceed with the alterations. Please visit us, Again, Selena frowned, displeased. This letter must be from the debt clothing store. She held the letter out to Cashin. Duke, take a look at this. Cashin quickly scanned the lines and felt annoyed on her behalf. How rude. They're the ones in the wrong, yet they're asking you to come. They didn't even bother coming here. Selena pouted. Just as I thought, how vulgar. I already settled things with them with money. Why the sudden change in attitude? Cashin asked. Are they short on money? Selena shook her head. I don't think so. I'm sure someone is behind this. If the letter calls me a tyrant, this isn't a simple request, it's a challenge. A mischievous smile played on her lips, as if she had just thought of something interesting. She stood up. I'll go get ready now. Leaving Cashin alone in the room, Selena called for Yuna, and together they headed towards the debt clothing store, accepting the coercive invitation. I think today will be a fierce battle. She had only taken a few steps when she stopped abruptly. An irritated voice suddenly rang out behind her. What the hell is this? She turned to see Final, who had two servants trailing behind her, arms crossed and glaring at Selena. Selena sighed wearily. And what about you? Final didn't hold back, her voice laced with annoyance that you've got some nerve showing your face here again. Selena shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't this a place where anyone can come? I don't think this place suits me anymore because of your presence here. Final was furious that you're insane. Aren't you even scared? Don't you value your life? Facing her unwarranted anger, Selena shrugged lazily. Aren't you tired of using the same threat over and over? Don't you have any new tricks? Her sharp gaze lingered on Final, but she must know something to keep bringing this up so confidently. Suddenly, Selena grabbed Final's pink ribbon and pulled. Final, come here and talk to me for a minute. Final struggled and yelled, what are you doing? Let me go. Lisa, Haley, help me. Her servants stood on either side, helplessly watching as Selena dragged her away. Miss Selena, feeling a headache coming on, turned back and ordered the servants, don't follow us. Just wait here for a bit. She smiled sweetly, but her voice was laced with a threatening undertone that if you carelessly follow and eavesdrop on us, I don't know what I'll do to silence you, understand? The servants trembled under her sharp gaze and nodded repeatedly. Yes, ma'am. Selena then shoved Final against the wall with a loud thud. Final cried out in fear and cursed her. You crazy woman. Selena's face, cold and menacing, moved closer to Final's. Do you know something about Ariel's death? Hitting a nerve, Final hesitated, avoiding Selena's gaze. She mumbled, I must be crazy. Selena pressed impatiently. So, is it true? I already know a lot about Final retorted. So what? Just think, you keep threatening me, as if I'll end up like Ariel if I don't stay away from Lord Cashin. She furrowed her brow and explained, from what I know, Ariel committed suicide, but no one knows why. So, how could you possibly know? She shot a sharp glare towards Final, who immediately trembled, speechless with fear. A moment later, she shrieked, how could I know the thoughts of a dead person? I don't know anything. I'm completely innocent. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't know anything. Is that so? Selena thought suspiciously. Should I push a little more? But even if I do, I doubt she'll talk, right? Well, let her go. Today isn't the only day I can question her. With a sigh, she told Final, all right, go on. Get out of here. Final, relieved to be released, scurried away, while Selena quietly watched her go, thinking, because she definitely knows something. The key now is how to make her talk. A voice called out, making her turn around. Final, though still trembling, stood firm and declared, my feelings for him are genuine. Selena replied indifferently. So what? Final retorted angrily. And yours aren't. Selena placed her hands on her hips and challenged. So? Whether mine are genuine or not doesn't change the fact that the Duke is mine, does it? Selena gave her a cold smile. Final bit her lip, unable to contain her anger. She could do nothing but yell and curse at Selena. You devil. But Selena appeared utterly indifferent, unfazed by her words. How surprising. To me, you're the devil, constantly flirting with someone who's already taken. She stamped her foot. How annoying. Every encounter with you is so irritating. Final clenched her fists in anger. Turning to leave, she pointed at Selena and shouted, I'm not saying I'm not bad, but I'm still much better than you. Just you wait. Selena said nothing, only watching as Final stormed off. Whatever. She muttered, then pondered Final's words. She has a point. Because at Final's level, she's still considered cute. This society is full of people even more relentless. She thought back to Final's determined face and voice. But I'm still much better than you. Selena couldn't help but smirk. She calls herself decent? Fine. Thanks for the warning. So now, here, it's just full of devils worse than her, right? She stared at the brightly lit mansion before her. She took a deep breath and sighed. Once she was mentally prepared, she turned to Juna behind her and said, "Let's go inside, Juna." Inside the luxurious and extravagant shop. As soon as she stepped inside, the owner of the clothing store greeted her warmly. Oh my goodness, you've arrived. I apologize for such short notice." Her voice was apologetic as she explained, "We only recently learned of this. Thank you for coming here like this." Selena furrowed her brow, assessing the owner, puzzled. What's wrong? Why is she trembling so much? If it's like this, she shouldn't have told me. "Oh my, what's this?" A sarcastic voice rang out. "You're already giving the staff a hard time, just having arrived?" Selena raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" The clothing store owner immediately bowed their head to her. Selena glanced around and saw many nobles present in the store. "I sincerely apologize." The owner sighed apologetically and bowed again. "Due to a shortage of staff, we were unable to meet you directly. Thank you for your understanding." Selena's sharp eyes swept around the room. Then she suddenly gave a polite smile. "As for me, I enjoyed shopping yesterday so much that I wanted to come again. But then His Grace the Duke happened to be there with me and overheard the matter. He was quite upset that you didn't even come directly or ask about our schedule, but instead told us to come at your convenience." As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding people began to whisper amongst themselves. "She's tattling to the Duke over such a small matter? Couldn't she handle it herself? No matter how much she's studied, her demeanor seems superficial. Didn't she even learn about that? Isn't that common sense for her?" Selena's eyes darkened as she silently listened to the gossiping people discuss her. Such obvious tactics, and her smile. She must have only known men her whole life. She inwardly scoffed, thinking even teenagers wouldn't act like this. It's quite obvious who orchestrated this. She glanced at the person leisurely sipping tea, none other than Lady Theolon, Rosalyn. Selena's heels clicked against the floor. She calmly stood before Rosalyn and greeted her. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Rosalyn responded coldly, lifting her teacup. "Are we close enough to greet each other like this?" Selena gently sat down, her face still cheerful despite Rosalyn's unfriendly words. "I didn't think my greeting would sound so intimate to you. You must be delighted to see me, then?" Rosalyn chuckled. "I hate word games. I'm not that free. Are you implying you're too busy to talk to a commoner? You're quite cunning." Selena's voice was soft, but her words were sharp. Rosalyn didn't back down, replying frankly, "Because I'm a noble, unlike some people. So, since you're a commoner, you'd better be careful with your words, understand?" Another noble lady intentionally walked past them, glancing at Selena and covering her mouth as she giggled. Of course, how could those who don't even know basic etiquette understand such things? Like that woman over there. Rosalyn feigned surprise. "Oh my, is that so?" The other nobles around them looked at Selena and Rosalyn, continuing to gossip. Perhaps due to her background, she seems rather shallow. I'm sure she's been like that since birth. But this is about the mannerisms they carry throughout their lives. What does she think she's doing? It's so obvious. Selena's face darkened as she thought to herself. This kind of attack would be enough to make E want to end her life. Having had experience in the entertainment industry, these words don't affect me much. For E, who lived quietly, to be attacked and spoken to so cruelly by those who always want to appear virtuous. Yes, it's foolish to resolve this by talking. It's pointless to fight them when we're already outnumbered. Rosalyn set this whole thing up for this very reason. She clenched her fists in anger. If they're already intent on mocking me, then how I look or how much money I have doesn't matter. So what should I do? The whispers around her continued. It seems the Duke doesn't have good taste in women, does he? She must have seduced him easily. If she's managed to set foot in the duchy, she should know her place. After all, the greed of those who have nothing. Her eyes darkened. Selena remained silent. In a situation like this, what would a wicked woman do? Do I really need to resort to? Suddenly, an irritated voice cut through the noisy chatter. What's going on here? Cashin walked silently to her side. His voice was icy right now. His eyes flashed with anger. I think I've heard things I shouldn't have. The nobles fell silent as they saw Cassian approach with an angry expression. Someone exclaimed in alarm, "The Duke of Lambert? He's with that woman?" "That Duke." Selina looked at him, stunned. "Your Grace." Cassian looked displeased. He said coldly, "I came because I was worried about you being alone and something like this happening." Then he abruptly pulled her to her feet. He drew her into his arms, his brow furrowed as he turned to address the crowd. "Selina is a guest of Lambert, and I invited her here. If you know Selina, you should know that, shouldn't you?" He then turned to Rosalyn, his voice sharp with questioning. "You know that best of all, don't you, Rosalyn?" Rosalyn appeared remarkably calm. After a moment's thought, she gestured toward Selina and said softly, "Your Grace never introduced her as a guest, so I only remember her as your woman. A lowly woman trying to start a relationship out of her reach, or just a bedwarmer for you. Isn't she one of those?" As she finished speaking, murmurs of agreement rippled through the shop. "She's right. Is that all you can think of?" His voice was glacial. "It seems your father has poured all his energy into the government." Selina, worried, tried to stop him from further antagonizing Rosalyn. But he continued, bluntly exposing Rosalyn's spite. "If that's all you've learned from him, then I have nothing more to say to you. However, I am not like your father." Rosalyn was furious but unable to retort. He then glared at the nobles in the shop and announced loudly, "I do not consider Selina a bedwarmer. My feelings for her are genuine. So you all had better treat Selina with respect." His voice was low and menacing. With that, Cassian pulled Selina around and strode away. Rosalyn was so enraged she trembled, but she could offer no response. She bit her lip furiously, her eyes blazing with vengeful anger. In the royal carriage, Cassian's face was dark. He sat with his arms crossed, staring at Selina. Selina softly asked, "Are you angry?" He glanced at her, his expression still displeased out of course. "Seeing my person treated like that, how could I not be angry? This morning, I already felt uneasy about the message we received, and you looked very worried too." She listened as he spoke, scratching his face thoughtfully. "Oh, I see. I thought I looked confident back then. Knowing things like this might happen, you still went there?" he asked her, puzzled. Selina nodded, explaining that she was kind of expecting it. Cassian frowned, reminding her, "I remember telling you yesterday, from now on, don't be so tolerant and submissive." Knowing he was worried about her, she patted his arm reassuringly that I wasn't intentionally putting up with them. I was even planning to give them a piece of my mind before you arrived. Those young ladies only know how to hold teacups. You know they're not even on my level, right? He leaned in slightly, continuing to question her. "So, before that, you sat and listened to all that nonsense?" She immediately replied, "I had to do that to fight, or something like that, to be accepted into high society, right?" He frowned, advising her, "You don't have to do that." Selina looked at his calm face, perplexed. "Why? What do you mean? Then what am I doing here? I have to find out who harmed Ariel. Even if I can't find the culprit, I have to know what happened before and after the murder." "What?" She was explaining fervently when he interrupted, his voice calm as he reminded her, "Even so, you don't need to go through something similar. After all, you and Ariel are two different people. Find another way to join high society. I don't want my person humiliated in a place where I'm not present." However, Ariel's traces, she persisted in reasoning with him, but he firmly objected that it has been clarified through the final efforts of the assassination attempt. That doesn't affect who you are. With the reality that you are my woman now, those people will overlook it. This is only the second time we've gone looking for the murderer. His voice softened as he reassured her, "There's no need to force yourself like this. I don't want anyone else from Lambert to be sacrificed." Cassian looked directly in her eyes, his voice gentle and warm. "You should do what your heart tells you." Selina fell silent, thinking, then murmured, "Do what I want." She remembered a man who had once maliciously lectured her, saying that as long as she smiled, this matter could be resolved peacefully. What was there to be proud of? Her only job was to smile. "Cheer up, stop going around biting people." Her whole body froze. Then she trembled. He was truly outrageous. She gazed intently at his handsome, cold face. The words from this cold and stern man were the words she had always longed to hear. "Now, I realize, being scolded and criticized for no reason, I thought I had gotten used to it because of my experience in acting. I thought I could endure all of it, but in reality, I can't." She thought sadly. "From before until now, I've never felt at peace. I've also had a difficult time." Selina clenched her fists, suddenly bursting into tears of frustration at the hardships she had endured. Then she quickly wiped away her tears. Oh my, I'm so silly. I was moved by his words, by him saying I didn't do anything wrong. She reassured herself, calm down, wipe your tears. She fidgeted, feeling as vulnerable as a child, when Cashin couldn't help but pull her into a hug. Selena, surprised by his embrace, asked, "Why are you suddenly like this?" His warm voice echoed beside her ear. "You'll calm down faster if someone hugs you." She smiled quizzically. "Did I look that upset?" He shook his head. "You looked quite emotional." She chuckled. "I didn't think you could read me so well. My acting career is over." Cashin hugged her tighter. "I know, because I'm a swordsman. Others wouldn't know." Selena playfully joked, "That sounds like a line from some martial arts novel, like knowing the opponent's weakness through their movements. Although I don't know anything about martial arts, it sounds like a novel based on reality. It was worth being B-rated today, because we reaped a good result." She spoke, and as he released her, he asked, "Reaped?" She explained with delight, "Yes, you rescued me in such a critical situation. Now, everyone will think that the Duke of Lambert is sincere towards Selena and completely believe it. So there's no need to force you, someone who doesn't know how to act anymore. Congratulations. They'll believe it after just once?" he asked, bewildered. She nodded emphatically. "Yes, you were completely immersed in it and did it brilliantly." She mimicked his voice from earlier. "My feelings for her are sincere." Then she laughed excitedly. "You said you were sincere towards me, even if those really are my feelings?" Cashin suddenly interrupted, causing Selena to freeze, caught off guard. She stared blankly. What? Cashin calmly spoke a sentence that made her head spin. "He's sincere towards me? Really? Even though we're in a contractual relationship, we'll really get married? Really?" He suddenly confessed like that, feigning ignorance, her voice slightly trembling as she evaded the topic. "Duke, I didn't know when you started having feelings for me. Even so, we're from different worlds. Moreover, I'll leave someday. And I still have a lot of unfinished business in that world, so I thank you for your feelings. But marriage?" Cashin immediately cut in, confused. "Marriage? What marriage?" The sentence finished, and the two stared at each other, bewildered. Selena's eyes darted around before she said, "Didn't you say that you were actually thinking of marrying me? Otherwise, people wouldn't understand that you're sincere towards someone." His face crumpled as he asked, "Is that usually the case?" She nodded in reply, "That's right." He was silent for a moment before continuing. "So, according to you, I, with my own mouth, in front of everyone, said that I intend to marry you." Cashin's face flushed crimson as he spoke. Though reluctant to admit it, she nodded, "That's right." Cashin immediately covered his face, never having felt so embarrassed and shy. "I admitted it to you myself." Selena chuckled softly, comforting him. Don't be so embarrassed. After all that effort developing your acting skills, this is a success." She cheerfully praised him. "You were just acting before. You did a great job." He sighed, shaking his head and lamenting, "I'm so embarrassed. I can't live anymore." "So if it wasn't for marriage, then what are you sincere about?" She suddenly had a question she wanted to ask him. Cashin hesitated a bit after hearing her. I don't think you're a bad person. We've shared a lot of experiences." She looked up in surprise at his words, letting out a small "oh." Cashin's gaze fell on her, his voice neither cold nor warm. "If you want to stay here, whether the job is successful or not, I think I'll support you both financially and emotionally. Of course, that includes me hoping you don't get hurt doing that job." His sincere words moved her deeply. She smiled and nodded. "I see. You really do care about me. Thank you." He continued in a low voice, "And moreover, I'm very sincere about your swordsmanship." Cashin immediately took her hand, his excited eyes shining brightly, almost blinding her. Selena froze, uttering a confused "huh." Cashin, as if transformed into her fan, said, "That skill of yours, it's not too late. I can train you to be even better." She immediately shook her head apologetically, refusing. "No, there's no need. If I learn from the Duke, I think it'll end up being just a hobby. I'm afraid I'll be tricked into walking a difficult path." Unable to persuade her, he sighed inwardly. "You're smart. Even so, tell me if you change your mind. I'm willing to teach you." Selena, seeing his persistence, bluntly stated, "You really have no conscience continuing to say this. No matter how many times you say it, I won't do it. Give up." "All right. Do you have any plans afterward?" He let it go and asked. She immediately replied, "Nothing important." Hearing this, he offered, "Then would you like to take a walk around town with me, so that the rumor that the Duke of Lambert is dating Selena will spread to the neighboring countries?" She deliberately teased him, making him shake his head head and chuckle. All right, let's go. She smiled and said, then let's go to Grange first. Her voice was full of enthusiastic excitement. It's a pastry shop that Yuna recommended to me to make me lose face. Let's go turn the tables. Inside the pastry shop, the chef's surprised voice echoed upon hearing of their arrival. You say the Duke of Lambert? The chef ordered. Find a place where there are no people, then turn to greet her warmly. Right this way? The royal seats. Being welcomed so warmly, Selena was a little surprised. Although I expected this, they treat me completely differently when I'm with Cashin. Cashin ignored Yuna when he sat with her. Surprisingly, I'm taken aback. Cashin pulled out a chair for her and gently asked, "You've wanted to come here for a long time, haven't you?" She quickly replied, "Yes, although I don't really like sweets. But they say this place is famous." The chef, thinking she was doubting his skills, immediately exclaimed, "Then please give us a little time. I want to serve you the best dish that suits your taste." She smiled politely, "Yes, certainly." Next, he gestured towards the tower of pastries and eye-catching desserts, saying flatteringly, "Please, try some while you wish. These are the less sweet options on the menu." A table laden with food successfully captivated her. Selena immediately stepped forward, reaching out to take one as she exclaimed, "Just as expected, this place's fame isn't for nothing. It's so beautiful, I have to try it." Cashin suddenly stopped her. "Wait, I'll try it first." She nodded obediently, "Yes." "It could be poisoned," he said calmly, his words freezing her in place. She couldn't help but question here, in such a crowded place. He said ominously, "It's not impossible." She frowned, slightly puzzled by his actions. "But if it were poisoned, shouldn't you stay away, since you're the most important person here?" He shook his head, disagreeing with her thinking, and explained, "I'll be fine. I've been trained to be immune to poison since I was young." Upon hearing this, she could only give an awkward laugh. "What kind of family raised you?" After a moment of thought, she smiled wryly. "Well, certainly you eat first." Cashin followed her words, taking a spoonful of cake and putting it in his mouth. He closed his eyes, savoring it like a famous five-star chef judging a dish. Suddenly, his eyes flew open in astonishment. Selena, sitting opposite him and watching him intently, was confused by his strange expression. "Why that look? Don't tell me it's actually poisoned." She immediately jumped to her feet, exclaiming worriedly, "Duke, are you all right?" He was startled by her sudden outburst, his voice trembling as he said, "Too sweet." Hearing his words, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she couldn't help but scold him angrily. "If you create that kind of terrifying atmosphere with that facial expression, do you think people won't misunderstand?" Cashin put on an innocent look, pointing at the cake on the table and shaking his head, advising her, "Anyway, it's sweet. Don't eat it." Next, she scooped up a different cake for him to try, asking, "All right, how about this one?" He ate it, grimacing as he honestly replied, "Also sweet." Selena decided to get back at him by continuously feeding him cakes. "Try the rest." "You're doing great." He obediently ate everything, but still had the same feeling, they're all too sweet. Seeing the chef bringing out more cakes, she feigned disappointment. "Really? Oh dear, there's nothing to eat. Should we leave?" The chef, seeing this, immediately exclaimed, "I've kept you waiting." He hurriedly presented her with an enticing, golden yellow cake, the less sweet cake we prepared. "Would you two like to try it?" Selena happily exclaimed, "Oh my, wonderful. Try a piece, Duke." In front of the nobles present, she gently fed him a piece of cake. He chewed the cake in his mouth, savoring its flavor. Then he nodded, telling her this one is good. Selena's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Then she quickly tried the cake herself, after which she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, it is good. So delicious, not too sweet, and soft too." Her face was full of happiness, but then she suddenly noticed his gaze fixed on her. Confused, she asked, "What? Why are you blushing?" She looked at his reddening face and couldn't help but ask. Cashin deliberately avoided her gaze, looking away and saying coldly, "Nothing, just eat." With that, he unconsciously picked up his glass of water and gulped it down. Selena, sitting opposite him, was completely bewildered. Why is he acting like that? Then Selena unconsciously looked down at the plate she was eating from. She stared at it, lost in thought. Then she realized this silver plate was the one she had used to feed him cake earlier. Selena couldn't help but glance at his flushed face and think, "Because I used his plate, how cute." She used the silver fork to spear a strawberry cake on. the plate. Then she gently put the cake in her mouth. Selena happily exclaimed, "So delicious!" In a luxurious and splendid mansion, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "This world is wonderful." The purple-haired maid with sparkling eyes couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "I didn't know there were such beautiful dresses here." The orange-haired dressmaker beside her shed tears of joy. "I'm so happy to be the one who designed them." "What do you think, Duke?" Selena's voice suddenly rang out. She appeared before him in an exquisitely tailored and magnificent dress, her voice full of charm. "Do you think I'll be a success at tonight's party?" In the mansion, the dressmaker bowed respectfully to Selena. "It's an honor to be able to sell my products to a lady like you. Please call on me anytime." She smiled politely. "Thank you. Take care." Then she stretched languidly and sat down on the sofa beside him, her voice full of joy. "It's been so long since I've had such fun shopping. It's wonderful without any personality clashes." Cashin, busy with work, still replied, "Right." She gestured towards the glittering diamond jewelry and said indulgently, "Actually, I like things like this. Instead of enjoying luxury, I'm more interested in art. Moreover, the shop was beautifully decorated. It's such a pity that such a beautiful place is only used for battles." Her voice suddenly became subdued, causing Cashin beside her to glance over. He softly asked, "Shall I buy it for you?" She immediately pointed towards the expensive clothes and jewelry. "Buy it? Again? Even though I've already bought enough." He stopped working, crossed his arms, and spoke to her seriously. "That was within my expectations. I meant the shop itself." She tilted her head. "The shop? So you really have that much money, to the point where you could say you'll buy the shop so easily?" Cashin shrugged casually, displaying his immense wealth. "I have a lot of money, because it piles up faster than I can spend it." Selena chuckled and shook her head, declining his offer to buy the shop. "That's why everyone panics when they hear the name Lindbergh. But I only accept what I deserve. I don't even have a name here." Finishing his sentence, he turned and pointed to the paper on the table. "You do. I've taken care of your identity since I entered the castle, because someone will try to look into your history." Upon hearing this, she was surprised and replied softly, "I understand." Then he stood up, handed her the paper, and instructed, "This is your identification from when you were born. When you two move elsewhere, it will be printed and recorded by the relevant government office." She quickly accepted the paper from his hand. She stared at the words on the paper and murmured, "I understand my identity." A moment later, after she finished reading the paper, she asked him with slight curiosity, "With just this, can I buy houses or buildings under the patronage of Lindbergh?" Cashin nodded seriously. "As long as you're here." She held the paper, marveling at herself. "I've really become someone who lives here, Selena of Lindbergh." She thought to herself, "The world I thought I'd simply pass through is proving my existence. I thought it was all a dream." Cashin's handsome face slowly nodded, his voice calm with a hint of amusement as he smirked. "Yes, right now, you are mine. Truly, this isn't a dream." Then Selena looked at the paper, puzzled. "So if I go back, what will happen to this?" He softly replied, "You might be declared missing." Hearing his words, she continued to be confused. Why don't you just make it disappear, since you're the one who created it?" Cashin's voice hesitated slightly. "That the fact that you exist in this world and the fact that you are mine will never change." Selena was taken aback. She hadn't expected the gentle yet determined expression on his face as he spoke to her. That afternoon, many glittering gold carriages appeared before the mansion gates. Selena's voice rang out as she asked, "There are so many carriages. Is everyone going to the palace?" He nodded in response. "Yes, because being on time is crucial." "So you can't be late?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Cashin calmly explained, "Everyone must arrive before the royal family. You will be announced last, otherwise you'll be considered late and accused of treason." He added, "What usually happens is they enter through the back gate." She chuckled awkwardly and said, "Then shouldn't we go earlier? We're a bit late." He shook his head nonchalantly. "Why should we? It would be troublesome if we arrived too early." Selena climbed into the carriage and leaned out the window, her voice tinged with unease. "Now that I see it, there are a lot of late carriages. Is there a war between the wills?" Even here, she was interrupted by him. "A war between the wills." She pointed towards the other carriages and asked, "Isn't the symbol on that carriage from the House of Tailoring? And that yellow symbol is from the House of Sane?" He nodded slowly. "That's right." She glanced at him and stated her guess. "Just a guess, but the order of arrival is also a battle between the houses. The later you arrive, the more you boast that you live in a wealthy house near the palace. Cashin, surprised by her thought process, immediately dismissed it. I've never thought about that, but you make a good point. It's truly bothersome. Selena giggled cheerfully that it's been a while since we agreed on something. But since I'm not in a good situation right now, we need to work hard together. The driver seems to have adjusted the speed, so we arrive last. Before she could finish, the carriage suddenly braked, causing her to fall back with a startled cry, "Oh my." Cashin immediately caught her, worried. "Are you all right, Selena?" She took a moment to compose herself before replying, "Yes, I was just surprised." Cashin then pushed open the carriage door and stepped out, his voice hardening in annoyance. "What happened?" A soldier immediately approached and respectfully replied, "There's a problem with the carriage wheel, Your Grace. The driver is currently looking for it." The driver suddenly exclaimed, "Found it." He held up a tangled mess in his hands, his voice panicked. There's something like a metal wire caught in the gear connected to the wheel. I've never seen anything like this." He frowned at the man and asked, "Didn't you check the carriage?" The man immediately nodded that I did, but it's been tampered with to the point I had to dismantle the bottom part of the carriage. I don't usually do this unless it's a regular inspection. Selena couldn't help but step down from the carriage, her voice loud as she interjected, "Was this planned by someone too? It's much more sophisticated than just being killed." He didn't look at her, but said coldly, "This happened when we were almost there. We'll be late if we wait for a new carriage." She felt anxious. Then suddenly she saw the horse in front of them. "Hey, Duke," she suddenly said to him. Selena pointed at the horse and discussed it with Cashin in a low voice. "Oh, we have to go by carriage? Can't we just ride horses and get there?" Cashin pondered for a moment, then recounted, "It's not unheard of. Noblemen often do that to show off their masculinity." After hearing that, she immediately smiled. "Then there's no problem with customs and practices. So let's go by horse." At her bright, determined gaze, he thought for a moment, then turned to order the soldier beside him, "Release the horses." The soldier immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Grace." As soon as the horses were released from their reins, Selena immediately vaulted onto the back of one. The soldier below was instantly alarmed and worried. "Will Milady ride alone? Aren't you going with His Grace?" She shrugged calmly and replied to him, "Is there a problem? You've seen me fight." Finishing her sentence, Selena spurred her horse and left, but not before waving to the soldier that "I'll go ahead. Take your time following me." "Come on, Duke." Cashin let her do as she pleased and simply replied obediently, "Let's go." She immediately shouted as she whipped the reins. Before getting on the horse, he had worriedly asked her, "Can you ride in a dress?" She replied indifferently, as if it were nothing, "No problem. If you had to make a living as a stunt woman, riding a horse would be nothing." Cashin and Selena, each on their own horse, immediately dashed off like arrows. On the way, Cashin suddenly said, "You'll be the first noble lady to enter like this, except for Countess Olin." She calmly replied, "You said this is often done." Then, quickly realizing the implication in his words, she guessed, "That Countess is a woman, right?" Cashin nodded. "Yes, she's an unusual one because she's young. If we exclude Countess Olin's sons, she'll be the only one who can become the heir. She goes to the battlefield herself. Even though she's a bit older, there's no one more deserving of that position." After hearing his story, she immediately exclaimed in admiration, "She's amazing. I think she's the coolest person I've seen and heard of in this world. Is she coming today?" While tugging on the reins, he replied to her, "Of course, although she'll leave early afterward because she doesn't like noisy places." After he finished speaking, Selena shouted excitedly, "I'm so curious. I want to meet her." In her mind, she thought, I thought I wouldn't be interested in anything in this world. Have I adapted to this world? Enough to have something I want to do? I'll have a lingering feeling. Will I still be able to leave, even with these lingering attachments?" She thought, and unconsciously smiled, causing Cashin to turn and look at her. He softly called, "Selena, over there, do you see that crowd? Those people." He looked towards where many nobles were standing. It was the entrance. She cheered, "We'll make it just in time. Come on." Then, Cashin and Selena spurred their horses toward the entrance gate. Soldiers and nobles crowded the gate. A soldier suddenly announced, "Everyone should be here by now, right? We're closing the gate." Another soldier immediately stopped him, shouting, "No, wait." The soldier pointed into the distance. "Over there, the sound of galloping hooves. Those from the Lambert Duchy are coming," the soldier yelled. At the same time, the beautiful and imposing Selena pulled her horse to a stop. She flashed a dazzling smile at everyone. Cashin calmly walked toward Selena. He gave her a gentle look and offered his hand to help her dismount. The scene was romantic and radiant. Selena gracefully dismounted. She took his arm and gave a bright, confident smile. Cashin declared, "She's with me." Murmurs rippled through the hall. An announcement rang out, "Please welcome Duke Lambert and his companion." The two proceeded inside, ignoring the whispers that that man Duke Lambert. He's tall. They say he can lift a monster with one hand. Seems the rumors are true. Who's that woman? The rumored fiancée? No, she's dead. This is someone else. She's beautiful. No wonder he's moved on. It's only been a month. Selena overheard everything, secretly pleased. Excellent. She thought, if everything goes smoothly today. Her thoughts were interrupted by a call, "Your Grace." It snapped her back to reality. She quickly composed herself, in a way, of course. This is my first public appearance. Oh my. Final approached, feigning sweetness with sparkling eyes, and simpered, "It's been so long, Your Grace. I've really missed you. You miss me too, haven't you?" But Cashin ignored her. He pointedly looked away and coldly replied no. Undeterred, Final clung to him and asked, "What happened to your carriage? I thought you weren't coming because I didn't see it. I didn't know you'd come on horseback, but it's very impressive." Selena sighed helplessly from beside him. "You should know something happened to the carriage." Final, hearing this, turned to glare at Selena, who ignored her. Trying to remain unnoticed, Final put on a fake smile and persisted, "Your Grace, even so, I'm truly delighted to see you at this banquet. Would you like to dance with me later?" Selena cut her off. "The Duke is with me tonight." She patted Final's shoulder triumphantly. Pushing Cashin gently in the other direction, she added with a bright smile, "Lady Final should find a dance partner. The Duke and I are going to get some refreshments." "Excuse us." Final gasped, "What?" She reached out to grab them, but failed. She was left alone, tearfully watching their retreating figures. "Your Grace. Your Grace." After they had walked a good distance away, Cashin turned to Selena, his face shining with admiration. "Honestly, it's best if things like that don't happen again. I never thought that could be resolved before I even opened my mouth." Selena replied smugly, "I'm here to handle things like that. So today was the perfect setting. If I can, I'll win no matter who it is, right? Even if it's Rosalyn." Suddenly, Rosalyn appeared as if from thin air behind her and asked, "Oh my, what are you all talking about me?" Kanzian, startled, said, "Lady Rosalyn." She bowed her head respectfully and replied, "It's been a while, Duke. It seems you two are talking about me, aren't you?" Selena stammered, making up a story. "Yes, I was just saying how much I wanted to see you again." Rosalyn smiled, feigning concern for Kanzian, that "I'm glad to see you're well, Your Grace." "Oh, and you too." Our heroine wasn't backing down either. She covered her mouth with her hand and said sarcastically, "Why are you talking as if you've forgotten my name? It's not like we've only spoken once or twice. I'm worried there's something wrong with your head." Rosalyn retorted, "It's not like it's some grand name worth remembering." Selena thought to herself, annoyed how awful. The two faced each other, tensions high, neither willing to yield. Suddenly, a pair of red high heels appeared, slowly walking towards them. A blue-haired woman approached from behind Rosalyn, and she placed a hand on her chest and introduced herself. "I'm Lilio. I greeted you at the banquet last year. I wonder if you remember." Selena observed and analyzed. She arrived while Rosalyn was in the middle of her confrontation. She must be one of Rosalyn's lackeys. Kanzian politely replied, "Ah, Lady Lilio, it's a pleasure to see you." She slowly moved closer to him, her face flushed with feigned shyness. "It's truly an honor to speak with you." Selena noticed the fan in her hand, trembling strangely. She furrowed her brow in concern, wondering, what's this? Signaling in the middle of this? Is she saying she's aiming for him? Lilio's whole body trembled, her face clearly showing excitement. Selena gently took his arm as she reasoned, "I've heard that she usually attacks from this angle. She thinks no one understands these things, so she's testing the waters. Does she think she's the only one who can do this?" Selena leaned her head against his shoulder, brushed her hair back, and gave a knowing, victorious smile. "Tease mine." Lilio was so shocked, she practically froze, her excitement immediately extinguished. Cashin calmly introduced Selena. "This is Selena. Although she suddenly became my dance partner today, I've been considering a long-term relationship with her. Please get acquainted with her." She bowed her head politely and said, "I'm Selena." Lilio, disappointed and flustered, looked away. "Yes," Selena thought triumphantly. "She puts on airs while being nothing herself. Though 100 more like her come at me. I won't budge an inch." As if her wish had been granted, 100 more women swarmed them, forcing Cashin to repeatedly explain like a robot. Although she suddenly became my dance partner today, I've been considering a long-term relationship with her. Please get acquainted with her. Selena exclaimed in mock fear. I can't even move, which is too popular. Time passed, and it was late at night, the bright moonlight illuminating the magnificent palace. The crowd had finally dispersed. Selena wearily massaged her head and said, "Oh my goodness, I'm exhausted. We should have given them numbers until everyone left. My face is stiff." Cashin gently comforted her. "Even so, I think it's over now, because it's time for the royal family to enter." She asked in surprise, "Royalty?" Immediately, an announcement rang out. The Empress and the Princess are entering. Selena, surprised, thought to herself, they're dressed so lavishly. I should save up for things like this and prepare for financial independence. Suddenly, she turned to Cashin and asked, "Is it just the two of them? What about the other members of the royal family?" Cashin explained, "His Majesty is at war in Demantia, so it's difficult for him to come to places like this." Selena, embarrassed, understood. "So that's why the Empress is always in a hurry and the Crown Prince is always absent." She analyzed silently. If the king isn't dead but is in an unclear situation, one day he could suddenly pass away and the throne might be passed on to the wrong person. Curious, she asked further, and he answered, the questions continuing to pour out. "So, who's looking over these documents?" He continued to explain. "Crown Prince Rosalyn and the Empress are taking turns. The Crown Prince handles foreign affairs, and the Empress manages domestic affairs. Then, isn't the power in the Crown Prince's hands? No, because of his bad personality, the Crown Prince has many enemies." Suddenly, he stopped, the atmosphere becoming strangely still. Selena looked at Cashin with a judging gaze, causing him to stammer. "Why?" She smirked and said, sarcastically, "Just wondering how bad the Crown Prince is that the Duke, someone who doesn't have a good personality himself, is reacting like this." He awkwardly ran a hand through his hair and explained, "Don't compare me to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince isn't just bad-tempered. He's hot-headed and very cruel. He'll do anything to get what he wants." Selena, looking at the little princess, deduced, "A tyrannical personality? Then Princess Jirio must be a thorn in the Crown Prince's side, huh?" Cashin remarked irritably, "With that personality, he won't last long on the throne." She looked at the empty seat between the Empress and the Princess and wondered, "By the way, the Crown Prince isn't here?" He immediately replied, "Because his relationship with the Empress isn't very good, he'll come leisurely." Even so, since the Empress has arrived, the banquet will probably begin. After the royal family's first dance, the banquet will officially start. Selena froze, worriedly exclaiming, "The final wave has arrived." The Empress tapped her glass of red wine twice with a golden spoon. She raised her glass and declared clearly, "From this moment, the royal dance will take place. Normally, I would be the one to dance, but with today's less than favorable conditions, the princess will take my place." She looked down at the people below and said pointedly, "However, it's a shame that no male members of the royal family are present. We need a substitute." Selena realized her intention with a start. The Empress is planning to choose Cashin, isn't she?" She immediately grabbed his hand. Quickly, pulling him away from the crowd, she thought to herself, "We have to run before the Empress calls his name." Now outside, the royal guards ran after them, searching. They called out, "Duke Lambert! Is Duke Lambert here?" The two hid behind a brick wall, and she said breathlessly, "They won't find us. We've run this far, right?" Cashin seemed to want to say something. He hesitantly called out, "About this, Sel," but she still didn't pay attention. "We almost got caught up in that mess. Just one wrong glance. It would have led to a bunch of rumors about the princess and that dance. That would be difficult to handle." Cashin tried again. "Selena," he began, his voice so soft she almost missed it, and continued talking, oblivious. "However, once the music starts, they'll probably stop looking and dance with someone else." "Oh, thank goodness." He hesitated, then continued, "Selena, honestly, you're standing too close." She finally realized how close she was to Cashin, causing him to blush and fidget in embarrassment. Selena's cheeks flushed crimson. She started to move away, stammering sorry. Suddenly, her troublesome shoes betrayed her again, sending her tumbling back into Cashin's arms. Her eyes widened in surprise. In the same flustered tone, she apologized, "Sorry, I lost my balance." They both stood there awkwardly. "I think the dance is over. I can hear people clapping." She cleared her throat. "I guess we can go inside now." Cashin replied decisively, "Let's go." The red-carpeted hallway stretched before them. Selena closed her eyes briefly, her face damp with perspiration. Why am I so clumsy? The atmosphere is really getting to me. And on top of that, we were in such a small space, just the two of us at night. She fanned herself with her hand, a wry smile touching her lips that I shouldn't have made such a fuss. I should just forget about it. After all, the Duke probably doesn't care anyway. Meanwhile, the man walking ahead remained silent, his ears burning red. Selena's face, which had returned to normal, suddenly flushed again. Oh no, she thought, I'm actually walking behind him. Elsewhere, in a crowded area filled with elegantly dressed people, Baron Zeon and Cashin stood face to face, exchanging words. Your Grace, it's been a while. How have you been? Fine. And you? Selena wondered, who is that? Cashin didn't ignore the man, who replied smoothly, his gaze dropping habitually. I've been well, thanks to your Grace's arrangements. Although, letting go of my child wasn't easy. Selena finally recognized him, Baron Zeon, Ariel's father. Then, Baron Zeon and Selena spoke in turn. There's something I need to discuss with you privately. Could you spare me a moment? Then I'll go get something to eat at that table over there. Please talk with him. As she finished speaking, Cashin slowly instructed her, don't leave the banquet hall. Even though there are many guards, there are plenty of hidden places in this palace. Yes, I'll be careful. Selena walked towards the table laden with refreshments. She placed a hand on her chest, watching the two men standing face to face, deep in conversation. Since this is a marriage of convenience, I'm sure there are many things to arrange. It's been almost 2 months since Ariel died. He must resent me for taking his daughter's place. Suddenly, a blond man holding a glass of wine approached her, flirting. I can't believe you chose that drink, Mississippi. Just as I expected, you have excellent taste. They say the drinks at this party are made with special fruits from the Fitten province. The fact that you can't really smell the alcohol, even though it's quite strong, is its unique selling point. Though it doesn't suit the palate of a man who enjoys strong liquor like myself. It's perfect for women like you, since the fruity aroma almost completely masks the scent of the alcohol. He just kept offering unsolicited information that no one asked for, nor was anyone curious about. His vulgar remarks continued, while Selena, who always had to be elegant, had to evade and politely decline, her face involuntarily darkening. Smell it. It's so sweet. Just as expected, this fragrance really suits your beauty. Was he even saying? Every word he utters is outdated. For Lady Janet's sake, I can't just scold him outright. The two of them, one being forward, the other trying to avoid further interaction. From the moment we were in the carriage, I knew I was intoxicated by you. Or maybe it's the alcohol. You're very different from the usual ladies out there. The light from your face and the fragrance. I think I'm drunk. I should go inside and rest. I should just ignore him. I should. Meanwhile, he continued to relentlessly pursue her. Actually, I think it's time I rested. Would you give me the honor of resting with you? In the empty room, just over there, just the two of us. As soon as he finished speaking, Selena immediately threw a powerful punch. Slightly angered, she replied, I've tolerated your knowingness, all of your assumptions, and your assessment of my appearance. But now, you're sexually harassing me. Huh? Get lost before I hit you with my riding crop. How dare he behave like this when he's nothing at all? Yet another man approached, but Selena paid him no mind. It's natural for butterflies to be attracted to flowers, right? I guess flies are attracted too, just like you. This is the third one. A flower with thorns is even more alluring. Even without thorns, they're still captivating. So how about removing those thorns for me? I'll attach them for guys like you, understand? A while later, Selena crossed her arms in boredom. There isn't a single decent man here. I'd rather have scary young ladies or noble women approach me. It's better than having mediocre men flirt with me even when they see me with Can. At least I can get an idea of what happened to Ariel. Suddenly, a girl from the other side unexpectedly approached, giggling. Why did you reject them so curtly? I'm Ariel of the Loy family. It was so amusing I couldn't help but laugh. Please forgive my rudeness. Immediately, after a moment of contemplation, Selena smiled gently. An outfit with just enough effort and a matching appearance. Perhaps her family is like finals. Should I test whether this is a challenge or if she has good intentions towards me? I'm Selena. I came with Dukan. You both seem to be enjoying yourselves. Of course, you made such a captivating entrance earlier. There was an incident, so I had no choice but to enter like that. Oh dear, but don't worry about it. It left quite the impression anyway. Forgetting bad memories by drinking is a good thing. Shall we have a drink? Selena thought to herself. I think she's expressing goodwill towards me, at least for now. She cheerfully replied, oh, that sounds lovely. Then, let's raise a glass to Selena's wonderful entrance. Suddenly, Ariel unexpectedly raised her rather large glass and exclaimed, cheers. This action greatly surprised Selena, while the girls standing nearby seemed to be used to it. What's this? Can everyone raise their glasses a second time for my family's white horse? Sina, the white horse has finally given birth. At this moment, Ariel once again took charge of the situation. My goodness, congratulations. Let's raise our glasses for Sina's child. Cheers. Hearing this, Selena glanced to the side sarcastically. This is a gathering for alcoholics. Every party has people like this. Since I don't know who might secretly be protecting them, it's better to just go along with them. She quickly joined in the cheerful atmosphere. Your glass is empty, isn't it? At a party, your glass should always be full. Let's raise a glass to celebrate these top-notch drinks. So, all the glasses were clinked together and raised high, accompanied by loud cheers. Selena raised her glass close to her lips, lost in thought. I thought you guys would be good at this. You're not good at it, are you? Slowly standing up, she thought, but this is still interesting in its own way. Since there aren't any shameless hussies like Rosalyn's crowd, and I need to use the restroom, I should leave now. Their conversation is far from over. Huh? Oh my God, he's crying. Well, I should go without him, even if it means going alone. Even if he told me not to go out alone, can I go to the restroom by myself? Where is it? The restroom. Selena entered a pitch-black hallway. Her face was covered in a cold sweat. This is nerve-wracking. Nothing will happen, right? Suddenly, a voice from the other side caught Selena's attention. Are you walking alone? You don't even know how scary this palace can be, acting so brave. The two girls stood silently facing each other. She smirked. Then, Selena grabbed the other girl's hair and pulled her along. I was hoping to see you. We need to talk. Come with me to the bathroom. If you quietly follow me, I won't hurt you. At this point, their voices filled the space. Get your hands off me. You think I'll let this go? Selena replied indifferently. I don't care. We'll talk when we get there. The other girl continued to yell, let me go. I can take care of myself. You don't have to drag me. A moment later, the wooden door slammed shut. They continued their argument. So what do you want to say? I've been thinking about this for a while, but you, Selena remained indifferent. Wait a minute. On the other side, the clear sound of running water echoed. With the author's ingenious annotation, we will replace the sound with the sound of a river to maintain a good image for the main character. Then, the red-haired girl became furious. Seeing Selena walk out with a satisfied, refreshed face, she became even angrier. What? Did you just treat me like a maid just to show you the bathroom? Selena remained nonchalant. Thanks for the advice earlier. I did that because I thought you weren't the worst bitch. I think I was right. You even show me the bathroom like this. The other girl angrily replied, you're so annoying. Why'd he bring back a lowly person like you? Selena cryptically replied, jewels shine even when they're rolling around in the street. The other girl, still fuming, yelled, that's not a compliment. Here, it's dangerous to stand like this without any protection. Suddenly, Selena's eyes darkened. She paused, looking at the silent girl before her. Selena asked, why is that dangerous? A thought flashed through her mind. Once again, the girl was clammed up. At the same time, Selena crossed her arms haughtily and continued, strange, isn't it? I wonder how much you know to be able to say such things. Not just you. Rosalyn said the same thing. Did you know that even the Empress said the same thing to me? That I could die if I kept acting like this. This is so strange. All the people related to the Duke are telling me I could die. The conclusion I can draw in this situation is that everyone is telling me this because they all know the reason Ariel died. Hearing this, the other girl's eyes wavered slightly. Inside the large window, the two were locked in a verbal battle that I don't know. How would I know? They said it was a suicide. Selena pressed, a suicide? Even if it was a suicide, there must be a reason. How would I know the reason when she killed herself? As soon as the words left her mouth, Selena slowly cornered the girl. Her tone was menacing. Exactly. Why are you saying I could die when you don't even know the reason? Countless beads of sweat dotted the redhead's face, her eyes unfocused. Meanwhile, several thoughts arose in Selena's mind. She's definitely worried. No, it's more than that. She's terrified. I'm the one being threatened. Why is she so scared? Suddenly, the girl spoke up. Hey, frankly, whether you die or not isn't my business. but I don't want you to damage his reputation or leave a bad taste in his mouth. Selena remained incredibly calm. The Duke will take care of it. The other girl's hands trembled incessantly. That's why I hate you even more. It would be better if you at least loved him sincerely. I'm worried that you, who doesn't even love him, might suddenly die just to satisfy your own greed. Selena's mind raced. Die trying to satisfy her greed? So she's saying Ariel did the same. But all she bought were a few dresses and some small pieces of furniture. It was a marriage of convenience. So wasn't that to be expected? Was there something else she wanted? Curious, Selena asked, what was Ariel so greedy about? The girl erupted, raising her hands and shouting, why should I tell you when I don't even like you? I wish you would die, but you can't because of him. Oh, I think I'm the one who's going to die. Her index finger slowly pointed at Selena. She put on a grave expression and warned Selena, men, be careful of men. With that, she quickly lowered her hand, opened the door, and bolted. Selena glanced after her, a thoughtful look on her face. Men. Ariel was timid and quiet, and men. She recalled Juna's words. She was ridiculously promiscuous in the capital, as well as Janet's low-toned statement. I will try my best to take care of it. As Selena slowly walked away, she pondered. Even though she was engaged to Cancian, perhaps she was associating with men in the capital's high society, which she entered thanks to the engagement, just like Cancian said. His voice quickly filled her mind. There's nothing to say about it. Whether it's okay or not, it doesn't matter. Most noble couples live like that. Selena gently rested her chin in her hand. While having a lover could be considered a flaw, it wouldn't be grounds for breaking off an engagement. So, something worse than having a lover must have happened, and Lady Janet couldn't overlook it, so she killed Ariel. But that's too simple. She's not stupid enough to commit such a blatant murder. Selena's eyes grew more contemplative, but she could have collaborated with the murderer, or she could have turned a blind eye to Ariel's suicide if she did that. If Ariel really caused trouble with men, Janet would be eager to get Ariel out of the picture. Walking towards the door, she continued her thought process. Men, I need to find out the stories about the men first. It's a relief that I at least know what to do now. I should quickly return to the banquet hall and get the high society ladies to open up. So Selena walked with slow steps. She seemed to have lost her way. But where is this? Damn it, final. She went ahead alone because she knew I wouldn't be able to find my way, didn't she? Forget her. Does she really think I'd be scared? I'm Selena, the one who even survived an assassin's attack. I have nerves of steel, so I don't get scared easily. Suddenly, someone's unexpected question startled Selena. Who's there? Upon seeing that it was the man with golden hair, she gradually calmed down. While Lazarin wore a sorrowful expression and spoke, Are you all right, miss? Selena suddenly exclaimed, Oh my. After a moment of mental turmoil, she finally replied, What's with this man? Why is he so handsome? He suddenly switched genres from horror to romance. She cautiously responded, Yes, I just came here to use the restroom, but I got lost. I was trying to get back to the banquet hall, but my dance partner disappeared. As soon as she finished speaking, the other person quickly replied, I see. I guess this must be your first time in the palace. Those new to this place often get lost, as there's also a bathroom near the banquet hall. I think it would be better if someone escorted you. Immediately, a thought arose in Selena's mind. Just as I suspected, that nasty final did it on purpose. The two walked and chatted with each other. Let me escort you near the banquet hall. Thank you. I guess you're not going to the party. Do you work in the palace? Lazarin replied, That's right. I work in the palace. I couldn't leave work until now because I was running behind schedule. She curiously asked, You just work and don't attend the party? I heard that almost all the nobles were invited to the party today. Lazarin honestly told her, I'm about to leave now. I just finished my work and was stepping out of the room when I saw you. Selena also replied, I see. We're here. I can go alone from here. Thanks to you, I arrived safely. Aren't you coming with me? Lazarin told her, I'll go in after preparing a bit more. There's still some time left until the main event of National Foundation Day. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time here. It was an honor to be of assistance. Selena cheerfully replied, All right, thank you. Then, Selena glanced at Lazarin as he slowly turned his head, strolled along, her mind preoccupied. He really is a polite person. His face and personality don't match at all. Suddenly, a panicked voice called out, Selena. She and Cassian finally found each other. Your Grace, Cassian anxiously addressed her. Where have you been? I told you that even within the palace, it could be dangerous. She apologized. I'm sorry. I just went to the restroom. Were you worried? He didn't hesitate to confess, of course, I saw you pull Final away with you. But when she returned, you weren't with her. Selena chuckled awkwardly. I'm sorry. I couldn't very well go to the restroom with you. So, he interrupted, let's go together. Selena laughed softly. Don't be silly. A moment ago, I saw a man in the hall. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the air. His Highness, the Crown Prince, is entering. Hearing this, Selena looked puzzled. The Crown Prince? Now that I think about it. At that moment, the announcement cut her off. The Crown Prince still hadn't appeared. He asked curiously, what happened in the hall? Selena replied, that man. I met him. Cashin asked, confused. Who? You mean the Crown Prince? A solemn voice resonated through the air. Today marks the 300th day since the birth of Isolai. Lazarin raised his glass of red wine and continued, as it has always been, Isolai will be reborn as the most powerful and magnificent nation in history, and any element that hinders this will be punished. Hearing this, Selena, standing before him, looked perplexed. He speaks as if he's already king. His refilled wine glass was raised once more. Lazarin wore a slightly jovial expression. Hail, Isolai. Then, everyone below joined in. Hail, Isolai. Hail, hail. Selena stood silently beside him, lost in thought. This is serious. Right now, too many people are supporting him. Cashin suddenly asked, you said you met the Crown Prince? She answered honestly, yes, I met him in the hall a while ago, and he helped me find my way. He was very kind. Hearing this, Cashin was taken aback. The Crown Prince? He's the man who accused a servant of attempted assassination because he found him annoying. She responded, bewildered, really? I can't believe it. He looked so handsome, with a gentle face like a Prince Charming. He asked coldly, he's handsome? Yes. Cashin still seemed unconvinced. He is. Yes. She told him plainly, no matter how bad his personality is, you can't deny that he's handsome. Cashin looked annoyed. I think you used the word handsome a little too easily. With that, Cashin immediately turned his gaze elsewhere, sulking. She chuckled and nudged him playfully. What? Are you sulking? Don't be like that. You're much more handsome. Cashin asked doubtfully, really? Of course. A thought suddenly popped into Selena's head. He's so cute. Then, she quickly changed the subject. Come on, shall we dance? I think people are watching us to see if we will. It would be strange not to dance even once when we're at a ball together. We have to show them. The hem of Selena's dress approached his black, closed-toe shoes, and they politely bowed their heads to each other. Then, a black-gloved hand reached around her waist, preparing to embrace her. The two danced while gazing at each other affectionately. This action surprised everyone a little. Oh my. Selena then looked up. Your dancing style is quite interesting. Perhaps it's because you're strong? Our faces are almost touching. I think I'm learning to dance rather quickly. Really? A few thoughts quickly crossed Selena's mind. Although he seems awkward, he hasn't missed a single step, and I can feel his clumsy effort for me in every movement. He's like a model student. Then, she smiled and replied, this is the only part of the ball I've enjoyed today. As soon as she finished speaking, Cashin closed his eyes and replied with satisfaction, then I'm very honored. Having said that, his slender hand abruptly left her body. The two once again stood on the red carpet, bowing politely to each other. At the same time, everyone applauded. Someone echoed the sentiment. What a wonderful dance. Well done. It was so beautiful I couldn't help but watch. Hearing this, the man and woman bowed respectfully. Your Highness, Crown Prince. Selena bowed, her eyes half closed. He came here first. She introduced herself. I am Selena. I made a mistake earlier. I didn't recognize you because this is my first time at the palace. But the other party didn't mind. Yes, oh, you're Limbert's mountain bird. Yes. Taking her hand, Lazarin added, there's a rumor going around that a mountain bird one day flew in from who knows where, so beautiful that the Duke couldn't let it go. She replied shyly, I couldn't warn you about the rumor beforehand, because this is the first time I've heard of it. I'm terribly sorry. Lazarin replied comfortably, you have nothing to apologize for. On the contrary, I'm the one at fault. The sight of you flustered and wandering around the hall was quite endearing, and I didn't recognize you either. Let's just forget about it. As soon as he finished, Selena bowed her head slightly. Thank you for your understanding. A thought arose in her mind. He's kinder than I thought. According to Cashin, shouldn't I have been beheaded for not recognizing the Crown Prince? Lazarin turned to Cashin, and, Duke, I'm glad you arrived on time. I'm guessing there were no crazy monsters attacking Lindbergh Castle or avalanches this time. Hearing this, Selena slowly wiped the sweat from her brow. All this time, he's been declining the ball invitations with such false excuses. I'm surprised the Crown Prince hasn't invaded him yet. The two men stood close, the hostility between them thick enough to cut with a knife. Lazarin hinted, "The Duke is still silent. I thought you'd at least say a few words to me, since it's been a while since we last met." Cashin coldly replied, "I'm not very good with words, so..." Before he could finish, the other man cut him off. "Right, I've heard that. Instead, as punishment for your silence, would you grant me the honor of dancing with the lovely Lady Selena here?" At this, Cashin's eyes lowered, displaying extreme displeasure. But in the end, he restrained himself and bowed his head. "How dare I refuse you, Your Highness?" Lazarin replied cheerfully, "Thank you. Lady Selena, will you permit me?" She bowed and replied, "It would be an honor." Selena thought to herself, "This is good for me. I should be able to get the name of the woman who danced with the Crown Prince at the debutante ball, right?" Their hands lightly touched. They began the posture for a royal dance before many people. Their fingertips intertwined, fanning up and down. Then came Selena's graceful twirl. Lazarin also smoothly glanced at her. The two of them continued to playfully interact. "I assume the Duke won't point his sword at me just because of this, right?" She chuckled. "Oh my, would you do something to me that would cause the Duke to act like that?" Lazarin replied, "Of course not. I would never do such a thing. Even if I had to cross swords with him, I wouldn't use you as an excuse." She added amiably, "Thank you, because it's my goal to live a peaceful and happy life." He hinted, "Oh my, then you've chosen the wrong person." But Selena immediately retorted, "Lynbert is very peaceful." A moment later, Lazarin pressed closer to Selena and spoke. "Everything around him was in ruins. That you've received this much attention simply because you're his dance partner." She quickly replied, her expression not at all cheerful. "That's true. But wouldn't it be more peaceful with a duke in a poor countryside than with a white prince?" Hearing this, Lazarin quickly laughed. "White prince? Even just now, back in hall, you really looked at me like a prince, but when you learned I was the crown prince, everything changed. But even so, you still call me a prince, even if it's just words. I wonder which part is telling the truth, those eyes or those lips." These words startled Selena a little. How can he read me so well? "I'm so worried. In my eyes, you've always been as handsome as ever, Your Highness." Then he leaned down close to her ear and whispered, "Hearing that isn't so bad. The Duke's little songbird is more beautiful than I thought. It's a shame you've landed in the Duke's hands." While Selena showed a startled expression, Lazarin remained incredibly calm. "This bastard, why is he suddenly flirting with me? No, it's not time for me to feel sorry for myself. It's not like we're married or anything. Is it okay to consider that I might have a chance?" They continued their private conversation while dancing. "That I'm so dizzy. I'm very honored, so I don't know what else to say. You just need to agree. Is this guy crazy?" Selena's thoughts and words intertwined. "That vicious Kanzion. Didn't they say he was vicious? Is this how a vicious person flirts? But this is the first time we've met, Your Highness." Hearing this, Lazarin spoke with a heavy gaze, "Right, I was too hasty. But I've given you too much time. What if you marry that Duke?" These words made Selena's mind explode. "This guy is driving me crazy. When we met in the hallway earlier, he wasn't this cheesy. Why is he attacking me after learning I'm Kanchan's lover? Could it be he suspects me? A woman who makes Kanzion, a man never interested in women, cherish and keep her by his side, even after his fiancée's death. Honestly, it's all very strange. This crazy guy is curious about my appearance. Because of my appearance and the way I acted like a lover, I was the subject of many rumors about what kind of woman I was to melt Duke Lembert's heart. And that affected most people, but not the Crown Prince, who always kept an eye on Kanzion." At this moment, Lazarin maintained his mocking attitude. "I don't know where such a beautiful lady like you came from. Where have you been all this time?" A thought flashed through my mind. I guess I don't stand a chance. Then, the two of them held hands and smiled brightly. "You said you heard the rumors about me, but you didn't know my identity? I only know your name." Selena's small pink lips curled up slightly. "Really? The prime suspect didn't know anything about me." His face looked so innocent, which made me even more confused. They continued their back and forth. "That I'm a commoner, so this is my first time attending a ball." "Really? Yet you have such good manners and skillful dancing. You're quite talented." Kanzion said he was a cruel crown prince. Didn't he say the prince killed people for fun? Compared to my assessment, he's very kind and a sweet prince. Could it be he's only being nice to me during this period because he's suspicious? In the middle of the dance floor, they naturally showed off their skills. Oh dear, the song is over, what a pity. But I suppose I should return you to your partner, shouldn't I? It was a pleasure meeting you, your highness. And so the two slowly approached where someone was standing. Lazarin said cheerfully, "You're very lucky, Duke, to have such a talented and beautiful lady by your side." The two exchanged barred words. My, you monopolized Selena without knowing her worth? I'm sure she's shown you some things I don't know, your highness. You should keep an eye on her. Then Lazarin turned to where the girl was standing and added, "Lady Selena, thanks to you, I had a wonderful time today. I hope there will be another opportunity like this in the future." Following, that was a very gentle smile from him. Seeing that, Selena quickly put on a shy expression. "Of course, your highness." A moment later, the two standing behind quietly watched Lazarin leave. At this point, Selena, extremely worried, glanced to the side. Her shoulders suddenly lifted. "Duke, I think my debut is enough. So, shall we go now? I have a lot to tell you." Night fell over the entire, enormous castle. Someone's voice echoed amidst the crowd. "I'm so tired." She and he sat facing each other in the carriage. Just as I thought, high society is truly beyond my imagination. It's all power struggles or battles of wits. I don't know how much longer I'll have to continue like this. Honestly, it would be great if the culprit were caught soon. However, I do have some valuable information. Final said something I didn't expect. "When did the two of you talk?" "When we were both in the restroom while you were talking to Baron Zahn." "I remember." After hearing everything the other person said, "Duke, you know Final likes me, right? You know she's serious." Ken Zion mused, glancing around. They spoke up again. "Don't tell me you didn't know." "It's not that I didn't know, it's just, I never took it seriously. I didn't see her as a woman." So, Princess Jeriel is the same. Who would see a child as a woman? The image of the red-haired girl appeared in Selena's mind. Final, the embodiment of love. She's so madly in love with Can Zion that she'd barge into a man's house a month after his fiancé died, thinking it's her chance, her opportunity. Selena laughed harder and harder, like a madwoman. "It's all in the past now. Oh dear, I've lost my composure." Final should have realized that a cute, childish woman isn't the Duke's type when she came up with her plan to woo him. Seeing the girl in front of him laughing uncontrollably, Ken Zion crossed his arms and asked, "Why are you laughing?" "No, it's just something funny happened. Anyway, Final likes you, so she probably won't do anything to harm you. She just likes to cause trouble, that's all. And she warned me to be careful of men. She definitely knows there's a man involved with Ariel. Have you figured anything out?" "How can I figure anything out when I don't know anything?" "I knew it, but Lady Janet and Juno left a lot of clues, so based on that, just consider a bit." Lady Janet threatened to do everything for Lindbert's and Juno's honor. She talked about some of Ariel's issues, that Ariel was a flirt and promiscuous. Have you ever heard anything like that? I've never heard of it. Since those are the words of people prejudiced against Ariel, I'll just consider them questionable. We need words from someone with goodwill towards Ariel. What were you discussing with Baron Zion just now? Money. His child died, and he's still talking about money? Doesn't he feel any remorse for his child's wrongful death? Or did he say something like that? Actually, yes, he said there were some rumors going around because the Zion family's influence is too weak. But those are the words of people jealous of her, and Ariel isn't the one who caused such a thing. A father would say such things. He also said that because Ariel didn't affect Lindbert's honor, I should give him all the furniture she bought for him. His daughter died, and he has to go to such lengths to get some money in his hands? Is he a merchant? Does he act like someone who just lost a close relative? He said he'll come tomorrow. You shouldn't go out tomorrow. You should know that everyone has two faces. That's right, so I should pay attention to the Crown Prince. What are you talking about all of a sudden? The Crown Prince seems to like you quite a bit. Why would you say that? Because I said he's handsome? I told you you're more handsome. You don't believe my warnings at all. No, if the Crown Prince is also involved in that case, I need to get closer to him, right? I have a strategy. A strategy? Is it? No way, are you jealous? That's hilarious. You're still acting like lovers, even though we're alone? You're a really good actor. I'm sorry if I upset you, but when we were dancing, the Crown Prince flirted with me a lot. Does he usually act like that? The Crown Prince? Is he crazy? Seems like it. Even so, if the Crown Prince isn't just a flirt, we should think this through. Whether he acts this way with all women, or just you, or because you're his woman. If the latter is true, this is closely related to the case, right? Because he's the most dangerous person we need to be wary of. What is it? It looks like that's Yuna. Yuna, your maid? Right? She said her family was busy and she wouldn't have time to enjoy the festival. So she wouldn't have come to the palace with you to prepare for the ball either. But now she's here, acting suspiciously, meaning she lied to you to do something. Shall we follow her? Do you think we'll be one step ahead of the culprit? After putting on her mask, Selena wore an excited expression. Perfect. Our disguise is so good we blend right in with the festival crowd. Both hid behind a wall, whispering. Will we be considered bad guys if we went into a secluded alley instead of strolling down the street in disguise like this? True. Then let's act like we aren't bad guys in a secluded alley. How? Like, suddenly, Selena rushed towards Cashin. She blinked, a smirk playing on her lips. Lovers love to cling to each other, avoiding prying eyes, too. She then proceeded to pepper his face with kisses. Moments later, Cashin's face flushed. She spoke, darling. What's wrong? Do you hate me that much? Well, whether you hate it or not, I won't let you go. Yuna, watching from afar, immediately scoffed. They're so annoying. Focus, I have to focus. This is work. I need to concentrate. A while later, she finally met the person in the black hooded cloak. There are people here. We should go somewhere quieter. Never mind them. They're busy. They won't hear us. That woman is about to return, so I have to leave soon. Hearing this, the other person's eyes filled with worry. They continued their exchange. The Hayset family's tea party is coming up. The invitation should arrive soon. All right. As soon as the words left their mouths, Selena, still silent on the other side, thought to herself and continued listening. Hayset, and what about her? Can she handle it? Both had different attitudes. She's such a crazy bitch. If she doesn't know anything, she should at least listen to me like Ariel does. She might have a lot of information, but she always tries to do everything her own way. I'm really getting pissed off at that bitch. I can feel how she's struggling. So, do you know what her weakness is? Where did that bitch come from anyway? You probably think she's acting carelessly, but the funny thing is she doesn't have a single weakness. Hearing this, Selena seemed to understand, a smirk playing on her lips. Because I'm not with her, she just keeps blabbering. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on her cloak. Cashin gestured for Selena to be quiet. Looking at the frustrated woman in front of him, he said, calm down. So Selena just closed her eyes and went along with it, right? She should ignore it. It was work after all. She couldn't let this opportunity slip away just because she was angry. Meanwhile, Yuna turned around, saw them being affectionate, and continued talking. Right, Duke Lindbergh has found his soulmate. Even Lady Janet can't oppose her. Did you know that all the butlers and servants were replaced before? It was her doing. The Duke did that for her. That's right. The Duke has really gone mad. So, she's even worse than Ariel? You said she even looks decent, and countless men have fallen for her. But I don't think she even looks at other men, only at the Duke. It won't be long now. Look at Ariel. At first, she trembled even at the touch of a man, but now? That's right. She'll definitely go crazy over men. As soon as the words left her mouth, Selena glanced over and thought, will I really go crazy over men? They talked as if she would get caught up in some scandal with a man, even while she was with Cashin. She continued to listen to the two girls chatter, oh, where should we meet next time? The day she comes to the tea party. When the party starts, go to the cosmetic store. All right, then I'll go first. Having said that, they left, leaving the couple in the small alley. Cashin then waved his hand, signaling, follow them. The image of the two embracing flashed before their eyes. They took off their masks and spoke in turn. Finally, we have a clue about the culprit. It's only a matter of time before we find out who the mastermind is. Since I've already sent people to follow them, we should go with Yuna as she wishes and then investigate this matter further. I'll see how long that culprit will continue acting like this. So can we go now? Go home. It would be a shame to go home without enjoying the festival. When does the festival reach its climax? I even bought this beautiful flower crown. Cashin was speechless. The two walked side by side slowly. All right, let's go. Really? As long as I'm with you, nothing dangerous will happen, so it's not a big deal. And the flower crown you're wearing suits you very well. Hearing this, Selena couldn't help but cough. Really? It suits me. Thank you. But you know what? Surprise. Flowers suit you too. Cashin was silent once again, his eyes wide with surprise. Selena continued to smile. That it's so beautiful. Now, shall we go enjoy the festival? We should have covered ourselves in flowers. In a luxurious space, someone's voice rang out. I'm so happy. They're completely opposite attitudes as they appeared. Let's go again next time. Duke, all right, caused anyone who saw them to ponder. Did he go to the festival? Ignoring the manager's words, they kissed. "Let me help you too. Please give me your cloak." A while later, Selena turned and left, leaving behind the words, "Expressing my gratitude. I'm going to take a bath." The forced kiss had left Cashin stunned. People rushed to help him. "Your Grace." In the bathroom, fully equipped, the two maids, each with their own distinct personalities, spoke up one after the other. "How was the festival today, miss?" "Wonderful. I didn't expect it to be so special." "I'm sure you had a great time, Mississippi." "I did, and also, well, yes, did something happen?" I saw His Highness, the Crown Prince." "Oh my, that must have been amazing. He's very handsome, isn't he?" Yes, he's incredibly handsome. But how do you know what he looks like?" "I saw him from afar once. And I've heard a lot about him from Ariel, too." "Ariel has met the Crown Prince as well." "Yes." At first, she seemed quite intimidated by him, but over time, she changed. She's been acting completely inappropriately for someone who's engaged. She even said she couldn't sleep because she kept thinking about the Crown Prince's appearance. Selena, who had been listening, immediately chimed in, "We must be careful not to become like that." Hearing this, Yuna quickly advised, "But you shouldn't outright reject His Highness's kindness just because of that." This only gave Selena more reason to turn her head and scoff. She doesn't mean anything by it. She just says whatever she thinks. Bad-mouthing Ariel or making herself look scared, she should just pick one. Then, the two continue their back and forth. "Now, I only have eyes for the Duke. You and the Duke are so adorable. I can't believe you two act like newlyweds, even though you haven't even slept together. I'm so jealous." "Tell me more." "It's adorable when we're in public. He freezes up whenever I touch him. Even when we go to sleep, he doesn't leave my side for a second. Just imagining it is so cute. I can't believe the only time he's not uncomfortable with physical contact is when we're practicing sword fighting. Wait, I don't think this is the right time to find him adorable. If we keep acting like a new couple, people will get suspicious. It's also a problem if he freezes up every time we have a plan that involves physical contact, like yesterday. I need to find a way for him to get used to physical touch." Cashin sat at the table, holding a piece of paper with a look of disbelief. "So, you're saying we need to do what every morning and night?" Selena, without hesitation, put on a nonchalant expression and replied, "Kiss." While Cashin was incredibly anxious, his whole body trembling, he asked, "What? You want us to kiss every day? Do we really need to go that far?" Selena remained calm, one hand on her hip. "If you call that a real kiss, I'm a little embarrassed. It's just a kiss on the cheek. The idea is that we're a couple who sleep together every night, but it's too suspicious if you freeze up at the slightest touch. We need to practice so you don't get startled in case something like yesterday's plan happens again." Hearing this, Cashin could only hold his head in his hands. "I know, but..." Selena took his hands in hers. "They say you should strike while the iron is hot. Shall we try it now?" After a moment of silence, stunned, Cashin slowly agreed. "All right." Across from him, Selena gently touched his cheek. "Okay, maybe I should kiss all over your face like yesterday. That way, you'll get used to being touched." She cupped his cheeks in her hands, causing Cashin to widen his eyes in confusion. "But you're still just thinking about romance, a warm bedroom, a flickering fire, and my body being warm from just having bathed. Now that I'm paying attention, I can't seem to do it." Suddenly, Selena feigned shyness, her cheeks flushing. "Your Grace, I apologize, but let's try again next time." As soon as she finished speaking, Cashin slowly turned his head to the side, covering his mouth with his hand as he asked, "Like that, right?" Hearing this, Selena could only remain silent, her eyes filled with happiness. A moment later, her voice echoed through the space. "Yes, you did very well." The next morning, Selena walked ahead, talking to Yuna, who was following behind. "Miss, are you ready to go out?" "I'm ready. I didn't do anything wrong. Anyway, at first, I was going to be considerate of him since his family passed away, but..." On the other side, she saw Baron raising his voice at someone. "Be careful with that corner. Do you know how much that bed is worth? You mustn't scratch it." Meanwhile, countless thoughts were still running through Selena's head. If he's only thinking about money and not caring about his daughter, then I don't need to do this. Perhaps if I find out the truth about Ariel's death, instead of being considerate of him, it would be more respectful to her. Then, Baron finally saw her. If they get even slightly damaged, their value will be halved. They stood facing each other and began to converse. "I came to see what's going on. Please continue." "Thank you. It will all be done soon. I've had a lot of furniture removed, so please excuse me. It's nothing. On the contrary, I hope you don't feel uncomfortable because of me." "Why would I feel uncomfortable?" Isn't it because I've taken your daughter's place? Would anything change if I grieved over the place of my deceased daughter? That's not the issue. Then what is the issue? It's feelings, not a position. It's not something that can be calculated. In the space where only the two of them were present, the man's voice continued. What do you want from me? Should I cling to you and cry, saying you remind me of my daughter? Would you feel guilty then? If I did that, would you provide for my family like my daughter did? As soon as he finished speaking, Selena quickly realized the harsh truth. I thought you'd be sad about what happened to your daughter. But the only response was a cold reply from the other person. Sad? You're asking if I'm sad? Yes, I am sad. Just thinking about the money I could have gotten if she had known her place. Do you think I wouldn't be sad about that money slipping away? These words left Selena completely speechless. After a moment, she deliberately avoided the man, closing her eyes slightly as she spoke. We shouldn't say such things. I'll be going now. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly called out. Mississippi, Baron from behind, asked in a low voice. Before you leave, should I give you a piece of advice? You'd better hope I know my place. It's because she didn't that this happened to her. Selena quickly turned her face away once more. Thank you for the advice. Her feet continued to take one step after another as she left. The carved, gold-inlaid wooden door opened. Selena and Cashin sat quietly on their chairs, conversing. What are you looking at? Invitations to tea parties sent after the palace banquet. There are a few for you. Okay, I'll look at them. There are more than I thought. I didn't think I'd receive any. I handled those situations well that day. At this point, Cashin seemed to notice something unusual. He asked the person sitting next to him, "What's wrong? You don't look well." Immediately, Selena, still holding an invitation in her hand, replied, I just saw Baron Zeon. I found it strange that even though his daughter died, he only seemed to care about money. They continued their conversation. Yes, that's so. That's not too unusual among the nobility. But she was still his daughter. He raised her for several decades. Is everyone like him? Of course, there are people who truly love their children, but usually, children are seen more as tools of their family. This world is so strange. Hearing this, many thoughts flashed through Selena's mind. Whether it was suicide or murder, it was still a tragic death. But no one seemed sad about it, not even her father, let alone others. Cashin probably grew up in a world like this too, a world where no one cares about the life or death of others. So, even if I die, Cashin will. Pondering for a moment, Selena lowered her head and spoke softly. If I died, would you be sad? As soon as the words left her mouth, Cashin looked pensive. You? Selena dying? Just thinking about that voice, those eyes and that warmth, his body trembled slightly. Before Cashin's eyes, the scene of the woman he loved being stabbed vanished. His eyes suddenly darkened. The two of them with contrasting expressions. Just as I thought, right? You wouldn't care at all, because when I was almost assassinated, you didn't even blink. No, at that time. What? Are you going to tell me you were surprised and just pretended to be calm on the outside? Seriously? No, really at that time. Countless memories quickly flooded back. I was so angry I couldn't think straight, and I felt uncomfortable. It felt very similar to when I saw injured soldiers, but somehow, suddenly, a voice broke through Cashin's thoughts. Your Highness, it's Dion. The two platinum-haired men discussed. What is it? I have something to report to you. Go ahead. We found the maid, Yuna, along with her accomplices, as you requested. Finally, he added, we also discovered which family she belongs to. Selena's expression turned serious as she asked, which family? Immediately, she received confirmation that it's Count Hyset's family. As soon as the words were spoken, Cashin and Selena spoke in turn. Hyset, Lilio's family. You know, the blue-haired woman who tried to pick a fight with me when I was with Rosalyn. It's her. A hand rummaged through the letters. Hyset. Yuna also mentioned this family. Let's see. Is there an invitation from the Hyset family? Of course there is. Selena held the right side of the letter up to her eye and whispered, everything has been planned. Shall we turn suspicion into certainty? In another scene, Yuna is brushing Selena's hair. Mistress and maid speak in turn. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about which tea parties to attend. If I can, I'll have to go to all of them, since their titles are higher than mine, but some of the parties overlap. Oh my, is that so? What about the time? The Ariel family's tea party will be held in the afternoon, so that's fine, but the Hyset and Olna family's tea parties will be held at the same time. What should I do? You know quite a bit about the noble families, right, Yuna? Where do you think I should go? Olna and Hyset are both prominent families, but if it were me, I would choose Hyset. At the same time, it seemed like Selena had already guessed it long ago. Of course, the two exchanged words back and forth for a while. Hyset, when I met Earl Hasted's daughter at the ball, she didn't seem like a good person. Oh my, is that so? Ariel said the tea party at the Haystead family's is great. She said it's easy to get to know people there because the tea party is held on a large scale. Is that so? Then I guess I should go there. Thank you. You're welcome. You should tell me things like that anytime. I have some experience too. I will. Do you really think I would? Hasted's minion? Outside the magnificent palace, the voices of the two still echoed. Then I'll go and ask Lady Janet about how to reply to the invitations. See you later, Mississippi. The wooden door suddenly opened. Selena pulled out a chair and spoke to Janet. Hello, Lady Janet. Why are you here? So that I don't ruin Lambert's reputation as a distinguished guest, I wanted to ask something. Have a seat. Just as I guessed, you can't refuse me. As she finished speaking, the floral embroidered cloth was spread out. While Selena was still thinking, did she embroider each of Cassion's clothes? Impressive. Then Janet, sitting opposite her, casually asked, So what brings you here? Selena quickly replied with a smile. I was invited to a tea party. What should I prepare? What should I be careful of? And how do things go? I want you to teach me about that. The two sat facing each other and continued the conversation. Was it an invitation specifically for you? Do you really think there are no invitations hoping the Duke will accompany me? Just give up and tell me. Janet bowed her head slightly and said in a low voice, Tea parties differ in atmosphere, and how it proceeds depends on the host's inclination. But you don't need to pretend to go along with any of that if you go with the Duke. One person laughed cheerfully, while another showed displeasure. What if I go alone? Then you should read the mood of the people around you and go along with it moderately. Ow! Well, you just do whatever the situation requires moderately. Hearing this, Selena felt a bit sarcastic inwardly. She's being very vague. She tried to smile. Turns out it's this difficult, because at the ball at the palace, other people gathered in each place, rather than everyone sharing a common atmosphere. Janet immediately replied, That's right. Selena's words and thoughts intertwined. When I went with them on this side, some people on the other side looked at me strangely, like at the Ariel gathering for those drinking. At this, Janet remained incredibly calm and spoke softly, as I had taught her the basics of social etiquette. And she had also experienced the palace ball once, so tea parties would be a piece of cake for her, as long as she acted like she did back then. Selena's purple eyes glanced to the side. For me, tea parties will be a piece of cake as long as I act like I did before. What Selena had done at the palace ball gave her pause. If Janet knew that I argued with Rosalyn, grabbed Fiona's hair, and dragged her away, and drank alcohol, Janet would be furious. Not arguing is the most important thing in the etiquette Janet taught me. The fact that she simply told me to act like I did before without saying anything more shows she doesn't know what I did at the ball. And that also means she has no contact with the nobles there. That means at least Janet isn't working for anyone. Then I have no reason to dig any deeper. Even if she knows something important about the day Ariel died, she won't tell me for now, even if I pester her. Thank you. Since our business is done, I won't bother you any longer and will be on my way. Suddenly, Janet's calling tone rang out. There's something I need to tell you. Since tea parties are mainly for fostering close friendships, sometimes people hide codes or symbols known only to members of the group on the invitations. For example, a red envelope could mean you should wear a red outfit. Hearing this, Selena immediately wondered, why is she giving me such a helpful tip? Janet lowered her gaze, her hand touching the embroidered fabric. Previously, the Duke never attended parties, but you never know. After some thought, Selena softly replied, So it's because of Calcian. That concern of hers is quite surprising. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Outside, the sunlight glittered, and a thought flashed through her head. That's done. Selena reappeared in a completely new dress, drawing admiring glances from everyone. You look so beautiful. I bet you'll outshine everyone at the tea party. There were a few trials and errors, since this is my first time dressing you for such an occasion, but it suits you very well. Slowly opening the door, she mused and announced, It's a little difficult to move around, perhaps because the designer isn't dressing me in this outfit. It'll do. Well then, I'll be off. Marjuna cheerfully waved back. See you later, Mississippi. Elsewhere, Calcian asked with a concerned expression, Are you ready? They stood side by side, each speaking in turn. Yes, I'll be leaving soon. Didn't you say the dress code was white? The dress code for the Loy family's afternoon party is starlight white, so I chose a color between white and starlight white. Suddenly, something caught Selena's attention, and she glanced sideways. They continued their conversation. Do you really need that cloak for today's schedule? No, not really. Then can I borrow it? I want to show it off to everyone. Sure. Her white skirt billowed in the air. Calcian pulled the fur cloak around Selena. This action caused her to subtly curve her lips into a smile. Selena replied, a little shyly, "Thank you. I'll show it off a lot. It'll be a good weapon. I'll dig up a lot of information." But the only response was his calm words, "Don't overexert yourself." Hearing this, she immediately added, "Thank you." Their voices echoed in the space. Though, when I think about it, this is the first event I'm attending alone. Don't cry even if you miss me. We'll never cry. No one's gonna die if you cry. Stop joking and go. You've grown up so much. You can even tell when I'm joking now. Don't tease me. I know you secretly enjoy it. Finished. The other person's tone was slightly coquettish, which surprised Calcian a little. "Your Grace." Then Selena unexpectedly kissed Calcian on the cheek. Next, she smiled brightly and explained, "It's a goodbye kiss like when we go to sleep. I'm really going now." The carriage departed, leaving him standing silently behind. Calcian gently touched his cheek, which was steadily flushing red. As the carriage rolled on, a thought flashed through the mind of the person inside. This is the first time I've attended an official event without Calcian. I don't have to worry with these guards around me. I'll do well. I can do it. Ultimately, I need to return to my homeland. I have absolutely no idea what will happen at the tea party. Behind the carriage, Calcian was silently watching. He thought, this is the first time Selena has gone anywhere without me. He appeared calm, but his mind was racing. There's nothing to worry about. Half of the best knights are escorting her. So unless an entire army attacks, she'll be fine. But what if she doesn't come back? The servant standing behind Calcian bowed respectfully and said, "Your Grace, it's time to return to the training hall." Calcian remained silent for a moment before replying. Under the bright, shining sunlight atop the castle, his voice rang out, "All right, let's go." Selena stood with her hands on her hips, looking exasperated. "I didn't expect this." She looked at the other ladies, radiant in their finery, and thought, all the good spots are already taken. I thought arriving on time like at the palace banquet would be fine, but maybe tea parties are different. She walked gracefully, the sound of her heels clicking rhythmically against the ground. Selena approached a tea table and said amiably, "Thank you for inviting me, and I apologize for being late. I didn't know I had to arrive before the invited time." She turned to Lilio and spoke with pointed sweetness. "So, forgive me, this is just a misunderstanding, and I'm sure you wouldn't do anything childish. Like, for example, deliberately telling me the wrong time, right?" Lilio avoided her gaze and only cleared her throat. Ahem. Seeing Lilio's reaction, Selena thought, well, so it was deliberate, huh? Rosalyn, putting on airs of nobility, slowly sipped her tea and then spoke, "At least you're dressed decently this time. Lady Lilio was worried that your undergarments would be the only white clothing you owned." Hearing this, Selena inwardly bristled. "That was ages ago. Why bring it up?" Selena maintained a serene expression and replied without a hint of embarrassment, "Oh, the Duke just wants to make sure I always look my best. However, even though I don't want to buy any more new clothes, he's bought me so many dresses that I have to change at least 3 times a day to wear them all. But sadly, he doesn't want me to wear them for anyone else to see, not even today except for him. The moment he saw my dress, he wanted me to wear his robe so no one else could see how beautiful I looked. So, if I seem a little overdressed, please forgive me." Lilio looked displeased but couldn't retort. She could only say, "All right, if that's what the Duke wants, then of course." She calmly replied, "Wonderful. We've chatted long enough. I'll find a seat." Selena walked over to a table, making the 2 young ladies already seated there slightly uncomfortable. As she sat down, sweat beaded on the face of one of the young ladies. After the previous conversation, she had some thoughts. These people went to great lengths to mock her, but immediately fell silent when she mentioned Calcian. Outwardly, Selena put on a bright smile and said, "Hello," but inwardly, she was still pondering a feeling both unpleasant and satisfying. The 2 hurriedly nodded, one stammering, "Hello." Selena ignored them, glancing elsewhere. Looking around, she silently praised, "This place is truly beautiful." But instead of admiring its beauty, they're gossiping, boasting, and bad-mouthing others. How sad. The 2 young ladies were chatting animatedly, sharing things they found interesting. Beside them, Selena yawned, "Ugh, how boring. Now I know Lilio is on Rosalyn's side. I want to leave." Just as she thought this, Lilio appeared with the same provocative air, saying, "Oh dear." Such a poetic setting. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. "I forgot I brought a gift for Lady Rosalyn. I must deliver it myself, as it's quite precious. So, please excuse me for a moment." Rosalyn, behind her, replied, "Of course, take your time." The two of them trailed out of the party. With their departure, the party quieted, an awkward silence descending. Selena wondered, what's with this awkwardness? It's understandable, I suppose. They only know how to flatter Rosalyn. Now, they have nothing to say. While Selena was lost in thought, someone spoke up, Lady Selena. She simply replied, yes, but inwardly, she speculated, why is she talking to me? Is she being ostracized too? The person before her spoke hesitantly. I hope you don't mind me asking, but is your dress from Lamer? Hearing this, Selena feigned confusion. Oh, this dress? Where is it from? I'm sorry, I don't quite remember. I bought quite a lot of clothes lately. The other woman's emerald eyes lit up with excitement. The designer embroiders their name on the inside of the bow. May I take a look? A hand gently touched the bow on the dress. The young lady's eyes shone with admiration. It really is Lamer. It's so beautiful. Their clothes are very expensive. But of course, that's nothing compared to the Duke. Selena replied cheerfully, thank you. Looking at the dress, the young lady then said, oh, but it seems the bow isn't tied correctly. Selena asked, really? The young lady added, yes, it's a good thing you weren't pricked by the bow's pins. Understanding dawned on Selena, and she felt a flicker of annoyance. That's why it took you so long to dress me this morning. You're starting to show your true colors. She stood up and said, thank you for letting me know I have to go inside to fix this. The young lady kindly gave her detailed instructions. Oh, all right. If you go towards the building with the pink door and ring the bell, a servant will come out to greet you. Selena politely replied, I understand. Thank you. Selena walked away, lost in thought. Maybe because Rosalyn isn't here, people are being friendlier to me? Well, they probably don't enjoy fawning over her anyway. However, that doesn't mean I should get close to these people. It's likely they're only nice to me because they think I might be the next Duchess. How bitter. Seeing a golden bell placed on a table, Selena thought to herself, oh, is that it? The bell to call a servant. A loud voice boomed from somewhere. Am I her servant? Or does she think I'm her pet dog? Who does she think she is? Selena followed the sound, curious what's going on. As she got closer, the scolding became clearer. If she's busy with something else, she should take care of it herself. Look at this grass stain. Selena quietly cracked open the large door. The servant's hurried voice came from inside. I know, Lady Lilio. I'm so sorry you have to go through this. Here, let me wipe it off. Lilio sat on a chair, fuming. No, you can't. It's no use. She continued to rant. She's such a nuisance. She's not even prettier than me, yet she acts like she's the queen. Her family might seem powerful now, but she better realize it won't last. Peeking through the crack in the door, Selena thought, oh dear, is she bad-mouthing Rosalyn? Her closest relative. Lilio's ranting continued, assaulting the servant's ears. She said she would be the crown princess, but now she's suddenly changed her mind, saying she'll be a duchess. If that's the case, why did she go meet the crown prince? Seriously. Suddenly, Selena stepped inside. Oh, how interesting, she said. Her sudden appearance startled Lilio. She yelled, hey. Selena's voice, dark and low, slowly echoed, and I'm sure. Lilio's eyes widened in fear as she saw her. Lady Rosalyn would be very interested to hear what you just said about her. Lilio, surprised and frightened, stammered. How did you? Selena replied, I was looking for the restroom, and your voice was so loud, I couldn't help but overhear. I'm sure you don't mind, do you? We both have some time, so let's chat. Lilio, sweating slightly, asked awkwardly, chat about what? Selena maintained her bright, sparkling smile. That I found what you just said about Lady Rosalyn quite fascinating, especially considering I thought you and she were good friends. But then, here you are, gossiping behind her back. Lilio turned her face slightly, embarrassed, that it's normal for someone to be disappointed in another person. Hearing this, Selena let out a forced laugh. Oh, I understand. Well then, I'm sure Lady Rosalyn will understand too. So, I'm sure you won't mind if I tell her that you called her an ugly wretch who looks like a viper. Lilio panicked. I didn't say it that harshly. Come on, we can talk this through. Selena, as calm as before, said jokingly, we are talking it through. We're not singing, are we? Lilio gave a strained laugh. Lady Selena. This isn't a normal friendship. It's due to our family's interests. There are times when we need to cooperate instead of to confront each other. And now, we're supposed to cooperate? That's it. Selena's expression remained unchanged by her words. Right. So what do you want to do? The woman replied, I mean, there are certain things you have to do, even if you don't want to. So, if I happen to be cold to you, it wasn't my true intention. That's what I wanted to tell you. Selena silently assessed her. That you're good at making excuses, aren't you? Finished. She leaned closer to the table, brimming with feigned enthusiasm. Oh, you're saying that because of Lady Rosalyn, you had no choice but to embarrass me in front of everyone at the coming-of-age party, and you flirted with the Duke in front of me, then invited me to that tea party and she orchestrated just to humiliate me. Is that right? All because Lady Rosalyn told you to? After she laid it all out, the woman simply replied with feigned apprehension, yes. To be honest, I wanted to be friends with you. Think about it. I have no reason to provoke you. Selena just laughed. I understand. Then why did Lady Rosalyn tell you to do those things? This question caused the woman to falter. I don't know. I just did it because she told me to. Selena replied, all right, that's understandable, I suppose. Then why do you have to go to such lengths to please her? The question made Lilio uncomfortable. She glanced away hesitantly. Seeing her attitude, Selena continued in the same manner. Oh, come on. I thought you said you wanted to be friends. Don't friends talk about these things? Unless you're lying just to get out of this, right? After a moment of thought, she placed a hand over her chest as if to convey sincerity. It's because the distribution of goods, it could bring my family's jewelry to the Marquis of Theolon. My family's business is being threatened, so I had no other choice. Now, Selena threw out a question that agitated her. Will you have to suck up to her for the rest of your life? At that, Lilio slammed her hand on the table and stood up, shouting, no, of course not. As soon as the distribution quota in the Lindbergh vault is determined, my family will return to its golden age. Selena's voice turned serious. Oh, the Lindbergh family is holding the knife. Goodness, you really need to be friends with me. I don't know much about business, but who knows? Maybe I can ask the Duke to help my friend a little. So, why don't you write him a letter? If I deliver it, you don't have to worry about anyone else finding out, and he might consider helping you. Lilio responded awkwardly, oh wow, that sounds great. Meanwhile, she thought, does she know how much money is involved in this deal? Of course the Duke would never listen to a concubine's request. Immediately, paper and pen were placed on the table. Selena gently pushed them toward her. Why don't you write it now? Here's the pen and paper. You can explain things better in person, but for now, you can write about how we became friends and how you've heard so much about him. Lilio's face went blank. Internally, she screamed. How did she prepare all of this? I can't refuse. Use my name to talk to him, right? I'm just giving her another weakness she can use against me to fight Rosalyn. Should I hit her? I can't let her have this. While fiddling with the paper and consumed by her own ambitions, Lilio's wrist was suddenly grabbed by Selena. Surprised by the situation, Lilio's face was clearly shocked. She's so strong. Thank you. I'll send it carefully for our friendship. Lilio was stunned. You damn. Then, Selena went outside, walking with a slight rejoice. Great. Now I have Lilio's handwritten note. And my dress has been fixed. I just need to find Rosalyn and the Crown Prince. As she said that, she saw them standing nearby. She ran and hid behind a tree. There they are. On this side, Laser placed his hand on Rosalyn's shoulder and gently asked, did I expect too much from you? I never thought you would be this weak. Her gentle voice replied, please forgive me, Your Highness. Observing from afar, Selena was slightly surprised. I'm surprised Rosalyn can be this obedient. Back with the Crown Prince and her, Laser looked at her tenderly. It doesn't matter where your name or body is. What matters is the heart. She whispered, I know. Then he added, so try a little harder for me, okay? You've done very well so far. Her face flushed slightly. Yes, Your Highness. After they finished speaking, they hugged. Selena's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, filled with doubt, she's not being obedient, but rather adorable. After the hug, he let go but continued, you should go back now. Everyone must be waiting for you. She obeyed. Yes, Your Highness. Rosalyn turned and left, leaving him standing there watching. Selena was completely surprised. No way. So the Crown Prince and Rosalyn are? Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the Crown Prince. You can come out now, the Duke's little bird. She cried out in alarm. She shyly stepped out, wondering, how did he recognize me from so far away? Stepping forward hesitantly, she stammered, Your Highness. He just smiled gently. It's good to see you again. She forced a smile, You must be very close to Lady Rosalyn. He chuckled. Haha, yes. I've known her since I was a child, and I know she's always been on my side. She's like a little sister to me. She strained a laugh. Haha, yes, I think so too. You two are really close. Laser replied. Haha, that's right, we're good friends. Smiling on the outside, but thinking otherwise, Selena thought to herself, yeah, right. At least you could come up with a better excuse. But wait, didn't Rosalyn say she was about to become crown princess? But I don't think he's interested at all. Suddenly, he looked at her and said some cryptic words. I just came to see Rosalyn for a bit, and I happened to run into you too, as if we were destined to meet, don't you think? I heard that destiny is when we keep running into each other again and again. She raised her hand. This is awkward. Usually, that's someone's bad intention. Just a precaution, Your Highness. Laser laughed. Haha, no need. But it really was a coincidence. Can't you be happy for once? She broke out in a light sweat. But I have no reason to be. I belong to Duke Lambert, and you don't like him. He gave another seemingly gentle smile. You realized that quickly. You're smart, but relationships between people can't always be calculated. Haven't there been times when you made mistakes or embarrassed yourself? In my mind, I know I shouldn't get too close to you, but every time I see you, I can't help but feel flustered. Her face went blank, not knowing what to say, only screaming internally. Him? Is he serious? Selena took a few steps back. You can't do this, Your Highness. His expression remained as nonchalant as before. Can't do what? You're so beautiful. I just want to be near you. That's not my fault, is it? She felt frightened by the situation. No, not at all, but you should stop. After all, I already belong to the Duke. He, without a sense of propriety, took another step closer. I'm not asking for much, unless the Duke is so obsessed with you that you're not allowed to look at another man. But you're not married, nor have you promised to marry the Duke. Her face was full of worry. Oh my, is he this desperate? What should I do? Just then, a hand wrapped around her shoulder, pulling her into an embrace. It seemed to be Calcian. It was Calcian. He held her, his eyes fixed on Laser with clear displeasure. About an hour earlier, Calcian had seen Selena off to her carriage. As he watched the carriage depart, he observed and thought. She has 3 knights escorting her, 15 guards moving at intervals, and 5 more special guards for extra security. All of them are Lambert's finest horsemen. While standing there, the butler approached, bowing respectfully. Sir, it's time to go to the training room. He replied, right, let's go. Before leaving, he had to reassure himself. She's well protected. There's nothing to worry about. Later, 2 wooden swords clashed. Calcian sparred, but his mind was elsewhere. I can't stop worrying. His opponent looked at him with concern. Sir, he suddenly swung hard. Dion spoke up. It's just practice, but you're using a bit too much force, sir. Calcian didn't care. He was lost in his thoughts. One person died in the Lambert mansion, and another assassination attempt failed. She was attacked when I was nearby, and now she's alone. Dion stepped back and took his stance. Let's try again, but with less force. This time, Calcian couldn't focus. That means she's in danger. The thought hit him like lightning. He looked as if he'd lost his soul. Seeing him like that, Dion, thinking it was his fault, quickly said, I didn't mean you shouldn't use any force at all. He abruptly turned and walked away, leaving a bewildered Dion. Sir, where are you going? Calcian replied as he walked. Something might have happened to Selena. Dion hurried after him. Suddenly, he continued to worry. Yes, things always happen unexpectedly. The night was curious. But Miss Selena is at the Lilio family's tea party. What could possibly happen? At this point, he stopped. What could possibly happen? He started thinking again, Calcian's worst-case scenarios playing out in his mind. Her carriage is attacked. The Lilio family and several other families are involved in the attack. Selena is attacked while eating. Selena is attacked while breathing. Anyway, she's attacked. Imagining this, fear paralyzed him. Then he quickly started running. I have to go. Dion stood behind. Helpless, sir. Dion didn't realize that he himself had fueled Calcian's urgency. Hey, and now back to reality. Surprisingly, Calcian's hunch was right. Selena was held in his arms, her face full of surprise. Why are you here? His face was serious, looking directly at Laser. I'm just being more cautious in my relationship with Selena. But if that worries her, then I'm ready to take this relationship to a more committed level. He looked at Calcian, chuckling, but with a hint of falsehood. I'm talking to Miss Selena, not you, he replied, the atmosphere becoming tense. Then forgive me for interrupting your conversation with Miss Selena, but I tend to be possessive of what's mine. So please understand. Selena laughed in amusement. What's mine, possessive? Where did you learn to act like this? And from whom? Why are you suddenly so good at it? Laser maintained his smirk. Don't you think that's a bit unfair? Selena isn't your property. Calcian remained calm. I know that. He wasn't giving up, trying to add. So you know she's free to talk to me and has the right to follow her heart, right? Kanchan was impassive. Yes, I know. He asked again. Then why don't you let go? Kanchan replied. Because I don't want to. The conversation between the two men made her wonder. Are you two being ridiculous at the same time? He adopted a sarcastic tone. You're not very kind, are you? Although he responded, his expression remained unchanged. I'm embarrassed, Your Highness. Laser retorted. That's not a compliment. Kanchan kept his cold demeanor. Forgive me, Your Highness. He lowered his head slightly. Duke Lambert, you should be careful. If you hold on too tight, the little bird will fly away. And as you know, I have a cage big enough to hold that poor little bird. That impassive look again. He seemed to only be half listening. Thank you for the advice. Finally, there was a sign of a pause as Laser spoke. That's enough for today. At least will you allow me to say goodbye to her? Even for a goodbye, Kanchan flatly refused. No, he was slightly taken aback. Ha, I knew it. Regardless, he looked at her. Miss Selena, you heard the Duke, so please forgive my rudeness for not saying goodbye. When we meet again soon, we can continue our discussion about whether this is coincidence or fate. Hearing this, he held Selena possessively. She struggled to reply, all right. Watching the scene, Laser sighed. Oh dear. Then he left. When he had completely left, she looked up at him. Duke, can you let me go now? He was surprised to realize he hadn't released her yet. Oh. After being released, she asked him, why did you suddenly come here? He looked away, making up an excuse. I was just passing by. She realized what had happened and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, really? Haha, you're a good actor, but you should know when to intervene. Under the shade of the trees, he replied gently, you can't ask me to choose a better time. She put her hands on her hips. If we want to know about the Crown Prince's motives and suspicious relationships, then I'll have to dig deeper. Everything was going smoothly until you arrived. Kanchan listened and simply said, is that so? So what's next? Are you going back to him? She was taken aback. Why are you suddenly being so dense? He listened, dumbfounded. What? She explained, think about it. Why would I suddenly side with the Crown Prince when you're the only one who can help me return to my world? He still looked blank. Oh, I forgot. Hearing this, she leaned towards him, exasperated. What do you mean you forgot? How could you forget something so important? Garzhan looked flustered. I couldn't think of anything else the moment I saw him near you. Selena became serious again. I know you hate him, but I didn't realize. Anyway, I'm perfectly fine, and you didn't need to come all this way. I don't think he intends to hurt me. When I was with Lily Leo, and even now, when it's just the two of us, he's had plenty of opportunities to kill me. But he hasn't. He listened intently to every word. But he approached you for a reason, and he's pretending to like you. She paused, thinking back to the moment Laser said, every time I see you, I can't help but feel my heart race. Finishing her recollection, she said, maybe he's serious? He panicked. What? She laughed and patted his shoulder. What are we going to do? If the Crown Prince really likes me, will you two duel over me? Contrary to her playful tone, Garzhan looked despondent. That would be fine. Then I'd have a legitimate reason to kill him. Selena looked displeased. You're just as hot-headed as he is. They began to discuss the situation. Anyway, I can confirm that Rosalyn is controlling Lily Leo, and there's something going on between her and the Crown Prince. She finished, and he replied, Rosalyn wants to be the Crown Princess. Everyone knows that. The conversation continued. Selena feigned regret. Oh, really? That's too bad. Did you know she has feelings for the Crown Prince? He answered, no, I didn't. But what does it matter? He doesn't care about anyone. Selena looked curious. How can you be so sure? Garzhan looked at her. Because it's impossible for him to care about anyone other than himself. She looked at him slyly. Right, that's what you said. At this, his face flushed slightly. Oh, don't take his words to heart and think he actually likes you. That will never happen. Do you understand? She looked at him, thinking he always gets so sensitive whenever the Crown Prince is mentioned. Compared to other suspicious guys, he hasn't done anything to harm me. You must really hate him. She replied, all right, I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, let's head back so I can say goodbye to everyone. It's time for me to go to Rolly's tea party. He replied softly, all right, I'll take you there. At Rolly's tea party, she sat there, closing her eyes in exasperation, thinking, this is a tea party where I'm the only one invited. So why are you still here? She grumbled to the person sitting next to her, Garzhan. The others looked at them. They're so cute. The Ariel group clasped their hands to their faces in delight. Roly smiled. Since only Lady Selena was invited, I didn't expect to see you here, Your Grace. Selena responded enthusiastically. He was probably curious about what kind of gathering this was, but now that he knows, he'll be leaving soon. She turned and secretly pinched Garjan's thigh, looking annoyed. Right? Am I right, Your Grace? But Rolly excitedly denied it. I don't think His Grace wants to leave anytime soon. She clapped her hands together. You must mean a lot to him, Miss Selina. Anyway, I'm glad you made it. You have no idea how much I've been looking forward to seeing you again since the last party. I've never seen anyone drink as much as you. Everyone around Selina agreed. Exactly. It's a shame we couldn't talk more, because I passed out too early. Me too, she said, placing a hand on her chest in surprise that, oh, really? I've never been welcomed like this. She wondered inwardly. It can't be because of Garjan. A girl with a ponytail clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling. Of course. I don't know what others think, but to us, you're like a goddess, a female Dionysus. Selina smiled back. Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad you think so. Thank you. She raised her glass in a toast. So, let's start the party. Cheers. Everyone echoed. Cheers. They all clinked glasses together. Selina pointed around. Everyone drink up. I'm watching you all. The wine glass in her hand was suddenly taken away. Garjan drank the rest of her wine. Selina was puzzled. What was that? Everyone who saw it had question marks practically floating above their heads. Garjan calmly explained, Lambert has enemies everywhere, so poisoning is quite common, especially at the first meeting. I'll test it first since I'm immune to poison. The ladies began to murmur amongst themselves. Selina was a little worried. Really? She started to say, you didn't have to do that. But her words were cut short. Everyone was looking at Garjan with admiration. So romantic. They all cheered and raised their glasses again. We understand, Duke. So we'll raise a glass with you. Everyone, let's celebrate the Duke's boundless love. Cheers. Selina, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Everyone here just wants to have a good time. And they're so friendly. Not only that, they see me as myself, not just Garjan's woman, someone who can drink and be friends with. She smiled happily. I like this place. A lot. Ariel, after a bout of enthusiastic drinking, couldn't hold back and threw up. Despite that, she was still spirited enough to ramble. If Miss Selina is the female Dionysus, then the Duke must be Dionysus himself. He probably finds drinking boring because he's so good at it. Garjan admitted, well, yes. He looked at the person opposite him. Least you recover quickly. Ariel, now feeling much better, said, so you must not enjoy coming to parties like this. So it must be an honor for us to have you attend. She winked playfully. Could it be that you're worried about Miss Selina? Duke. Selina, sitting beside him, raised her glass. You'd better answer that correctly. Garjan hesitated. Well, I didn't want to leave Selina alone at a party with both men and alcohol. So yes, I was worried. She was a little surprised. Oh my, look at this guy. He's improving. Ariel looked delighted. So sweet. You must be very much in love with her. She asked curiously, how did Miss Selina manage to capture your cold heart? Duke, what charm of hers made you come to a place you don't even like? He was still very straightforward. Well, obviously her beauty. Selina choked on her drink. Ariel, even more delighted than Selina, yelled. She turned to the main guest of honor. Miss Selina, why are you so surprised? You must hear it every day. Selina carefully wiped her mouth and replied awkwardly, that's true, but I never thought he would say it in front of so many people. She quickly turned and lifted her skirt to leave. That I'll go to the ladies' room. The other young ladies teased her. Miss Selina is embarrassed. Selina shook her head as she left the table. How embarrassing. Since when did he become such a good actor? Garjan, walking beside her, offered, let me escort you. She jumped, startled. You scared me. Why? I said I want to go to the ladies' room. He reminded her. Have you forgotten what happened at the debutante ball? You ran into the crown prince. Selina tried to argue. He's not here, and even if he were, what could he do with so many people watching? Garjan continued to try and persuade her. That doesn't mean you're safe. They didn't notice someone approaching from behind. It was a woman with tan skin, purple hair neatly braided, and a striking face. I understand why you're so worried you can't even let the young lady use the restroom alone. But you shouldn't infringe on a woman's privacy, Your Grace. Selina was silently grateful. Who is this savior? The woman bowed politely. Good evening, Miss Selina. I am the Countess of Orleans. She remembered hearing about her somewhere. The former Count of Orleans had passed his title to her, not to his sons. And she also fought on the battlefield. Selina was a little excited. It's her. I finally get to meet her. Garjan put a hand to his forehead. But you don't have any weapons right now. Countess Orlin smiled. A knight can hide weapons anywhere. Or are you doubting my abilities and technique, your grace? He denied it. Of course not. She stood up straight. Then allow me to escort the young lady, your grace. Garjan hesitated, but Selena didn't let him finish and took the Countess's arm. This is a wonderful idea, Countess. He told me how strong and capable you are. The two women left without hesitation. S.O.U. Just wait there and don't follow us. Garjan held his head in bewilderment. Countess Orleans looked at her curiously. I've never seen this side of him before. Or perhaps you're very special to him, Miss Selena. Selena, washing her hands, didn't deny it. I think so too. But I'm not sure if it's because I'm truly special or because of the circumstances that make him act this way. The Countess laughed easily. I understand. The Countess continued to chat. I was surprised to see this side of you, Miss Selena. I thought the woman who captured the Duke's heart must be very cunning. But you blush like a young girl. Selena felt a pang of guilt for some reason. I apologize. She certainly didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean any harm. I just find you very endearing. Selena felt slightly reassured. It seemed she meant no ill will, but she was very straightforward. Countess Orleans thoughtfully handed Selena a towel. I guess you were interesting when I saw you at the royal banquet. But now that I've had a chance to talk to you, I know I was right. She looked down at the back of her hand. If you're beautiful, they'll hate you for being beautiful. If you're ugly, they'll hate you for being ugly. If you're rich, they'll say you're arrogant. If you're poor, they'll call you something lowly. It doesn't matter who you are. Selena seemed surprised to hear these words. That's right. I didn't expect you to know those things. She waved her hand dismissively. It's something I wish I didn't know, and it's the reason I always avoid it. They were meeting for the first time, yet they had so much to talk about. Miss Selena, this world is still new to you, but you've already begun to have doubts about it. How could I not? That's true. So that means you're considering getting to know someone else. Selena was taken aback for the second time that evening. She couldn't believe her ears. You just... Countess Orleans, seeing her reaction, realized her mistake. Oh dear. I apologize. It seems you've misunderstood me. I only said that because I'm quite fond of you, Miss Selena, and I can't help but be concerned about the person you're paired with. I want to be able to chat with you for as long as possible. However, the men of the Lambers family are known for their coldness, including both the former and current Duke. So, even though he may be treating you well now, as for the past, I'm not sure how long it will be before he changes his ways. And it would be a shame if I couldn't see you again. That's what I meant. Hearing such affectionate concern, Selena brightened. So you think he's not worthy of me? I'm glad to know I've made a good impression on you, but you're being a little harsh on him. The Countess reiterated, please don't misunderstand me, Mississippi. The Duke is still one of my favorite people, and it's not every day I get to entertain such a charming couple as yourselves. Selena wasn't angry at all. I agree. She began to ponder. She's harsh on Cancian, indeed. But still, that doesn't mean she thinks I'm the type to be discarded sooner or later. Perhaps I should prove everyone wrong while I'm still here. Selena suggested, shall we go back? Countess Orleans had no objections. Yes, I think we've teased him enough. They both felt exhilarated and laughed heartily. Elsewhere, Cancian's mood wasn't as pleasant. His face was dark. Cancian was seething. How far away is the restroom? Ariel, standing beside him, was a little frightened. It's quite close. He pressed further. Then what are they doing taking so long? She had to answer somehow. Well, they might just be chatting. Cancian still wasn't satisfied. Are you sure the Voiley family's restroom is safe? Ariel hesitated even more. Yes. He stood up abruptly and pointed at her. Why can't you answer me? If you yourself aren't certain about the safety of your own home, you should at least warn me beforehand. Ariel could only endure the scolding, speechless inwardly. Oh, what is this? I've never seen him so upset, and I've never met anyone so impatient in my entire life. Just then, Selena finally appeared. My lord, what are you doing here? Are you bored perhaps? Cancian's demeanor immediately changed. It's nothing. Ariel could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Selena called out cheerfully, well then, my love. The young ladies turned to look at Cancian. Selena lifted her glass. Darling, can I get a new drink? This one's flat. Cancian remembered she had told him to do as she said. He obeyed, though not happily, of course. Ariel rolled her eyes as Cancian poured more wine. After a show of annoyance, he refilled Lady Selena's glass. Her glass now full, Selena, resting her chin in her hand, said, actually, I don't want any more of this. I want water. Would you mind getting me some? Ariel was even more surprised. The young lady was treating him like a servant. Kenshin obediently complied, even asking carefully, "Would you like ice with that?" Selena replied without hesitation, "Just 3 cubes, please." Kenshin looked at her. "Anything else?" Selena declined and invited him to sit.no. "Thank you. Please sit down." She leaned against him and confided, "I realized something today, darling." Kenshin prompted, "What's that?" Selena was clearly thinking about her recent encounter with the Countess of Orleans. "Someone thinks our relationship is just temporary." He seemed puzzled. "So?" She explained, "Well, it made me a little curious." "Darling," she asked, "how long will you stay with me?" Kenshin, not at all surprised, considered seriously that "Let's see. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth." Selena pointed to the sky. "Then, can you give me a star from the sky?" Kenshin didn't find this request outlandish at all. "We'll have to find a way to get closer to it first." She seemed pleased that that's a good answer. She agreed verbally, "Yes, it is." Then Selena shifted her focus. "Then, can you pick that flower for me, please? And then those clouds above, and then the stars." This time, Kenshin didn't answer. He stood up. Selena watched as he leaped into the air. Everyone around them couldn't help but murmur. Kenshin reached towards the trees, picking the most beautiful, vibrant red flower among them. He landed softly back on the ground and slowly walked toward Selena. Then, Kenshin gently tucked the flower into her hair. He looked at her with tenderness. "Getting the clouds will take some time." Hearing this, Selena laughed happily and threw her arms around him. "I can wait." The next morning, Selena looked at the table covered in letters. Looking at the invitations, Zuna, standing beside her, exclaimed happily, "Lady Selena, you're so popular. Just changing outfits for all these banquets will take a lot of time." Selena wasn't concerned, "Yet that will rest a bit. Lately, I've been so tired I can see it on my skin." Zuna covered her mouth in disappointment. "Really? You're right." Selena stood and turned to leave. "I'm going to exercise with the Duke now, so please sort through these invitations while I'm gone." Zuna immediately obeyed. "Of course. See you later, my lady." She watched the door slam shut. After making sure Selena was gone, Zuna quickly rummaged through the pile of letters. Frustrated, she muttered, "How am I supposed to filter out personal letters from all these invitations? I can't even read, and Lilio, that idiot, already got caught once." She rummaged around, muttering, "Where is it? The Hayset family seal." Finally, Zuna cried out joyfully, "Found it." Holding in her hand, she thought, "Perfect. If I give this to Lilio, I can get her to pay me more." Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zuna shrieked. Selena, who had returned unnoticed, held out her hand and commanded, "Zuna, you're caught. Give me that letter now." Zuna hastily knelt and pleaded, "Please forgive me, Lady Selena. The invitations were all so beautiful. I just wanted to look." "I'm sorry." But Selena wasn't easily swayed. "Don't bother with excuses. I know you recognize that crest." Zuna frantically waved her hands, and "Oh, I don't. This is the first time I've seen it." Selena snatched the letter, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Right. You'd be a fool not to recognize the crest of the family you used to work for." Zuna persisted. "What are you talking about? That's not true." Inwardly, Selena affirmed, "Seeing her flustered only proves I'm right." Selena held the letter out. "Zuna, do you know what this is?" Zuna, looking at it, denied, "No, I don't." Selena retrieved the letter and explained, "This is a personal letter from Lilio addressed directly to him, meaning it's different from all those invitations that can be discarded anywhere. Lilio must have realized writing a letter boasting about her friendship with me would be a mistake. But what could she do when the letter was already in my possession? The best she could do was retrieve it by pretending it was lost. In that case, what's the first thing she'd ask her spy to do?" Selena knew the answer. Steal the letter, of course. She scrutinized in Oh, you realize you just intercepted a letter meant specifically for him? Zuna's face paled. "I didn't mean to." Selena wasn't angered, right? "I'm sure you didn't intend to intercept his letter. You were just instructed to retrieve it because it could be used against Lilio. Am I right?" Zuna admitted, "Exactly. I was just told to find the letter and..." Selena scoffed. "Oh, you're admitting you're her spy then?" Before Zuna could fully process this, Selena continued, "Don't look so surprised. I've known for a while now." Selena leaned closer to Zuna. Oh, you know how long I've waited for the perfect moment to catch you red-handed? Not to mention, you purposely suggested the Haystack Tea Party and ruined my dress to embarrass me, didn't you?" Zuna could only stammer that. Selena remained calm. and continued, "Yes, I know what you're going to say. You only did it because you were told to. Otherwise, why would you accuse Ariel and back her into a corner? Unless you're a wretch who finds joy in hurting others." Zuna latched onto this excuse. "Yes, I only did what I was told." Selena pressed, "So what did Lilio ask you to do?" Zuna furrowed her brow and looked away, clearly reluctant to speak. Seeing her expression, Selena understood her intentions. "Are you planning on keeping quiet?" Selena sighed and rubbed her head. "I didn't want to resort to this because it makes me look petty, but I hear you stole and sold Lilio's jewelry when you were a maid, even going into debt. Then you became her spy because you were caught red-handed, but the amount you were paid barely covered the monthly interest." Juno looked stunned. "How could you?" She didn't answer the question that you'll be her slave for life, and there's no way those creditors will leave you alone. She fearfully justified herself once more, saying for the last time, "I don't know anything. I was only asked to advise which tea parties you should attend and what kind of dresses you should wear." Selena let out an exasperated sigh. "Juno." She placed a hand on her shoulder. "Look here, I want to resolve this as peacefully as possible. And I'm sure you'd rather settle this with me than with him." She was referring to Kanshin in his burning rage. Juna's face paled. "Everything you said is true, but I really don't know why they asked me to do it. Please believe me." Selena finally stood up. "I don't think she's lying." She questioned, "So, what do you plan to do next?" Juna reiterated the plan that I was going to take you to the hunting competition, where you can meet all sorts of men at the event. She crossed her arms in surprise. "Unbelievable. I haven't even received a formal invitation yet, but the maid already knows about it." Selena suddenly remembered something. "Did you do these things to Ariel?" Juna's voice trembled. "Yes," she confirmed, recounting everything to S.O. "You're the one who made Ariel act promiscuously and gossip behind her back." She still showed no remorse or shame, but Juna criticized Ariel wasn't entirely innocent. If she was the future Duchess, she should have been more careful. She loved anyone who was nice to her. How pathetic. Selena didn't see it that way. Pathetic? Anyone who has ever been lonely knows how sweet it is to hear those beautiful words when no one is there for them. You don't even question what kind of person they might be, because you're clinging to that love. And they took advantage of that desperation to bully and isolate her. Selena clenched her fists that you're a real bitch. That poor girl had nowhere to turn except to you. How could you be so cruel? Did you enjoy watching her suffer? Juna averted her gaze that I'm sorry. Her face was filled with remorse as she thought of the deceased. You were one of the reasons that led to her death. Are you doing the same thing to me again? Juna spoke up, but if I refuse, they'll kill me. Selena fell silent, knowing this wasn't a lie. Selena tossed the letter in front of her. "Here, take it." Juna was even more confused. "Why are you giving this back to me?" She must have been scheming something so you can take it to Lilio and act as a double agent. She looked up as if she had misheard what. Selena explained again. "I don't know what Lilio promised you, but I'm sure you know she's not the type to take care of a useless maid." Her gaze sharpened, but it's up to you to decide whose side you're on. But remember, at least I'm not involved in anyone's death. That afternoon, Kanshin informed Selena the Crown Prince is holding a hunting competition. He's fond of hunting, so he likes to host these kinds of events. She propped herself up on the steps and asked him, "Have you ever been to an event like this?" Kanshin replied, "Never, because sadly, every time a hunting competition is held, we're often attacked by monsters or avalanches." Selena was speechless, exasperated. "Oh, come on, at least you should come up with different excuses." She understood Kanshin's thinking. "I know you don't want to, but shouldn't you go at least once? You're a duke, after all." He retorted, "Can you imagine me holding a weapon and standing next to him?" Selena wasn't surprised and admitted, "You're right. That's the perfect place to be framed for treason." He frankly stated his opinion. "No, I don't. Besides the political issues, the risk of accidents is even higher." Selena stopped looking at Kanshin and looked straight ahead. "That's true, but I know you'll protect me." Her smile was full of trust. Kanshin blushed slightly, embarrassed by this. He seemed to have given in. "Of course I will. But while I'm out hunting, you'll be left alone." Selena reassured him. "It's just a bunch of marchionesses and some noble ladies." Selena felt a little regretful. "I should have practiced archery while training in swordsmanship. Then I could have gone hunting with you." Kanshin immediately suggested, "Speaking of which, do you want to learn it now?" She was somewhat interested. "Oh, I know the basics. Learning different things is part of my job as an actress." He seemed unconvinced. "Really? Then let me see." An arrow shot accurately into the bullseye. Several people behind them simultaneously praised. "Amazing." Selena felt it was quite normal, but it's not that far. Anyone can do it. They persisted. "No, you're incredibly skilled." Kanshin pointed at the target. they're right. Look at the so-called elite special forces and their archery skills. She didn't know how to respond and just laughed awkwardly. He speculated, I guess wherever you're from, archery is more advanced than here. Selena was surprised. Oh, really? Then do you want me to teach you? The people behind them clamored and approached. Really? Lady Selena, we want you as our teacher. Kanchan held out his hand to stop them, reminding them, that's enough. Everyone, return to your original positions. She waved dismissively, everyone so enthusiastic. Juna, Lilio, and Rosalyn, I caught all three of them red-handed. It seems the case is getting solved. Selena suggested, everyone, go get a bundle of arrows. They immediately complied, yes, my lady. I feel good about tomorrow's hunting competition. The next morning at the hunting grounds, Selena wore a hunting outfit. It's just another party with a different dress code, not like what you told me yesterday. Kanchan walked beside her, explaining, usually it's a bit more intense and resembles a field battle, almost like a smaller-scale manhunt. She was curious, toned down. I see. That's what you grew up with. So what more can I expect? A blond man appeared, exclaiming, oh my, I can't believe it. Selena, also surprised, called out, oh, your highness. She politely bowed her head, greetings. Laser cheerfully replied, it's a pleasure to see you again. He suddenly winked. Selena tilted her head, unsure of what it meant. He reminisced, based on the fact that you're finally participating in this hunting competition, I doubt the monsters will suddenly cross the mountain range. Kanchan countered, Laser referred to the previous year's incident, and with no avalanche. He insisted, no, your highness. Selena could only exclaim inwardly, good heavens, as if he'd want that. Laser turned to ask her, Miss Selena, are you participating in the hunt as well? Selena declined, no, I just wanted to change my clothes. He sounded disappointed, that's too bad. I was hoping to ride and hunt with you, but I can't risk your safety for my own selfish desires. There's plenty to enjoy besides hunting, so I hope you two have a pleasant time. She politely replied, thank you, your highness. Laser glanced at the two of them, then turned and left. Selena stood there, watching his retreating figure. I know the crown prince is pursuing something. I can see it in his eyes, but he doesn't act on it. Is it unintentional, or is it part of his plan? Kanchan spoke up, you still think the crown prince is straightforward. Selena crossed her arms, slightly displeased that I said he seems that way. I never said he was. He retorted, I can't believe he even seems that way. She suggested, normally, that's how people act with those they care about. If it bothers you, why don't you try it sometime? Kanchan readily agreed. All right. He wrapped his arms around Selena from behind. It's not difficult for me anymore. She thought of something else, but still blushed slightly. The Crown Prince effect is stronger than I thought. Look how natural Kanchan's acting is. Selena softly said, you're the one who said actions speak louder than words. Selena looked up at him. Why is he so close? And why so handsome? He's going to kiss me. Her face flushed crimson, but Kanchan turned his head away. Selena composed herself. Snap out of it, Selena. Even though I've acted in so many romance genres in my world, I've never been like this. He looked at her, puzzled. Selena reassured herself. Aren't I good at being professional? It's just that those actors weren't this handsome. She spoke to break the tension. Don't you think you're being too much? They conversed. Am I not allowed to? Well, today is the hunting competition. This kind of behavior is reserved for parties. You have to act according to the time and place. Kanchan inquired, do I have to consider the time and place to express my affection for you? Selena hesitated slightly and but if you overdo it, it'll seem like you're trying to impress others, not because you truly love me. He disagreed, but you were just as bad as me at first. Do you think the people we met back then noticed we were just pretending? She explained, perhaps they didn't think that far because they were shocked by the fact that you actually listened to me. Kanchan embraced Selena once more. Now, they'll be so shocked seeing us act like this, they probably won't think too deeply about it. She flinched, slightly drawing back, that you're quite persuasive. He shrugged as if it were the most natural thing. The point is, if it's something I'm willing to do, then there's no problem. Selena could only offer a perfunctory reply. Really? Kanchan took her hand. Yes, I want to. He kissed the back of her hand. She blushed, momentarily taken aback. Selena lightly clasped her other hand. My lord. You're scaring me a little. Kanchan clearly hadn't expected her to say that. Me? Selena affirmed. Seeing you like this so suddenly, it makes me think you're not quite yourself. Kanchan laughed freely at that. Well, you're right. Perhaps. His face seemed to brighten. Selena looked up at Cajun, their thoughts perhaps mirroring each other. Cajun joked, if so, be gentle with me. She felt a sense of relief. I'm a bit surprised, but it's good that the range of acting has broadened. I should let him be like this. Spotting a blue-haired girl walking by, Selena spoke up, let's say hello while we're here. Look, there's Lilio. She approached and greeted her. Hello, Lady Lilio. But Lilio turned her head dismissively with little enthusiasm. Oh, it's you. Selena, seeing this, muttered sarcastically, what's with that attitude? Now that you've received the letter from Juna, you think you have nothing to worry about? But do you know who returned it? She calmly continued, Lady Lilio, did you receive what I sent? Lilio whipped her head around at that. What? Selena acted nonchalant that I thought about it, and it seemed like it could put you in a difficult position if someone else saw the letter. So I just gave it to him and returned it right away. Lilio's mind was in turmoil. What did she do? Juna didn't steal it? Could it be Juna was caught? She forced herself to respond, that you're so thoughtful. Thank you. She added, by the way, we didn't bring your maid? Selena replied casually, oh, she couldn't come because she had some important business to attend to at the mansion. Lilio couldn't say anything else that I see. Are you sure you're all right without her? It can be quite inconvenient. If you'd like, you can use mine. Selena cheerfully accepted. If I need to, I'll let you know. Thank you for the offer. Lilio tried to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Certainly. Her face was pale with fear. What's going on? Was I caught? Or is this just a coincidence? I've been trying to find a new spy, but that's impossible. If she was caught, how much would Juna reveal? She wouldn't tell everything, would she? So why is Selena being so kind to me? Is it a threat? I can't be sure of anything. Selena turned to leave. It seems you're headed somewhere, and I've taken up too much of your time. Her expression was filled with anxiety. Lilio paced back and forth, biting her lip. What should I do? If Juna was captured by Lambert, we're all doomed. She stopped abruptly. Liana, she called out. Her maid quickly appeared. Yes, my lady. Lilio ordered, tell them to retrieve Juna. If they can't, then kill her. Elsewhere, Cajun wondered aloud. Should we leave Lilio alone like that? Selena felt there was no need to rush. For now, we still don't have definitive proof. We need to be more cautious, as she's the one who knows the most. He worried, but what if you start to develop a genuine friendship with her? She found this absurd. Are you serious? She'd be the last person I'd want to befriend. A collective gasp arose from the group ahead. Selena noticed the commotion. Oh my, what's going on? A lady adorned with jewelry announced. The prize for this lady's archery competition is a sword ornament I brought back from the East. Anyone care to try? Selena was puzzled. An archery competition? Cajun explained, it's a game for those who don't hunt. Selena watched the young ladies stepping forward. So it seems Rosalyn, Final, and Princess Jeriel are participating too. Should I try? Cajun placed a hopeful hand on her shoulder. You must win. Selena couldn't help but feel exasperated. You care more about it than me, don't you? She winked. Don't worry, I always do. A voice called out, all right, let the games begin. At the competition area, Final scowled. You still haven't figured out your place, have you? You're such a nuisance. Selena retorted, the Duke is watching you, you know? Aren't you going to at least pretend to be serious? Hearing this, Final quickly turned and waved cheerfully. Duke, wish me luck. Only her supporters responded, we're cheering for you, Lady Final. But don't push yourself too hard. Selena teased, my goodness, you're so popular. Except with the Duke. Final fumed. If it weren't for you, the Duke would have already recognized my charms. Selena continued to jest, but right now, he doesn't know a damn thing. Selena looked around. I'm pretty sure I saw Rosalyn. Where is she? Oh, she's practicing over there. Rosalyn was drawing her bow. Her posture was impeccable, her face beautifully sharp. Selena lamented, she really is a beauty, and I can tell she has some experience. Perfect form. It's a shame about that mole, though. She glanced sideways, a thoughtful look on her face. Selena spoke up. That sword ornament seems like it's meant for a man. Should I give it to the crown prince to repay his kindness? Rosalyn's expression soured visibly. She turned and walked away, irritated. Selena felt more certain, so I was right. What I saw that day wasn't a misunderstanding. I don't know about the crown prince, but Rosalyn definitely has feelings for him. Just then a loud voice boomed. Ladies, gather round if you're ready. Selena looked towards the voice. Oh, it's starting. The organizer announced the rules. Each player will shoot once and spin 3 times. Whoever has the highest score wins. In front of each participant was a target. Selena called out to Final. Hey, Final, I'll bet my 10-carat blue diamond necklace that your arrow won't even be close to the target. Final was furious. What? Final pointed at Selena. You're looking down on me again. I'll make you regret it. Prepare to hand over that necklace. But her arrow completely missed the target. Final turned and accused Selena. What did you do to my bow? You're so despicable. Selena simply drew her own bow. Nothing. Everyone has the same bow. Yours is the same as mine. The organizer called out. Next up, Lady Rosalyn. Rosalyn stepped into position. Rosalyn drew her bow and released the arrow. It soared through the air. It hit the center circle. Perfect. 10 points. Selena exclaimed. Hand on her hips. I better give it my all. I wonder if the others are this good. Don't worry. Final is the standard, or even better than that. Princess Ariel didn't even know how to draw a bow. Her hands trembled as she struggled to pull the string taut. Princess Ariel, why are you participating? Selena wondered. Ariel looked as if she was about to see our Y.M. Why mother said, I can only grow up to be a powerful, confident woman who doesn't feel anxious wherever she goes. Selena inwardly praised her. Oh, she's so adorable, though it seems she has a long way to go. Selena gently called out, Princess Ariel. Selena seemed to radiate light as she raised her bow. The powerful woman you want to become is right in front of you. Watch and learn. She closed one eye, aiming at the target. The arrow flew swiftly towards the target. The arrow hit the dead center of the bullseye. The announcer excitedly shouted, Bullseye! Perfect! Selena confidently tossed her hair. She turned to Ariel. So, what do you think? Pretty good, right? You can be honest with me. Ariel quickly defended herself. No, it's not. Selena pointed out the obvious, but you were staring at me. Ariel stubbornly insisted. No, I wasn't. You're lying. Selena offered. If you want, I can teach you. Ariel immediately refused. I can call an archery instructor in a minute. Selena persisted. But no one can teach you to shoot with grace like I can. Ariel seemed startled by this. Ariel then timidly asked, Then, will you teach me? Selena readily agreed, of course. But promise me you'll give up on the Duke. Ariel exclaimed in confusion. She immediately retracted her request upon hearing the condition. Forget it. I don't need you anyway. Selena tried to persuade her. Are you sure? You'll be amazing, and everyone will admire you. Selena thought to herself, she's so cute. The competition continued. The announcer declared, Miss Rosalyn and Miss Selena are tied at 20 points. Who will be the winner of this competition? It was Rosalyn's turn. She drew her bow and shot another arrow. The arrow landed in the outer white circle. 0.9 points. She gets 9 points. Miss Rosalyn performed very well until the very end. Now, finally, it's Miss Selena's turn. What will her score be? Miss Selena is unstoppable. Selena, fearless and confident, smiled as she raised her bow. This final arrow also hit the black circle in the center. The announcer yelled, and another bullseye. The winner is Miss Selena. A lady brought forth the ornament. Congratulations, Miss Selena. This is your prize. Selena looked at it and replied, Thank you. Thank you. The lady said, It's a relic of my late husband, whom I very much wanted to kill, but I couldn't throw it away because it was too valuable. So I'm glad I could give it away as a prize. Selena was taken aback. Yes, that's so. I don't know how I feel about this. Again, she looked at the ornament in front of her. She was certain it was valuable, but she had no use for it. And she didn't want to give it to Kanchan because it was a relic of her late husband, the man she very much wanted to kill. Kanchan approached from behind and praised her. You did well, Selena. She accepted the compliment. Oh, thank you, Your Grace. He continued, So, what are you going to do with that prize? He asked, his expression clearly showing he wanted her to give it to him. Selena was momentarily at a loss for words. She looked at the ornament. I don't want to give him this as my first gift. Just then, Selena saw Lurden passing by and quickly called out, Your Highness. Kanchan watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. Selena stated her intention. I haven't had the opportunity to thank you and reciprocate the kindness you've shown me. Lurden looked pleased. It's my honor. You don't have to do this. She insisted, but I still want to. I heard that in hunting, offering what you've caught as a gift is a sign of gratitude. Although this isn't something I hunted, I won it with my own skill. Kanchan could only watch from the sidelines. Selena looked sincere. So, will you accept it? Lurden couldn't refuse any longer. Of course. How could I refuse such a precious gift? I'm very happy to receive it. She offered, May I attach it to your sword? He agreed. Of course. Here, I didn't know you were even skilled in archery. Selena, attaching the ornament, replied casually, Even I didn't know. I only learned at the last minute to participate in those small competitions. Lurden praised her. It's impressive that you've developed so many skills in such a short time. She joked, then I must be a genius. He was curious, that I wonder what other hidden talents you have. Why don't you try the evaluations at the palace next time? Nobles have assessments they undergo to determine their talents. You can not only discover academic abilities related to politics, but also things like ball throwing, musical aptitude, and physical capabilities. It's actually quite interesting. Selena clasped her hands together and exclaimed, "Oh my, are you sure?" Lurden affirmed, "Of course. I'll send you an invitation, so you can come whenever you're available." Surprised, she glanced away thoughtfully. It's almost like the royal version of, "Do you want to come see my cat?" So, is it because he genuinely likes me? Is it because he genuinely likes me? Or, like Kanchan said, maybe he's lost his mind. Or is he plotting something? Whatever it is, I'll have to face it to find out. Selena bowed politely. "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll be grateful for your invitation." Rosalyn, standing to the side, observed them. She saw their closeness, but said nothing and turned to leave. Selena had been paying attention to Rosalyn. As expected, Rosalyn was feeling unhappy. I can understand why she tried so hard to become Lambert's wife. It's because the Crown Prince, whom she likes, asked her to do it. The Crown Prince must be planning to take over Lambert by using Rosalyn. And to satisfy his greed, she was forced to marry someone she doesn't love. She watched Lurden's retreating figure. How could he do that to the woman who had feelings for him? He's truly heartless. Calcian then approached and called out, "Selena." She remembered and turned back to look. Yes. He seemed to be burning with anger. "Did you really give him that prize right in front of me?" Selena was confused. "What? Are you angry?" She suddenly understood. "Don't tell me he's angry because I gave the prize to the Crown Prince and not to him." Selena awkwardly patted his arm in consolation. "Dotto, come on. It's not really that valuable." She felt uneasy that I think he's really angry. There are a lot of people around us, so I can't risk anything. Calcian's expression remained unchanged. She spoke as she embraced him, "Your Grace." Calcian's face flushed slightly. Selena whispered in his ear, "You know, I did that on purpose just to see Rosalyn's reaction." Calcian understood, but he still looked away. Perhaps he hadn't accepted it yet. Selena observed his reaction. "Oh dear, he still won't let it go. What should I do?" At that moment, a loud voice boomed. "This time, we'll have a track and field competition. I'll put a hefty prize on the line." She suddenly remembered, "That's right." Selena quickly raised her hand. I want to participate." She told Calcian, "I'll get you something." Selena maintained her confident smile. "Just wait." The competition ended. In her hand was a ring. "Here, I got you this prize. But it's so small compared to you." Calcian, on the other hand, didn't see a problem. "But you promised to give it to me, so it's mine." Selena naturally didn't want to argue. Of course. "Try wearing it without your gloves." She thought to herself, "I don't want to make him angry again." Fortunately, the ring fit perfectly on Calcian's pinky finger. It fits. Selena felt grateful that it wouldn't fit on any other finger. "It's a perfect fit for your pinky. I'm glad it fits somewhere. Actually, it suits you. You don't usually wear jewelry, so I thought it might look strange." Calcian suggested, "Perhaps we shouldn't go hunting anymore." She was puzzled. He explained, "We've shown him enough loyalty by appearing here. And from now on, we'll each do our own thing." Selena seemed to disagree. "But why? If you were planning to stay with me all day, I shouldn't have come here." Calcian was clearly worried about her, and no matter how much I think about it, leaving you here alone is really dangerous. Selena tried to reassure him. "What is there to worry about? Everyone with weapons will be out hunting, and I also have soldiers with me. So don't worry. Just go. Besides, you're the Duke of the North, so you shouldn't shirk your responsibilities like this." Calcian took note of Selena's words. "Are you saying I'm running away?" She pushed him into the tent. "I don't think so, but others might. So go get ready. You need to change into your armor." After Kanchan went inside, Selena sighed softly. Sometimes he's just like a child. She seemed to remember something. "Wait a minute. Shouldn't I go in and help him since I'm his lover? If people see me just standing out here, they might gossip. I should go inside." She lifted the tent flap. "Your Grace, I'd like to help." But her words were immediately cut short. Kanchan was in the middle of changing his clothes and looked at Selena. "Oh." For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Selena quickly turned away. "I wanted to help you get ready. I thought it would be better if I did. Is this what you're going to wear?" A nearby attendant carefully instructed, "Yes, you can put it on from behind and tie the strings in the front." She took it. "I understand. Here you are, Your Grace." Selena held the garment from behind Kanchan's back. She came around to the front to help him button it. Selena glanced down, sighing inwardly. "Even his navel looks beautiful." and his abs chest collarbone. Oh, Cancian wouldn't stay still, turning his head from side to side. Selena noticed this too. When she looked up, she saw his entire face. Flushed red. Selena's eyes widened in surprise, and of course, his whole face too. After changing, Cancian wore armor underneath and a black fur cloak. Over it, Selena couldn't help but compliment him. "You look very handsome like this," he asked doubtfully. "Really? I'm glad to hear you say that." Cancian gave a bright smile. She covered her face with both hands, sighing inwardly. "Oh my, he's doing it again. Why does he sparkle unnecessarily? And now he's a good actor too." Selena urged, "Let's go. Everyone's probably waiting." The lady kissed her husband's forehead. "Good luck." The man promised, "I'll dedicate my match to you." She pondered for a moment as she watched this scene. "Oh, I should do that too. So I'll do that with." But just then, Laser appeared and called out, "Lady Selena." He smiled and offered, "I want to dedicate my match to you. So will you wish me luck?" Selena grumbled inwardly. "I wanted to wish Cancian luck first, but he cut in, and he's the crown prince, so I can't refuse." But she graciously agreed, "Oh, it's an honor, Your Highness." Selena lightly kissed Laser's forehead as he bowed his head. "Good luck, and be safe." Laser gave a smug smile. He took and kissed the back of Selena's hand. "That I promise to bring you back the most beautiful creature. I'll see you soon." She quickly withdrew her hand. "Yes, Your Highness." Cancian watched Laser leave, annoyed. The young ladies around who witnessed this started gossiping. Since when did she have time to flirt with His Highness the Crown Prince? And how could she do that right in front of Duke Lambert? She's terrible. Selena heard it all but said nothing. "Oh, Rosalyn, she's bad-mouthing me again. Every time she sees me with the Crown Prince, the bad-mouthing gets even worse." Cancian walked forward and called Selena. His expression was scowling and full of murderous intent. "Aren't you going to wish me luck?" She looked helplessly at Cancian's state, similar to when she gave the ornament to Laser. "He's doing it again." "Fine, but what do you want?" Selena wrapped her arms around his neck. "So, what will you bring back for me?" Cancian bowed his head slightly. "Anything you want." She giggled, delighted. "Anything I want? I feel like I'm keeping you busy all the time." Selena then gently kissed his forehead. "Good luck, Your Grace." Despite this, Cancian's expression didn't brighten. She wondered aloud, "What's with that face? Do you want more? Then take this." Selena circled him, planting several more kisses on him. Cancian inquired, "Is that all?" She was speechless. "Oh my, is that not enough?" "If that's the case, then." Selena reached out and cupped his face. Their lips met gently. Cancian's eyes widened in surprise. Selena chuckled. He admitted softly, "You surprised me." She was puzzled. "You knew you'd be surprised, so why?" Her train of thought was cut short as Cancian embraced her from behind, his arms around her neck. This time, it was Selena's turn to be startled by the kiss. Those present murmured amongst themselves, slightly embarrassed. A loud voice announced, "We will now depart." Blushing, Selena pushed Cancian away, urging him, "You should go quickly. Go on, or you'll be late." But he didn't hurry. "Selena," Cancian persisted, "what do you want me to bring back for you?" Selena waved her hand dismissively. "Anything is fine, just don't get hurt." He gently kissed the back of her hand. "You went through so much trouble to bring me that ring, so I can't do that to you. I'll give you a performance worthy of you two." Selena's face flushed slightly as she replied, "Thank you." Count Orleans greeted her cheerfully. "Hello, Miss Selena." Selena responded warmly. "Oh, Count Orleans, aren't you participating in the hunt? I didn't expect to see you here." She explained, "I'm still feeling a bit queasy, so I decided not to participate. It's nice to relax sometimes. I'm getting old now, so I suppose I should take it easy." Selena also recalled that evening. That's right, we drank too much that night. Count Orleans praised Selena's skill. "Oh, by the way, I was truly impressed with your archery skills. To be honest, I wasn't expecting much, but thanks to you, it was on a whole different level." She accepted the compliment without hesitation. "Thank you. If you weren't planning on hunting, you should have joined in, even just for fun, as the Count seemed quite confident that I think I'm quite good at it." Selena suggested, "So, do you want to go archery with me now?" She readily agreed. Certainly, the arrow landed squarely in the center circle. Count Orleans couldn't help but exclaim, "You're truly skilled." Selena didn't think it was anything special. "I've had many intense training sessions with His Grace for this hunting competition." She found it even harder to believe. "The Duke taught his lover how to use a bow." "I never knew that side of him." Selena asked curiously, "I hear that every time I talk about the Duke. What was he like before?" Count Orleans began to ponder. She raised her bow to eye level, but he was indifferent to everything and everyone around him. "I won't criticize him for that, but certainly he may have hurt many people's feelings. Not everyone around him is as strong as you. Miss Selena. The position of the target arrow is almost the same as Selena's. Selena hasn't dropped the subject yet, including Miss Ariel, who almost married the Duke. The Countess recounted her impression. In my eyes, she was too fragile and vulnerable. You agree, too. With the nature of this society, it's almost impossible not to hear people gossiping. Some people consider her a fool who can't speak up for herself, while others say she's promiscuous. Which is the truth? The Countess was somewhat sarcastic. In high society, nothing is true, but I think of some rumors I've heard. She recounted everything she knew. I remember she was someone who tried so hard to fit in, but things were never easy for her. I often think people were even crueler because anyone could see she lacked confidence. But she still needed someone to lean on. So as soon as she met someone kind to her, she immediately opened up and clung to them. Selena probed, "Do you think, from the beginning, those people intentionally approach her only to betray her later?" The Countess didn't deny it. Perhaps, and it seems like she couldn't integrate into the social circle, as she was constantly ostracized. Selena drew her bow again. So, Miss Ariel ended up with no one by her side. She also felt pity. She had her people. She seemed easygoing because they knew she had no one. Selena gently released the bowstring. So this is what Juno was talking about. She was weak, timid, and easily opened up, so she wasn't just a target for women, but also for men. Finally, she speculated. I guess the situation worsened. The Countess admitted. Yes, it was worrying just looking at her, and her reputation plummeted. Selena thought, how tragic. She murmured softly. If only she had, even just one person to rely on, things wouldn't have ended this way. Just one person. The Countess spoke up. You're different, Miss Selena. She was somewhat puzzled. Huh? Me? She clasped her hands behind her back. Most women don't talk about their lover's ex like this. But it can be said that you truly sympathize and grieve for Miss Ariel. Selena just softly uttered, oh. Count Orleans continued. That's why I even like you more, but you should be careful, especially when you're with His Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Selena became hurried and somewhat panicked. Why? What will happen? Or should I say, what happened? At the same time, something whizzed past her. The arrow was aimed at the Count. Some blood splattered onto Selena's face. Her eyes widened in shock. Selena couldn't believe her eyes, looking at the person she had just been talking to now, lying unconscious on the ground. Count Orleans. Snapping out of her shock, Selena ran to her in a panic and screamed. No, Count Orleans, Lord Orleans. Extremely frightened at this moment, she couldn't think of anything but calling her name. Her screams caught the attention of many people. Seeing the situation, the soldiers immediately ran towards her. Miss Selena, over here. Countess, can you hear me? Countess, someone call a doctor quickly. Seeing Selena's distress, her white-haired knight led her away. You should leave this place. As Selena walked, she glanced back at Count Orleans' body, trying to compose herself. Calm down, Selena. The best thing you can do right now is calm down. Calm, calm, calm. A somber atmosphere, punctuated by the shrill cries of crows, filled the air, making her uneasy and fearful, as if it were an omen of something to come. After regaining some composure, she asked her knight, how could this happen? Who did this? We're not certain yet, he replied, sharing his suspicions that it could have been an accident from the hunting competition in the forest. He hesitated before continuing, or it could have been an assassination attempt. Hearing this, Selena anxiously asked, Who is the culprit? He's still being pursued, the knight answered. Remembering the scene, Selena couldn't stay calm. What about Countess Orleans? Is she all right? I want to see her. Seeing Selena about to stand, the knight quickly stopped her. Even if you go now, you won't be able to see her. All visitors are temporarily restricted. Hearing this, Selena calmed down and sat back down. Oh, she's still being treated. Forgive me, I'm not thinking clearly. Seeing her composure return, the knight breathed a sigh of relief that I understand. You must be very shocked by this. Suddenly, a voice called out, Selena. Kenshin rushed to her side, cupping her face. Selena, are you all right? Are you hurt? Seeing his concern, she reassured him. I'm fine. Relieved, he lowered his hands that I heard there was an assassination attempt. Selena sensed his lingering unease. Countess Orleans was injured, not me. The arrow hit her. Her! Seeing Herland's sur change, Kenshin said loudly, Selena, calm down. You don't have to answer me. Just take a deep breath. That's right. He embraced her reassuringly. Following his advice, she took deep breaths to regain her composure. Ha ha. Seeing her calming down, Kenshin felt his worry lessen. That's right. Seeing she was all right, he said, let's go. Can you walk? Selena replied, yes. Oh, despite her words, she swayed slightly upon standing, leaning against Kanchan that I'm sorry. I don't think I've fully recovered yet. Seeing her exhaustion, Kanchan made a suggestion that surprised and flustered Selena, that IT would be better if I carried you. What? Before she could react, he swept her up into a princess carry, leaving her tense. Sensing her tension, he reassured her, just relax in my arms. It's the best thing you can do right now. Left with no other choice, she complied. Yes. As Kanchan carried her outside, they overheard nobles gossiping about the Countess's assassination attempt. What the hell is going on? An accident. These kinds of incidents always happen, no matter how careful they are. I heard something happen during the hunt. Seeing Kanchan approach, they fell silent. Shoo. Kanchan glanced at the two gossiping noblewomen as he passed. In Kanchan's arms, Selena's attention was suddenly caught by something. Count Orleans's encampment. Wait, sir. Excuse me. Her words caught the attention of a steward nearby. Selena immediately ran to the steward and inquired, how is Count Orleans's condition? Seeing her ask, the steward replied, fortunately, the arrow didn't hit any vital organs. The rest depends on his time and health. Looking at her face, the steward paused thoughtfully. You were present at the scene, weren't you? Hearing the steward's reply put her somewhat at ease. That's good. Kanchan, behind her, held her back and asked the steward, has she woken up yet? He replied, no, not yet. We've burned incense, so he won't wake up for a while. After hearing him, he looked tenderly at the girl who was sighing in relief, as if a burden had been lifted from her heart. That I understand. Continuing to wait won't bring anything. It would be better if we returned and waited for good news, Selena. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a voice called out to her, causing her to turn her attention and look. It was Crown Prince Laser. Miss Selena, I've heard about the incident. The accident happened right in front of you, correct? Accidents are always a risk during hunting competitions, no matter how careful we are. I'm very sorry that the Count has encountered this, even though he declined to participate due to his health. It's truly regrettable that such an accident occurred in the very tournament organized by the royal family. If you need anything to help him recover, please let me know. Hearing these words from the Crown Prince, the steward bowed respectfully and said, thank you, Your Highness. Laser's words caught her attention. The reaction and response were completely normal from the Crown Prince of a nation, but why did it seem so unnatural when he acted that way? Suddenly, Laser bent down, took her hand, and said, you must still be in shock. I hunted the most beautiful beast for you, but perhaps you're not in the mood to receive it. I'll send it to you next time. Thank you, Your Highness, she replied. After that conversation, he immediately left. Selena just stood there, watching him with her chaotic thoughts. Something doesn't feel right, she softly said to Kanchan. Shall we continue, sir? Yes. Inside the carriage, Kanchan was asking his knight, Dion, about the task he had given him. Where is the culprit? Dion replied, he took his own life. So, was this an assassination attempt? He asked further. Yes. Hearing this, Kanchan frowned and said, on whose orders? Dion honestly replied, the arrow was greatly affected by the wind, so we're not sure. We didn't get the results we wanted. He clicked his tongue softly. TSK. How did he take his own life? The same way as the assassin who once pursued Miss Selena. Hearing this, Kanchan's face darkened. The Crown Prince said it was just an accident. A similar report must have been relayed to him. So why did he say that? Could it be that he orchestrated everything and pretended not to know? Selena thought tensely, if this assassin also came from the organization that had the one who tried to assassinate me, then she seriously voiced the suspicion in her heart. Perhaps he was targeting me instead of silencing the Count. Hearing this, he replied, I can't conclude yet. Were you and Count Orleans talking about something important at that time? Hearing him say that, she was quite bewildered. Something important? Your Highness, we were talking about him, but the conversation didn't get anywhere. As soon as she mentioned him, the attack began. Selena tensely recalled that moment, the moment that completely stopped her. Or maybe they were tailing her, but there was only the arrow. Seeing her anxiety, Kanchan called out to her to help her escape her thoughts. Selena. He draped his coat around her to ward off the chill. Don't think about it anymore. You can't find the answer right away, so just rest. Selena looked at Kanchan with a surprised expression, and she replied yes. Returning to the mansion, a maid came out to greet them. Welcome back, sir. Wait, why is only this old woman welcoming us? Where's Juna? Hearing this, the maid replied, perhaps she's working. Perhaps. Selina was bewildered by that answer. The maid sighed. She's probably finishing the mountain of work she was given this morning, she answered irritably. Hearing this, Selina thought, I did that on purpose because I was afraid she would run away. You mean she didn't come to greet us because she's too busy with work? Selina said, annoyed. That must be it. I haven't seen her since the afternoon. If you need confirmation, I'll go check. Hearing this, she flatly refused no need. I'll check myself. Arriving at the servants' quarters, she immediately threw open the door in annoyance and anger. Yelling Juna, Selina's appearance there surprised the maids. Miss Selina. Where's Juna? She asked the maid standing next to her. Hearing her question, they hesitantly replied, I haven't seen her for the past few hours. Hearing this answer, Selina was angry and surprised. She ran away. Selina asked a nearby maid, where's Juna? She turned and replied, she had a stomachache, so she kept going to the bathroom. So I think she's probably still there. Selina, although she had heard the answer, was still suspicious. What do you mean probably? The maid quickly explained, you told us we had to quickly finish our tasks for today, so I didn't have much time to pay attention to her. Another person next to her spoke up, the bathroom? She's not in there. The black-haired maid replied, oh really? Selina listened to their conversation and put her hand to her forehead worriedly. She thought to herself, after what happened at the hunting competition, and now Juna has suddenly disappeared. Thinking, she looked at the maid again, her expression slightly serious. When was the last time you saw her? She thought for a moment, I think it was about an hour after you left the mansion. Selina's face was still worried, her hand nervously placed on her head, racking her brain if it's been that long. She must be far away by now. Damn it. Lost in her thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out. Since when was the authority to manage the maids transferred to a guest? Janet stared at her, her gaze unfriendly. Seeing her, Selina only whispered, Janet. Having said that, she faced her. Juna is my personal maid. Despite this, Janet retorted with a defiant expression. Yes, so please only give orders within your authority. You can't interfere so deeply in the management of the mansion. Selina was exasperated that, if that's the case, then you shouldn't have let things get to the point where a guest like me has to intervene. Janet's face immediately crumpled. What did you just say? Selina grew even more annoyed. She yelled, if you knew who she was following and what she was doing in this mansion, I probably wouldn't have had to interfere. Janet was stunned. She could only stammer in response. What are you saying? Not yet calmed, Selina shouted again in Janet's horrified face. You always say that maintaining the Lambert family's honor is the most important thing, but you don't do anything to actually uphold it. And stop clinging to and obsessing over him. The argument continued. Janet hastily retorted, Miss Selina, you're going too far. He is a member of the Lambert family. Her hand trembled, her anger pouring out in her words. Who are you to decide that? What you think is good for the Lamberts is just your imagination. As head maid, you should just do your job, which is managing the other servants, instead of acting like you're his mother. With that, Selina walked away without looking back. Janet could only stare blankly after her. Inside the room, Cashin was sitting on a chair, focused on a piece of paper, while Selina paced back and forth anxiously. Seeing this, he paused his reading and said to her, we have guards, and the outer doors are locked. Besides, I'm here with you. Don't worry too much. Selina stopped, looked at him, and went to sit beside him. She softly called, my lord. Cashin's gaze turned towards her. What do you think of Janet? Cashin calmly replied, she is a loyal person. Selina maintained her previous demeanor that I agree with that. But I think her obsession with you seems even greater than her loyalty to your family. Cashin's gaze shifted forward, and he became pensive. I know. I never thought Janet's actions were unusual because I'm used to it. Selina was slightly surprised. Why does she work at Lambert Manor? He began to explain, she's worked here even before I was born. I heard my father found her on his way back from his wedding in the capital. I don't know the specifics, but it seems she was in some trouble. He couldn't abandon her, so he brought her to Silenza Castle, but she refused to return to Merlin, her husband's territory at the time, and begged to stay and work as a maid. He stopped, making Selina curious. What happened after that? Cashin put a hand to his chin, thinking I've never asked, so I don't know. Selina looked at him, she's been a Lambert maid ever since. Cashin chuckled, but because she was once a noblewoman, she was briefly my nanny, as she wasn't used to being treated as an ordinary maid. Selina focused. Briefly? I thought nannies usually continued until their charge was grown. unless something unusual happened? He continued, and as she listened, Selena seemed to realize something that I heard my mother was vehemently against it. And in the end, she made Janet her personal maid. Selena's expression changed completely, her hand on her chin, contemplating, isn't that a bit strange? He asked, what is? Me? Cashin began to ponder. I give up too, Selena added. It's clear Janet knows something. But right now, I don't have the energy to figure that out. We need to focus on finding Luna first, he replied. She hasn't been gone long. We should be able to find her soon, she agreed. Right? And you said you have a professional tracker. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Huh? What's that? You always take such meticulous care of your armor. Cashin placed a hand on his armor, chuckling softly. Oh, there was an attack at the hunting competition. It was disguised as an accident, but I knew it was aimed at me. Selena gasped. What? Is that how you got hit by the arrow? As her voice rose with urgency, his remained calmed. I detected it and managed to deflect. She panicked, imagining a motionless figure lying in a pool of blood. Even Cashin was attacked, so he could have been injured like Orleans. She fell back and fainted in her chair. Cashin's eyes widened. Selena, Selena, he shouted. A moment later, she abruptly opened her eyes. She gasped, her body slowly sitting up. Seeing this, he asked, Selena, are you all right? You suddenly fainted. She spoke softly. Yes, thank you for taking care of me. She raised a hand to smooth her hair when Cashin suddenly spoke. I see a wound on your hand. What is that? She glanced at it. This. I almost got grazed by an arrow earlier. Hearing this, he quickly took her hand and examined the wound. What? How can you say that so casually? You're bleeding. Selena looked flustered. I forgot. I was quite shocked at the time. Cashin replied, his voice tinged with reproach. So shocked that you didn't care about yourself and only worried about work and other people. She thought to herself, I feel terrible. Selena touched the wound, giving a weak smile. I'm sorry. I promise it won't happen again, but it's starting to hurt now. Could you please take a look at it and stop being angry? He replied, sigh, all right. With that, he placed his hand on the arrow graze on her. Hand? He asked gently, does it hurt a lot? She continued to smile gently. Selena put on a touched expression, her eyes sparkling. But then she burst out laughing. Isn't what you just said considered treason? Cashin closed his eyes. Then the crown prince should behave himself if he doesn't want that to happen. She laughed again. Ha, you're funny. But there's no proof that it was him. He grew serious again, echoing her sentiment. But it's highly likely. He spoke, and she replied, but without any evidence, we can't act. Suddenly, her face paled as she considered something. In the end, I'll have to approach the crown prince to find clues. If we stop now, both Ager's case and the assassination attempts on me will lead to a dead end. But approaching the crown prince will be like walking into the lion's den. Overcome with fear, Selena was suddenly embraced by Cashin. His chin rested on the top of her head as he murmured, I've noticed you calm down immediately whenever I hold you like this. The corners of her eyes reddened slightly. She turned, burying her face against him, her voice trembling slightly. This is the first time I've seen a dead body like that right in front of me, someone who was almost murdered. He simply replied, I know. Selena continued to tremble. She added, I think I took this too lightly. It's a matter of life and death, and I thought it would be resolved easily, like some kind of joke. He nuzzled his chin against her head, gently reassuring her it's not your fault. You've done very well, more than I expected. Tears fell as she leaned against him. Cashin, she thought to herself, I receive praise. This is the first time I've been acknowledged for what I've done. I've done so much. I discovered the crown prince is behind all of this, and Rosalyn is also under his command, and Ager has no one to rely on. And the entire nobility, including Juna and Lady Janet, are involved. If it weren't for me, these things might never have come to light. What I went through to find the truth was terrifying and painful. But I did it. I did more than that. If I told Cashin I couldn't continue, he would probably agree. He would even be willing to help me return to my world. Any upcoming investigations will be very dangerous and could threaten my life, just like the hunting competition today. Cashin's voice broke through her thoughts. But you won't give up until the end, until you know what happened. You don't need to push yourself. At least now we know who to be wary of. Tears still streamed down her face as she whispered, No, I can't stand it if I can't find out the truth. If I return to my old world now, I'll live in doubt until my last breath. Cashin opened his mouth. All right, I respect your decision. But he paused for a moment. Promise me you'll never get hurt like that again, and don't put yourself in danger because of this. Never. It's too late to consider it part of our contract. In the twilight room, the man and woman stared at each other. Selena softly replied, I promise you. She thought to herself, this is a personal request from Cashin. It was late, and Cashin and Selena lay quietly resting in the room. But Selena tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She thought, just like that day, the day of the assassination attempt. And even afterward, like now, I can't stop thinking about that scene and stop trembling. No peace. It was so terrifying, but I was able to quickly return to my normal daily life. How'd I calm down back then? Distressed. She pulled the covers over her head. Cashin, awake at some point, held her and softly called, Selena, you've been trembling this whole time. She laughed it off. Oh, really? He said with concern, you don't need to hide your fear. Selena snuggled into his arms and weakly replied, but it makes me look so weak. Cashin continued to comfort her. He said, you don't need to pretend to be strong when you're beside me. She softly replied, I know, but deep down, she was lost in a stream of memories. That's right, the last time was like this too. He came to my side when I was scared, making my mind no longer consumed by terrible thoughts. His eyes still held a lingering worry. Selena trembled slightly, nestled in his arms. She thought to herself, he's always so strong and dependable, and I'm letting him see me in such a state of panic. At this moment, Cashin's heart ached just as much as hers. This is driving me crazy. It feels like my insides are exploding and my heart is being torn to shreds every time I see Selena so scared. After a while, she suddenly looked up, giving him a gentle smile. My lord, I can't sleep. Cashin gently observed her. He leaned over, guiding her to lie down, and softly replied, I'll watch over you, so don't worry anymore and sleep well. But at this, Selena hesitated a little. She thought to herself, I don't think I'll be able to sleep all night. How did I get through it last time? I was practicing swordsmanship. I was able to forget my worries because I had a distraction. This time, I guess I'll just chat with him a bit. She turned to him and started a conversation. My lord, have you ever been in a relationship before? Cashin curiously asked her. Why do you want to know that? Selena reasonably replied, because for someone who's never dated, you're too good at caring for and doting on someone. He honestly told her, I learned that from you. Hearing this, Selena couldn't help but chuckle. So, I'm a good teacher, huh? So, have you ever had feelings for anyone? Cashin replied curtly, no. Selena became even more curious. She moved closer to him and continued to ask, so, what about when you were younger? When you were a passionate, enthusiastic young man, did you ever have any deep thoughts like everyone else? Cashin didn't answer, but he seemed to be intently reflecting on his youth to find an answer for her. Selena felt a pang of guilt. Why is he suddenly thinking so seriously? After a while, Cashin slowly replied, I don't think I ever felt that way about a specific woman, because if I did, I would have remembered. Those kinds of deep impressions are hard to forget. He didn't dare to voice the second half of his thought, only keeping it to himself. You've thought about it with a man? Her slightly suggestive question made Cashin immediately change his tone. What nonsense are you talking about? She trembled, but her words became even bolder. Isn't it always like that? So, could it be an animal? Hearing these strange thoughts from Selena, Cashin was officially dumbfounded. Selena became even more flustered. She exclaimed, or an object? At this point, Cashin couldn't hold back anymore. He angrily replied, of course not. When I was young, my life was much busier than it is now. I didn't even have time to think about those things. I had no free time from the moment I woke up until I went to sleep. Selena, a true workaholic, naturally understood his sentiment. Selena softly expressed her sympathy. I told you, you were overworked even as a child. Young, Cashin replied helplessly, for me, that's normal. My puberty was like that. I've never had a strong desire for that sort of thing. Selena, somewhat satisfied with the answer, still wondered, I understand, but you can still do it, right? This question, once uttered, struck our Duke like a bolt of lightning. He raised a hand awkwardly. I never thought you'd ask me something like that. Of course I can. Noticing his awkwardness, Selena became even more hesitant. She stammered, but that you know to try anything with me. So how can I not be suspicious? I mean, I'm quite beautiful. I've never seen a grown man not have any thoughts about me, unless they have other secret preferences. Hearing this, Cashin was utterly bewildered. He lamented internally. What kind of answer does she want from me? If I say I'm always consumed by desire whenever I see her, it'll sound perverted. And if I say no, it'll hurt her pride. Is there an answer that can protect my dignity and Selena's pride at the same time? He racked his brain, distressed. Seeing this, Selena decided not to press him further, but not before teasing him a little. She sighed and replied, "All right, forget it. I never thought I'd be such an unattractive woman." Hearing this, Cashin felt another jolt. Damn it, I thought I could joke about this, but I missed a chance and made it worse than ever. He groaned softly, holding his head. Good heavens. Finally, he gave up and decided to hug Selena tightly from behind, burying his face in her shoulder. Whatever. Seeing this, she asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Cashin replied weakly, "I'm cold." Selena immediately became anxious. "What? Are you serious? How can you be cold in my arm?" But he said, "But holding you makes me feel warm." Selena, still worried, turned and touched Cashin's forehead. "Are you hurting somewhere? Do you have a fever?" Yet, he remained nonchalant that "I'm not sick, so don't worry. I just feel cold inside." Seeing this, Selena hugged him again, murmuring, "That's strange, but all right, whatever. If this makes you feel better." Cashin silently tightened his grip around her waist. He thought, it doesn't sound very convincing, but she's not making a big deal out of it. Am I that special? The girl everyone desires and wants, but no one dares to approach. But I can. She lets me brush her hair, touch her eyes, and caress her cheeks. She doesn't reject me. At this point, he parted his lips and called her name, Selena. Back at the hunting grounds, "Why did you kiss me?" Selena wrapped her arms around him. "Why are you asking this?" Cashin's voice deepened. "I want to know the reason." But Selena still wondered, "Why do you suddenly want to know the reason?" He leaned down, turning to hover over her. "Because now I want to do it again." Again, Cashin moved closer to her. "I liked it a lot, and I realized I could do it again if I knew the reason." Selena could only hastily reply, "But compared to the blessing I gave the crown prince, I thought I had to do more than that." He pressed further. "So, you forgot kissing someone else with just a small reason like that?" Her embarrassment deepened at his teasing. And oh, of course not. An ambiguous atmosphere enveloped them. "Then why don't you try getting used to it now?" She shyly avoided his gaze. "Why would I?" Cashin stated directly, "Because we're lovers." Selena was determined to dodge his advances. "But it's not like anyone else is here with us." He persisted. "Oh, you don't want to?" She was starting to crumble. "Well, it's not that I don't want to." Her face grew redder, her voice stammering, "I don't want you to do that." He gently lifted her chin. Then, "May I kiss you?" Shyness made Selena's face flush crimson. Her defenses gradually crumbled as she lightly touched his neck. The atmosphere grew dreamy as they shared a slow kiss. The next day, sunlight streamed across the sky. Greetings echoed through the Duke's mansion. "Good morning, Your Grace." Cashin seemed dazed, unresponsive to the greeting. His vacant expression filled his subordinates with fear. What is he looking at? Why isn't he saying anything? Are we standing incorrectly? No, that can't be it. Is it our attire? But it's neat. Or has the training schedule changed? Probably not. What is it then? Could it be that our very existence is the problem? The palpable gloom of his subordinates gave Dion a headache. He sighed deeply. "I wonder what's going on." He looked so lost in thought. "These poor soldiers. They'll die of fright." He decided to intervene. "Your Grace, it's time for training." Cashin snapped back to reality. "Huh? All right, let's go." His subordinates were relieved to see him respond. "Yes, sir. Thank goodness. There's nothing wrong with our existence." They hurried off, leaving Cashin still in a daze. Seeing his strangely dreamy expression, Dion was a little bewildered. He quickly inquired, "Your Grace, aren't you going with them?" Cashin remained dazed, slowly processing the information. "Oh, right." Dion lightly patted his shoulder and asked, "Did something happen last night?" Cashin seemed surprised. Last night, he recalled the sweet, passionate moments from the previous night. It brought a smile to his face. Under the bright morning sun, he simply replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, Selena was still shyly huddled under her blankets. "I need to get up." The hazy scenes from last night replayed in her mind. Remembering them made her incredibly embarrassed. She unconsciously let out a frantic yell. "Ah." Selena clutched her head. "What have you done, Selena?" "Last night was just an accident. It was just something that happened because of the atmosphere." "No, it's okay. I only did it to chase away the fear. It definitely worked, but now there's this embarrassing side effect. How do I get rid of this feeling now?" While she was still flustered, the maid's voice rang out. "Good morning, Miss Selina. Would you like to wash your face and get changed?" She hastily replied, "Wash my face and get changed, right? Let's do it. I need to keep busy to forget." Her attitude made the maid flustered as well. "Yes, miss. I'll prepare everything right away." Sunlight streamed onto the luxurious roof of the Duke's mansion. Selina asked, "Any news from Juna?" The maid chuckled and replied, "Not yet, miss." Selina tried hard to break the awkward atmosphere. "Has she been around? Though, I guess not, right?" "No, miss." 1,000 scenarios based on Juna's personality flashed through her mind. "Yeah, I bet she's bragging to anyone she sees about being my closest confidant. I'm sure everyone hates her." She thought, "Forget about Juna for now. Genshin is investigating her. We have bigger problems to worry about. This is more important, finding witnesses to the attack on Lero and Rosalyn." The maid suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "Do you have any plans for today, miss?" "No. Because of the accident at Count Orland's estate, all my schedules have been canceled. Where would you like to have breakfast, miss?" "I'll eat in the dining room." The maid seemed very enthusiastic about this topic. "Yes, I'll let them know. Would you like to choose a dress, miss?" Selina sighed softly and lamented, "I feel so lazy. If it weren't for what happened with Juna, I would have had her do this." Selina simply nodded in agreement. "I'll be staying inside anyway, so anything will do. Why don't I choose one for you, miss?" The maid's face lit up. "Of course, miss. I'll be right back, girls. Miss Selina is letting us choose a dress for her." Then the other maids started chattering excitedly. "Really? Let's go to the dressing room then." Seeing this, Selina couldn't help but exclaim, "I just asked her to choose a dress, but she's so excited." And she didn't need to drag the other maids into this. A moment later, Selina's expression became a little strained. "I did say anything would do, but isn't this a bit much?" Looking at the maid's sparkling eyes, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. Are they trying to make me uncomfortable by making me wear this all day? Do they hate me that much? The maid began to explain, "Actually, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Not to mention, you look beautiful in these dresses, but you haven't worn them yet. Your skin is so fair. These colors would look lovely on you, so I really wanted you to try them." Hearing such heartfelt praise, she was a little moved. "Right, now that I think about it, not all maids are like Juna or Mrs. Janet. There must be some who genuinely want to help me. I've been treated so badly that I've forgotten who I am. I'm Selina, the most talented actress admired by everyone. She wants me to try them on? Then why not?" Making up her mind, she readily agreed. "All right, let's try them on." All the maids were incredibly excited. "This one first? No, wait a moment, miss, this one. Then this one." Selina smiled brightly. "Haha, we have all day. Take your time. This feels great, like meeting my fans." Genshin was sitting in the dining room when the servant's voice announced, "Your Grace, Miss Selina has arrived." His attention immediately turned towards her. Selina appeared in an extremely elegant blue and white dress. She bowed slightly in greeting, secretly amused by his dazed expression. "Oh my, it's been a while since I've seen him like this." She softly spoke, "Please, Your Grace, continue your meal." The Duke, hearing her voice, returned to reality. "Huh? Oh, all right." Looking at her splendor, he quickly inquired, "Are you going out today?" "No, Your Grace, but—" He complimented her. "You look beautiful. My most important job is to look beautiful in front of you, Your Grace." He readily praised her. "You look stunning." She blushed slightly at the compliment. "You can say that easily now." He asked curiously, "You don't like it?" She gave a wry smile. "It's not a matter of liking it or not. But it seems like you've gotten used to it, haven't you?" "Well, now you can say the things you said before, since you said they weren't necessary." Genshin seemed a little disgruntled. Is that a problem? Her slightly annoyed tone made her soften A, B, I, T, and O, Your Grace. She sighed inwardly. If anything, that day deserved a round of applause. "We practiced for hours in the forest because I couldn't reveal that I was your lover that day. Now it's like you've been reborn or you've gone mad." He continued to sulk. "If telling the truth is a problem, I can fix it." Seeing the turn of events, Selina immediately lowered her voice and coaxed him. "No, please, you don't have to do that, Your Grace." She was deeply distressed. "You can't stop acting." Seeing he had the upper hand, he thoughtfully fed her a bite. "All right, here, try this." "Thank you, Your Grace." "Oh, it's delicious." The more she thought about it, the more something fell off. "Wait a minute. I thought he felt uncomfortable when I used the same spoon as him, but now he's even offering it to me first." Genshin suddenly leaned forward and wiped a smudge of food from the corner of her mouth. "Wait, you have something on your face." This moment made her heart skip a beat. "What is this? Is he teasing me? Is he doing this to show off his acting skills? Haha, is this a challenge? Seriously? Well then, let me show you." Selina's lips moved, preparing to counterattack. Seeing her freeze, he gently asked, "What's wrong? Do you want more?" She fell silent, as if realizing something that he's not. He's not teasing or challenging me. The look in his eyes, it was pure affection. His gaze, filled with tenderness, was directed at her, Selena. The kiss yesterday wasn't an accident. It was truly Ganshin's feelings, hidden and disguised as acting. It was an intense emotion she couldn't ignore. She immediately came to a conclusion. Ganshin loves me. A clinking sound broke the silence. Ganshin softly spoke, "What's wrong? Do you want more?" Selena also moved her lips in reply, "No, it's nothing." Despite that, she was still lost in thought. Since when does Ganshin understand my feelings? He probably doesn't know. What should I say now? I'm just confused. I'm the one who will return to the real world someday. Feelings only leave wounds. Even if I like him, I don't dare dream of a happy ending. Here, Ganshin is a duke, and I'm just his lover. My family, friends, work, everything is in the other world. No matter how luxurious a life Ganshin offers me, I absolutely cannot choose to stay in this place. She clutched the hem of her dress. I must stay alert. Ganshin, he's so captivating that it's impossible to resist. Someone like him, looking at me with loving eyes every second, I'm sure I'll waver. However, even so, I shouldn't waver because of my reality. I should change the subject. Thinking this, she began to speak. "Has Count Orleans contacted you yet?" He seemed to have been about to bring up the same topic. Let's talk about that while we take a walk. Selena obediently agreed. Yes, all right. She secretly guessed that it seemed they would be speaking alone, without servants. The two of them strolled through the garden as they talked. There hasn't been any contact from the Count yet, but other information has come in. What is it? His reply was tinged with caution. The target doesn't seem to be entirely Count Orleans. These words made her gasp. It seems there are many hidden details regarding that day's incident. So, was I the original target? That's right. He was originally targeting you. But there's a high possibility he changed his target to Count Orleans. Selena was still bewildered. If he was targeting me, it would be easier to understand, but if his target is Count Orleans, what secret does he have? Ganshin was also extremely suspicious. What's going on? She recalled the Count's words. He told me to be careful of the Crown Prince. I wonder what happened. These words caused a significant change in Ganshin's expression. The Crown Prince. She continued her recounting that I went to find out more about Irene. He seemed unaware of that day's conversation, Irene's matter. Selena's voice was filled with sympathy. She had no one to rely on, so she went to another man. Did you know? He softly replied, "No, I didn't know." She pondered for a moment, then softly concluded it must be because she didn't realize her situation. It seemed she was scrutinized a lot after getting married and giving birth to the heir. But that was before the engagement ceremony. She went everywhere and met a kind man. Something must have happened. I suspect the Crown Prince might also be involved in this. He was extremely curious about her conjecture. Why the Crown Prince? She hesitated slightly before answering. Because the Crown Prince is a philanderer. Ganshin had the opposite view. No, on the contrary. The Crown Prince doesn't pay attention to women and is wary of the division of power. His thought surprised her greatly. What? To me, he often flirts with young ladies. I used to have a relationship with Irene. He scoffed, his tone laced with jealousy. Could it be that he even intended to steal the Duke's daughter? She began to lay out her reasoning. Assuming this family is correct, then first of all, the person behind everything is the Crown Prince. Irene's death could also be the decisive factor. So the Crown Prince's involvement is a fact. So, the sequence of events is connected like this. Rosalyn acted for the Crown Prince. Lero became Rosalyn's weakness, and Juno was sent by Lero. If so, then Pionel would be eliminated from the list of suspects. The more she thought, the more factors seemed to be involved. Pionel, now that I think about it, it wasn't a threat but a warning. So her dislike for me is genuine. Ganshin looked a little perplexed. Pionel? How so? She softly explained. She likes the Duke. If I spread those rumors without knowing anything about Ariel, it would ultimately damage the Duke's reputation. He looked at her questioningly. Wouldn't it have been better to say you knew from the beginning, even though he didn't know about her death, or even the Crown Prince's involvement? She'd already considered this and offered an explanation. Perhaps she was worried about her own safety, so she didn't act. Count Orleans was also silenced, just like Finnerer. You have to admit that. Yes, I see. So, the Empress and the Princess, both are people who wouldn't need to be silenced. It was difficult to suspect them from the start. Selena grew more certain of her thoughts. Killing Ariel and clinging to the Duke is a double-edged sword. If discovered, they become enemies. But even so, no one would believe it. The Empress's previous behavior further solidified her belief. That's why the Empress said that to me at the time. Don't worry, I won't kill you for that. She continued with a hint of regret. In the end, Lady Janet was arrested. He seemed somewhat surprised by this information. Lady Janet's innocence hasn't been proven yet. Thinking of Lady Janet, Selena became somewhat agitated. She's definitely not the culprit, but I feel uneasy. That almost obsessive loyalty to the Duke can't be normal. This gave Kenshin pause that we need to reconsider. He concluded, in short, it's one of two things. Either Rosalyn acted on her own due to excessive feelings for the Crown Prince, or she followed the Crown Prince's orders. Either way, the source is the Crown Prince. Selena became more pensive upon hearing these words. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Your Grace, suppose. If the Crown Prince really is the culprit, what will you do? Her sudden question made him sigh. He's not just any nobleman. He's the Crown Prince. Accusing him hastily without clear evidence will only give him an excuse to attack. Looking at the whole revealed situation, it appears Kenshin's carelessness towards Ariel turned into an incident caused by Ariel's helpless actions. The result led to Ariel's tragic death. She had no reason to take her own life, unlike when we analyzed the situation back then. Selena's thoughts deepened. What if Ariel was murdered because she became Lambert's fiancée? That's something he should avenge. Is this a matter of honor? Kenshin couldn't speak as definitively as before. If she wasn't Lambert's fiancée, but just a poor girl named Ariel, the reason for Lambert's revenge for his honor would also disappear. The silence was broken by his soft words. I need to think about this. Watching his contemplative back, she admired him silently. Oh, he hasn't given up. Just as I thought. If the investigation ends like this, nothing will have changed from the beginning. Pretending to look around, Selena remarked, the weather is terrible. Dark clouds are covering the Duke's mansion. It's definitely going to rain. Suddenly, several hurried footsteps and urgent calls rang out. Your Grace. Your Grace. Kenshin calmly asked about the situation. What's going on? The messenger, panting, struggled to report that a messenger just arrived. Count Orleans has woken up. The Lambert carriage was crossing the forest towards Count Orleans' mansion amidst the gloomy weather. Selena sighed tiredly from inside the carriage. Even so, it's fortunate that Count Orleans has regained consciousness. Kenshin added thoughtfully, arms crossed. The Count is a healthy man, so he'll recover quickly. The mansion gates appear before them, and Selena exclaimed in surprise that, we're here. The two guards immediately recognized the Duke's carriage. It's Duke Lambert. Please come in. Suddenly, he stopped as if realizing something. Hold on, this isn't right. He poked his head out the window and instructed the driver. Hey, stop for a moment. The driver replied, Yes, Your Grace. Selena asked curiously, What are you going to do? Kenshin looked at the two magnificent carriages outside and explained, Besides us, there are two other visitors. She immediately understood. I see. They're both in the royal family. It's Princess Jeriel. She's hurrying down from her carriage, holding up her skirt. Selena looked at the other carriage. Crown Prince Laser is also getting out with a somber and gloomy expression. That carriage is indeed. She observed them facing each other with concern and thought to herself, we almost ran into them. They don't seem to be on good terms anyway. Coming together, as he approached Ariel, he angrily swung his hand and slapped her hard, causing her to cough in pain. And just like that, Laser rained down thousands of insults and criticisms on the little princess. Selena was both surprised and helpless. I have to admit, the Crown Prince is quite the two-faced character. So that's what it means. Kenshin said calmly, that's still mild. She started to feel a chill down her spine and asked fearfully, what's it like normally? To the point of killing on the spot. This was beyond her imagination. Crazy. Kenshin glanced at Laser again and frowned, adding, it's only because she's a princess that it was that light. If I were the king, I would have had his head separated from his body. Let's go back today. This isn't a good time to be out. But Selena immediately refused. Your Grace. This is an opportunity. The princess must have something to do with the Crown Prince. Let's go to the princess. She hurried out of the carriage and towards the sobbing Jeriel. Princess, are you all right? Jeriel started crying louder, stammering her name with a hurt expression. Selena, no, Ariel tried to say she was fine, but her body trembled and tears streamed down her face, looking utterly pitiful. Seeing this, Selena rushed over in a panic. "Oh dear, princess." She wiped the princess's tears while asking what had happened. "How could this happen?" Ariel said resentfully between sobs. "Well, the crown prince found me irritating, so he just hit me. He was just in a bad mood." Selena asked, puzzled, "Didn't you both arrive at the same time?" "Your carriages were close together." Ariel sniffled "Oh, His Highness doesn't like me wandering around. Today he happened to be away, so I snuck out to visit the count. His Highness saw my carriage, so..." She feigned ignorance. "Oh, he hit you." However, the princess refused to tell the truth. "Oh no, he must be watching me. He asked me what I was doing here? Don't even dream about it. How unlucky. He's always like this with me. He says I've been unlucky since I was little, so everyone around me dies because of me." She grumbled in annoyance. "I can't believe His Highness the Crown Prince would say such things. He's crazy." Ariel was startled. "You can say that," Selena confidently replied, hands on her hips. "Is there any reason why not? He's done things deserving of such words." Thanks to that, the princess cheered up. "ABITSO. Can I say that too?" she asked brightly. Selena replied, "Of course not. Your life is very precious." Hearing this, the princess burst out laughing. "What the?" Selena cursed laser inwardly. Seriously, why would he do that to such a cute child? Thinking this, she gently comforted Ariel. "Princess, you don't have to listen to that jerk's cruel words." Ariel suddenly deflated, hesitantly replying, "Well, sometimes what he says is true." Selena suddenly understood the problem. The princess had been brainwashed. Then, Selena crouched down and explained, "Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, but does that mean they should always point out the weaknesses? That's just being mean. You don't have to always listen to him. That kind of person is much worse than you, princess. He definitely won't stop, so please don't hurt yourself." Ariel asked shyly, "Then, what should I do if I don't want to be hit?" Selena responded enthusiastically, "That's a secret. I'll let you in on one of my skills." The princess looked apprehensive, but agreed. "Okay." Selena whispered into Ariel's ear, "If it were me, I would get revenge on His Highness." The princess's eyes widened, and she asked in a panicked voice, "Revenge? How could I possibly get revenge on His Highness?" Selena continued, "What? You don't have to do it right away, but don't forget this grudge. One day, when the opportunity arises, all you have to do is spit on him." The princess couldn't help but giggle. Spit? Seeing her like this, Selena felt a pang of sympathy. This simple prank really suits her. Why would he slap a child like this? That damn prince, she thought to herself. She smiled, trying to boost Ariel's spirits. Just imagining it feels refreshing, right? Think of it as motivation. "I don't know if this is the right way, but first, you have to try." And so, the princess asked, and Selena answered, their conversation continuing endlessly. "Have you ever tried it?" "Almost everything, except for the things that happened recently." "The recent things?" For example, Princess Ariel, who wasn't afraid to threaten to steal my man." The princess was speechless with surprise. Seeing Ariel's flustered expression, Selena chuckled and added, "Don't worry too much. I also forgive those who reflect on their actions and apologize." The princess looked down, seemingly deep in thought. "But the Duke is really amazing. He's very famous, isn't he?" At this point, Selena suddenly raised her hand and said, "Well then, princess, you owe me a favor." The princess asked curiously, "A favor?" Selena explained, "I'll tell you how to get your revenge. You wanted to visit the count, right? But the crown prince stopped you, didn't he?" Ariel agreed, "Yes." Selena winked and advised, "If you ignore him and visit the count anyway, that's revenge." The princess was utterly surprised by this bold suggestion. Ariel froze, hairspray still in hand, her mouth agape and eyes wide, completely stunned. A genius. Selena added, "Princess, have your carriage turned back, and you can hide in ours. You can visit the count after His Highness leaves." Ariel hesitated. "Would that be all right? Can I borrow your carriage?" Selena put a hand on her hip and laughed out of course. "That way you'll owe me one." Turning to the two guards at the gate, Selena put a finger to her lips. "The servants here, you understand, don't you?" Her demeanor, radiating the authority of the Lonbert family, intimidated the guards, who quickly nodded their heads. Pointing towards the carriage, she said, "Come on, then. Let's get in the carriage and wait for the crown prince to appear. Ariel responded excitedly yes. 30 minutes later, Selena saw a laser emerge from the mansion. The crown prince is here. It seems he's noticed our carriage. We'll go ahead now, princess. Wait until his highness is completely gone before you show yourself. Ariel watched them leave with a reassured look. All right. The two approached Laser and bowed. Your highness. He clasped his hands behind his back and replied regally. So you two are here as well. He flashed a dazzling smile that could melt any heart, his face radiant and his voice sweet. IT must be fate, causing us to meet again and again. Cashin, his face impassive, answered for Selena. If our appointments overlap, we will wait. Laser cheerfully explained, no, I've finished my visit and am on my way back, so please go in. But before you do, Duke, could I speak with Lady Selena for a moment? Selena startled, her confusion evident. What do you wish to speak about, Your Highness? He replied, nothing in particular. I simply wanted to apologize to you. This only deepened Selena's confusion. Apologize? Laser's face was a mask of feigned sincerity. He spoke hesitantly. You were at the hunting grounds that day, weren't you? I was there as well. I wanted to apologize and speak with you about what happened that day. Is that all right? Seemingly convinced, Selena glanced at Cashin and nodded. Cashin sighed, reluctantly agreeing, as long as you remain within my sight. Laser replied, of course. Selena waved her hand reassuringly. I'll be right back. The two proceeded to a tea area just a few steps away from Cashin. Laser inquired solicitously, are you feeling better now? Selena hesitated. Yes. I'm all right. He put on an innocent expression, his eyes filled with feigned sadness. That day, it was an unforeseen accident, so I couldn't react quickly enough. If I hadn't come to check on you, would you have understood? Selena bowed her head respectfully. How could I possibly be angry with Your Highness? He sighed in relief. I knew you would say that. Selena's expression darkened, her eyes filled with concern. However, if that was an unforeseen accident, does that mean there are also foreseen accidents? Laser fell silent for a long moment, as if contemplating something, his expression unchanged. Suddenly, he confessed, yes. During times of conflict between nobles, accidents always happen at hunting competitions. Selena felt somewhat relieved, thinking to herself. He answered a question that touched a sensitive spot so amicably. How can he endure it? Was he hiding? But she didn't forget to remain cautious and asked further, so that's how it is. But I heard the target might have been me. Wouldn't that make it a foreseeable accident? Hearing this, he covered his face with his hand, sighing wearily, and replied, yes, that rumor has reached your ears as well. Indeed, the arrow being hit was truly an accident. From the very beginning, that arrow was aimed at you. At this moment, his true colors were revealed. His gaze sharpened like a knife, piercing her flesh, and a dense, gloomy killing intent radiated from him, accompanied by a sinister smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Hearing this, Selena was frightened, thinking to herself, did he just admit that? She froze, sweat trickling down her face, panicked as things unfolded beyond her expectations. She wondered, what is the meaning of this? The Crown Prince, the most suspicious culprit, is telling me the assassin's objective? What does it mean? What's his purpose? Why is he being so straightforward? His dark aura sent a chill down her spine. He calmly said, I also regret having to tell you this. Do you know who shot the arrow? Selena asked, furrowing her brows with concern. He spoke nonchalantly, as if he were innocent. Actually, it was Rosalyn. She was utterly surprised. Selena analyzed the situation internally. Rosalyn is the culprit? Well, no, that's only natural. Rosalyn is the closest to the Crown Prince and also hates me, so she sees me as a rival. But he cherishes her, so why is he saying it was Rosalyn? How dare he have the audacity to blame Rosalyn? Laser rested a hand on his hip and sighed, adding, it's all my fault for not stopping Rosalyn. She seems to have grown up with the idea that she would become the Empress since she was young. Marrying me was a given, but for me, it wasn't so simple. That's why I recommended Duke Lambert as a last resort. Selena pretended to believe him, but deep down, she was still troubled. This is completely different from the reason Rosalyn approached me that I heard from Cashin. He continued to explain, there are no men of marriageable age in the royal family. Only Duke Lambert is suitable. I felt guilty, so I told her, which seems to have caused a misunderstanding. She desperately wanted to become a duchess, right? She started approaching the Duke blindly. And at that time, you appeared. Hearing this, Selina couldn't help but be taken aback by his brazen words. She thought to herself, he speaks so well, his reasoning is so perfect that I almost believed him. The story about Ariel. Laser feigned sympathy. You must have been so upset when you thought my proposal was in order. I heard you were quite rude from our first meeting. She questioned, you heard? From Rosalyn, right? He anxiously recounted. How else would I know all these things? Perhaps the pressure was too much this time, so she told me everything while crying. That's how I learned everything. She wondered, Rosalyn cried? I'd rather Cashin cry. She pressed further. What did Rosalyn say? Laser replied. She said she hates you very much. Selina gave a helpless, wry smile that I agree with you. I figured it would be like that. He used sweet words to flatter her. That's because you're so beautiful and intelligent. The Duke wasn't close to women before, especially commoners, yet he's changed in such a short time. A pang of guilt struck her. Most people seem to think that way. Laser added, but it seems the Duke received a summons to the capital. If you went to the capital with the Duke, it would be like an official introduction. So Rosalyn thought she had to get rid of you. I heard you encountered assassins on your way here, right? Selina flinched, anxiously thinking, he even knows that? He was once again accusing his own puppet, me. That time was also Rosalyn's doing. She froze, a puzzled look on her face, and wondered, what's with this reaction? He's the one who ordered Rosalyn. I can't say that, otherwise could it be? Was it really Rosalyn? This is crazy. Selina observed his expression, her mind in turmoil, unsure of what was real and what was fake. Is that face an act, or is he being sincere? Laser continued, since coming to the capital, I haven't had any time. It seems that's why you were targeted amongst the nobles. I truly hadn't considered that. She played along. So I was targeted during the hunting competition? He affirmed, that's right. It was the perfect place for an assassination. Selina pressed for more information. I heard His Highness also had an accident that day. He smiled in response. Indeed, that's true. Laser sighed wearily and said, actually, that was also Rosalyn's crime. They say the marriage decree would be annulled if I don't know if I'm involved, but I can't find any holes. The events and reasoning flow smoothly. Knowing the whole story, after admitting his involvement with Rosalyn, naturally, the Crown Prince is an accomplice. After that story, the Crown Prince becomes innocent. Excellent rhetoric, truly frightening. Laser continued his pretense of kindness. Since you're a victim in this case, I felt I had to let you know, but I hope you won't be too heartbroken by this. She replied politely, the Duke was also a victim, Your Highness. Why would you say such a thing? He chuckled. You'll relay this to him anyway. Please understand my intentions in deliberately arranging for us to speak. Selina scoffed inwardly, as if you weren't going to interfere anyway. Suddenly, Laser brought up Rosalyn again. And could Rosalyn's punishment be postponed a little? She feigned confusion. Punishment? He explained, she attempted murder twice, and one person was injured. Now that it's known, it can't simply be ignored. She pretended to agree, indeed. But inwardly, she was impressed. His way of handling this situation is truly remarkable. Laser calmly continued, but aside from Rosalyn's confession, there's no other evidence that could implicate Marquis Tailoring. Please understand that the punishment might be less severe than anticipated. She conceded yes. His gaze shifted, his expression troubled as he recounted. Rosalyn said she spoke out of trust. Just telling you this is, betrayed. It's because of you that I'm telling you this. Laser raised a hand to his mouth, laughing shyly with a gentle expression. Selina blushed slightly, perhaps due to the dazzling beauty of the handsome man before her. She was silent for a moment, then thought to herself, let me tell you a story. The Crown Prince is a captivatingly handsome man, making so many girls' hearts flutter. She curiously asked further, is this a secret from the Count as well? He replied with a knowing look, I haven't told him. To the Count, it was a genuine accident, but if you want to tell him, I won't stop you. Selina thought to herself, are you subtly shifting the responsibility onto me? Then she covered her mouth, chuckling softly. and said, "Then I won't say anything either. If I did, your highness would be in a difficult position, wouldn't you?" Laser once again used sweet words to flatter her. "Thank you. As expected, you're very perceptive and intelligent." Suddenly, he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, leaving her stunned. "So now, this is our little secret." Selena outwardly smiled and replied, "Indeed," but inwardly, she thought of the pitiful Ariel, a secret between two people. What romantic and thrilling words. Was Ariel also captivated by such sweet shackles? Suddenly, Laser took the initiative to end the conversation. "Well, I should return you to the Duke now, shouldn't I?" His eyes looked like they're about to explode. Only then did she realize Kanzian was incredibly angry, fire blazing around him as if it would incinerate everything. "Oh, I'm going to be burned to a crisp." But before leaving, Laser added gently and faintly, "Oh, before I go, the Count has awakened, so I'm planning a celebratory party. I'd like to invite you to this small gathering. Will you come?" Selena reasoned silently. "He's probably upset that I refused him last time. A small party? I'm sure there's some secret plot afoot." But she could only agree, "It would be my honor." Kanzian couldn't stand it any longer. He spoke irritably, his voice laced with annoyance. This conversation should end here. The Crown Prince further provoked him. "We were having such a pleasant chat without the Duke present." He retorted angrily, "How fortunate." Inwardly, he can. Only then did he release them, departing with his attendant. Kanzian frowned, irritably pulling out a handkerchief from his pocket. Then he rubbed and scrubbed the spot on her hand where Laser had kissed. Selena wondered, "What are you doing?" He answered curtly, "Wiping your hand." She expressed her weariness. "Yes, that conversation was quite unpleasant. He's very cunning." Suddenly, she raised her hand slightly and called out, "Your Grace." Her hand brushed lightly beneath his lips as if hinting at something. Selena smiled radiantly, with a touch of shyness, and said, "Wipe it." His gaze was fixed on her. Kanzian took her hand and gently kissed her knuckles. Not stopping there, he grasped her soft hand and kissed it more. He moved closer to her, so close that Selena could feel his warm breath. Kanzian placed a hand on her back and gently kissed her shoulder, then her neck. Ariel, sitting in the carriage, had witnessed everything. She hesitantly called out, Your Grace," causing both of them to freeze. They separated immediately. Selena awkwardly explained, Princess, that, well, His Highness the Crown Prince has left. He's gone out." Kanzian also awkwardly cleared his throat. Ariel remained silent, her vacant gaze unchanged. And as it was, her tears flowed freely, making the two of them even more embarrassed and uncomfortable. Her voice trembled pathetically, I'll be going then." So that night, Princess Ariel's pillow was soaked with tears. At the palace, someone said, "Come in." The Count of Orleans, lying in his sickbed, spoke to those around him with a smile. "It takes being hospitalized to realize one's position. Huh? I even have 2 distinguished guests visiting at the same time. Seems like I've lived a pretty good life." Selena offered comforting words. "It's fortunate you have the energy to joke." Princess Ariel, opening one eye, asked, Con, I wish you a speedy recovery. This is a gift containing the heartfelt wishes of myself and my mother." The Count of Orleans reached out his hand and replied, May I open it now?" Ariel said, "Of course." The box was opened, revealing a beautiful piece of jewelry. The Count's expression was slightly reluctant. Selena, observing his face, thought this gift might not be suitable for the Count. "I think I've seen this brand somewhere many times before." Princess Ariel said with a smile, "This is a piece that my mother made and designed herself. When I was choosing a gift, this felt the most familiar, so I picked it." The Count of Orleans replied unnaturally, "What a beautiful gem. This is something I wouldn't even see in my own territory." Selena observed the conversation between the two. Ariel said, "This can be worn as a brooch." The Count politely refused. "This is an extremely rare item. I wonder if I should keep it." The princess replied, "It's all right. It's a gift from me." The Count of Orleans said, "How should I repay you?" The princess replied politely, "The Count's good health is all I ask for." Selena suddenly realized something, resting her chin on her hand in thought. I remember where I saw that. Before the court banquet, the dress and accessory shop. No wonder it wasn't a manager, but a designer. It turns out that's the shop the Empress opened to prepare for the future. To have the Count of Orleans see this, after the Crown Prince ascends the throne and takes over, he should protect the safety of the Empress and the princess, just like I asked Kanzian. The princess, indeed, has found herself another. Lifeline. The Count of Orleans closed the box, forcing a smile as he declined. I've thought it over. The storehouse is full now, so I can't take in any more supplies. The princess replied with a smile. A new storehouse is about to be built. Selena, looking at the princess, thought admiringly, not bad at all. I thought she was just a child, but she knows how to protect herself. Even if the crown prince ascends the throne, she'll still protect her life by any means. Ariel bowed and said, Please accept this gift with good intentions, Count. We'll be taking our leave. You two continue your conversation. Inwardly, she cautiously thought, I must show respect to the one who will protect my life. Afterward, only Selena and the Count remained in the room. She crossed her arms and smiled, saying, The princess is smarter than I thought. The Count also sighed and smiled with a reluctant expression. If it weren't for the crown prince, she would probably mature even more. It's a shame. How can you so casually, considering the target was two people, perhaps the assassin changed their target at the last minute? Selena listened, lost in thought. Had he really changed his target to silence her after trying to kill her? She said, I've been thinking about what you were going to say that day, something important enough to warrant being silenced. The Count replied, I'm not sure, but it's possible. I don't think it was anything too important. It was simply a matter that concerned someone's honor. Selena asked, What were you going to say that day? He recounted, If I had met His Highness, the Crown Prince, I was going to tell him not to get too close because a major incident occurred right after meeting His Highness. I'm not sure if there's a connection, but I think it's related. It seems His Highness and Miss Selena are quite close. Hearing this, Kenshin turned to look. Selena retorted, What? The Count continued, Because I happened to see the two of you secretly embracing, but it wasn't my place to interfere, so I kept quiet. Selena propped her chin on her hand, deep in thought. As expected, the Crown Prince is involved in this. I heard he's very cautious, but such a bold move, of course. He's incredibly eloquent. Surely the Crown Prince approached Kenshin's woman, not me. The Count of Orleans reminisced. So, was the arrow really from the Crown Prince? I checked as soon as I woke up, but there was no arrow. The incident at the barracks is just the beginning. Selena worriedly thought, That's right, it wouldn't be easy to have someone retrieve the arrow. The most crucial piece of evidence is gone. If that's the case, there's no other choice but to observe. Selena said to the Count, When I met His Highness at the entrance earlier, he said it was all Rosalyn's doing, blinded by love and causing trouble. The Count replied, That makes sense. She's a suspect too, isn't she? She asked. What did the Count said, thinking back, I'm feeling much better. I've also contacted the Empress. I also got to know Lambert through Miss Selena. I was planning to tell the story about Ariel during my rest. From now on, I'll have to be more careful. Selena asked, Are you planning to return to your territory? The Count replied, Indeed. Until my body recovers, I won't be able to go out freely anyway. Selena thought, even the Count of Orleans has to avoid the pressure from the Crown Prince. This is probably what the Crown Prince wants from Kenshin, the image of a rook moving according to his will. If he wants Kenshin to act like that, Selena looked up at him. It will only Ariel, sitting in she wailed, I just want, if only I could be as strong as Selena. Selena covered her mouth, laughing cheerfully, thinking, how cute. It seems she still hasn't figured it out. She said, by then, the Duke will be an old man. Ariel yelled, no, the Duke can't be an old man, even if he's old. I won't accept it. Let's go. The coachman replied, yes, princess. Selena waved goodbye, farewell. She watched the carriage depart and said, arms crossed, he's so adorable. Is the Duke of Lambert really not an old man, even though he's older? Kenshin replied, compared to the average age, I look younger. Selena said, I can't believe it's true. You're right. He replied, well, I inherited it from my father, but my mother isn't very healthy. Selena continued, and his personality is from his mother. So, shall we head back? Kenshin replied, yes. Their carriage started moving. Selena and Kenshin sat facing each other. He asked her, if you were the former Duchess, would personality matter? Selena, hearing this, didn't answer but asked back in bewilderment. Why do you ask? Well, if it were me, I wouldn't get married. Kenshin said, because of the beneficial relationships between families, you can't always do as you please. Selena retorted, even so, I'd rather take the money and run away. My views on marriage are very clear. Kenshin asked, what views on marriage? Selena replied casually, one shouldn't get married. Her answer made Kenshin freeze, as if he'd shattered. Selena stretched and complained, "No matter what, having to wake up early in the morning always annoys me." But would two people really be happy living together for their entire lives? I think that's just a fantasy. As a duke, the continuation of the family line is important. It's an obligation, but I don't have that obligation, right? Kenshin thought, "She's spot on. I'm so pathetic." He asked again, "So, do you hate the marriage process?" Selena replied, "I think it's better for other people. But if I were to get married, I'd have to meet someone incredible in this world. If I don't meet them, then so be it." Kenshin suggested to her, "How about this?" Suddenly, the carriage jolted. Selena exclaimed in alarm. "That startled me. What was that noise?" Observing the commotion outside, she thought, "Kenshin's knights, assassins." Kenshin quickly ordered, "Turn the carriage around immediately." Selena stopped him. "Wait, Your Grace, that person," Selena recalled. Zuna said nervously, while I was looking for work, my friend introduced me to Lambert." Selena said, "Really?" While they were eavesdropping, the man in black told her, "Someone's coming. We need to go somewhere secluded." Zuna, unconcerned, replied, "They're busy with their own affairs, so they won't care. Just tell me." It's about time she returned, so she'll probably leave soon. Selena had asked a maid, "Where's Zuna?" The maid replied, "It seems she has a stomach ache today and has been in the restroom all day. She's probably still in there." Selena asked again, "Probably?" Back in the present, Selena exclaimed, "Isn't that Zuna?" It seems they found her at the same time and are fighting over her, even bringing escorts. Dion quickly acknowledged the order, yes, and immediately went to carry it out. A few minutes later, Zuna, rescued by Dion from the brink of death, pleaded with Selena and Kenshin, "Miss, please save me." "I'm sorry." Because they were so close, the stench from Zuna's filthy clothes wafted over, causing Selena to cover her nose and exclaim, "Ugh, that smell. You ran away like that, and now this? What's going on?" To regain Selena's trust, Zuna asserted firmly, "I ran away because I wanted to live, really." Selena asked, "Who killed her?" "Surely, you wouldn't kill your mistress, but it's possible someone else would come to kill you. I think it's better than wandering the streets like that. I find Lambert's mansion very safe. You saw him running away like that, didn't you think so?" Zuna shook her head vigorously. "Oh no. Miss, you're absolutely right. Please let me go to Lambert's mansion. Even if you lock me up, I'll remain silent." Hearing this, Selena felt like teasing her. "So, is the current confinement method protection or imprisonment? Go ask Li Leo to save you." But now Zuna was completely ching-shing, no longer as foolish as before. Miss Li Leo only wants to kill me. Well, perhaps it's because I know too much. I approached the man just now. Zuna pleaded desperately, "Please save me one more time. Please. It might be beneficial. I hold something very important." Selena replied coldly, "I have a month. Well, it's all right to talk about it here. Once again, I'll leisurely look for another opportunity." Zuna retorted loudly, "That's not it. Seriously, it's a story anyone would..." Thinking this, Selena agreed to Zuna's proposed deal. Fine. Go sit next to the coachman. Why is he so nosy?" Hearing this, Zuna happily climbed into the carriage. Thank you. Despite her foul odor causing the coachman to pinch his nose, the carriage soon returned to the mansion. Having Zuna kneel before her, Selena began, "All right, since we've arrived at the mansion, we should start talking nicely, shouldn't we?" Unexpectedly, Zuna began to show signs of backtracking. "Actually, I can't show you that item right now. I hid it on the way to Lambert's mansion, because if I kept it with me, it could be stolen." Though quite annoyed, Selena calmly asked, "Where is it?" Zuna replied hastily, "It's near the first village we stopped at on our way to Mion. Without me, you'll never find it, really. You must bring Master Lambert along. Never leave him behind." Selena smiled coldly and threatened, "All right, however, if I can't find it there, or if I'm just digging everything up, I'll bury you right here, I assure you." The Duke executes at least one of you without batting an eye. Trying to suppress her trembling, Runa said, "But I really did hide it, even though it wasn't intentional, and it really did get lost." Selena let out a smug chuckle to ha-ha. "So what does that have to do with me?" Runa cursed her under her breath at this reaction. What a demon. When Selena asked directly, "So tell me, what are you hiding?" Runa subtly Egger's will. Selena furrowed her brow and inquired, "But why didn't you give it to Leo and kept it for yourself?" Runa sighed softly and answered, thinking back, I probably could have kept quiet. I kept it because I thought I might need it later. I told Miss Lee Leo that I didn't have it. Later, when Miss Lee Leo found out, they made a fuss, saying that something big was about to happen, that it was definitely a will. So the will was just Runa's speculation. Since she had gathered some important information, Selena said, "All right, I'll believe you for now." Hearing this, Runa was overjoyed. Thank you. But Selena continued, "Instead, because I've been saving all the silver dishes and haven't polished them for you. They all have to be shiny, polished until they sparkle." Looking at the various dishes piled up in a small mountain before her, clinking and clanking, Runa was stunned speechless. "I have to do all of this by myself." Satisfied with her expression, Selena said with a smile, "Of course. Don't like it? Leave." But of course, Runa didn't want to. How could she dare leave this place and be killed? No, I'll do my best. After leaving Runa alone to struggle with the mountain of silver dishes, Selena and Cashin went out for a walk and continued their discussion. "Your Grace, is it really a will? Since she can't read, she probably stole the wrong document by mistake. But what if it really is the will?" Although she was asking Cashin directly, Selena couldn't help but worry as she thought, if the letter Runa is hiding is really the will, Cashin's suspicion that it's a murder case will completely collapse. The very existence of the will proves Egger's death. We could immediately find out the cause of her death and who disposed of her body, without needing to socialize in high society like this. At this moment, she heard Cashin's reply. The first thing to do is verify. We can't draw conclusions without doing so. Realizing she had been a bit hasty, Selena bowed her head dejectedly and said, "Yes. Until then, it should continue to be kept hidden." Then she asked curiously, "So how do you plan to find the will?" Cashin replied, "No need to disband the search, Selena. I think it would be more efficient to look for it on our way back to Landbert." His words made Selena slow her steps. Return? Leaving this place at Myong, along with Landbert, and to the reality I once live. Selena pursed her lips and then spoke. "It's slowly coming back. Because it's faster than I thought. I'm a little dizzy." Understanding her fatigue with the situation, Cashin's tone softened as the whole affair was revealed. "Because our job is revenge." Selena nodded in agreement. Yes. She knew from the beginning that her role was outside of Cashin's control because she was only gathering information. Once the will was announced and the whole story revealed, her contract with Cashin would end. There would be no need to act like lovers anymore. She would leave this place where she had nothing but the title of Cashin's fake lover. With everything she had built, she would return to her original world. That was what she had been waiting for and longing for all this time. However, why did she feel so uneasy? Seeing her suddenly clutch her chest, "I just feel a little uneasy." Cashin looked at her with affectionate eyes. They both faced the fountain in the twilight. He gently asked, "So, shall we take a walk?" A moment later, Cashin walked beside her, wondering, "What's your world like?" His words made Selena flustered. "If you ask me that, where should I even begin?" But Cashin was very relaxed. "Just tell me what comes to mind." Hearing this, Selena glanced at him suspiciously. "Why are you suddenly curious about this? You never asked before." As soon as he finished speaking, Selena immediately looked at him with wide eyes, her mouth unconsciously agape. She continued walking beside Cashin, thinking to herself, "Do I really look that eager to go back? I've been acting as if there's nothing keeping me here." She guessed Cashin must have felt that way. He must have thought she could leave at any moment. Well, maybe this is better. It'll be less painful than treating me as if I'll stay here forever. After a while, she finally answered, "Surprisingly, the climate is quite similar. There are only a few minor differences, like the color of the flowers. In my world, there are no purple lilies." After saying that, Selena gently touched a nearby flower. Cashin quickly picked one and offered it to her. "Then take this with you." Selena shyly smiled and replied, "Thank you. Did you just prepare something for me to take with me?" He slowly looked at her and explained, "The time you spent here will become a part of your memories. You might miss it." Hearing this, Selena remained silent, staring intently at him. Then she looked down at the purple flower in her hand and murmured, "You really know how to leave a lasting impression." But in her mind, a thought lingered. Is it really that touching? It's sentimental to dwell on something beyond your reach. So, if you can't go back to that world, will you miss it a lot? Later, Selena smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling. Perhaps. All my efforts and achievements are there. I had a house, a car. Thinking about it, a car is kind of like a carriage, and I was quite wealthy too. The two walked side by side, conversing. You must have been very talented. Of course, I was beautiful and a good actress, and I chose good scripts. Many people must have been heartbroken when I disappeared. I suppose so, perhaps. In that world, I was a famous person everyone knew. I always stood out wherever I went. All the attention and interest was on me, and everyone wanted to compete with me. At this point, Selena's expression became pensive. I was happy, but at the same time, everything was so suffocating. Hearing this, Cashin's expression remained neutral as he spoke. When you first started teaching acting, you said you could easily tell when someone wasn't used to being loved. That whole world loved you, so it was obvious. However, Selena's mind was still filled with negative thoughts. I received a lot of love and attention, but the more loved I was, the more I had to live with so many restrictions. And that life was so heavy. Thinking back, this place isn't so different from my original world. But I shouldn't say that. I'm the one who needs to go back. Later, they continue their back and forth. You must have struggled a lot not receiving that kind of affection here. You talk as if you're already dead in bed. Do you regret what you haven't done for me? Is there anything you regret? While a look of suspicion crossed Selena's mind, Cashin unexpectedly admitted his fault. Acting, huh? I apologize. Selena's face suddenly broke into a smile. That's funny. Even though I'm with someone as stiff as you, I realized I laughed unconsciously. Thinking back, I've had a lot of joy here. Immersing myself in luxury goods, attending high society parties, dancing with the real, waking up in a firm chest. Just listing a few details, Selena was already very satisfied. It was wonderful this whole time. Meanwhile, Cashin remained silent, watching the girl beside him. Then, they started a new topic. You can go back. There are some records about this. Records? Yes. The mage who created the translation bracelet we used when we first met left some documents. He recorded a few instances of travel back and forth between his world and this one. If we study that, we might find a way. At this, Selena immediately began to think, not guessing, but certain based on the documents. I can really go back. Yes. After all, this life isn't mine. I'll treat this as a memory and return to my world, where the people who love me are. Seeing their expressions and feeling the joy of singing. How was it? I don't remember clearly anymore. Will this person be heartbroken when I leave, even though I don't know why? But I can't stay here. My real place is in that other world. After this thought, she and the man each said, "Thank you. You're welcome." The two slowly continued walking, passing by a few people standing nearby. They fell back into their question and answer routine. Are you packing? I'll leave Lambert today after Count Orland's recovery celebration at the Crown Prince's Palace. We'll leave right away. The Crown Prince's Palace. If you don't like going there, we can leave today. No, I should at least see everyone one last time. Well then, we can postpone our departure for as long as you like. How long? As long as you like. What if I end up staying here forever? Even better. Though, that would cause quite a stir. You know, it would cause a big problem if I stayed here forever, right? What if you become the most extravagant duchess in history? Then I'll become the richest duke ever. What if I want an army, not luxury goods? Increasing our military strength is always welcome. What if I demand you clear out the entire Vusa mountain range? That's not a bad idea. We could even expand our territory beyond the mountains. What if I demand Lambert Castle? No, right? I wonder why that is. I'm only exceptionally generous with you. Don't say no. I don't think I'd regret it, even if I did. Hearing this, Selena immediately thought, this fool. You don't even understand your own feelings. If those weren't just teasing words, but your true feelings, then we can renegotiate the terms of our contract anytime. Why are all your words so affectionate and warm? What will you do if I leave? Suddenly, Selena turned and faced Cashin. She slowly reached out and touched his cheek. And then they kissed. Cashin's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at her. They lost themselves in the moment under the setting sun. Then Cashin slowly pulled away. Both were a little shy and embarrassed. May I ask why? It's just that lovers kiss when they hear sweet words. Cashin's eyes fluttered closed. They continued their loving whispers that my love. Yes, this is what lovers are like. At the party venue, surprised voices rang out. Wow, this place is unbelievably lavishly decorated. What is this, an aisle for a bride? It's just a party hosted by the Crown Prince, but it looks like a wedding. Selena observed everything, impressed. Cashin stood beside her, looking at the rose-covered archway. Well, it's not entirely wrong to think that. If the Crown Prince leads a dancing partner to this archway, it's practically an announcement that they'll be married. Selena recounted the rumors she'd heard, but they say he isn't bringing any woman with him. Cashin responded with a hint of disdain. That's spectacle. It's just a tyrant indulging in extravagance. She laughed delightedly. Is it okay to say such things so casually? He replied calmly, why not? Besides, this isn't just extravagance. Those tall trees obstruct the view. A garden as complicated as a maze, ready to eliminate anyone who disturbs it. This is the tyrant's banquet hall. He analyzed the true purpose of this place. Selena sighed that it feels a bit odd saying these things in such a cheerful atmosphere. But anyway, it makes sense. So, let's work hard today as well. Carefully, Cashin agreed with her, all right. Suddenly, Selena noticed someone nearby. That's Final. Come to think of it, I have a few things to discuss with her. He reminded her, Final hasn't been cleared from the suspect list yet. Her eyes gleamed as she looked at Final, a mischievous expression on her face. True, but it seems more like personal jealousy. If we can dig up more information, that would be good. Excuse me, but I need to, use the restroom. Cashin, seeing Selena's demeanor, worried about her using. Final, as she started to walk towards her, he quickly grabbed her hand. Wait, let's go together. Selena was slightly exasperated by his concern. She tried to explain, to the restroom. I understand your worry, being in the Crown Prince's palace. But if your grace comes along too, we won't be able to talk openly. Cashin immediately offered an alternative. Then I'll secretly follow behind. Selena reluctantly agreed. All right. Make sure no one sees you, okay? He assured her, absolutely. Selena walked ahead, and he followed closely behind. She suddenly turned around, pointing at Cashin with a serious expression. Seriously, unless someone jumps out and tries to kill me, you're not to appear, understand? He obediently agreed. Understood. Selena walked over to Final and unexpectedly linked arms with her. Holding Final tightly, she smiled. Final, long time no see. Her sudden appearance startled Final, who yelped, what? Why? Where did you come from? What's going on? Selena continued to tease her. Just wanted to chat with you a bit, but why are you jumping like that? Like a little chihuahua. Let's improve our friendship and head to the restroom together. Hearing this, Final panicked, remembering the last incident in the restroom. She stammered, the restroom? I don't want to. Selena ignored her refusal and dragged her along, no objections. Final could only cry and yell, pleading desperately in oh no. Palace. Final sullenly pointed the way. You don't even know the way, yet you walk so confidently. The restroom is this way. Selena chuckled in response. Thanks. You know your way around well. Final explained, I used to be a maid for the Empress, so I spent some time in the palace. This piqued Selena's curiosity. Oh, a maid? That must have been a great job. Why don't you do it anymore? Her question made Final fall silent for a moment. Her face darkened. I saw too many dirty things. Selena's eyes widened as if realizing something. Her expression turned serious. You saw them too, didn't you? Ariel and the Crown Prince. Hearing Selena's blunt and unrestrained words, Final hurriedly pushed her into a drawing room. What? Hey, don't talk about those things in public. Let's go inside the drawing room and talk. Selena put her hands on her hips, exposing Final's previous behavior, the private restroom connected to a drawing room, so close to the banquet hall. So last time, you deliberately led me far away to pick a fight with me. Final grumbled, pouting. Bringing that up now? Selena frowned slightly. It's worth mentioning, because of that incident, I got involved with the Crown Prince. Final gasped, really? She asked, her voice full of certainty. Why else would I go crazy and flirt with the Crown Prince? Final replied casually, well, you're already crazy, so I thought you actually did it. This made Selena annoyed, but she couldn't argue. Final spoke up. Anyway, what did you want to talk about? We can talk here. No one will eavesdrop. Selena got straight to the point. Did you see Ariel and the Crown Prince together? Final was startled. You saw them too? Selena calmly replied, yes. A few others saw them as well. Final's voice carried a hint of somberness. It seems I'm not the only one who saw that. Selena continued to question her. So, I guess it's true. There's something going on between Ariel and the Crown Prince. Why not switch to the Crown Prince then? Final said meaningfully, it's not that easy. Do you think Ariel is the only woman the Crown Prince met that day? Selena was shocked. What? Final affirmed. Rosalyn, Iro, and a few others. I can name them all. Selena asked incredulously. I thought Rosalyn was like a little sister to him. Final retorted angrily. What kind of brother sleeps with his sister? This truth surprised Selena greatly. He did that too. Final began to recount the crown prince's filth. Rosalyn in the morning, Iro at night. Selena was stunned. That's insane. She thought to herself, I knew he was bad, but I didn't think he was this dirty. But the Duke said that the crown prince wasn't interested in women. She told Final, who seemed to agree. Right. Instead of seeing them as women, he sees them as prey. Not for marriage or romantic love, but to enjoy the gamble of whether the prey will fall into his trap. Selena was doubtful. Why does anyone know about this? Or are they too afraid to speak up? Final speculated. Maybe, but he usually targets women who show no interest in him, so there aren't many. Selena pondered, but then again, with his face and status, anyone would be infatuated with him. So it's normal for him to be interested in those who don't reciprocate his feelings, and to see it as a game and enjoy the hunt. Yes, it's quite common, seems very prevalent, disgusting. She asked Final suspiciously, but you seem to know a lot about this. Is it personal experience? She flinched. In no way. You used to act like the Duke was your destiny. Are you wavering now? Selena continued to tease. Final yelled angrily. That was when I was a child. Childish things. By then, I'll be helping him, and in his eyes, there will only be me. I'll hand-feed him, bathe him, and dress him. Ah, I wish that would happen. Final daydreamed, drooling uncontrollably. Selena looked at her with a look one would give a pervert, taking back her previous words of innocence. That won't happen. Give up now. She spoke, shattering Final's fantasy. Final got angry and retorted. Who knows what will happen in life? Don't be so naive. At most, you're just his lover. Selena scoffed. You're not even his lover. Completely provoked, Final yelled, You're so annoying. Let's see how long you last. She ran out, slamming the door. Only Selena remained in the room, laughing cheerfully. Cute girl, fun to tease. Well, I guess I should go too. She spoke as she opened the door, preparing to leave. The door of the room was pushed open by her. Selena froze, facing Laser, who was wearing a fake smile. He treated it as a coincidence, a pleasant surprise. Selena forced a smile, asking suspiciously, This is a coincidence too? His face was sly. No, the Imperial Palace has many eyes and ears, especially here, my territory. I came here because I heard that you and Final were in unusual moods. I don't want to get caught up in any trouble. She suddenly remembered, her eyes drooping. Eyes and ears, right? Eyes and ears hidden by the Crown Prince. It must be. That's why Final was so wary. These repeated coincidences must also be their doing. So, from the moment I stepped into high society, the Crown Prince's target was already chosen. Was sending assassins after me Rosalyn's own decision, or was it the Crown Prince's will? Selena tried to remain calm as she replied, As you predicted, we just had a big fight. Laser chuckled. It was quite a loud one. Her hand went up, covering part of her face, embarrassed. He continued, But I didn't hear your voice. Unless it's a voice as lovely as a songbird. Selena used her acting skills, playing along. Oh my, are you taking my side now? He said softly, Of course, I'll support the one I have feelings for. Selena was helpless against Laser's sweet words. And you haven't stopped flirting. He offered his arm gallantly. So, like the first day we met, may I escort you all the way to the banquet? She smiled gently. It would be my honor. Selena slowly approached and took Laser's arm. He spoke, Then let's go. She agreed, yes. But a sudden gloomy atmosphere behind them caught her attention. Ah, Cassian, I understand you're jealous, but please don't try to kill me. Selena prayed silently. She whispered, urgently gesturing with her hand, Stay there. Cassian tried to restrain himself, the sword in his hand trembling. Seeing this, Selena squeezed his hand tightly. He finally relented, swallowing his anger, and the murderous aura subsided somewhat. She breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, Selena was led out of the castle. She asked anxiously, Wait, where are we going? This isn't the way we came. Laser stated, I said I would escort you to the banquet. She looked around, reassuring herself, Oh, right. I can see the banquet from here, but isn't the gate a little different? Selena suddenly exclaimed, Crown Prince, Your Highness. At this moment, the two of them had entered the Rose Gate. Palace? What palace is this? Selena's expression changed. She was bewildered. Selena recalled when she first arrived at the Imperial Palace. Cassian had told her about the meaning of this gate. Walking this path with a woman, was it like a marriage declaration? Looking at the surrounding nobles, Selena felt a surge of panic. Is he publicly declaring war on Cassian? She turned to Laser, who wore a triumphant expression. Right now, Cashin was standing behind them, witnessing everything. Everyone cheered. Greetings, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Cashin narrowed his eyes, watching Laser and Selena walk through the gate. What did that action mean? Selena looked at him and smiled. Your Highness, you startled me. Laser playfully replied, Are you surprised by just this? Even after accepting my escort, she naturally denied it, that I'm honored. I just don't know what to do with myself. He looked at Selena tenderly. Actually, the thought of returning you to the Duke fills me with regret, and I'm not sure what I want to do. I quite enjoy walking this path with you. The people standing behind them couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Selena wasn't particularly fond of their gossip, all that meaningless chatter, but she still politely lifted her skirt and bowed her head. Thank you for escorting me, Your Highness. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to get a drink. Laser waved goodbye to, I'll see you later. The onlookers murmured again. What? That was practically a proposal, wasn't it? It seems so, since His Highness entered with that lady. Does this mean Miss Rosalyn has lost her chance? If that's true, then perhaps we should reconsider our political stances. Those words reached Rosalyn's ears. She gritted her teeth in hatred. From the garden outside, a loud voice called out. Selena, in a cheerful mood, looked at the newcomer. Oh, Rosalyn, is something the matter? Judging by Rosalyn's expression, Selena guessed. It seems your spirits are rather low after the opening banquet. Rosalyn clearly wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. I can't just sit back and watch an airhead wreak havoc. How dare someone like you flutter around the Crown Prince? Selena turned fully confused. Someone like me? What do you mean? Rosalyn, without holding back, pointed directly at Selena's face and scolded. Do I need to spell it out for you? You act as if you're already the Duchess, but you're not even his fiancée. You're just a mistress, that's all. Selena didn't get angry, but calmly replied, Aren't you the same? There's no guarantee you'll get the title of Duchess. Moreover, even if I were aiming for a different position, it doesn't seem like there's one for you. This statement hit the mark, silencing Rosalyn momentarily. Selena shrugged and sighed, continuing, I know my place, so even if His Highness shows me kindness a few times, I'll refuse. But refusing constantly isn't exactly polite. Like you said, I'm not married to the Duke yet. Selena smiled confidently. So, in the end, we'll see who ends up with whom after the banquet. Rosalyn grew even more frustrated, her eyes widening. She grabbed a glass of wine from a nearby table. Selena didn't expect things to escalate like this. Wasn't this supposed to just splash on her? She didn't raise a hand to deflect the wine glass. Rosalyn threw it directly at Selena. It was deflected back towards Rosalyn, spilling onto her clothes as the glass shattered. Rosalyn's face paled, repeating, How dare you? How dare you? She screamed and lunged at Selena. You bitch. Selena leaned slightly to dodge. Rosalyn had fallen flat on the ground, utterly humiliated. Selena looked at her, slightly surprised. Oh my God. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but criticize the scene. It was utterly shameful, a public display of embarrassment, getting drunk and falling down. Nothing could be more pathetic than having everything fall apart due to one's own greed. Why would she do that? After all the shameless things she'd done, and now this. Rosalyn's face flushed crimson with shame. She quickly got up, pulled down her dress, turned, and ran away. The people behind her continued to gossip. Oh my God, she ran away. Doesn't she have any shame after everything? Selena seemed to understand the current situation. Rosalyn was truly ruined. She decided to turn and leave. Staying to listen was difficult. Rosalyn's voice rang out, Your Highness. Laser patted her shoulder and asked, Rosalyn, what happened? She covered her face with her hands, bowed her head, and sobbed. Selena insulted me, and then she threw a glass of wine at me. Then she even pushed me down. He didn't seem surprised by these accusations. She did that. Just as expected, actions reflect one's status. Rosalyn wiped her tears with both hands and glanced at Laser. Of course, the Crown Prince would protect her. Unlike those lowly women, words like mistress or lover couldn't fully describe their closeness. They were destined for each other. That woman was nothing more than a tool to torment. Duke Lenvert. She persisted. Why won't you give me a clear answer? Laser only replied cryptically, I'm still thinking. Rosalyn was puzzled. Thinking? She seemed to realize something and frantically explained. Prolonging this won't change anything. That girl thinks that just because she's ambitious, she could get everything she wants. There's no need to snatch her away from a duke. Laser crossed his arms, not expressing an opinion. Rosalyn quickly continued, Your Highness, you don't need to dirty your hands like this. Wouldn't things get more complicated if she truly aspired to be the crown princess? He chuckled, intrigued. That sounds interesting. She thought she had misheard what? Laser explained to Rosalyn. Think about it, favoring a common girl with nowhere to go just because of her pretty face. How would the Duke feel if that girl left and wanted to be the crown princess rather than the Duchess? She was dissatisfied that you're joking, right? What commoner would dare dream of becoming the crown princess? But Laser found it quite normal. What's wrong with that? If who fills that position isn't an issue, why not choose someone cheerful and without powerful backing? Rosalyn still wouldn't give up. Playing with her might be fun, but isn't it insufficient if you don't kick her out? She was quite persistent, and I'm afraid she'll bother you later. I think it's better to get rid of her sooner. Laser spoke with a frightening expression, warning her, Rosalyn, I'll decide what I should do. Rosalyn fell silent. She sank in her thoughts. That woman was nothing but a tool to torment Duke Lenvard. So why did he keep trying to put her in the crown princess's position? After eliminating his rival, he should have discarded that tool. It didn't matter who he took as a plaything. That position, the position of crown princess, should be hers. She had to be the only special person in his heart. Rosalyn spoke up again, of course. Everything is your decision, but I'm the closest person to you. Don't I also have a right to advise you? Laser, having regained his composure, crossed his arms at a right. That's right. As you said, you initially helped me out of goodwill and admiration. Have we ever made any deals with each other? She insisted, but I'm still a special person to you, aren't I? Rosalyn continued relentlessly. Up until now, with my help, your Highness has been able to achieve what you wanted. I've helped you with everything, from dealing with troublesome rivals to managing social relationships. I've personally paved the way for your Highness to the throne. Can't you even give me the privilege of advising you? Laser sighed. Rosalyn, he said with a serious look, the fact that I allow you to do things for me is already a favor and also your privilege. And this is how you repay me. She reiterated aloud. Laser didn't hesitate. Being able to serve me is your honor. You said you loved me, and I've reciprocated your love. Rosalyn scoffed. Is taking advantage of me your way of reciprocating love? She shouted angrily. Then you should have given me love in the true sense of the word. If you can't even give me love, shouldn't you at least secure a position for me? His voice was calm. Why should I do that? After doing things your own way all this time, now you're demanding compensation? Did I ever beg for your help? Her face paled, and she trembled. Rosalyn clenched her fists. You can't do this to me. You wouldn't want to turn your connections, including Tyola, against you, would you? She said, trying to regain her composure. Laser exhaled. Are you threatening me? She was resolute that if you consider that a threat, it also means I still play an important role to your Highness. The absolute monarchy you desire won't be achievable without me. Before she could finish, a hand tightened around her throat. Laser glared, pressing Rosalyn against the wall. That you're rambling a bit too much, Rosalyn. Laser looked at Rosalyn with pity. Why struggle when you're just a dog lying at the foot of the throne? You should know your place. She could only manage to make indistinct sounds. His grip tightened. Do you think I'm doing this because I'm not satisfied with my position? Do you think I'm content being a prince just because I can't defeat an old man? Rosalyn trembled and struggled. He roared in anger. You have to live to suffer more. Do you think I let you die peacefully like this? That doddering old fool has caused me so much trouble already. Rosalyn's feet dangled in the air, lifted off the ground. You think you're special? Nonsense. Laser brought his face close to hers. Only royalty are special. Her eyes rolled back, becoming white. Her hands trembled, wanting to fight back. But finally, her strength gave out, and they went limp. Rosalyn's body collapsed on the ground. He cursed, damn it. Laser glanced sharply in a direction. Had she been eavesdropping so intently that she unconsciously crawled closer? You're irritating me. Lilio, hidden behind a bush, was now completely focused on Rosalyn lying on the ground. Panic filled her. Only thought was to run. But Laser had already stepped in front of Lilio and called out, You there! She quickly lowered her head, trembling and repeatedly stammering. I didn't see anything, Your Highness, truly. I didn't see anything. I saw absolutely nothing. But he calmly denied you saw. Laser then smiled and asked, What's your name? She replied, still trying to defend herself, Lilio, Your Highness. I didn't see anything. He interrupted, All right, Lilio. Laser's face turned menacing as he interrogated her. So, what did you see? Lilio's face paled, but she knew she couldn't lie anymore. So she lowered her head and confessed, Your Highness, while you were strangling Miss Rosalyn, I saw Miss Rosalyn die. He wasn't angry, but asked in a puzzled way, All right, so you realize Rosalyn is dead. So what should we do? Lilio seemed confused. Laser affirmed, She's even more foolish than Rosalyn. He rephrased his question. You witnessed Rosalyn's death in the castle. Are you just going to ignore it? Why didn't you scream like a normal person? What a coincidence. Someone witnessed the argument with Selena earlier. Who could be more suspicious? She seemed to realize something and looked up. That's right. Laser cheerfully patted Lilio's shoulder and reminded her, Exactly. If you do this well, I'll spare you. I trust you, right? She agreed. All right. He gave her the task and simply turned and left. Lilio pursed her lips, clearly feeling a pang of guilt. But perhaps for her own sake, she still decided to scream. When everyone gathered, they found Lilio sitting on the ground relatively close to Rosalyn's body. Selena was also there, surprised. What happened? Is Rosalyn dead? Her thoughts focused on the person who first discovered the body, but she immediately dismissed it. Could it be Lilio? No, Lilio's strength isn't even a match for Rosalyn's little finger. She couldn't possibly have killed Rosalyn. A guard approached Lilio. When did you last see her, miss? She began to feign panic. The last time I saw her was when Selena was arguing with Rosalyn. Selena was surprised to hear this, not expecting things to point back at her. The surrounding people began to murmur. Selena seemed bewildered. What? Cashin suddenly appeared, shielding her from everyone. All right, Laser arrived with several guards. What's going on here? The guard from earlier quickly reported, Your Highness, a tragic accident has occurred in the castle. He knelt beside Rosalyn's body, feigning sorrow. Rosalyn? Impossible. What's happening here? The guard whispered something in Laser's ear. He immediately turned toward Selena. She cursed under her breath. Damn it. Laser stood up and ordered, Arrest all the suspects. The guards immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Those who were present and arrested protested. Why me? Let me go. I'm not the culprit. From the other side, a guard requested, Duke, please hand over Miss Selena. Cashin threatened. How dare you try to take my woman away in front of me? Laser remained resolute. This is the Crown Prince's order. Defying it is considered treason. He retorted, Did the Crown Prince order Selena's arrest? Laser only hesitated. At that, Selena, standing behind him, immediately understood. This was a trap. Whether it was to restrain her or Cashin, it was a trap set by the Crown Prince to make them fall into his scheme. Cashin ignored the guard. I will not hand her over unless you bring forth solid evidence. The guard resorted to his last option, that if you do not hand her over, we will use force. Cashin's eyes sharpened, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. You dare threaten me to draw my sword? The guards, seeing this, recoiled in fear. Selena reached out to stop him. Your Grace, please don't. She explained, I'll go. You know, Your Grace, this whole trap is designed to make you lose your temper. Cashin had other thoughts, but it's also possible he's forcing me to willingly hand you over. Selena continued to try and mediate. It's all right. He won't kill me right away. He has to give Her Grace some face, at least. And if this goes too far, it will truly be considered rebellion, and that will be an excuse to kill both of us. Cashin's face darkened. You think he can kill me if he dares to attack? She didn't want that at all. Selena offered an alternative. If you think something has happened to me, come and save me then. Not now. Just go along with him for now. Cashin wanted to take her hand, but ultimately decided against it. Cashin emphasized, letting you go now doesn't mean I'm afraid of losing or afraid of the Crown Prince. It's because you told me to let you go. Selena teased. See? He listened to me. He suddenly embraced her, Selena's face flushing red. Cashin secretly slipped her a knife. Selena accepted it, a dagger. He carefully instructed, You must come back safely. Don't endure or prolong this just because you think you'll find a clue. She agreed, I know. With that, Selena was led away by 2 guards. She smiled, unsurprised. They weren't taking her to a dungeon, but here, before her, was a very luxurious-looking door, the Crown Prince's palace. The 2 guards opened the door without a shred of respect, demanding go in. Selena recalled what Cashin had given her. I'll be fine. Cashin agreed to let me go. I can return safely. She calmly stepped into the dimly lit hallway. Laser looked up. Oh, Selena. He gestured to the opposite. Laser, seeing Selena enter, spoke. There you are. Selena, still slightly breathless, said, how could this happen? He replied, the evidence is clear. While I know you're not that kind of person, if you deny it outright, there will be a problem regarding justice. However, how can I imprison you? I secretly brought you to my palace for this reason. Rest assured, no one will set foot in here without my permission. You worriedly said, Your Highness, I didn't kill her. Laser, he replied indifferently, sure, that's possible, but at times like these, without witnesses, the most suspected person is usually the culprit. Moreover, everyone knows that you and Rosalyn had a bad relationship, and you were even involved in an argument today. Due to her physical abilities being far superior to other young ladies, Selena retorted clearly, Laser is intentionally making me out to be a murderer. Laser turned to look at her. Then, he calmly lifted his teacup for a sip, simultaneously saying, think whatever you like. His sleeve slipped down, revealing unhealed scratches on his arm. Seeing those scars, Selena whispered in fear, what are those? Fingernail marks. Whose nails are that long? She spoke as if probing. You're speaking as if I'm the murderer. Laser replied, well, we'll see. Selena continued to ponder. If the assumption that he didn't kill anyone is wrong, then this madman killed his closest aide just because they made a mistake? She asked, so how long will I be like this? He replied sarcastically, until I want to let you go. Selena said pointedly, not until the culprit is caught. He gave a fake laugh and replied. Then, he chuckled as he looked at her. The Duke seems to be doing quite well, doesn't he? Selena felt confused and asked with a puzzled look, why are you suddenly mentioning him? He smirked and replied, I just find it interesting that you're not swayed even by the Crown Prince's favor. She calmly replied, that's because I don't care about it. Then Laser continued, oh, it seems the Duke promised you something, right? Selena honestly responded, he promised me a house, money, and a maid to take care of me until I die. Laser tilted his head slightly, his voice low. Are you satisfied with those things? What if I give you more than that? She asked, puzzled. Why would you do that for me? Then, his voice rang with authority. Do I need a reason? Selena chuckled. There are many people out there who admire you, Your Highness. I'm nothing compared to them. I don't understand why you keep treating me like this. Laser frankly replied, isn't it enough that I like you? She said in surprise, I'm already the Duke's lover. I can't betray my love. He laughed arrogantly. Your love. Laser said sarcastically, isn't your love quite extravagant? Selena calmly replied, I guess I'm not worth it to you nobles. He feigned thought, I could do more for you, but now I'm starting to wonder if I really need to. Anyway, you're in my hands now. Her eyes held a challenge. Now that you have me, what do you plan to do? Laser suddenly stood up. What should I do, indeed? I want to see you yearn for me, like the Duke's previous lover. Is it because you lack ambition that you don't know how to wag your tail properly? Hearing his mockery, she snapped, what? He continued to provoke Selena, don't you know? The Duke once announced his engagement to a woman he brought before you. She came from a prestigious family, but she was naive. The funny thing is, she clung to me whenever she had the chance. She was rather clumsy, even in bed. Selena asked, puzzled, even knowing she was the Duke's future fiancée, you still let her do that? Why? Laser replied cheerfully. Why? What's more entertaining than a man losing his woman? It's the best way to irritate someone. She blurted out, why are you so obsessed with winning against the Duke? His voice turned serious. I wasn't the one who started this torment. It was the Duke. He acts high and mighty, even though he doesn't even have royal blood. He deliberately tries to attract the Emperor's attention. To be precise, the Duke is the one who's truly bothered because he can't bring me down, isn't he? Suddenly, she exclaimed, the Duke? Laser sighed. Why don't you believe me? I thought I was putting on a good act. Whenever someone asked me to demonstrate my swordsmanship, I would let him defeat me. People also often ignored me whenever he claimed to have learned some new tactic. If he's a subject of the king, he should know how to flatter. On the other hand, that doesn't mean he wouldn't harbor rebellious intentions, does it? Then Selena asked, when did this happen? He replied, when I was 10 or maybe 9. Around that time. After hearing this, she pondered at SO. I guess Cashin was around that age too. He's still holding onto a grudge from when he was a child. Laser continued, but with the ruler's benevolence, I turned a blind eye and overlooked that treason. However, ever since I started managing state affairs in the Emperor's stead, they started threatening me, saying that if I wasn't a Lindbert, they wouldn't pay taxes and that robbery would run rampant in the capital. As a ruler, instinct tells them to crush those who disobey. Selena, confused, chuckled softly and said, no, I don't know anything about complicated political relationships. But, as I understand it, you deliberately seduced her, slept with her. He laughed, seduced too. She said she was the Duke's woman, so I was curious and chatted with her a bit. As a man, how could I refuse when she excitedly approached me first? She retorted, "You're saying it's Iroh's fault for getting excited just because you talked to her a bit, like you did with me?" Laser casually continued, "Just as I thought. I like you because you're smart." Selena cursed inwardly. He's crazy. Thinking, she then said, "But in the end, Iroh's life was ruined." He explained, "The problem is she was the Duke's woman. If she didn't like him, she should have left him." Selena added, "I heard she left him and clung to your highness." Laser replied, "If that's true, then she was truly loyal. Women are all the same. Whenever they think they've captured my heart, they always try to demand something." She asked curiously, "Did Iroh ask for money?" He smirked, then said, "She dared to demand marriage from me. She was usually so quiet, but suddenly changed her tune after getting pregnant. It would have been interesting to see her become the Duchess while not carrying my child. I regret not being able to witness that." A string of names flashed through her mind. Iroh, the Crown Prince, pregnant. Indeed, this man. She furrowed her brow in confusion. Iroh died before the engagement day. At this point, he confessed, "I wasn't planning on killing her, but if you don't marry me, I'll die. If you don't meet me, I'll die." It was like she was humming a song. Her voice was ice-cold, "So you had her killed." Then, turning his attention to her, he said indifferently, "That's funny. Why are you acting as if you're upset with me when you're not Iroh? Did I kill you? It's strange. Maybe it's because you gave your heart to the Duke. It seems like you don't want anything from me." Selena lowered her eyes, her lips trembling with suppressed emotion. "That if I wanted something, would I dare to ask you?" Laser gripped her chin, his eyes expectant that I'm listening. Mustering all her courage, she blurted out, "Please let me go immediately, right now." He chuckled softly. "That's a strange thing to say at a time like this. But would you still say that if you were carrying my seed?" She froze, huh? Laser, with a mocking gaze, said softly, "Even though that woman failed, you don't seem like you'll die easily. I wonder how the Duke will react to his woman carrying another man's child. Is that enough for me to say that everything is under my control?" Selena hugged herself, her voice trembling. "You wouldn't actually do that, would you? I haven't even hugged His Highness." Laser leaned closer, taunting her. "That will happen soon. At first, everyone says no, but once they do it, they become obsessed and can't leave it." Her eyes widened. "You mean by force?" He spoke indifferently. "You're fussing as if you're not good enough to want more. Trust me." Her voice was firm. Whether you believe it or not, I don't want to." However, Laser wouldn't let up. He suddenly grabbed her hand, his voice full of authority. "I said we're doing it. How dare you refuse?" She cried out in fear, "Let me go. I don't want to." Seeing her uncooperative, he said angrily, "Oh." Laser shoved Selena hard onto the bed, causing her to cry out in pain. Unable to bear it, she cried out, "Ah." Then he approached, held her down, and sneered, "Taming someone stubborn like you is quite entertaining. It would be a waste to kill you." She screamed even louder, "Let go." At the same time, a series of thoughts raced through her mind. My strength is no match for him, even with my training with Cashin. I wish I had a sword right now. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a thought. Yes, there's one. Isn't there? With that, she stealthily pulled something from behind her back. It was a sword. She swung it towards Laser, causing his blood to splatter. At the same time, she cursed, "Let me go, you filthy bastard." Immediately, she ran. Laser looked at her with a fierce gaze and shouted, "You bitch, stop." Selena ran as fast as she could, thinking, the palace is too small to hide in. I have to get out no matter what. That door must be locked. I don't know, if I ram into it at this speed, it might break. That's better than being caught here. She stomped her foot hard on the ground, then mustered all her courage and rushed towards the door. Break! But the door suddenly swung open. She flew straight into a pair of strong arms. Selena was overjoyed to recognize the owner of those warm arms. She called out, "Cashin!" Cashin looked stunned as Selena rushed out. Blushing, she chuckled. "Whatever it is, please endure it until I've finished dealing with this." Cashin said casually, "You're the one doing most of the enduring." Selena, hands on her hips, replied naturally, "At least not until you start. Taking revenge." Selena looked at the soldiers scattered on the ground and trailed off. "Why are you here? And you've taken down all the guards, too?" Cashin's expression was displeased, "Because I see that there's nothing he won't do." Selena nodded slowly. "Ah, yes, that's so." Cashin brushed the dust off his clothes. Seems he's taken the bait. "So what did he do?" Selena replied, "He always makes sure he has an escape route before he does anything." Cashin's voice dropped. "Impressive. But was this also part of the plan?" Then, Selena pulled out a dagger. "That's why I stabbed him with this." Calican, without hesitation, gave an immediate thumbs up. Good. Just then, Laser rushed out with a wounded shoulder. You bitch! How dare you threaten me with a knife here? Cashin, that woman injured me. Drop your sword and hand her over, or you'll be charged with treason. He threatened loudly. Selena scoffed. Oh, dear treason? I've been trying to avoid this mess to get away from being charged with treason. Cashin agreed wholeheartedly. Yes, high treason. Selena, seeing her husband's sudden change of face, questioned. Huh? The Crown Prince, seeing Cashin's compliance, was also confused. What? Cashin nodded. It's so disgusting that I can't stand it anymore. It seems like you're eager to see my betrayal, so I'll betray you. Next time, we'll be aiming for your neck, so watch closely. Cashin didn't hesitate to point at Laser as he delivered this bold statement. Then, he grabbed Selena's hand. The two ran away as the Crown Prince yelled, Catch those scoundrels! Selena was shocked by this extreme turn of events. What's going on? I'm going crazy. Cashin laughed joyfully. It's been a while since I've been this crazy. Aren't you used to this? Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought, is he serious? Even if you're going crazy, couldn't you do it in a more polite way? Is there anyone in this world crazy enough to defeat a madman? Cashin found her incredibly adorable. That person is right beside you. Selena, seeing her husband completely lose it, said at this rate, what are we going to do if war breaks out? Cashin suddenly lifted her up to avoid a falling man in their path. Careful. Selena's shoe suddenly came off with a snap. She groaned inwardly. How inconvenient. Selena didn't hesitate to kick off her other shoe. She also ripped her skirt. After completing this series of actions, Selena sighed in relief. Phew, I feel a little better now. Cashin looked at her approvingly. It seems we're ready for war, aren't we? All right, this is where we made our agreement. He stopped in front of a section of the wall. Dion. As soon as Cashin called, Dion appeared, with several war horses behind him. Your Highness, Cashin said, you go first. Selena quickly mounted her horse. Yes. The group rushed out, followed by the loud shouts of the royal soldiers. It's Lambert's guard. Catch them. A soldier rushed forward to block Selena's horse. Stop, she yelled. But in the blink of an eye, Cashin shielded her horse, cutting the soldier down. He said, no matter where the enemy appears, don't slow down. Just keep running. We'll take care of them. Selena asked worriedly. How far are we going? Cashin replied, from here to Lambert's military zone. Selena hummed in agreement, a troubled look on her face. So at least half a day, under the clear blue sky, the horses' hooves continued their relentless pace. Faster. The group kept running without rest. Selena's stamina had reached its limit. How long have we been running? My mouth tastes like blood. A knight shouted, report, we've just crossed the border. Hearing this, Selena kept telling herself, stay awake. We're probably out of danger now. But she couldn't keep her balance. When she regained consciousness, she realized she had fallen off her horse. Selena stood dumbfounded. I'm probably so exhausted from worrying. I escaped all that trouble, and now I'm going to die such a stupid death, falling off a horse. But what awaited her wasn't logging out part 2, but a pair of strong arms. Cashin caught her with one arm, a perfect Prince Charming image. Selena laughed in relief. I'm alive. How many times have you saved me today? Cashin replied, I don't know. Selena placed a hand on his chest. Thank you. You can put me down. I'm fine now. Seeing no reaction from Cashin, Selena looked up at him. Your Highness. Those jade-colored eyes gazed silently at her. The arms holding her tightened. I saved you. So as long as you're in my arms, you're mine, right? Selena responded reflexively. Yes. Cashin suddenly captured her lips in a deep kiss. He held her, as if wanting to meld their bodies into one. I've always endured, even in the face of countless provocations from the Crown Prince. I thought I could still bear it, but when Selena was taken away right in front of me, even though she was strong and clever enough to escape, at that moment, I couldn't do anything. Cashin thought back to when she escaped the laser room. He could only watch helplessly as his woman was taken away. He thought powerless. I almost couldn't protect my anger. Me, who is praised as stronger than anyone in this world, made Selena follow them without any resistance. I will return to Lambos to bring Selena back to her homeland. And at that time, I'll have to let go, even if these hands, even broken, don't want to. Amidst the sound of hooves, Selena lay nestled in Cashin's warm embrace. But not now. In my territory and my arms. Each word he spoke was like a declaration of ownership. As long as it's in Lambos, everything is mine. The group continued, riding through the night. Selena suddenly said, it's a village. The horses stopped as well. Cashin dismounted and gave the order. We'll rest here tonight. Tell the advance party to continue without rest. Dion acknowledged the order and pointed in a direction. Yes, I understand. The resting place is this way. Selena and Cashin followed him. Cashin said, prepare a bath and dinner. The maid stammered, Your Grace, dinner's ready, but the bath will be a little difficult. She explained, there's no firewood to heat the bath water. Since it's not winter, I didn't prepare enough firewood. Selena didn't make things difficult for them. Just tell me where there's a stream. I'll just wash my hair. The girl nodded and replied, you'll find a stream if you go straight this way. The water is very clear, so you can wash your hair there. Selena thanked the maid. All right, thank you. Let's go, Your Grace. The two followed the girl's directions to where the small stream was. Selena exclaimed with delight, oh, there it is. No one comes here at this hour. We could probably even bathe here. Cashin pondered for a moment and agreed. The water is quite shallow and not flowing fast right now, so I think it's all right. Selena said cheerfully, yes, then I'll bathe. You can turn your back, you know. You don't even dare to look back at me. Cashin maintained his impassive expression and turned away. All right. Though she spoke boldly, Selena felt shy inside. Actually, I'm a little embarrassed to ask you to turn your back. But if I don't, you won't know when an enemy might attack or if any wild animals appear. Even though it's a little embarrassing, it's better to be safe. Her cloak was removed. Selena continued to remove the rest of her dress. Cashin remained polite and didn't peek. Selena picked up her chemise from the ground. No underwear. How embarrassing. But I should at least wear Cashin's shirt while I bathe. I can't be naked out here, and he has plenty of shirts, so it's okay if it gets a little wet, right? She put on the shirt and told Cashin, I'm going in the water now. Cashin calmly replied with a hum, but his reddening ears betrayed him. After finishing her bath, Selena came ashore, her toes lightly flicking the water. Ah, that feels good. I'm done bathing, but now I don't want to leave. It's been a while since I've been to a village like this. It's time to go back. Selena was lost in thought when she suddenly turned around and was startled. You scared me. She pulled at the front of her shirt. Why are you looking at me like that? Cashin looked at her, stammering because, I apologize. He sighed and turned away. I just wanted to see your body. Cashin confessed honestly, then lowered his head apologetically. I'm sorry. Selena didn't know what to say after hearing him say that. After a moment, she asked innocently, why did you want to see my body? Cashin didn't hesitate to answer, because I thought it would be beautiful. Selena was filled with curiosity. You're not usually the type to be captivated by beauty. Cashin was bashful. That's true, but you're so beautiful that I couldn't help but look at you. Selena was incredibly surprised to hear such sweet words from her straightforward brother. She looked at his straight back. Where did you learn to talk like that? Even though I taught you, you were always terrible at it. Someone who couldn't even properly mimic lines like this must simply be speaking from the heart. Selena's heart pounded along with the atmosphere. If this was an act or flattery, then the intention to seduce was too obvious. It was so much so that I wanted to burst out laughing when I heard it. But what could I do when he looked so sincere and earnest? Her cheeks flushed crimson. Suddenly, Cashin broke the silence. Selena, may I turn around? I want to look at your body. The two of them continued their question and answer exchange. Why? Because you will soon no longer be mine. Then you'll miss me even more. Just one look, and I'll never forget. And the more I remember, the better. Selena's eyelashes fluttered. Her hand clutched the hem of her clothes. It's suffocating. I know you're not intentionally insulting or judging me, but you keep staring at me so intensely. Selena made up her mind. Look, you can look at me, Duke. Cashin the crowd agreed, his mouth dropping open in surprise. He immediately turned around. His eyes landed on Selena. Her body still damp from the water, the makeshift robe she wore half concealing, half revealing, adding to her allure. Cashin didn't take his eyes off her for even a moment. Beautiful. I once said I'd bring you a star, but that star is already on your body. Looking at you, I feel like I'm looking at another world. As he spoke, he twirled a strand of her hair. Selena gave a textbook smile. That's right, because I came from another world. Cashin replied naturally. You told me that at the beginning, didn't you? The more I look, the more beautiful you become. So I can't help but look at you with longing eyes. I must look a little crazy, so much so that everyone believes I love you. Selena remained silent. But there were also times when I acted as if I had truly fallen in love with you. Really, it was truly crazy. I'm truly crazy about you. Selena's heart felt like it was being squeezed. What should I do? Cashin continued to pour out his heart. A thought suddenly crossed my mind. Is this what you call love? I love you, don't I? This is love, isn't it? His naive questions made Selena's grip tighten. Ah, you just admitted it yourself. Cashin's face flushed slightly. I love you from the bottom of my heart. I truly love you. So much so that I'm not myself anymore. So much so that I want to go crazy. He reached out and intertwined his fingers with hers. But more than anything, I love you very much. He looked reverently at the person in front of him, speaking the most tender words. Selena couldn't help but shed tears. She choked back a sob. Then what should I do? I have to go back. Why don't you stop loving someone who is sure to disappear like me? Cashin looked at his beloved and replied softly, This is unavoidable. The two stood there. He comforted her. You refuse. You can't return my confession. It's okay. It's not okay at all. It will be okay. Because being able to hold you like this, I feel content with this life. Cashin gently coaxed Selena. You just need to go back. The grieving is my job, not yours. Consider it my punishment for daring to love you. But the warmer Cashin became, the more Selena couldn't help but want to cry. She covered her face and knelt down. Cashin looked at her worriedly. Why are you crying? Selena felt even more reluctant because of his warmth. How can you yearn for me without asking for anything in return? If you said you loved me because you wanted something, I could still refuse. Selena lay silently in Cashin's arms. This burning heart of mine will soon turn cold, but why are you being so unnecessarily gentle with me? I can't express my feelings, but this situation, with only a glimmer of hope, is truly heartbreaking. And it's so hard to leave his embrace. Selena tightened her grip. Finally, she found the courage to answer. I don't know what to do. Cashin gently stroked Selena's hair. Then I'll wait until you're sure of what you want to do. Selena buried her face in his solid chest, feeling annoyed. Even your casual responses are gentle. It's infuriating. If they try to take me away forcefully, I'll pretend I can't resist and let them drag me off. Cashin looked at her sadly, feeling reluctant that I apologize. They continued their back and forth. Why are you apologizing? Because I made you cry. It's just because I'm embarrassed. Then why are you crying? The mention of tears caused Selena's tears to fall. Because of you. If I were to say that my heart has wavered, that I've chosen you, it would only make it more painful for you when I leave. Her heart was in turmoil, but Selena decided to bury those feelings deep inside. Is it because you're cold? Cashin seemed to understand, but chose. Cashin stepped onto the shore, using the rocks as footholds. Selena nestled securely in his arms. The Crown Prince is still after you, isn't he? Cashin nodded. Since things have turned out this way, putting pressure on them will likely force them to offer an explanation rather than launch an all-out war. She replied, There's clear evidence of treason within. Selena, thinking he misunderstood, added, the Crown Prince is the culprit behind everything. There were many scratches on his and Ariel's hands. Cashin interrupted her, Wait, you don't need to say it now. Selena looked bewildered, then seemed to understand. Huh? Oh, so that's why you suspected him. Cashin replied casually, That's right. Evidence can be gathered. Selena worried, but if you... Cashin interrupted again. Actually, I don't care what happened to anyone else. They say when someone loses their mind, their vision narrows. And that's exactly my state right now. I only want to hear about you. His face was red, but his words were undeniably captivating. Selena blushed at his sudden declaration of love. She quickly covered her flushed face. Again, he's making me blush again. He probably doesn't even know what he's doing. She replied, All right, let's go back quickly. Cashin hummed in agreement. Cashin walked slowly. Suddenly, a rustling sound. Selena asked tensely, What was that? Cashin replied, It's the guards. Selena breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's the guards? You scared me. But then her mind raced. She remembered the series of events at the spring earlier. Cashin had confessed his love while trembling, saying all sorts of embarrassing things. And then she had stood there crying, naked. Selena realized, Does that mean they saw everything? She screamed, startling the birds in the forest into flight. How embarrassing! Cashin, still innocently oblivious, asked, What's wrong? What happened, Selena? The two returned to their room. Dion closed his eyes as he entered. There are towels, but I couldn't find any clothes, none that would fit her. Cashin nodded. All right. He looked at the man who wasn't shy about showing off his affection. Are we still proceeding with the transaction, Your Highness? Cashin, who hadn't let go of Selena since they returned, replied, No need for a transaction anymore. It's done. Dion, with a perplexed expression, daringly asked, Is that so? Have you been acting this whole time, since the spring? Cashin responded naturally, I wasn't acting. Dion was astonished. Then why are you still carrying her? Cashin's every word dripped with affection. I just want to hold her a little longer. Selena, meanwhile, was blushing from their conversation. This is so embarrassing. The other two continued their back and forth. Why do you want to hold her? When you see something beautiful, don't you feel the desire to touch it and possess it? Yes, I feel the same way. So that's how it is. When you start to like something, you don't want to lose it. Dion, after listening for a while, felt somewhat persuaded. It's true, he thought, surprised that His Highness would say such things. Kanchan, having answered 1,000 unspoken questions, then dismissed him. If you understand, then please leave. But Dion, unfazed, continued to be a 3,000-watt light bulb. But Your Highness, Kanchan was starting to lose his patience. What is it this time? He looked at the lovebirds with confusion. Are you two actually a couple? You're not acting. Kanchan silently looked at Dion. Selena's expression darkened after hearing that question. The room suddenly fell silent. Kanchan finally spoke. It's one-sided on my part. Dion immediately vanished like a whirlwind, slamming the door behind him. I apologize for the intrusion. Selena, seeing him cause trouble and then run away, lamented internally. He left me alone in this awkward atmosphere. No, it's better now. If he kept talking, I would have died of embarrassment. Selena comforted herself before speaking. Please let me go, Your Highness. I'm going to sleep now. Kanchan's grip loosened slightly. All right. Selena quickly climbed into bed. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, the blankets are so cold." Kanchan immediately replied. The owner said there weren't any extra blankets. Selena, hearing this, became worried. What should we do then? Sleeping like this, I'll easily catch a cold. Kanchan pondered. Well then, I guess we have no other choice but to warm each other up with body heat. He spoke as he casually took off his sleepwear, leaving Selena thunderstruck by his actions and words. Selena covered her face, peeking through her fingers. Oh my God, you're crazy. Kanchan, not hesitant to show off his 8-pack abs, combined with a seductive voice, said, Is there a problem? If you want to look, you can look. If it's you, I'm willing to let you see everything. Selena quickly grabbed a pillow to cover him. Goodness, what are you saying? Let's just go to sleep. Kanchan chuckled at her adorable anger. All right. He slowly climbed into bed. The two embraced each other and drifted off to sleep. Unlike when he slept next to Crass, how did Kanchan sleep now? He held Selena close, showering her forehead with kisses. Are you warm now? Selena, looking at his clinginess, found it incredibly amusing. Why do you keep kissing me? His voice was warm and gentle. Because you're so cute. Selena playfully replied. But only lovers do that. Kanchan whispered in her ear. So, how about instead of the lips, I kiss your forehead? Just as a gesture of affection. Selena thought to herself, his ulterior motives are so obvious. But if I refuse, what if he gets upset? Sighing, she agreed. All right. Kanchan, having received her acceptance, showered her with kisses. Pushing his luck, he asked a kiss on the cheek too. Selena hesitated, then nodded at Kanchan lightly pecked her cheek. His hand gently caressed her lips as he quietly asked, and here, his whole body leaned in, as if to trap Selena. Here, Kanchan placed a soft kiss on her delicate neck, and here, Selena blushed at his ferocious advances. Ah, she gasped. And here, Kanchan murmured, his lips disobediently kissing her all over. Selena tried to push him away, but she was too weak. Kanchan braced himself, pinning her beneath him, his warm breath on her ear. Can we? He used all his years of self-control to patiently await her answer. The sound of a pounding heart filled the air, and Selena couldn't tell if it was his or hers. But there was no explosive climax. Instead, Kanchan slowly got up. He said, I apologize, leaving Selena stunned. Huh? She thought to herself, annoyed, why did he suddenly stop? Kanchan looked like a student admitting a mistake, that I was acting on instinct without realizing. Selena asked, what's wrong? He replied, I was being rude to you. Selena was even more confused. Huh? I didn't exactly hate it. Kanchan was surprised. You didn't hate it? That's surprising. In a typical marriage, both parties should agree on the timing and be polite. Selena chuckled. That's just marital courtesy. Kanchan continued his self-criticism. Duke, putting aside our arrangement, I'm just curious. Is it that you don't find me attractive as a woman? Selena asked, secretly doubting her own appeal. This time, it was Kanchan. Then, Kanchan let his little Kanchan do the talking, while Selena feared she might faint. Her screams echoed through the streets in the dead of night. And of course, Kanchan received a handprint on his cheek as a souvenir. The next morning, Selena, looking at the lingering mark, regretted her actions. Ugh, that slap from last night must have been on his face for half a day. I'm sorry, I was just so shocked. Why did I do that? However, Recalling the hazy yet beautiful memories of last night, Selena sighed. It was huge. Oh my God, what am I thinking? We're still on a journey. She slapped her blushing cheeks. Get a grip, Selena. The knight riding ahead turned back to report. We've arrived at the next base, Your Grace. Selena looked at the 7,749 servants who were present and thought, ah, it's a village, and the vanguard is already here to meet us. Kanchan dismounted his horse. I still have some things to do, so you should go inside and rest first. Selena obediently replied, yes. Her maid also came out to greet her joyfully. Welcome back, Mississippi. You've worked hard. Selena replied, yes, it's been a while. Janet also noticed Selena. She didn't bother to turn away without saying a word. Selena was used to it. Janet was always rude. Well, it's fine to ignore each other like this. If she came to talk to me while I'm this tired, I might lose my temper. Thinking that, Selena dragged her exhausted body back to her room. A maid came to meet her. I've prepared warm water for you, so you can bathe now and have a good rest. Miss, I will help you undress. Selena replied, all right. The maid took off each piece of her clothing. She said, ah, I think you're about to start your period, Mississippi. Selena was surprised. Oh, really? Maybe that's why I feel so tired. The maid left with the dirty clothes. Your period is a little early this month. Wait a moment. I'll go get you a fresh set of clothes. Selena smiled and replied, okay. But then she suddenly froze. Wait, if the maids know their mistress's menstrual cycle so well, wouldn't everyone know if Ariel were pregnant? If so, then Juna must know too. Selena immediately asked a maid in the room, where's Juna? The other maid politely reported, I heard she's locked in her room. Is something the matter? Selena gave a friendly smile. No, it's just that I have something to talk to her about. After Selena finished bathing, she followed Kanchan to where Juna was. Kanchan was curious. What do you want to ask Juna about? Selena replied curtly, about Ariel being pregnant. Kanchan asked, pregnant? Is it what you said yesterday? Selena nodded. Yes, the Crown Prince himself said it. To humiliate Lambert, he seduced her to isolate her, then raped her. He even got her pregnant. Kanchan fell silent. That's certainly a perfect way to humiliate Lambert. Selena was also surprised by his quick acceptance. He's surprisingly calm, but maybe that's better than being distressed about it. Selena was speechless about Lambert. How old is he to still be taking revenge for things from his childhood? He's even willing to sacrifice Ariel. Doesn't he intend to stop? Using the same trick over and over again is just... Kanchan suddenly caught the key point. Again, using it over and over again. Was there anyone else besides Ariel? Selena stammered, yes. His whole body was covered in a layer of coldness. Was it you? Selena quickly reassured him. I told you as soon as we met at the mansion. He tried to pull me back, but I managed to escape. Kanchan touched the sword at his hip. I'm such a fool. I should have just killed him instead of running away with you like this. Selena hurriedly stopped him from grabbing his weapon and going to confront the Crown Prince. Wait, Duke, we're here now, so please calm down. You can decide about that later. First, we have to go question Juna. Kanchan's face was clearly displeased. If I see him again, I will definitely kill him. The door opened. Juna, covered in dirt, rushed over joyfully. Selena, I shouldn't address you like this, should I? She said, then realizing her disrespect, knelt down humbly. Kanchan warned, don't come any closer. Juna spoke rapidly. You've punished me enough, haven't you? Are you here to release me? Selena maintained her gentle demeanor. Let's see. That depends on your answer. Juna, knowing this was her chance to survive, nodded vigorously. Then what do I have to do? No. Ask me anything. I'll answer all your questions. Selena's jade eyes gazed at her coldly. So, do you know about Ariel's pregnancy? Selena asked directly, without preamble. Juna was stunned. What? Pregnant? What are you talking about? Are you serious? She was pregnant? Whose child was it? Selena was puzzled by her surprise. You didn't know? Juna ruffled her hair regretfully. If I knew, I would have used it to extort some money. Why would I have lived so miserably all this time? Selena was speechless, utterly dumbfounded. After a moment of thought, Selena pressed further. I'm sure you helped Ariel bathe. Didn't you notice she hadn't had her period for several months? Juna pondered, then nodded slowly. Oh my God, you're right. Now that I think about it, she hadn't had her period before she died. Selena feigned disbelief. You were glued to her 365 days a year, and you didn't know? Juna explained, Lady Ariel had very irregular periods. After checking on her once, I didn't pay attention to it anymore, so I didn't think Ariel was pregnant. Selena asked, did she have any stomach pains or morning sickness? Juna scratched her face. I don't know. I don't think so. Selena analyzed the situation internally. It seems even Ariel didn't know she was pregnant. Then, At some point, she must have intuitively discovered a sign only she knew. It seemed she had no one to confide in, and revealing it would only lead to disaster. So she had no choice but to make such an extreme decision. Didn't you notice anything unusual before she died? Selena asked, did you retrieve the will? Juna nodded. Yes, definitely, but you have to let me go for a bit. Selena quickly asked Kanchan, Duke, can you order 2 guards to follow her? He replied, yes, as it seems unlikely there will be any conflict at the moment. Selena quickly proposed a plan. Let's do this. Reduce the number of guards tonight, so she won't be able to escape in the meantime. Kanchan questioned, why bother? She looked at the kneeling woman. Because I don't want her wandering around, crossing the border, and betraying us. And if she doesn't find the will, it will be a legitimate reason for us to eliminate her for escaping. Juna's face paled with fear. She said frantically, I'll find it. I promise I will. Selena crossed her arms warningly. Even if you find it, don't think you've accomplished anything great. You'll be brought back here as if you were caught escaping. Don't even think about playing me. Juna nodded vigorously. Of course. I'll do anything if you promise not to kill me. After their conversation, the two returned to their room. Kanchan exclaimed, that was amazing. Selena asked curiously, how so? Kanchan didn't hesitate to write 800 lines of praise. How can you come up with such unexpected things? You haven't even taken any professional interrogation training courses. Selena asked with a smile, did I do something strange? I just suddenly remembered it when I got my period. And as expected, no further evidence was found, although the whole truth of the accident was almost clear. What exactly happened, and how did it happen the night Ariel died? I can't figure out why she died. Selena's expression grew pensive. Kanchan suddenly interrupted, that you're on your period? Selena smiled awkwardly. Yes, I apologize, Your Grace. Was I too casual about this? Kanchan shook his head and, it was me being inconsiderate. If I were the man sharing a bed with you, there would certainly be things I should notice and care about. Selena was taken aback. Who said that? My mother, Kanchan replied, surprising her. What a strange mother-son relationship. You said you weren't very close to your mother, but she still taught you these things. A maid suddenly entered. Dinner is ready. Kanchan nodded. All right, bring it in. He then whispered something to her. Selena looked at the two of them questioningly. What was that? He whispered something in her ear. A moment later, Selena was surprised by the cake on the table, a surprise dessert in the middle of the meal. Kanchan replied calmly, they say women crave sweets when they're on their period. Selena was astonished at, I asked at what you just told the maid. He added, they also say it's better if it's a surprise. Selena teased, who says that? Your mother again? Kanchan answered honestly, yes. Selena exclaimed, I can't believe it. I thought you were only taught to be an heir, or is this also part of heir education? Kanchan replied, not really. I just hear my mother complain a lot. Selena was curious. Does she have a lot of difficulties in her married life? Kanchan sighed. More complaints than difficulties. From the weather in Lambert, to clothes, to furniture, everything bothers her, but among them, the biggest problem is my father. Selena took a bite of the cake, thinking to herself, why get married and act like that? Moreover, it was an arranged marriage. If they like the indulgent lifestyle and openly have affairs without consequences, hasn't the other party tried their best already? She asked, what is she dissatisfied with? Kanchan listed them. Kanchan continued, every day until their 1-year wedding anniversary, and then monthly and every 100 days, he has to give gifts. Selena was surprised. What? Is there a law for that? Kanchan said, no, but it seems common among the upper class. Selena nodded. I bet she's very jealous. How old was she when she got married and was envious of this? He calculated silently. 20 years old. Selena replied, old enough. And she had hoped for. Kanchan worried, am I pressuring you? She waved her hand. No, it's not pressure. It's just a matter of preference. Maybe other young ladies would like receiving that kind of attention. Someday, the Duke will also marry such a young lady. That young lady with you. Her words trailed off. Kanchan looked at Selena, bewildered. Selena? Selena didn't know how to express this feeling. I can't say it. After all, I'll be leaving, and Kanchan can't be alone forever. Of course, he'll marry another woman. Another woman. The things he had done for her, his protective arm when someone bullied her, the steadying hand when she rode a horse. Or that ambiguous hug the other day, the dance under the ballroom lights. His sudden kiss, the attention meant only for her. from a head pat to a simple, comforting hug. The affection directed only at her. From the time they escaped the castle to when he held her hand and confessed. In that ambiguous atmosphere in bed that day, it all replayed like a film reel in Selena's mind. Her whole body felt numb. He'll give that to another woman. Another woman? She lost her appetite. The one sweet cake on the table now tasted bitter. Her hand on her skirt trembled. Her body wouldn't obey her. Cancian with another woman. Just imagining him smiling at another woman. Selena clutched her aching heart. I've been avoiding it until now. Until this moment, I finally admit it. Cancian, seeing her distress, panicked. Selena. He approached her. Are you all right, Selena? Selena was still lost in her thoughts. It's not just Cancian. I love Cancian too. Tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Seeing her cry, Cancian panicked. Selena, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Selena was still drowning in her thoughts. Just the thought of not having Cancian by her side made her heart ache. The thought of another woman taking her place. Even just imagining him giving those loving gazes and sweet words to another woman was driving her crazy. I can't abandon my real world, but I can't let him go either. The reality of having to choose between the two was agonizing. Selena suppressed her frustration and choked out, I don't feel well. It hurts. It hurts so much I feel like I'm dying. Cancian silently looked at her. He didn't think twice and scooped her up in his arms. Cancian placed Selena on his lap, letting her lean against his chest. He gently inquired, this is quite concerning. Have you been like this all this time? Have you been hiding it from me? Selena's voice was tinged with sadness. I haven't hidden anything from you. Inwardly, she laughed at herself. After all, she hadn't even known she had these feelings for him. Cancian's heart ached seeing Selena frown. It shattered into pieces thinking she had to bear this pain alone. Selena sighed. Having feelings for each other, but not being able to express them was truly a cruel twist of fate. She comforted him, please don't be like this. When you're in pain, I feel it too. Cancian asked why. Even while grieving, Selena still managed to maintain her composure. She gave a wry smile. Surely you're not thinking I'm talking about period cramps, are you? But Cancian was oblivious to her overthinking. Isn't that right? Selena mentally facepalmed at his obliviousness. Why couldn't he be a little more perceptive? Good heavens, this clueless man. Exasperated, she asked, have you been listening to me at all? Cancian spoke first, but you said so yourself, Selena. You said you were in pain because of your period. What else in this world could cause you such pain? He declared with a straight face. Selena's jaw dropped. Then, she froze that's right. If I can see Cancian's heart, I'm foolish to think he can't do the same with me. How could two such clueless people meet? Idiots, both of them, unable to recognize their own feelings and afraid to act on their decisions. Selena inwardly laughed at herself. She gathered her courage and said the three words, I love you. Now it was Cancian's turn to be stunned. Oh, you really? Selena, her face downcast, mumbled, I just realized it myself. I think I've loved you this whole time. She gave him a sheepish smile, her eyes still red from crying. Cancian's mind seemed to short-circuit. He lifted her face. They shared a deep kiss, pouring a myriad of emotions into it. A moment later, Cancian reluctantly pulled away. His voice was slightly hoarse that I never thought you felt the same way. I never dreamed I was worthy of your love. Thank you, he whispered, burying his face in the crook of Selena's neck for loving me. Selena bit her lip, wondering how he could be so sweet. She choked out, I never wanted this to happen. I only saw this as a business arrangement. Things like this have never happened before when I'm working. Cancian chuckled. This is just an accident, right? She nodded, burying herself deeper into his embrace. Yes, just an accident. I never wished for your love, and I never thought I would end up loving you like this. Cancian patted her back rhythmically, as if soothing a child. Yes, I thought so too. I understand that you loving me doesn't mean you have to stay with me. Selena confessed, I can't choose one or the other. My feelings are important to me, but what I left behind in that world is equally important. Tears streamed down her face again. Without them, I'm nothing. I think so, anyway. Cancian, puzzled by her persistent self-doubt, said, but you're fine here with me. Why do you keep saying you're nothing? Selena recalled the countless awards on her shelf. This might be me, but it's just my physical existence. All my hard work, the life recognized by the whole world, is there. So what exactly is your world? Cancian continued. Selena covered her swollen eyes. As I explained before, I'm a world-famous actress. I didn't get this fame for nothing. You need good looks, talent, connections, and luck. And all the infighting and relentless competition you had to endure, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Compared to that, the social circles in this world are quite simple. In this world, it's a battle of honor, but in my world, it's a matter of survival. I can't forget the stairs, always watching me, waiting to catch my weaknesses. I had to endure that for 20 years. Of course, no one could threaten my life there, but I still had to fight alone for decades, without anyone like you to protect me. So I persevered and survived, gained recognition, and earned money. I built my own reputation and a solid foundation for myself. But here, I'm just the Duke's woman. It doesn't matter how many gifts you give me. In a world where I haven't achieved anything, I have no value. Kanchan listened silently to everything. He found her self-deprecation incredibly frustrating. That's not true. Even without me, you're already a renowned flower in society. And each day, you become more capable of achieving great things on your own. If you want, you can continue acting. I'll support you fully, and you'll become a star in no time. But whatever your choice, it can't make up for the 20 years of life I've lost. He thought this, but Kanchan couldn't bear to let his beloved disappear to SO. What if I try to persuade you? The reason your mind is so troubled must be because you're having a hard time making a decision. Selena stared blankly at him. Kanchan gave an angelic smile. If that's the case, I don't think it's such a great sin to try and persuade you to stay by my side, is it? Selena suddenly lost her ability to comprehend. What? Troubled mind? What is he thinking? I have a bad feeling about this. The small voice within her screamed. The carriage bearing the ducal crest passed through the forest. Kanchan offered her a bouquet. Selena, curious, asked, "What's this?" Kanchan replied, "This is a flower that only blooms during this season. It has a lot of nectar, so you can enjoy its fragrance and sweetness. I hear it's also used to make tea." Selena plucked a petal and tasted it. Thank you. Oh, it's delicious. I've never tasted anything like this before. Why have I never had tea made from it? Kanchan chuckled. You can't find it anywhere else. Because it's a flower that only blooms in Lambert. Or in other words, a domestic product not exported to other countries. Selena was stunned by this unintentional flexing. She chuckled inwardly at his utter adorableness. I wonder what he means by persuading me. What is his plan to show off the specialties of this world? So cute. Kanchan asked softly, "Do you like it?" Selena happily held the bouquet out to him. I do. Would you like to try some? He leaned in, gladly. Then, a sudden kiss landed on Selena's lips. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Kanchan grinned mischievously. I'm sure this tastes sweeter. Selena, flustered by his smooth words, exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, you! Stop it! The window is open. What if others see?" Kanchan was undeterred. The more the merrier. Selena nudged him lightly. "I'll kill you." "So, is this your grand plan to persuade me?" Selena asked with a laugh. Carcian didn't deny it. "This is just a part of it. I haven't even played my trump card yet. So, just you wait." Carcian looked out the window. "Anyway, it seems we're almost there. I could see a lot of old trees around that area. Is that your favorite place?" Selena asked. He replied, "Yes, it's magnificent. Later, it will be yours." Selena was stunned by his words. Carcian gestured grandly, like a king surveying his domain. The whole village gate, or the fields in the northwest, are also famous for their beautiful scenery. Selena gave an awkward laugh. "Goodness, enough already. At this rate, you'll end up giving me all of Lambert." Carcian casually replied, "That's a good idea." He added, with a suggestive glance, "It might be even better if you also took the owner of this land while you're at it." Selena was flustered by his flirtatious look. She lowered her head. "Oh, he's so sly," she thought to herself. As the scarlet hues of sunset painted the sky, the two finally returned to the castle. Selena stretched her back. "Finally, we're here. You've worked hard today, Your Highness." Carcian rubbed her back. "No, you're the one who's been through a lot. I have a few things to do, so you go inside and rest first." Selena obediently replied, "Yes." She slowly walked into the house. The sight of head made Janet bustling about greeted her. Janet made eye contact with her, then, as usual, turned away dismissively. Selena chuckled helplessly. "Look at her ignoring me again, so thick-skinned. Oh well, it's not worth getting angry about. Since the Crown Prince has admitted all his wrongdoings, I don't need to dig any deeper," she thought with a sigh. The alibi proving Ariel hadn't tried to hold on to the Crown Prince after being assaulted, and the fact that she chose to end her own life had been undeniably confirmed. The truth was that she had left a will, and that room had been locked from the inside. The evidence also suggested Janet was sound asleep and unaware of what happened, which was convincing, as there was no need for a commotion if it was a suicide. suicide. Selina mentally pieced together the events, feeling like a piece of the puzzle was still missing, like something wasn't quite right. Her brows furrowed. If Lady Janet retains her authority in the mansion, even after I leave, it could lead to a big problem. It's best to deal with her before I go, she mused as she walked. It's not that I want to air my grievances with her, but it's for Carcian's sake. Having made up her mind, Selina activated her villainous setting, glaring at Janet. Aren't you even going to escort me to my room? Janet maintained her haughty attitude. Do you need to do that? You could do as you please. Selina feigned displeasure. Of course I can, but it's another matter that you're neglecting your duties. Janet retorted arrogantly. Only the Duke has the right to criticize me. Selina scoffed. Did you torment Ariel like this too? By stating that legally, she and the Duke weren't engaged, implying you weren't beneath her? Janet boldly replied, that's none of your concern. Why do you keep meddling in the affairs of a baron's daughter? Xion, is that so? Selina asked haughtily. Since it's highly likely I'll own half of Lambert, I need to settle past matters. Janet lost her composure. What did you say? Own half of Lambert. Selina knew she'd taken the bait. What, you think I can't? Let me tell you, it's more likely than you think. So, what are you going to do about it? Janet feigned composure. Do about what? I don't understand what you're talking about. Selina bluntly replied, I'm talking about how you treated Ariel. Janet feigned ignorance. Me? I don't know what rumors you've heard, but all I did was help Baron Xion's daughter settle into the mansion. Selina's voice dropped, even after you found out she was pregnant. At this, Janet couldn't maintain her calm facade. Selina spoke casually. I've always wondered who could have driven Ariel, in her deepest despair, to take her own life. Janet stood frozen. Selina continued slowly. His Highness told me he would find out each and every person who tormented Ariel. It would be a stain on Lambert's reputation if something like this were to happen again. But now that I think about it, who knows? Maybe you're the one who tarnished Lambert's reputation, all while singing praises of its glory. Janet was enraged. How dare you speak to me like that? The former Duke himself entrusted me to serve Lambert's best interests. Selina scoffed. So? And who do you think you are? You're clearly mistaken. Janet, feeling slighted, snapped. How dare you trample on the trust and expectations His Highness had for me? The lot of you are nothing but useless warmers for the Duke's bed, Selina retorted. And you're just a servant who is all. He just happened to give you a job because the pitiful woman he happened upon begged to survive. Janet's voice trembled. He said I was trustworthy enough to be the headmaid. Selina laughed. That simply meant you'd be promoted if you worked hard. You're not special. Janet stammered. No, I'm special. Selina looked at her, not hesitating to expose the truth. Is that why a married man with a child treated you specially? You're delusional. And it didn't stop at delusion, did it? Because someone died because of you. Janet seemed stunned. No, that's not true, Selina muttered as if to herself. And who knows, maybe you're the one who drove Ariel to suicide. Janet rushed to deny the accusation. No, it wasn't me. Her breathing became ragged. Selina's jade eyes were like a predator's, fixed on its prey. Ah, you witnessed it happen, didn't you? Janet's whole body trembled. No, she barely managed a few words before she bolted. Janet thought frantically, I have to run. Carcian stood imposingly before her, his sharp eyes fixed on the headmaid. It seems we need to talk, Madam Janet. Janet looked at him in a panic. Then, she lowered her head in defeat. She stammered, as if unlocking dusty memories. A roadside quarrel erupted. Let me go. Just then, someone shouted from afar. Madam, over there, be careful. As the person spoke, a horse reared in fright, the chaos descending upon them. Janet squeezed her eyes shut, convinced she was done for. But nothing happened. A man's voice approached, asking if she was hurt. It was the Duke of Lambert. He solicitously inquired if she had any injuries. The moment she saw him, Janet thought, this is fate. She was completely captivated by a home. Duke Lambert was a bit blunt, but to Janet, he was the most wonderful person she had ever met. She was treated incredibly well. A maid brought her meals. Madam, I've brought your food. He didn't beat her or try to sell her. He freed her and gave her food without asking for anything in return. A few days later, unable to leave Lambert, Janet asked to stay on as a maid. This time, too, he agreed without hesitation. He was also quite thoughtful. I said all right, since you're a noble. But Janet was dutiful, despite her monstrous father. Because I'm a noble, I can do more for you. The former Duke nodded that I understand. Very well, then. Contribute to the glory of Lambert. The young Janet, spurred on, was thrilled. Glory for the glory of Lambert. It was a mission given to Janet. Janet brought the discipline that had crumbled at Lambert back into order, tightening the reins on the maids and reorganizing the ledgers. The entire Lambert system was run by Janet, and she successfully established her place there. However, there was one problem she couldn't solve. That problem was the Duchess. One abandoned her family, much like herself. She became this greedy primarily because of the Duchess. One became the Duchess, while the other became a maid. She thought, how ludicrous. Her hand tightened on the banister, but for the honor of Lambert, she endured and helped her become a Duchess worthy of the duchy. Gradually, the two developed animosity towards each other, and then Callian was born. She took meticulous care of Callian, the blood of Duke Lambert, the future of Lambert. It wasn't meaningless to risk everything after all. A glimmer of affection happened. Her eyes started to wander towards the upper class in the capital. She was leading herself down a path of self-destruction. Janet just watched from afar. However, this matter had to be concealed to avoid damaging the duchy's reputation. At the bridge the previous Duchess used for her affair, the moment Janet witnessed Ariel doing the same, she wanted to strangle her. However, bringing Ariel back was Callian's idea. Janet thought angrily, and she didn't want to go against his wishes. Yet, an opportunity arose from an unexpected place. On the night before the engagement ceremony, Ariel pulled her lover into her room, even though she knew Janet was in the next room. When Janet heard someone say, "I'm pregnant. You need to take responsibility," she didn't know who it was, but it seemed to be someone of high status. Janet, hearing the sounds of an argument coming from Ariel's room, paused. But the man who caused this would never take responsibility. "It's your body, so you deal with it," the man said callously. Ariel moaned at his cold words. "How could you do this? If you don't take responsibility, I'll die." The man laughed in response. "Fine by me." A piercing scream echoed from the room, making Janet shudder. The man scoffed. "What? You said you wanted to die. Now that things have turned out this way, go ahead and die." Janet couldn't stand it anymore and opened the door. Inside, Laser, holding a silver dagger, looked surprised. "What's this?" "A maid is here too." Janet, a maid, didn't know he was the crown prince, but intuitively, she realized he wasn't an ordinary person based on his words, demeanor, and appearance. Laser stood up, patted her shoulder, and walked out of the room. "When you go to sleep, make sure you lock the door securely." "Got it." She had a feeling that if she didn't obey him, her head would be separated from her body. She lacked the courage to stop him and let him escape from the room. Now, only two people remained. Janet looked in a panic at the person before her, clutching her blood-soaked arm. Ariel sobbed. "Oh, what should I do?" Janet bit her lip. She coldly replied, "I'll tell the Duke about this." Ariel's golden pupil shrank. "Please don't." Her eyes darted around, thinking. Then, her attention fell upon the dagger on the bed. Ariel, watching Janet's silence, paled. She turned. "If it were me, rather than live in shame, I would choose death." Having said that, she calmly walked out of the room. The door slammed shut, leaving Ariel alone within the four walls. The dagger, still stained red, lay on the floor. Ariel tremblingly reached for the dagger, her sobs echoing throughout the castle. Janet didn't open the door. By the time Ariel's cries ceased, she had ended her own life. The maids, having overheard the whole story, gossiped incessantly. Callian looked at Janet coldly. "Regardless of your loyalty, what you did was beyond your authority. Arbitrarily covering up and manipulating the situation is an insult to me. I have no intention of forgiving you for this. You dare to look down on Lambert by driving her to suicide? I will ask Len Vadu about the crime of harming others, even indirectly." Janet's face darkened. "You can't do this. I did everything for Lambert." He replied, "Of course, I don't doubt your loyalty to Lambert, but shouldn't you prove your loyalty to me now? Do you dare?" Janet froze. Callian continued, "If you want compensation, you should renegotiate your salary, instead of acting so arbitrarily." Janet clenched her fists. Salary. That wasn't what she wanted. It wasn't that she didn't want it, but she had hoped for something more significant. Callian understood this person all too well. She wanted Lambert to be crippled without her. She wanted even the Duke to need her desperately. However, Janet was just a cog in a machine. Losing one wouldn't cause any real damage. They could just quickly find a replacement. The matter was finally settled. Callian approached Selena and helped her into her coat. "That it's cold," he said. "Is the meeting over?" Callian rubbed the bridge of his nose. There were some urgent matters. "As I said earlier, I've decided to confine Lady Janet from now on. The discussion about the Crown Prince is also concluded." Selena nodded. Just as predicted, the Crown Prince wouldn't stay put, would he? Callian sighed wearily. Conflict could break out at any moment, so preparations are underway. It's just a matter of choosing a side. Selena looked at his haggard appearance and thought, he looks so tired. Her spoken words, however, were encouraging. I hope everything will be all right. Selena hesitated, then said, so, Your Grace, is there anything else I can help you with? Callian looked at her. He remained silent, but fully understood what she was getting at. After a moment, Callian replied, all right, I think I should tell you now. Selena looked at him seriously. Callian responded calmly, the way to return to your world. Selena quickly turned away. Yes, please tell me. Selena followed Callian down to the basement. This basement is quite deep, she remarked. Descending further revealed a basement storing countless artifacts. Hearing her comment, he replied, well, we are in a place frequently attacked by monsters. After all, it's used to protect these irreplaceable artifacts. And this too. Callian placed his hand on an intricately decorated wooden box. He opened it, revealing an elaborately and intricately designed book inside. Selena picked up the book and stared at it. Is this it? She asked. He replied, it's said to be. The uncertainty in Callian's voice made her slightly disappointed. Oh, you're not entirely sure. Callian recalled Selena's words when she first arrived. It's a recorder made by the same person who made the bracelet I wore on my first day here, but I can't read it. Only those who need it can read it, the rumor went. Selena opened the book curiously and began to read. Looking at the strange symbols within, she thought, is this just random doodling, or is it the original manuscript? I wonder if I can read it. Oh, I can read this. If you can read this book, then you're certainly from another world and are currently seeking a way to return to your original world. Noticing her changed expression, Callian asked curiously, can you read it? Selena, with a bewildered look, replied yes. The voice of the book echoed in her mind. I'm the Grand Mage Song Tolek. In this world, they say my name is most peculiar. No need to try and pronounce it. She carefully flipped through the pages, thinking this Grand Mage must have been quite the curmudgeon. The book's voice echoed. According to research, a spatial rift is simply a natural phenomenon. In a world without magic, this might be difficult to comprehend, but for someone from a world where magic exists, they tend to be proficient in manipulating it. Magic is often deployed using simple calculations. Selena pondered the book's words. So, magic is like science in their world? I think I understand. So, can I go back or not? She wondered as she continued to flip through the book. The book's voice resumed, stopping at a page with strange magical symbols and winding annotations. And therefore, it is entirely possible for a person to return to their original world. A joyful smile spread across Selena's face. It's possible. I can go back. All the time and effort I poured into everything has finally paid off. I should be crying tears of joy, shouldn't I? She spoke aloud. It says I can go back. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. But why can't I seem to smile? Callian asked how. She answered, I've only just finished the first part. Callian replied, all right, you can take it with you and read it slowly. Selena, slightly surprised, asked, I can't take this precious artifact out of the vault. Callian said indifferently, who else needs it besides you anyway? She looked at him with gratitude. Thank you. Callian's gaze shifted, as if noticing something. He took the book from Selena's hands. Surprised by his action, she said, you don't have to hold it for me. He immediately denied it, that I'm not holding it for you. Staring at the book in Callian's hands, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes, she murmured, what if I refuse to give it back to you? His words, tinged with regret, made her eyes widen in surprise. Lowering her head with a soft sigh, Selena said, if you don't want to, then don't. Her response surprised Callian. What? Selena explained, if it's a decision made by someone else, at least I can be angry with them. He sighed, composing himself, and placed the book back in Selena's hands. Callian said, if my actions only cause you resentment, I'd rather burn it. She asked curiously, then why don't you? His eyes and words were filled with affection. Because I want to have all of you. Selena, puzzled, asked, don't you already have me? He explained, if I force you to stay here, you'll always long to return. I don't want to lose your heart like that. I'll be burdened by guilt every time I see you hurting. Her face was stunned as she listened to Callian's heartfelt words. Selena's expression fell, her brows furrowing with helplessness and sadness as she pondered. I can't choose this world and completely forget my own. I might regret it, thinking about how hard I worked to go back. I've poured out all the heartfelt words I've kept buried deep inside. You can do whatever you want until you reach the gate that leads back to your world. It's not too late to make your decision before you return. Hugging the book to her chest, she replied yes. Time passed quietly. The sky now held the deep indigo, peaceful, and tranquil color of night. Inside Selena's room, she sat at her desk, stretching tiredly in the flickering candlelight, groaning, "Ugh, how many days has it been?" Dragging her weary and listless body to her feet, Selena dejectedly picked up a piece of paper and shuffled along. Is this what they mean by being swamped with work? I had no idea using magic wasn't just about memorizing spells. It involved a ton of calculations, so I can't get any proper rest. Sinking into the soft mattress, she said, "It seems like Callian is also swamped with work. I haven't even seen his face these past few days. I guess preparing for war isn't simple either." Slightly raising her head, Selena opened the book she had taken from the basement. She turned to a page displaying a map with a specific area circled in red, clearly labeled. Continuing to flip through the following pages, Selena organized everything that I've almost finished the calculations. In about 3 or 4 days, I should be able to pinpoint the gate's coordinates. Everything was clearly laid out, causing her to sink deep into her thoughts. Once I find it, what will happen? After that, will he see me off alone with my luggage, or will he send some servants with me? Or maybe he'll come with me. A flurry of thoughts rushed into Selena's mind. Kalian's back suddenly appeared in her memory. I wonder what Kalian's expression will be like when he sees me off. Since he's usually so indifferent, maybe he'll remain calm? If he really does that, it'll sting a little. Will he be sad? Will he cry? Selena, full of curiosity, continued to ask herself these idle questions. An image of Kalian with a vulnerable figure, his eyes brimming with tears, appeared in her mind. The image she had just conjured filled Selena with excitement, her face flushing with longing. She thought, maybe it'll be even better than I imagined. Oh my, what am I thinking? My head is filled with all sorts of fantasies. Get a grip, Selena. She patted her blushing face, trying to compose herself. Placing a hand on her chest, Selena mused, actually, maybe I'm the one making my heart flutter. She turned over, hugging her pillow and burying her face in it to soothe the regret within. It's time for us to part ways. If we separate on good terms like this, the beautiful memories will last forever. Selena fell silent, lost in thought. Perfect, wonderful, absolutely perfect. She burrowed her face deeper into the pillow. In the stillness of the night, Selena's girlish feelings surfaced. I don't want to leave him. At a castle in the evening, a click echoed. Kalian walked to the bedside where Selena lay, thinking to himself, she seems tired. He sat down beside her. Kalian's hand gently touched Selena's head. He didn't linger long before withdrawing his hand. Suddenly, Kalian chuckled. He bent down and gently kissed her face. Kalian thought, I should have let her sleep soundly, but I couldn't resist touching her. Then he stroked her hair and smiled. Kalian slowly stood up. Suddenly, Selena woke up and said, "Are you leaving just like that?" Kalian looked at her and asked, "Did I wake you?" "I'm sorry. Go back to sleep." Selena wondered, "Are you very busy?" Kalian hesitated and said, "I'm sorry." Selena sat up and said, "Even so, you could lie down here for a bit before you go." He started to feel awkward that you am, well. Selena patted the spot next to her. She thought, it seems he really is very busy. Selena said, "Anyway, since you've woken me up, at least soothe me back to sleep before you leave." Kalian sat down on the bed and let Selena lie on his lap. "All right, I'll stay here with you until you fall asleep." Selena comfortably rested her head on his lap. Wise choice. It's cold." He asked her, "Are you cold?" Kalian grabbed the blanket. He held Selena in his arms. He said, "How about now? If you're still cold, should I call a servant to add more firewood?" Selena happily replied, "No need. Just holding me like this is enough." "This is perfect." Kalian responded, "All right. Is your research going well?" Selena cheerfully replied, "Yes, it's almost complete. It feels like I just need to try a little harder and I'll be able to figure out." "But didn't you say you do your best to persuade me to stay? Is this all your effort?" Kalian said, "I can't just think that a few small things will be enough to keep you here, can I? That would be like kidnapping. I'm preparing a special move that you won't be able to refuse." Selena chuckled. "You mean the thing you mentioned in the carriage last time? What can I do? I'm not easily moved." Kalian gently closed his eyes. In my opinion, that's already beyond the ordinary. But I'm not sure what you'll think." Selena teased. "Then you'll have to try and meet my expectations." Kalian said, "I'm doing my best to prepare. So, can you give me some hints? What are some of the most unforgettable surprises you've received?" Selena replied, "It's rare to hear you speak so softly. You must be really struggling, huh? All right, I'll specially reveal it to you." "What was there?" "Oh, right. I once received a large glass jar filled with paper cranes." Kalian wondered, Paper cranes? Like origami cranes? You like those kind of things? She glanced at the side. It wasn't that I liked them, but I was touched. I was just surprised that someone had patiently folded each one. Also, I once received a 100-piece puzzle painting. After hanging it up at home, I became super narcissistic. Callian pondered a portrait I haven't painted in a long time. It seems a bit late to start learning again now. She calmly said, actually, I didn't really like the painting that much. I was just impressed, so it was a surprise. Selena thought to herself, actually, thinking about it carefully, I don't really remember much. Is it because there aren't many things that truly moved me? That's surprising. Maybe subconsciously I've treated those gifts as some kind of performance indicator at work. Perhaps that's why I find the gifts Callian gives me so special, because I can feel his affection. So no matter what the gift is, I'm very touched, even if it's just a single flower. What about the surprise Callian is preparing? After receiving it, I wonder what I'll think. Will I forget about my original world? Or will I thank him and turn away? Selena asked, hearing you say that, I guess small surprises won't move you? Callian replied, yeah, that's right. I'm not the type to cry over a ring of flowers. Callian said, then what about an entire flower garden? Selena chuckled, oh, that would actually be quite touching. Haha, but you don't really need to give me that. The moment of receiving a gift is truly touching, but what would I do with it? Callian pondered, practicality is a factor. Selena snuggled into his chest. Take your time thinking about it. I'm going to sleep now. Callian replied indulgently, go to sleep. You must be tired today. Her eyes slowly drooped, then closed completely as she drifted off. Selena thought to herself, so warm. The next morning, in that same room, Selena drowsily awoke. She lay still, staring at the ceiling. Selena thought, he's not here anymore. He must have gone to a meeting. After all, I was the one who pulled him down to lie with me yesterday. She pulled the blanket over her head. Selena lay alone in the bed. It was so warm yesterday, but today it's cold again. That evening, in the castle, a clicking sound echoed through the quiet room. It was Selena, writing something. She sat at the desk, focused on her work. Suddenly, Selena slammed her hand on the desk. Found it, she exclaimed. The gate back to my old world. A voice echoed through the castle. Must you really do this? You said you'd be leaving tomorrow. Callian said, have you prepared everything perfectly? Dion hesitated, but even so, this is too much. Callian asked, what's wrong? Do you disagree? Dion replied, no, it's not that, but I still can't understand. You said that even you yourself find it hard to understand. Suddenly, Selena spoke the contract, but in this urgent situation, you don't need to leave. Your Grace, the Crown Prince could attack at any moment. I don't mind waiting a little longer. Callian closed his eyes. No, I must go now. Delaying it will only make things worse. After this is over, other things will happen. It's one thing after another. It took a lot of resolve to decide to send you away. I'm not a saint, so I'm not sure if I'll change my mind later. So please, don't let my selfishness confuse you. Selena looked up at him with a cheerful expression. But then her gaze fell. Yes, I understand. She thought to herself, I'm also very conflicted. Can I really leave smoothly tomorrow? My steps will be very heavy, won't they? The next day, as Callian and Selena were hiking together, Selena, drenched in sweat, thought, my steps really are heavy. Not only were there steep slopes and cliffs, but also thorny bushes blocking the path. Is this really a path a person can walk on? Callian said, the sun is about to set. Let's rest here today and set off again tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Selena was incredibly grateful. She murmured, finally, a break. I don't know how long it's been since I've been able to sit down and rest like this. Callian was using a firestone to create a spark. Selena spoke up. Do you need any help? Callian replied, no need. You should rest. You don't usually climb mountains. You'll definitely be sore tomorrow. Selena chuckled. Well, I won't refuse your kindness. Thank you, my lord. It's so warm. This is the first time in my life I've had to sleep outdoors. Callian asked her, are you scared? Selena answered, right now, it's still interesting, since no magical beasts have appeared yet. Callian looked at her teasingly. Then let's just wander around for another month. Selena laughed and replied, if it's just a small detour, I can forgive you. Ha ha ha. Callian said, good, then 3 weeks. Selena said, very clever. It seems you've endured quite a bit yourself. He told her, well then, let's wash up a bit. It's best to wipe off the sweat before the temperature drops further. Give me your foot. Selena obediently pulled up her pant leg. All right. Callian started kneeling down to wipe Selena's feet. While relaxing, she thought it's so warm. I didn't expect just wiping my feet would make me sleepy. The pressure points are perfect too. She said aloud, I always thought, surely no one taught you how to take care of others, right? Callian replied, that's right. She started to wonder, Then why do you know how to take care of others so well? He explained that, I just do what I think is right, and then I naturally learned. It's a good thing you're used to receiving kindness from others. Selena began to ponder, is that so? That's true. When I receive kindness and goodwill from someone, I'm grateful, but I don't get easily moved. But with Callian, you fill my heart. When I return to my old world, back to my previous life, the part of my heart that belongs to Callian will become empty. Will I be okay? Callian suddenly said, all right, I also want to bathe a bit. Wait for me for a moment. Finishing his sentence, he took off his shirt, revealing his toned physique. Selena was surprised, huh? Where are you going to bathe? Is there water nearby? Callian pointed toward a nearby stream. Right over there. Selena was confused. Really? I didn't see anything. There's a stream right there. So why did you bother wiping my feet? He turned to look at her. The water here is very cold. Selena thought, so it was that simple, and also very thoughtful. She immediately ran after him. Duke, let me help you bathe this time. If I help, it will definitely be faster. Callian replied, huh, sure. She touched the flowing water with her hand. Selena told him, then I'll pour the water. It will be a little cold. She started pouring water onto his well-muscled, toned body. After pouring the water and seeing he was still fine, she wondered, aren't you cold? Callian replied, at this level, it's more refreshing than cold. Selena, looking at his handsome appearance, said, is that so? How amazing. Stay there, I'll wipe your back. Selena started rubbing his back with a towel. While wiping, she thought, his physique is truly beautiful. Even when he's not doing anything, his muscles are full and well-defined, like a sculpted statue. Suddenly, Callian called, Selena. She startled, huh? He asked her, do you like it? Selena, embarrassed and sweating, thought to herself, he caught me. Am I being too perverted? She answered honestly, ma'am, I like it. I like a lot. Callian indulged her. As long as you like it, I can fulfill your wishes. Feel free to touch. She wondered, do you think I wouldn't dare touch you just because you said that? Callian looked down at her, and no, I know you're not that kind of person. Selena chuckled. Gosh, this is boring. I'm not doing it anymore. He suddenly grabbed her hand. Don't stop. I'm very happy to be the object of your desire. He took her hand and brought it close to his mouth. This made Selena blush. She smiled gently and said, very handsome. Callian asked, what did you say? Selena frankly replied, yes, you are very handsome, very amazing. If our first meeting hadn't been so urgent, I would have found you very handsome right from the start. A smile slowly spread across Callian's face. He said, is that so? What about me do you find handsome? Selena pondered. First, the shiny hair. In my world, you can't get such a beautiful hair color unless you dye it. So every time I see you, I feel amazed. Her hand unconsciously played with his hair. Callian wondered, really? What else? Selena continued, and this broad, full forehead, very beautiful. Your eyes are as clear as a lake. Your nose is high and straight, very perfect, and your lips are beautiful and well-shaped. Callian intertwined his fingers with hers, that eye in your eyes. How handsome am I? Selena replied, very handsome. You're the most handsome person in this world. Even if you add both worlds together, you're still the most handsome. Callian said, then Selena, you won't abandon someone as handsome as me, will you? He suddenly brought his face close to hers. Selena became extremely flustered. She thought, so that's it. This is the ultimate move Callian has. Prepared. Callian walked slowly. Selena watched him and thought, a bit unexpected. She looked at his broad back as he carried his luggage. She felt a little puzzled. After he boldly charmed me like that, he didn't say anything more. That's good too. Just crossing the mountains is tiring enough. If he continues to charm me, it will only make me more confused. This way I can focus on climbing, which is perfect. Selena and Callian hid in a bush, secretly observing a group of salamanders. But still, this is a dangerous path through the northern mountains. I can't focus all my attention on climbing. She lamented with regret. I originally just wanted to go home, but did I end up in hell? She whined to Callian. What should I do? Can I go back? He rested his chin on his hand and said to her, yes. Let's prioritize safe places and quietly go around. I'll go ahead and clear the path. You carefully follow close behind me. With a whoosh, Callian jumped onto a small cliff. Seeing this, she panicked. She cried out in frustration. How can an ordinary person like me jump up to such a high place? Are you kidding? He looked down at her and encouraged. With your physique, you can definitely do it. You've been training with me for a long time. She stood up and yelled. Selena looked at him reluctantly and thought, it seems I can't go around it, and the sun is about to set. Is there no other choice but to take a risk? She tried to climb the cliff. As she pushed off hard with her foot, some small pieces of rock unexpectedly broke off and fell. Just as the entire section of cliff was falling, Callian pulled her up. She gasped in surprise. The broken rock fell on the head of a salamander. Selena was startled and scared when she saw it. The salamander stared at her intently, but then turned away, feigning disinterest. She breathed a sigh of relief and said to Callian, "It's quite docile." He agreed, indeed. Confused, she asked him what's going on. "Where are all the ferocious predators from before?" Callian calmly speculated. "The ones that come near human settlements are probably in a state of frantic hunger. But if they've eaten their fill, they'll be more docile." Selena, having just recovered from her anxiety, questioned him upon hearing this. "What? You clearly knew this and didn't tell me." Callian defended himself. "It was just a guess. A little caution doesn't hurt." Selena tearfully scolded him. "Even so, you should have told me. When the rubble fell, my heart nearly fell with it." She quickly regained her composure and quietly looked down at the Selena asked suspiciously, "This is definitely the place, right?" Callian affirmed, "Yes, I'm sure it is." She kept her eyes fixed on the gate, thinking, to reach the entrance, the only way is to jump down the cliff. I risked my life to get here, and now I have to jump down a cliff. Suddenly, Callian called her Selena. He looked at her intently and asked, "Do you want to go back?" She was a little surprised by his question. "Don't overthink it. Just tell me what's truly in your heart." She hesitated for a few moments, then finally voiced her feelings. "I'm very scared." Callian asked curiously, "Scared of what?" Selena sat down gently, hugging her knees and leaning against him as she spoke her heart. "I'm afraid of jumping down from here. I'm afraid that even after jumping down, I still won't be able to return to my original world. I'm afraid that after I return, there will be no place for me there anymore." He simply replied gently, "Yes." Selena's eyes welled up with tears as she asked absently, "That world doesn't have you. What if I miss you to death after I go back? I won't be able to come back here again." She continued, "But then again, I'm nothing here. In my current state, I can't continue living here either. I'm afraid to choose." Callian didn't say a word, only looked at her tenderly and smiled. She asked again, "What should I do?" He calmly comforted her. "First of all, you're beautiful, radiant, and always striving. How could you not find a place for yourself? You don't need to worry about that. As long as you want to, any place in the world can become your home." His sincere words brought a smile to Selena's face, unable to contain her happiness. Seeing that her mood had lifted, Callian stood up and asked her, "So, the only things you're worried about are parting with me and jumping down the cliff, right?" Selena laughed and asked why. "Do you have solutions for both of those too?" He confidently replied, "Yes, it's very simple." He then extended his hand toward Selena. Bowing slightly, he offered his hand and said, "Just jump with me. With me, you won't be afraid. Take me with you, and there will be no need to part." Selena couldn't believe her ears. She looked at him in astonishment, dumbfounded. What? Her mind was in turmoil, filled with doubts. She couldn't believe he was so calm, clearly about to leave yet showing no anxiety. Before, he'd asked if she would abandon someone as handsome as him. It turned out that wasn't a decisive blow, but merely laying the groundwork. She stammered, "No, that is, Duke Lambert, what about the war? What about your territory?" Callian casually crossed his arms and explained, "For any possible situations, I've already prepared countermeasures before coming here. That's why I've been working so hard, to the point of not having time to sleep properly with me." Selena suddenly teased him. "Your subordinates will probably want to kill you." He replied, "I think they'd rather die." But she said sadly, "That's true. They certainly couldn't actually do it." She pondered, "He's always been very rational. His actions are also very neat and decisive. So this time he must have prepared everything thoroughly. Already, but," she reminded him, "at least I still have the simultaneous translation ring here. After you get there, you'll just be a deaf mute who can't speak." Callian wasn't afraid. He calmly dropped the line, "As for language, I can learn." However, she had another worry. "Your Grace, after you get there, you'll become a nobody, although I can support you." Hearing that, Callian closed his eyes and said, "How reliable." "That's enough." Selena pursed her lips, stood up abruptly, and said loudly, "How can that be enough? You've always been a duke. You have no idea what life is like outside of being a duke." In her heart, she thought about life in the real world. "My acting career is barely enough to support myself, even though I'm still very attached to it. But isn't Callian a duke? Doesn't he have to support all the people in his territory? Isn't that a very important position?" Callian said, but he looked at her and expressed, I hate a life without you even more. I also don't want you to be unhappy. I hope you can be happy with me. The two stood silently looking at each other for a moment. Selena realized, so this is love. This is the purest love. If I don't hold on to this person, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life, but she bowed her head and said to him, Your Grace, I also hope you can be happy. He affirmed, no matter where, happiness can be found. She offered another thought. It's hard to be happy with nothing in hand. But he gently soothed her. It's okay. I can slowly search for it there. You don't need to worry about me. Like I just said, I've arranged everything. You just need to follow your true desires. What do you want to do? Jump down with me, or return to Lambert together? Callian extended his warm hand toward Selena. She hesitated. Finally, Selena decided to place her hand in his. She resolutely said, Okay, let's go. Callian smiled gently and replied, Okay. He took the wrist of the woman he loved. The two held hands and walked forward. A thought suddenly welled up in Selena's heart. Now I'm not afraid of anything anymore, because Callian is by my side. Even if we might die, it's okay. My thoughts and his are the same. He loves me so deeply that even if you combined everything in both worlds, it wouldn't compare to his love for me. As long as he's by my side, I can go anywhere. But Selena suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, go anywhere. She leaned over and tried to break with her foot while shouting, Wait, Your Grace. A series of thudding sounds suddenly echoed in her blurred vision. It turned out Selena had tripped and fallen, but Callian had managed to protect her head from hitting the ground. He anxiously asked her, What's wrong? Did you forget something? Selena gasped, her face covered in sweat. She now realized that, unable to resist the inertia, she had rolled on the ground. It turned out he really intended to jump with her. It wasn't just empty words. Even if it meant risking his life, he was willing to jump with her. At this moment, she softly said to Callian, There are some things I only now understand. He listened silently as she continued. Your Grace, Callian, you are so important to me, so important that I'm no longer afraid of death. My thoughts and yours are the same. What matters isn't where we are, but that you're by my side. At least now, I feel that being with you is what matters most. She took his hand. Selena's eyes welled up with tears, and she earnestly asked, Your Grace, let's continue to live happily, okay? Callian softly asked back, Is that all right? She seriously asked him, If I want to go back later, you'll take me back, right? Callian immediately replied, Of course. Suddenly, he lowered his head, his warm voice softly echoing, causing Selena to unconsciously smile. Selena, thank you. Thank you for choosing me. Song Tong Luo still left behind other notes and records. You can continue researching. Maybe you'll find a safer method. Maybe you'll also be like Song Tong Luo, able to freely travel between the two worlds. She put her hands on her hips and boldly replied, All right, if we find some useful information, it'll be like we're paying for our meals. Callian was a little confused by her words. He asked, Pay for our meals? Who asked you to pay for your meals? Selena responded awkwardly. Who? No one asked, but I can't really help with anything right now. Later on, won't it be like I'm staying at your place for free? Hearing this, Callian immediately brushed it off. How can you say that? On the contrary, from now on, I need to compensate you for your losses as an actress. Every minute you stay here is a loss to your career, right? Selena blankly repeated his words. Compensate. Thinking about it carefully, what you said is right. Thinking about my career makes my heart ache. But if he, an ordinary person, gives me... Selena imagined the scene of Callian holding out a suitcase full of money in front of her. Then he would flatly declare, the compensation is 1.2 billion. She thought to herself, taking a break for a while isn't so bad. After all, Callian definitely won't mistreat me. Selena coughed awkwardly. Ahem. So how do you plan to compensate me? Callian generously replied, I will fully calculate all the opportunity costs you have lost. Selena cheerfully asked further, how much are you giving me this time? But Callian's reply was jarring, pulling her back to the harsh reality. Well then, let's get ready to go back. Selena's face paled at his words. She sighed, all right, we have to go back. That dangerous road again. My legs are already turning to jelly. At this point, he suddenly remembered something and said to her, the way back might be a little different from the way we came. but it will require your cooperation. Selena asked doubtfully. Cooperation? Callian slowly replied. Because the way back will be a bit arduous, but it's also to maximize the compensation for you. Before Callian could finish, Selena was already breaking out in a cold sweat. She thought, how arduous could it be? If it were anyone else, fine, but for the Duke to say such a thing. However, she still put on a nonchalant air and said to him, whatever, we have to go back anyway. Might as well get the hardship over with sooner rather than later. Callian paused thoughtfully. That'll be better. Night had fallen, and darkness stretched across the ancient city walls. Dion still stood on the high wall, his robes fluttering in the wind. Looking into the distance, he couldn't help but shed tears. Even though the battle plans were prepared in case of the Duke's absence, he couldn't just up and leave like that. What about Lambert? What about the war? What about the people in the territory? But in the end, wouldn't it still be up to him to handle everything? What about his Grace's legacy? Suddenly, a shout of "Hey, hey!" echoed from afar, snapping Dion out of his anguish. Huh? The other knights in the squad shouted anxiously, "Monster! There's a monster!" Everyone, into formation. Dion was still dazed. What? A monster is coming. He was startled as he looked into the distance. A knight behind him frantically ordered everyone into formation. Fire arrows at the monster. Dion quickly raised his hand to stop them. Wait, don't shoot. That person is... Dion cried out joyfully as he saw the figures of Selena and Callian appear in the distance, seemingly unconcerned about the monster beside them. The other knights also stared blankly at the two of them. Callian raised his hand and gently said, "Please dismount. Welcome back to Lambert, our goddess." He knelt down, graciously offering to help Selena down. All the surrounding soldiers were completely shocked, stunned as if struck by lightning. Goddess? Just a few hours earlier, Callian had suddenly emerged from the forest leading a ferocious monster. Selena raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously, "Callian, are you crazy? Are you really planning to ride a monster down the mountain? Are you serious?" He replied calmly, "Most people think so too, but at the same time, they also admit that this is a very effective strategy." She became even more puzzled. Admit? Who admits? Callian firmly explained, "Didn't I tell you? Before coming here, I had already prepared countermeasures for all possible situations. When you decided to return to Lambert, this strategy was activated." Selena asked hesitantly, "You never thought to tell me beforehand, to persuade me?" He bowed his head slightly and replied, "Because I didn't know what you would ultimately choose. If I had to explain every single plan, wouldn't that be too much?" She hesitantly replied, "That's true, but how am I supposed to subdue a monster?" Callian raised his fist with a cold glint in his eyes. His calm words were enough to make the monster cower in fear. "With my fist." She cried out in alarm. "Do you think that's possible?" "Your Grace, I'm not you." Selena scratched her chin thoughtfully. Right, she said, remembering they're actually quite docile when they're full. "It seems like only the hungry ones climb the mountain and cross over here." "That makes sense. What if I feed this hungry one?" She placed a small piece of candy in front of the creature. Then she commanded, "Sit." The excited monster grinned, drooling, its eyes gleaming with desire, and immediately sat down as ordered. Selena exclaimed joyfully, "That's it." Callian marveled. "Even a monster can be tamed by you." Selena scratched her head sheepishly and replied with a laugh. "Where I used to live, there were experts in this sort of thing." She added, "So, the monster taming problem is solved. Please continue explaining the next strategy." Callian responded reassuringly, "All right." He began to elaborate dramatically. "The full name of this strategy is the ancient race from beyond the northern wall appears riding monsters. You are the last descendant of an ancient race, but due to an accident, you lost your memory, even though that race has long been extinct. But you possess a unique constitution and bloodline, granting you immortality and making you a goddess, something like that." Selena asked helplessly, "Oh my God, do you think anyone will believe that?" Callian replied confidently, "Of course, there's the precedent of Song Tong lore. Nothing is impossible." Selena hesitantly said, "About this," but then sighed in resignation. "Fine, let's give this performance our all." Selena smiled brightly with determination. The touching acting scene is over. Next, I have to play the role of the last survivor of a mysterious ancient race. Night fell, and the two of them, along with the monster, arrived at the gate of the mansion. Servants, guards, and even the chef stood outside observing, whispering amongst themselves that a goddess, she's a goddess. Come to think of it, it seems like she can even control monsters. Seeing how respectfully Lord Callian treats her, it must be true. Callian declared solemnly, "To lead this war to victory, we need mounts. And Lady Selena, our goddess, has assisted us in taming them. All eyes suddenly turned to her. Dion wondered to himself in bewilderment. Are these two actually going through with that crazy plan? He feigned surprise and asked, "You mean, Lady Selena?" Callian seriously reiterated the title, Goddess Selena. This caused Dion to freeze, then stammer, "Gee, Goddess Selena." Callian finally seemed satisfied. Yes. He looked at the bewildered faces of the soldiers and explained, "Recently, she suddenly recovered her memories. I thought it was a rare opportunity, so I hurriedly took her on a trip." They gradually became swayed as, "Oh, Lady Selena." Callian raised a finger and asserted firmly, "is the royal descendant of an ancient race." Dion stiffly repeated, "All right." Inwardly, he thought, are they seriously acting this out? Everyone was slightly confused. Selena, watching his terrible acting, thought, "This won't do. It seems I have to step in." She pinched the monster's thigh hard, making it flinch and cower. At this point, it couldn't bear it any longer and let out a terrifying roar of pain. The soldiers cried out in panic, "A monster!" Selena shouted, "Minji, sit." It seemed Minji was the name she had just given it. As quick as a flash, the monster obediently sat down and calmed down, surprising everyone. Selena sighed and happily gave it a piece of candy, which it enjoyed. "Good girl, Minji. Such a good girl." Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The monster, it actually listens to her, and it's acting like a puppy. The blonde and blue-haired soldiers stared at each other in disbelief. It seemed everyone had bought their fabricated story. They cheered, surprised and overjoyed. A goddess, she's a goddess. A goddess who can control magical beasts. The goddess and Lord Callian have returned. Meanwhile, Selena was still busy petting the massive, dog-like creature, which lay on its back excitedly, acting spoiled. Dion scratched his head in exasperation, muttering to himself, "I can't believe it actually worked." As for Kanzian and Selena, they high-fived in celebration. Everything was going exactly according to plan. Even though it was late, someone had come to Kanchan's parlor. He asked, puzzled, "I heard there was an urgent report." The young attendant politely replied, "Yes, although I know you've just returned from an arduous journey. This matter is urgent, so please listen. The royal army has set up camp at the foot of Silencer, at the Lambert border, and has sent us a warning letter." Selena exclaimed in surprise, "So fast? They only left a few days ago." The red-haired young man explained in detail. Their standing army isn't large, so it's possible if they marched at full speed, but it seems the soldiers from the other territories haven't arrived yet. Selena curiously inquired, "There are many territories along the way. The crown prince departed from Mayan, so how are they even slower than him?" The attendant could only offer a guess. This war was quite sudden, so they probably need time to prepare. Selena bowed her head slightly, seemingly troubled. The red-haired man confidently asserted, "But I think that's just an excuse. In reality, they're afraid of Lambert." She murmured in admiration, "Very proud, aren't we?" He continued, "But now they must have heard the news of your absence. If the crown prince can win this battle, that he stands to gain a huge advantage. Those who want to side with the crown prince will probably start to act, even if he can't win. But now that you've returned, we have nothing to worry about, especially since you've returned with the goddess who rides magical beasts." The red-haired and purple-haired men, sitting next to each other, exchanged amused glances. Selena responded shyly, "Although I'm grateful for your confidence in me, this is still a war. Shouldn't we discuss a plan?" He raised his hand in a gesture and said, "Of course, there's a battle plan." The red-haired man gestured towards her and cheerfully declared, "You just need to show up on the battlefield. And that's it." Kanchan's confident expression further affirmed his words. Selena suddenly felt pressured. She asked awkwardly, "It's really that simple? If so, why have a meeting?" He replied solemnly, "To have a legitimate justification. After the war, we need a process to prove that your actions against the crown prince at the royal banquet were justified." He continued, "But you're a commoner. Injuring the crown prince, no matter the reason, is not justifiable." Selena asked worriedly, "Even if my true identity is a goddess, it's not allowed." "Difficult," Kanzian calmly replied. "Because it's not an official title or position, I've devised a solution. This also requires your consent." Curious, she asked, "What solution?" He smiled faintly and said slowly, "It's you." Kanzian extended his hand and said, "Selena, become the monarch of the North. Not just in name, but a true ruler." Selina froze, stunned. Monarch. Not consort, but monarch. Kanzian replied, yes. Selina quickly stood up, pulling Kanzian with her. Wait a minute, let's go outside and discuss this first. Your Grace, follow me. Once outside, Selina began questioning Kanzian. Are you crazy today? I've asked this so many times, you know. Just to be sure, I want to confirm with you again, a queen and a queen consort are different, right? Kanzian nodded. Yes, of course they're different. Selina asked helplessly. Kanzian is the king, and Selina is the queen consort. That's not what you meant, right? Kanzian's expression remained unchanged as he frankly replied, no, it's not. And it's no different than now. I'll become the ruler of the North. Selina exclaimed in a fluster. Are you insane? Kanzian asked, perplexed why. She ruffled her hair, exclaiming, isn't being a monarch a specialized job? A goddess just needs to wave her hand appropriately and manage her image well. But a monarch has to be responsible for their country and people, right? And yet you want me to become a political figure that has nothing to do with me. Kanzian didn't understand her point and replied casually, actually, how many nobles are truly responsible for their territories? You're not a manager, you're the owner. Selina asked him in exasperation. In short, doesn't that mean the fate of the country rests in my hands? Kanzian continued to explain frankly, I don't think it will burden you, because you don't need to force yourself to handle state affairs personally. I will make the entire populace bow before you. Selina asked, puzzled how? Kanzian pointed to himself as if offering a demonstration and explained, Lambert will belong to the Northern Kingdom in the form of a duchy. Currently in the north, wherever there are people living, it belongs to Lambert, so if it's Lambert, I can just continue to manage it. How is that different from directly turning Lambert into a kingdom and making me the queen? The queen's territory would extend to the other side of the Beast Mountain range, while Lambert is, at most, only the southern half. Selina held her forehead and sighed, surprised by this that you've prepared for this quite thoroughly. Kanzian continued, can we name the kingdom Sealnia? Using your name. Furthermore, the new currency circulating in the kingdom will bear your portrait. Everyone who comes into contact with the northern currency will know of your existence. They will treasure the coins bearing your image immensely and will desire to possess them. He took her hands and asked tenderly, will this compensate even a little for what you left behind in your world? Even just a little bit. Hearing this, Selina paused, lost in thought. Compensation. In other words, all of this wasn't ultimately about establishing a nation or waging war. The more she thought about it, the more joy she felt at having such a doting husband, all for her. She leaned against Kanzian. He asked, is it not enough? Selina replied, how could it not be enough? It's too much. I even want to find more for you. Kanzian, showing his attentiveness to her every need, said, as long as it's for you, it will never be too much. Even if I offered everything in this world, it still wouldn't be enough. He suddenly knelt down. My world, my queen, my goddess. As if proposing to Selina, I want to offer you everything I have. He took Selina's hand and said softly, including myself. Hearing this, Selina was so moved she wanted to cry. She thought Kanzian would even pluck the stars from the sky for me. Saying he wants to offer me the world and himself must surely be sincere. How can I not believe him? Hasn't Kanzian already offered me everything he has many times? Selina then spoke. The world can stay as it is. She smiled, a gentle smile as radiant as the morning sun, that it's mainly because I'm being greedy with your grace, the Duke, that I can't refuse. Now Kanzian could finally relax. How fortunate. Selina went further, greedily telling him, I absolutely will not forgive you if you go back on your word. What you've given me is mine forever. She declared before him, now, Kanzian, you completely belong to me. After that, the two shared a passionate kiss. Selina then released her hold on Kanzian. She suddenly pushed him onto the bed. Their loving gazes met. Selina caressed Kanzian's cheek. These eyes of yours are only allowed to look at me. Kanzian's eyes closed as she caressed him. That I will do so. Selina's caress moved down to his chest. This heart of yours is only allowed to beat for me. Kanzian took her hand and replied, yes, even now, it's already like that. He touched his forehead to hers, promising her, but it will always be like this from now on as well. The next morning at the Duke's mansion, Selina lay dejectedly on the table with a pile of documents. She cried softly to herself, lamenting, so, Becoming queen means having to do more work than I imagined. Kanzian, sitting opposite her, comforted her, but everything we can do right now has already been completed. Selena reviewed the tasks that had to be addressed in the short time that had passed and exclaimed, "We've sent the official Declaration of Independence, completed all the related paperwork, and the national flag, national flower, and national anthem are also ready. Preparations for the coronation ceremony are also progressing very smoothly. I can't believe we've accomplished so much in such a short time. So now all that's left is..." Lady Janet, mentioning her name, made Selena sigh. Seeing her reaction, Kanzian, worried, advised her, "You don't have to talk to her personally. You just need to investigate the matter, not be responsible for the final outcome." He kindly told Selena, "Just leave everything to me. You just stay home and relax." The case directly related to Lady Janet is only Ariel's death, and that's an internal matter of Lambert, so it should be handled by me. But Selena refused and wanted to do it herself, and oh, it's the case I investigated after all. She looked out the window and said resolutely, "I want to witness the conclusion of this matter myself." Seeing her like this, Kanzian was silent for a moment. But then, he yielded to her wishes. "All right, if you insist." Selena asked him, "Where's Lady Janet now?" Kanzian replied, "She's being held in the West Tower of Lambert." Knowing where she needed to go, Selena told Kanzian, "Then let's go. Let's go pronounce her sentence." Early the next morning at the castle, Kanzian led Selena to a room with a wooden door and knocked lightly on it a few times perfunctorily. Then he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The creaking sound of the door echoed, revealing the age of the place. And sitting directly opposite them was a short-haired woman in a black dress that covered her from neck to toe. The dim light from outside illuminated the somewhat aged and sorrowful face of Janet, the housekeeper of the Marin ducal family. The moment she saw her, Selena was taken aback in surprise. But Janet didn't seem surprised at all, as if she had known beforehand and was waiting. Therefore, she calmly stood up. "You've arrived." Kanzian simply nodded. Then, not wanting to waste time, got straight to the point. "Lambert will expose the Crown Prince's crimes. As we discussed before, I hope you can testify in court and recount the entire incident that day for the judge." Janet asked suspiciously, "Will my testimony be useful to you?" Kanzian shrugged, replying, "Not entirely useless," as if having just found a glimmer of hope in a dark cellar. Janet quickly seized this opportunity. In other words, I'm still useful to you, right? Then please give me another chance. After I testify, just let me stay in Lambert. Even if it's working as a servant or tending the stables, I'm willing. Unexpectedly, Kanzian already had arrangements. "No, I will help you relocate to the countryside." Hearing this, Janet panicked and retorted, "That's not what I want. I just want to stay in Lambert." Perhaps wanting to express her desire, she knelt on the floor. With utmost sincerity, she pleaded with Kanzian, "If you truly need me, please let me stay in Lambert." However, Kanzian maintained his cold expression and firm tone. "I don't need you that much. Your testimony only makes things a little easier. It's not essential. If you don't want to, you can refuse." Janet's face paled at his words. Janet lowered her head and hesitantly asked, "If I refuse, will I be executed?" Kanzian coldly replied, "No, you'll just be expelled from Lambert empty-handed. No matter what you choose, you cannot stay in Lambert." Although she knew she couldn't change Kanzian's decision, seeing Selena's pained expression, she still couldn't accept it and shook her head vehemently. "And oh, no, are you talking about qualifications? I'd rather die than leave Lambert." This stubbornness was further emphasized by her hands on her thighs, clenched into trembling fists. Sighing, Kanzian said, "You are not qualified to continue living in Lambert." Hearing this, Janet became even more enraged. "Are you talking about qualifications?" Then, she suddenly pointed at Selena and shouted, "Then what qualifications does that woman have? She does nothing all day but flirt, pose, and act shallow." Although mocked like this, Selena only forced a smile. "If it were before, I would have been very angry, but now I don't care anymore." Ignoring Kanzian's darkening face, Janet shamelessly pleaded, "Since you even accept keeping someone like that, please turn a blind eye to my transgressions and give me, an old woman, a place to stay." "I haven't really harmed you, have I?" Kanzian raised an eyebrow and replied, "You arbitrarily used my property and even plotted to seize it. How can you say you haven't caused harm?" Accused point blank like that, Janet became flustered and stammered. When you were seduced by her and lost your senses, it was me. Unfortunately, she couldn't finish her sentence. Kanzian readily admitted, I seduced her. Janet's face went blank in an instant. What? Kanzian gently wrapped his arm around Selena, pulling her closer, and continued, I pursued her first. I was the one who fell in love with her first. When Selena tried to leave me, I was the one who held on to her and begged her to stay. Janet could hardly believe these words. Astonished, she pointed at Selena and asked, You were going to leave Lambert just for that woman? Kanzian nodded firmly, confirming, To me, Selena has become more important than Lambert. The atmosphere froze, strangely silent, leaving only the exchange of glances filled with various emotions. In that moment, Janet's hand lifted and fell, hovering in the air as she realized the harsh truth. They had drifted apart. Kanzian no longer needed Lady Janet. Lambert could function perfectly well without her. Kanzian didn't immediately banish Lady Janet from the territory, not because he couldn't bear to abandon her, but because he needed a witness. What he needed wasn't Janet, but a witness. Seeing her just sitting there, silently staring at him, Kanzian patiently repeated, The choice is yours. Either leave Lambert quietly, or continue to serve Lambert until the very end. Dion, decide before tomorrow morning. Carefully leaving these final instructions, Kanzian left with Selena. The door slowly closed, and the moment the click of the latch echoed, Janet's tears fell and rolled down her cheeks. Left alone in the shabby, dark room. As soon as they stepped out of the room, Selena sighed and complained, Just being in the same room with someone so vicious is enough to make me suffocate. Then, remembering something, she turned to Kanzian and asked, What if Lady Janet refuses to testify? Kanzian replied, Actually, Lady Janet's testimony isn't that important in the trial. The Crown Prince can just deny everything anyway. The testimony is just a way to apply pressure, not the be-all and end-all. Thinking about Juna still being on the run, Selena felt a bit melancholic and forced a smile, saying, It would be great if we could find the will. I can't believe Juna managed to escape the royal guard again. Knowing her worries, Kanzian gently reassured her. But even so, the Crown Prince can just insist the will is a forgery. The process of incriminating the Crown Prince is essentially a battle of wills. If we win the war and crush the Crown Prince's spirit, the trial will be easily resolved. Selena hesitated. What about Lady Janet? She had intended to ask Kanzian, but she had a vague idea of what he was thinking. So Kanzian wanted to give Lady Janet a chance to repent before the court. He truly was a merciful ruler. Therefore, she didn't ask any further, but simply smiled and said, I hope Lady Janet doesn't make a foolish choice. But as for Lady Janet, time passed to the early morning of the second day, the day Janet had to make her choice. As instructed, a maid went to her room to deliver breakfast. Lady Janet, I've brought your breakfast. She had just placed the food tray on the table and turned her head towards the corner of the room when a terrifying sight struck her eyes. Just as Selena had feared, the woman was even more stubborn than she'd imagined. At this moment, the maid screamed in terror, collapsing to the floor and scrambling backwards after discovering Janet had taken her own life by hanging herself from the ceiling. At the same time, Dion rushed into Kanchan's study and announced, My lord, there's a war report from the front lines. The Crown Prince's army has begun its advance. Contrary to Dion's obvious tension, Kanzian simply placed his hands on the table and stood up. He looked strangely calm, as if he had been waiting for this news for a long time. The war is about to begin. After receiving the report from Dion, Kanzian immediately ordered the troops to assemble in front of the castle gates. Just then, Selena, passing by and seeing this, hurried over and asked, So, you're just going to leave like this? What about the departure ceremony? Hearing his wife's voice, Kanzian, who was discussing matters with his guards, paused and let out a small grunt. Thinking he was being too hasty, Selena offered some advice. Before, every time you went to war, didn't you have a ceremony? Even just a few words in front of everyone. After all, this is related to the morale of our troops, and it also eliminates the anxiety of the people. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the expressions of everyone present, including Kanzian, were rather strained. What's wrong? Don't you usually do this? Dion hesitantly replied, About that, we've omitted that ritual. Selena froze ditto. Dion, glancing nervously at Kanzian, awkwardly explained, His Grace said it was unnecessary, and the previous Duke also said the same same thing. Hearing this, Selena no longer felt confused. Right. They've been so gentle with me lately that I almost forgot. The men in the Lambert family are all a bunch of blockheads. Dion scratched his head sheepishly and added, "The reason we omitted the ritual is because we've never used such a large army in battle. There's no need to boost the soldiers' morale." Selena nodded and asked, "So, given the scale of this battle, can it also be omitted?" Dion gulped nervously, his eyes darting fearfully to Kanzian standing beside her, and replied, "That's not something I can decide." Seeing this, Selena couldn't bring herself to force him. She sighed and thought, the Crown Prince is leading an army to attack Lambert, and my Duke has become a fugitive, plus the fact that the Lord was away for a while. The people's hearts must be unsettled. But no matter what, I can't force him to do something he doesn't want to do, because as long as Kanzian leads the troops in a battle, the war will be over in a day. Feeling Kanshin's arm drape over her shoulder and pull her close, Selena gave a helpless laugh. "All right, I understand." Kanzian gently kissed her hair and continued, "We just need to quickly capture the Crown Prince." "All right." Hearing that, Selena was surprised and exclaimed, "Ah, you need to capture him?" Kanzian didn't hide it and nodded, replying him, "If we kill him on the spot, I'm afraid there will be an issue with his status. So let's capture him for now and negotiate with the royal family." This was quite reasonable, so Selena agreed, "Ah, you're right." However, Kanshin's true intentions weren't so simple. He suddenly uttered a cryptic sentence. "However, on the battlefield, swords have no eyes." Then he calmly mounted his horse. "Let's depart." His actions successfully left Selena with lingering worry. What is he planning again? I don't understand why, but I keep feeling uneasy, knowing that pressing Kanzian wouldn't reveal anything. She had to suppress her curiosity and climbed on a Bright. "Bright, let's go." As a creature who loved to travel, Bright was just waiting for this. All right. On the straight village road, the army, divided into two columns led by Kanzian and Dion, received cheers from all the villagers, especially when they witnessed Selena riding Bright alongside Kanzian. The cheers became even louder. "It's the Lord, the goddess. Long live Lambert. Long live the goddess. Long live the goddess. Long live." Experiencing this feeling of being cheered by so many people for the first time, Selena couldn't help but feel both thrilled and touched. It was just as they said. Even without a ceremony, there were still boisterous cheers. But upon closer observation, Selena astutely noticed something very strange. Although the people were continuously chanting in unison with enthusiasm, their expressions didn't look happy at all. "Long live. Long live Lambert. Long live the goddess. Long live the Lord." Because of this, she suddenly became dumbfounded and instinctively stopped Bright. Noticing her unusual behavior, Kanzian turned back. "Selena?" However, Selena was currently deep in thought, so she didn't pay attention to him. She took out an arrow and frowned as she analyzed the situation. But these aren't cheers stemming from excitement or joy, but cheers to drown out their own unease. Seeing her suddenly light the arrow, Dion, who was walking beside her, was bewildered and couldn't understand. "Lady Selena?" Having lit the fire arrow, Selena raised her bow. Without a word, she aimed directly at the two flags fluttering high above. With her experience, she knew, however, I can resolve their unease. And then, before the stunned gazes of Kanzian and Dion, as well as all the guards and villagers present, Selena decisively shot the fire arrow. Thanks to Selena's masterful archery skills and accuracy, it powerfully shot straight towards the enemy's flag. Then, without missing, it hit the bullseye. The blazing flames, catching the flammable material, began to burn fiercely, incinerating the flag in an instant. The image of the flag being torn in two by the fire created quite a shock for the people there. In the silent atmosphere, only the crackling of the fire remained. Dion couldn't help but exclaim, "The national flag of Iklan." Selena smiled with satisfaction. She raised her bow high and declared firmly that victory would belong to Lambert, understanding that she meant to reassure them. This time the people no longer looked anxious and tense, but instead genuinely excited and joyful. Only after hearing these cheers could Selena offer a relieved smile. Having witnessed everything from the side, it went without saying how proud Kanshin was of her. As expected of my goddess, so cool. Myths are often unintentionally born from unexpected stories, and a mythical story of the Selena kingdom began just like that. Not long after their long journey, Kanshin and Selena went together to the enemy camp to scout the situation. After surveying the area with her hands on her hips, Selena remarked disdainfully, the Crown Prince's army. They dare to attack with just that small force. But Kanchan clearly didn't think so that it's a trap. This is the only plain in the northern region. The encampment in the middle is just bait. The main force is definitely hiding somewhere around here. Selena was impressed. You understand the situation so well. Kanchan replied curtly, "This is my territory." Selena asked curiously, "So, the reason the Crown Prince set up this battlefield is because he thinks the lord of this territory isn't familiar with the situation here." Kanchan shook his head slightly. That's just armchair theorizing. After all, he only knows how to delegate tasks to his subordinates. Selena rubbed her chin, thought for a moment, and then asked suspiciously, "Then why did he personally come to the battlefield this time?" Kanchan wasn't certain about this. Either he's so angry that he's not thinking straight, or no nobles were willing to support his attack on Lambert. Because attacking us is no different from courting death. Seeing his arrogant smile, Selena couldn't help but think, "Oh, so confident, huh?" Looking back at the strangely deserted camp, Selena wondered, "So, do you have any way to deal with this obvious trap?" Kanchan replied casually, "Let's wait and see." Although the enemy isn't difficult to deal with, we still have to prevent them from having the opportunity to sneak in. Just as he said this, a hostile voice suddenly interrupted. "You northern pigs." But to her surprise, Kanchan drew his sword with a furious expression. "I'll be back shortly." Her eyes widened at it actually worked. Without hesitation, Selena quickly grabbed Kanchan's arm and anxiously held him back. Who would knowingly walk into a trap like that? Kanchan replied coldly, "As long as I don't lose, it can't be considered falling into a trap." Although she had great faith in Kanchan's abilities and strength, his indifferent attitude still made Selena feel apprehensive. "Are you that confident?" Sheathing his bloodthirsty demeanor, Kanchan gently embraced her and declared, "Not only myself, but not a single hair on any of my soldiers' heads will be harmed. They dare to insult my goddess. I will make them pay dearly." Hearing these sincere words, Selena laughed happily and playfully hit him. "Oh, you. Be careful and come back safely." Kanchan, of course, didn't dare disobey his wife. He promised, "I'll try to be back before sunset, because I want to enjoy dinner with you." He gently took Selena's small hand, cherishing it, and placed a gentle kiss upon it, showing his deep affection. Although she had been back at the barracks for a while, Selena couldn't relax and kept tapping her fingers on the table. A guard cleaning nearby saw this and understood her feelings. He smiled reassuringly. "The Duke has been gone for a while, but I believe he'll be back soon. Don't worry too much. Maybe try to rest while you wait." Seemingly having been too obvious, Selena smiled back. Okay. Then she rested her chin on her hand, sighed sadly, and thought, "Was I that obvious? It's war. Even if he's the strongest, I can't be completely at ease." Unexpectedly, just as she thought this, Kanchan pushed aside the tent flap and walked in, startling Selena so much that she jumped to her feet. She ran toward him excitedly. "Your Grace, it ended so quickly?" Kanchan nodded. "Yes, today's battle is concluded." Selena asked cheerfully, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Teasing her, Kanchan didn't answer, but pulled open his collar. Then he asked with a sly grin, "Want to check personally?" Understanding his meaning, Selena's cheeks flushed. She playfully hit him a few times. What's this?" "Really?" Pink hearts shot out in all directions, nearly blinding the single light bulb in the room. The guard. "The bath is ready. I'll excuse myself." Waiting for the guard to leave the room with a disgruntled expression, Kanchan and Selena unhesitatingly threw themselves into a kiss. In that moment of immersive sweetness, for which it seemed impossible to escape, Selena suddenly realized something. She lightly patted his back and struggled to break free from his soft lips, saying hoarsely, "Ha. Let me confirm something. Are you injured anywhere?" Still with his initial intention, but she quickly regained her composure and, like a powerful woman, pushed Kanchan down onto the table. Then she placed both hands on the sides of his shirt. Without any wasted movement, she pulled it open in one swift motion, revealing almost all of Kanchan's alluringly firm upper body. This time, it was Kanchan's turn to be overwhelmed. He not only stared blankly, but also blushed deeply across his ears and cheeks. Selena gave a mischievous smile. All right then, please show me everything you've got. Time flew by, and soon dusk fell at the foot of the mountain, inside Kanchan and Selena's tent. After some very passionate lovemaking, they were now lying together in a hot bath to relax. Comfortable. Suddenly remembering what Kanchan had said earlier, Selena immediately asked, "That's right, you said earlier that today one battle was considered finished, right? So when will it be completely over?" Kanchan didn't hide anything and replied, "About that, it might take a few more days, because we let the crown prince escape." Unbelievable. Selena sat up straight and turned her head to ask, "Kanchan let the crown prince escape? Is a crown prince that formidable?" Kanchan explained, "Besides being all talk, his strength isn't that bad. However, I let him go for a reason." Selena gave him a disdainful look. "You're just boasting, aren't you?" Kanchan smirked, thinking about it. If we captured him, everything would be over. So I want to play cat and mouse, make him anxious and suffer to the extreme. Who does he think he is? He dared to insult my goddess. Hearing this, Selena could only feel sorry for Layson. It seemed the crown prince had really messed with the wrong person. That evening, deep in the forest, Layson was venting all his anger by punching a tree trunk. He kicked the soldier, sending him tumbling to the ground. What's not like that? He gritted his teeth, thinking, no matter what force we fight, the royal army should be able to suppress them. I never thought we'd suffer such a crushing defeat at the hands of Kanchan Lambert. Another soldier continued to attend to him as best he could. "Your Highness, let me get you some dinner." Layson turned his head and saw the soldier holding a cloth containing small strawberries, blueberries, and some leaves that looked like medicinal herbs. Layson was stunned for a few seconds before asking, "What is this? How dare you let me eat these wild berries?" He then heartlessly swept them to the ground. The soldier stammered, "I'm truly sorry, but I couldn't." Your Highness." The pitiful soldier wanted to say something more, but Layson had already coldly turned and walked away. He shuddered involuntarily. He couldn't remember how many days he had been pursued. Every time he tried to blend in with commoners to escape, Kanchan would appear out of nowhere like a vengeful ghost. Whenever he thought he had found a way out, Kanchan Lambert would be waiting at the end of the road. Why did he have to endure such a miserable situation? If he left Mi's territory now, they surely wouldn't dare attack him so casually, right? When he returned, he would definitely punish those nobles who hadn't sent reinforcements first. Then he would capture that man and woman and make them experience everything he was going through. No, he would make them pay back tenfold and then kill them. A few days later, Layson's camp was suddenly attacked and a melee ensued. "Ah, you insolent wretches! Don't come any closer. How dare you lay a hand on me?" The crown prince? Layson currently looked like nothing more than a chicken with its feathers ruffled. He cowardly ran amongst his guards while shouting. Suddenly, a sharp arrow flew from afar. It whizzed by, then powerfully grazed Laser's ear. Before he could react, blood splattered, followed by a bone-deep pain. Glancing at his pathetic, bleeding ear, a terrified scream escaped Laser's lips. "Ah, help me!" He ran off in a panic, oblivious to the fact that his guards had vanished, leaving him completely alone. The moment he saw the line of soldiers in incredibly familiar armor standing in formation at the camp gate, Laser stopped and a relieved smile spread across his face. "The border! It's the border! I made it! They're my troops!" Convinced of this, Laser began to exert his authority as crown prince. "Hey, you there! Quickly kill everyone behind me!" But unfortunately, the soldiers didn't react at all, as if they were deaf. Seeing this, Laser became even more anxious. What's going on? I told you to kill Kanchan Lambert. Can't you see they're chasing me? Why aren't you listening?" Just when he thought no one would answer him, Ariel appeared and said sarcastically, "You're asking why they aren't listening to you. Because they're not your soldiers." Seeing her appear in queenly attire, complete with a small crown and a scepter glittering with jewels, Selena was a little surprised, while Kanchan, seemingly having anticipated this, simply stood and observed calmly. By now, Laser was utterly bewildered. He stammered, "Ariel, what does this mean?" Ariel raised her voice, emphasizing each word, "I am now the ruler of Zelen. There's no place for you anymore." This declaration was like a bolt of lightning to Laser. Ariel's announcement not only shocked Laser, but also the surrounding people and Selena. Laser roared in fury. "Ariel, what the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy?" That tone of voice was giving Selena a headache, so she requested of Dion, "Izo, he's so loud. Make him shut up." Dion respectfully replied, "Yes, your majesty." Then he ordered 2 guards to quickly seize Laser. Let me go. How dare you treat me like this? MMM. It was only then that Ariel noticed Selena. She hesitantly asked, "You really became the goddess, the queen?" Selena smiled and replied, "I've already issued the official announcement." She paused, then added, "However, I haven't received any official announcement declaring your succession," Ariel said, feeling a pang of guilt. She cleared her throat awkwardly and said, "Although father has passed away in the final moments of his life, he changed his will. He declared the crown prince deposed and chose me to succeed him." She emphasized this last part with a touch of arrogance. Laser's face turned purple with rage, and with his mouth gagged, he could only let out muffled, frustrated groans. With such a swift succession, Selena couldn't help but feel suspicious. She narrowed her eyes, assessing the situation. Such a coincidence. The crown prince leaves, and not long after, this happens. It seems Queen Muriel planned this very thoroughly, hasn't she? With her powerful new position, Ariel was eager to assert herself. "I am now the ruler of Zelen, so please hand over the prince to me." Selena folded her arms across her chest and raised an eyebrow. "There's no reason to do that anymore, is there?" Ariel shook her head slightly "Oh, it must still be done. He is royalty. After all, I'm prepared to end him myself. I absolutely will not allow him to flee to another country and become a national disgrace." Selena smiled. "But the prince is currently within Lambert's territory. Whether he is handed over requires my consent." Technically, this was correct, so Ariel was momentarily at a loss for words. Selena continued with a smile, "Of course, if you can offer suitable terms, this isn't entirely out of the question. Even if he's rotten to the core, he's still technically royalty, right? Name your terms." Still getting used to her lofty position, Ariel was naturally inclined to make the most of it. She cleared her throat a few times as if to compose herself. "All right, first condition. Our nation will officially recognize Selena as a legitimate nation and acknowledge Lambert's independence." Selena's eyes curved in a smile of disagreement. "That doesn't count. That doesn't require your permission. Even if you don't acknowledge it, what difference does it make?" So Ariel had to switch to a different tactic. "Next, the second condition. During my reign, I will sign a non-aggression pact with your nation." Selena seemed quite interested in this condition. "Ooh, this condition is interesting." However, she feigned a sigh of disappointment, then declared confidently, "Even without this pact, you wouldn't dare wage war against us, because we're stronger." Thus, Ariel was once again put in a difficult position. Well, if that's the case, then Ariel actually had one more option prepared, but she was still hesitant. However, to reach an agreement, she decided to voice it, clenching her hand into a fist. Ariel declared resolutely, "A front row seat at Prince Laser's trial." Laser's trial. Unexpectedly, it was effective. Selena finally agreed with a cheerful deal. The invisible contract was successfully sealed with a handshake between the two women. Selena continued, "Expenses during our stay will be covered by you, and a fully armed guard will accompany us into the city. Do you agree?" Ariel nodded. "I agree." "Is a negotiation concluded?" Selena's hand, which was grasping Ariel's, suddenly tightened its grip. One more thing. We're both rulers, so we should speak respectfully to each other, shouldn't we?" Her words carried a clear threat, but her expression was a sweet smile, a terrifying combination that made Ariel pale with fear. Ariel, sweating and trembling, replied, "And then you too." "All right." Satisfied, Selena reached out and patted Ariel's head, chuckling. Mutual respect, treating each other politely is much better, isn't it? All right, I look forward to receiving your invitation soon, as I'm eager to witness the downfall of that trashy prince. After handing Laser over to Ariel's army, Selena's group proceeded to Laser's lavish palace. Selena glanced around and sighed. Witnessing that Prince's demise will be truly satisfying. But why does our accommodation have to be the prince's palace? A servant sent by Ariel to attend to them explained that His Highness instructed them to feel free to destroy anything there. It sounded nice, but Selena still felt a little awkward, unsure if it was a gesture of concern or if there was some ulterior motive. Seeing her displeasure, Kajin stepped forward to comfort her. "You don't have to force yourself. We can request to be moved to a different palace." But Selena just smiled and replied, "No, it's fine. Compared to avoiding things, I prefer to confront them directly and then claim victory." As soon as she finished speaking, she called for Bright, who quickly poked its large head into the room. Follow Selena's smashing orders. It tilted its head, not understanding what was going on, looking utterly naive. Selena couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Ah, you don't know what smashing is yet, do you? Let me explain." She then proceeded to give a demonstration. Stopping at a nearby tea table, she used both hands to forcefully knock it to the floor. Then she turned, pointed, and smiled. "Smash everything for me." Bright finally understood. As if it had just found a new game, Bright didn't hesitate to utilize its large body, lunging into the room and beginning a frenzy of destruction. Seeing it smash the expensive furniture into various sized pieces, with dust and debris rising, Cajun couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. He smiled, then picked up a chair. Noticing that Cajun, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, had joined in, Selena became even more excited and laughed out loud. "Ah, this is so much fun." And so, the scene of two people and one beast continuously demolishing the luxurious palace was painted. Just like that, after a period of satisfying destruction, the three finally stopped to rest. Selena put her hands on her hips, panting as she exclaimed, "Smash it all clean." Then she affectionately stroked Bright's soft fur and chuckled. "I wonder if we should ask them for compensation?" "Bright, good job." Seeing that she was in a much better mood, Cajun gently asked, "Feeling a little better now?" Selena nodded, her voice slightly coquettish as she replied, but I'm still not completely satisfied because I haven't seen him receive his judgment yet." Cajun chuckled. "You'll be satisfied tomorrow." Selena, impatient, exclaimed, "Oh, I can't wait." Just then, the servant from earlier entered and announced, "Excuse me, your majesties, but we have a disturbance. The captain of the guard says there's an urgent matter to report." Dawn, following behind him, also spoke up, "Your Majesty, we have found Juna at the Lambert estate in the countryside. We also discovered Miss Farrell's will that you ordered us to search for." That evening, at the luxurious villa, Juna knelt on the ground, head bowed, sweat dripping from her face. Meanwhile, Selena lightly covered her nose and exclaimed, "Oh, the smell." Juna panicked and, with a clearly disdainful expression, exchanged words with her. I found it. I found the will." "Is that so? You always just say things. Is it real this time?" "Let me see." Selena quickly snatched it, her attitude unchanged. Then, she immediately asked sternly, "Tell me, how much do you want this time?" Juna stammered, "Omi? How could I possibly sell it? I came here with complete loyalty for." "It's you, Selena," Juna said, but Selena folded her arms and sneered. "Then why didn't you come in properly with the guards, instead of sneaking around and finally managing to sneak in here?" Juna, now lying on the floor, reached out a hand and replied, "The guards only wanted to seize the will in my hands. They had no intention of letting me see you. I had no other choice." Hearing this, Selena quickly remarked, "Lying has become a habit. It's probably because your pockets aren't deep enough to bribe your way around. So you had to resort to sneaking around, right?" Juna, seemingly struck by the truth of these words, stammered while scratching her face, I already said it wasn't like that." Selena immediately turned her head and asked, "However, this isn't exactly a good thing, is it?" This statement left Juna speechless and drenched in sweat, her eyes wide and round. Bringing the paper closer to the firelight, Selena said coldly, "Now it's useless." Juna remained gaping in shock. Then, looking at her own hands, which were behaving strangely, she cried out, "What are you doing? Damn it, you damned woman. Do you know how important this is to me? It's my lifeline. How dare you destroy the will I worked so hard to find?" Meanwhile, Selena remained completely calm, folding her arms as she spoke. "You look pathetic right now. That's why I said, when you're given an opportunity, you should seize it carefully." Juna snarled, "Opportunity my ass. What opportunity did you give me? Did you help me pay off my debts? Or promote me to headmaid? Tell me, when did you give me an opportunity, you damned woman?" Selena maintained her posture and said coldly, "You're quite the dreamer, aren't you? Look at yourself. You have no skills, yet your imagination runs wild. Not running away is your only strength. I'll let you go. From now on, you should continue to develop this ability of yours. Live the rest of your life well. Drag her out." As two young men dragged Juna out, she screamed, "You damned woman. Don't think I'll let you off so easily. I absolutely won't leave you alone." Her voice still echoed, "Let me go." Cajun simply watched and said, "You're being too lenient with her." Selina calmly replied, "It's fine. It's not like she'll die because of me. The rest of her life will be a living hell, constantly hounded by creditors." And she continued, "I've also dug a big hole behind her, effectively wiping out her recent debts." Hearing this, Dion asked worriedly, "Could it be that you've actually learned how to use magic?" But Selina calmly replied with a smile, "This isn't magic, it's an illusion, a kind of trickery. I've realized that after acting for so long, I've picked up a few things." Cajun simply listened in silence. "Well then, let's read it together." It says, "To the esteemed Duke Lambert, I am truly sorry, but I have fallen in love with another. I am deeply grateful for everything you have bestowed upon a poor girl like me, and at the same time, I apologize for my ungrateful and disloyal actions. If I must give a reason, it is because I have been too lonely. If you still insist on proceeding with this marriage, then you are not worthy of the Duchess. It pains me to say these words, but a person without refuge like me has ultimately chosen to lean on another's shoulder, not my husband's. This is my fault, due to my lack of consideration. I never thought about protecting Lambert, and I even became pregnant with another man's child. I am a despicable and shameless person, not only failing to maintain my fidelity, but also being untrustworthy. But even so, I cannot assume the position of Duchess while carrying another man's child. Therefore, I decided to leave this letter. Tonight, I plan to leave his place with him. I will try not to appear in public and will live the rest of my life quietly with him. So I hope you won't be too angry. Although it was only for a short time, thank you for accepting someone like me. I know it's shameless of me to say this, but I hope you will always be safe and well. Crown Prince." After finishing reading, Selina's pink lips didn't move. She folded the paper and said, "According to this, it seems we placed our bet on the wrong horse. It's all right. The judge won't ask for any evidence tomorrow anyway. Whether this letter exists or not doesn't matter. If this letter is made public, it will only damage Lambert and Jeriel's reputation. The price of truth is sometimes that cruel. Destroy it. This truth no longer holds any meaning." After saying that, Selina turned and left, leaving Cajun standing there, staring intently. After a moment of silence, he softly said, "All right, do as you say." Cut to the day of judgment. The judge stood in the middle and declared in a resounding voice, "I hereby announce that the judgment concerning the former crown prince, Laser Icklin, officially begins. Prince Laser, please enter." Immediately, the doors opened. Before hundreds of watching eyes, a figure was helped in by someone. The blond man, covered in injuries, was completely motionless. Upon seeing him, Selina couldn't help but let out a few involuntary gasps. At this moment, Jeriel, sitting next to her, suddenly said sarcastically, "What's wrong? Didn't you leave him half dead before?" "I just took out a little bit of my anger on him. I didn't expect this task to be more difficult than I thought. It must have taken you a lot of effort to get him here, right?" Hearing this, Selina's mind raced, filled with murderous intent. "What deep hatred do you have?" she thought. Then, Jeriel put on a scheming expression. "All right, let's watch the comedy these nobles are about to perform together." Meanwhile, the long blue-haired woman was trying to explain, "I only followed Prince Laser's orders. If I hadn't done as he said, my life would have been forfeit. What else could I have done? He also threatened that if I didn't follow his instructions, the contract signed with my family's trading company would be terminated. Prince Laser threatened to wipe out my entire family. He held my daughter's life in his hands. I was threatened by him." In the stands, Jeriel leaned her head against the chest of the red-haired woman and praised. "How dramatic." Then, the judge slowly raised one hand holding a document and declared, "All right, everyone, please calm down. I will now announce each of Prince Laser's crimes. Last spring, embezzlement of palace funds, being behind the tax evasion of the Janus Trading Company, threatening the Camille family, the kidnapping of Lady Pechiu, the suspected murder of Lady Rosalyn Tylan, the kidnapping and false accusation of murder against His Majesty King Jeriel of Selina, the unauthorized appropriation of Duke Lambert's manpower and resources, along with long-term poisoning, aiming to assassinate His late Majesty the King." As soon as the words were spoken, a thought flashed through Selina's mind. Assassination. Suddenly, Jeriel abruptly stood up and shouted, "The results of His late Majesty's autopsy have proven that he was exposed to a certain amount of poison. Not holding real power, I didn't even have the chance to save my father's life. It makes me incredibly regretful." Then Jeriel accused the crown prince, who is currently the defendant. "His late Majesty was murdered by his own son, Prince Lazan. Everyone murmured about this preposterous story. Prince Lazan killed his late majesty? Even though he had already secured the position of heir to the throne, this is treason. Lazan whimpered in fear, crying out, "Frame up. This is slander." The judge then spoke up and questioned him. "Do you have any more evidence you wish to submit?" Lazan, now completely irrational, stubbornly refused to admit his guilt. "You must have colluded beforehand. I'll kill all of you." The judge sighed wearily and declared silence. Right now, the court will pronounce the sentence for the 158 charges against Prince Lazan. Regicide is an unforgivable crime. This crime should originally be judged by the current king personally, but His Majesty King Ariel, out of consideration for fellow royalty, has ordered a reduction in the sentence. Now, the court will pronounce the following judgment. The judge delivered the final verdict, causing Lazan's face to turn pale with fear. Defendant Lazan X, from this moment forward, will be stripped of all rights as a royal, his title of crown prince revoked, and imprisoned in the Northern Palace. The judge added, regarding compensation for each of the announced charges, it will be addressed immediately after the conclusion of the trial. The soldiers then escorted Lazan away, but he resisted. "Boomon, stop your nonsense. I'll kill all of you. How dare you depose me?" Ariel breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Selena. "It's finally over. You worked hard." After everything calmed down, Selena pondered, for the crown prince, this is practically a death sentence. But they didn't explicitly pronounce a death sentence. She turned and asked Ariel doubtfully, "Letting him live won't pose a threat to you?" "The judgment seems a bit lenient." Ariel replied calmly, "If we let him die so easily, wouldn't that be too good for him?" She gave a dark smile and said, "I have to return everything I've suffered. Make him wish he were dead." Selena, watching her reaction, couldn't help but feel intimidated. This girl has truly gone dark. Selena suddenly asked her, "Then can I make a personal request?" Ariel responded cheerfully, "What request? Tell me." Selena snapped her fan in half, radiating a dark aura and smiling slyly. "Before torturing him to death, you must definitely castrate him first." But looking at Ariel's innocent, surprised expression, Selena felt a bit awkward. She's still a child. Is this a bit much? Ariel then innocently clapped her hands and spoke as if she understood Selena's meaning, making Selena feel 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like a grandmother. Ariel suddenly exclaimed, making Selena jump, "That's cool, so decisive, worthy of a true queen." Ariel fawned over Selena. "Selena, you're so amazing. I've actually thought you were cool for a long time, but I was too foolish. Why didn't I see your strong, unyielding beauty before? You're just too cool." She took Selena's hands and raised them. "Lady Selena." Ariel confessed her love to Selena in front of everyone. "Marry me." Hearing this, both Selena and Cajun were stunned. Selena broke out in a cold sweat, her mind racing. So that's it. The affection Ariel once had for Cajun had shifted to her. The queen, standing nearby, gleefully teased them. "Congratulations on the union of the 2 countries. This is truly a magnificent collaboration between Zlen and Sealnia." Cajun panicked, fearing he would lose his beloved. "No, don't even think about it." Ariel argued with Cajun indignantly. "This is a conversation between 2 monarchs. What business is it of yours, a mere duke?" Cajun, unable to bear the thought of life without his beloved, retorted, "No, it's not possible. Absolutely not." The situation remained unresolved until evening, when Cajun and Selena returned home in their carriage. Selena sat in the carriage, gazing out the window and pondering the day's events. Ariel was quite playful today, though she said I was the one she loved most, and even proposed in front of everyone. It was just to let me feel the weight of a monarch's words. The thought of proposals reminded her of Cajun and the numerous proposals he received from other nobles. Speaking of proposals, Cajun has received quite a few proposals. Whether he's with me or Ariel, they never stop. The more she thought about it, the deeper she sank into her contemplation. Whether it's me or Cajun, we're bound to receive many proposals from nobles in the future. I'm not worried he'll overthink it. It's just annoying. Unless that we get married. A brilliant idea struck her, and she felt a surge of excitement. Marriage! That's right. Why didn't I think of this before? If we want to eliminate any rivals, we just need to get married. Isn't marriage the formal establishment of a relationship between two people in love? Her face brightened as she told herself, just say it. Don't feel burdened. Say it as naturally as possible. She called out to Cajun, Your Grace, I've thought about it. But just then, someone appeared uninvited. Excuse me. Selena, hearing the voice, put a hand to her forehead, inwardly frustrated. It always happens at a crucial moment. Cajun, bewildered, asked, Did you have something you wanted to say? Selena brushed it off. It's nothing. Let him in. The soldier hesitated. Should I come back later? Cajun replied, It's all right, come in. The soldier reported, There's urgent news from Sorenza. Cajun took the paper and looked surprised at HM. Victory parade. The soldier asked, Should we tell them to omit this step? Cajun refused. No. We've just won a major battle. We need to let as many people as possible know about the Queen's victory. The soldier understood and replied, Yes, I'll relay the message immediately. The soldier left and closed the door, restoring peace to the couple. After he was gone, Cajun asked Selena, No rush, right? Selena replied casually, After all, you were the one who fought the battle. It's rather amusing that I get to enjoy the spoils of victory. Cajun responded frankly, That's the prerogative of a monarch. The two of them continued chatting back and forth. There should still be some kind of reward, right? A reward for me would be nice. But I don't have anything to give you, since everything I have is thanks to you, Cajun. It doesn't necessarily have to be material. Selena sighed wearily, but using my body as repayment or sharing a bed is a bit much. That can't really be considered a reward. Hearing this, Cajun was flustered. What? How could I ask for such things from you? Selena was also startled by his words. Right? I haven't thought about that yet. She suddenly froze, turning with that kind of treatment. As expected of Cajun. I've never been moved by anyone, but I wholeheartedly love Cajun. Everything has a reason. He treated her like any other ordinary person, loving her true self. Selena thought for a moment, then went back to where Cajun was sitting. She sat on his lap and embraced him tightly. Selena uttered words of love to Cajun. I love you. Cajun also confessed his love to her. I love you too. Selena took his hand and said, You are mine. Hearing this, Cajun was overjoyed. He asked Selena, So you will be mine too? Selena replied casually, Of course. Do you even need to ask? Cajun suddenly lifted her hand and kissed it, because you have become a goddess whom I don't even dare to look directly at. And at the same time, you are my lord. Selena said cheerfully, But all of this is thanks to you. You offer me everything you had, but you don't dare to possess me? What's that about? She innocently asked Cajun, Are you a fool? Indulging his beloved, Cajun didn't deny it. Yes, I'm a fool. I only want you to be happy, but I never thought I could have you. Selena leaned against Cajun and said, You should be more greedy with me. Cajun replied frankly, I've already achieved what I wanted. I'm content. Hearing this, Selena asked in surprise, Really? She innocently spoke to Cajun as if confessing her love to him. Don't you want to marry me? Hearing those words, Cajun's face went blank. He repeated in a daze, Mary. Seeing this, Selena widened her eyes and asked, Why are you so surprised? Did I say something I shouldn't have? Cajun stammered a little. No, it's just, you said before that you would absolutely never get married. These words made Selena's mind race, countless thoughts tumbling over each other. Could it be he's referring to what I said during the trip to Count Oren's estate? Remembering her past words, my view on marriage is to not get married. She immediately clutched her head in panic. I can't believe he took those words so seriously. Then, Selena hurriedly explained, at that time, I also clearly stated that there probably wouldn't be anyone whose appearance, personality, hobbies, and living habits would be compatible with me, right? But Cajun replied, listlessly, right? Selena continued, No, I didn't mean to criticize you. If someone met all those conditions, I would consider marriage, but it's practically a miracle difficult to happen. That's what I meant. So Cajun spoke again. You said you like my face, so my appearance is suitable, right? As for wealth, hobbies, and lifestyle, I'll try to be more compatible with you. But as for personality, before he could finish, Selena jumped in. What about personality? I think it's very good. Cajun added, Before, you said that if someone had a bad personality and couldn't speak well, you wouldn't be interested. You even said I was the type of person you hated the most. Hearing this, Selena quickly remembered her cold words. Face and money are indeed very important. No one dislikes them. But if someone has a bad personality and can't speak well, no matter how much they have, I wouldn't be interested. So I'll repeat it again. She could only slap herself figuratively. This crow's mouth, how much karma has it created? Selena could only try to smooth things over with sweet words. Although it said a leopard can't change its spots, your personality now is very good, and you know how to talk, right? Hearing this, Kenshin couldn't believe his ears. Gesturing to himself, she started babbling, sweat dripping down her face. You're the sweetest talker I've ever met. So sweet that I feel pressured. Everything I said is true. I even wish you'd restrain yourself a bit. As soon as she finished, Kenshin's eyes filled with love. Really? How adorable. The two exchanged words in the quiet night. Kenshin, if we continue like this without getting married, and one day I want to marry someone else and leave you, what will you do? They embraced each other, sitting on the bed, talking intimately. If your feelings for me are gone, then I'm willing to let you go. If I stubbornly hold on, it will only make you suffer more, right? It's very possible a political marriage could occur, isn't it? About that, Kenshin continued coldly. That will absolutely never happen. How could I watch you enter a loveless marriage? There are many ways to end a person's life. A single kick can be fatal. A piece of bread can cause choking. War breaks out, charging to the front lines, then dying on the battlefield. These are all very common occurrences. At this point, Selena's expression was extremely bewildered. He's serious. How interesting. 1000% he's serious, because he already started a war for me once. Kenshin maintained his demeanor. If neither of us marries, it's fine to continue like this for the rest of our lives. But if you plan to marry someone else, then being in a relationship with me isn't reasonable. This won't happen because I'll never allow it, no matter what method I have to use. As soon as he finished, Selena quickly replied, Of course. There's no need to say anything more. She was about to say something. So, Kenshin, why don't we just get married? But he covered her mouth. Wait a minute. From the silent space, both their voices rang out. Are you serious? Here? Not allowed. Sweat dripped down Kenshin's face. Actually, I've imagined countless proposal scenarios in my head. It's not that I don't have a plan. No, rather, I've made many plans, but I thought it had to be a unique proposal. Secondly, Selena suddenly cupped Kenshin's face in her hands and said, Kenshin, she slowly explained with certainty. For me, even a ring made of clover would be enough. Marriage is just a way to let others know that we belong to each other, that we're together legitimately. But ultimately, our happiness is the most important thing. As long as we're happy, that's all that matters. These words made Kenshin's eyes go still. He closed his eyes and agreed. You're right. The scene changed to another location, a white-gloved hand pulling something. Kenshin poked his head out and asked the person sitting in front, Coachman, stop here for a moment. We'll continue in 30 minutes. The coachman obeyed. Yes, Your Grace. Then Kenshin took Selena's hand. Come with me for a moment. It was still pitch black. As they walked to a mountainside, Selena asked curiously, Where are we? Is this some kind of mine? Why are we stepping on this rock? Kenshin replied, Yes. While you were engrossed in studying Tony's notes, I also looked through a few pages and found this rock. It was originally black, so no one paid much attention to it first. But while patrolling around here, Tony discovered it and found it interesting, so he analyzed it. As a result, he discovered that this rock is actually a fallen star. Selena was astonished. A meteorite. Meanwhile, he continued, Actually, I intended to craft it into an engagement gift for you, but it was easier said than done. No matter what I did, I couldn't separate it. It seems our current technology isn't sufficient, but after careful research, I finally succeeded in removing its black exterior. Selena quickly expressed her excitement. It's so beautiful inside. But why did you want to give this to me? Kenshin turned to her and replied without hesitation. You said it yourself at the tea party at the Royleys. You wanted me to pluck a star from the sky for you. Thinking back, Selena remembered the moment they leaned against each other. I only said it casually. Can you pluck a star from the sky for me? So I can find a way to reach those stars. She thought Kenshin felt the same, but unexpectedly, he took her casual words to heart. Kenshin continued, Although this isn't a star I plucked myself, if I give you a piece of it, does that count as fulfilling half of our promise? Selena was still lost in her excitement. It's so radiant. a gift from a universe. Her feet touched the ground as she looked up at the passing stars. Kanchan's feelings were dazzling. Suddenly, he unexpectedly bowed his head and said, "Selena, my goddess, my queen, the only one I love in this world. I've given you everything I have, everything. And now, please allow me to offer you the rest of my life and this body. Let me stay by your side and protect you." Without hesitation, she replied, "I do. My man, the one I love, my Kanchan." In a luxurious hallway, two girls hugged each other and cried inconsolably. How could this be? I clearly liked him first. Even if I wasn't the first, I liked him more. Selena stood with her hands on her hips, teasing. "So, you two came to mourn? What are you doing at my wedding?" "Your Highness, watch your words. And you too, you've been granted the title of Duke. Where's your dignity and composure? Have you swallowed them whole?" But the two continued to cry. What do I care about those things now? Suddenly, someone called out, "Your Grace." The pink-haired girl, tears streaming down her face, said inauspiciously, "Sister, you'll get divorced eventually. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait." But Kanchan stepped forward to stake his claim. "In no way, she's mine." Selena nudged him with her elbow. Embarrassed, "Don't be such a child." Another person, with gray braided hair, approached to offer congratulations. "Such a lively event. What an interesting wedding. Happy marriage." Selena quickly called out, "Count Orange." The two spoke quietly to each other. "If His Grace hurts Her Highness, please don't hesitate to tell me. I'm always on Her Highness's side, ready to draw my sword for her." "Thank you. Why would you think I'd hurt her?" "Well, just wait and see." All right. The ceremony is about to begin. Let's not continue this back and forth here. Hurry over there." Count Orange is quite good at diffusing situations like that. Of course, I've been navigating social circles like this for years. Selena and Kanchan turned around and waved. "Well, we'll go ahead then." The bells began to ring, and a voice announced, "The national wedding ceremony between Her Highness, the Queen of Selena, and Duke Kanchan Lambat shall now officially commence." The two happily linked arms and slowly proceeded forward. Although Selena was a newly established nation, it had already secured a certain standing. Simultaneously applying the unique knowledge of ancient civilizations, it created advanced cultural products. The Count's fixed resources have achieved considerable success, especially Queen Selena, who introduced completely novel concepts and forms of cultural products. Although this influenced many scholars, the results were still very successful. Selena, the Queen of Selena, along with her partner, Duke Kanchan Lambat, had two children, a son and a daughter. The daughter inherited the throne of Selena, while the son cultivated the northern mountain region of the wasteland, dedicating himself to the magical beast families and becoming the Duke of the wasteland. A resonant voice clearly declared, "I now pronounce Selena and Kanchan Lambat officially husband and wife. May you live happily ever after." Thank you for watching today's video. We've reached the conclusion of this captivating story. See you in the next video, which will feature a more dramatic and exciting story. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and to avoid missing any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and have a wonderful day.